Chapter 1. The Nika Fruit. In the Sky Island, within the primeval forest adjacent to cloud-hidden village, the sun blazed fiercely, waves of heat undulating. Puff, puff. Scorching molten iron flowed from the boy's hands, dripping onto the pile of stones, searing dark pits into the surface. Alas, yet another failure. I still cannot imbue the power of flames onto objects for an offensive strike. Is it due to insufficient mastery of the fruit's abilities? Or is it a matter of my physical condition? He gazed intently at the intense flames dancing upon his palm, and after a moment, let out a deep sigh. Never mind, I should first complete today's physical training. With the terrifying flames retracted into his body, the boy shook his hands and leaped down from the stone pile. His name was Feis, Kamala Feis, a traveler from another world. Today's goal, 3,000 weighted push-ups. Without hesitation, he began. The youthful and delicate features of Feis displayed a resolute expression, his short black hair framing a visage that exuded vitality, coupled with a tall and muscular physique honed from years of training, giving him an air of astuteness and competence. He donned a weight of 20,000 jin and, with one hand on the ground, commenced his push-ups. Ever since he had realized he had traversed into the world of pirates, Feis had never wavered in his desire to grow stronger. This was a chaotic world where strength commanded respect. Victors pinned their legends while the vanquished faded into the backdrop of history. As an ordinary individual, devoid of any extraordinary advantages, Feis could only exert himself relentlessly in pursuit of physical prowess, hoping to one day become a powerhouse like Garp. Regrettably, his physique was unremarkable, and after years of effort, his body showed little significant improvement. Aside from his well-proportioned and sturdy musculature, which granted him slightly greater strength than the average adult, there were no other remarkable attributes. This left Feis in a state of deep frustration in a pirate world teeming with formidable monsters. Lacking strength meant a lifetime of obscurity. However, a turning point occurred on the day of Feis' 10th birthday. He received a birthday gift from his grandmother, Devil Fruit. 2,291. 2,299. 3,000. Bang! Feis cast aside the immense stone from his back, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Sweat blurred his vision, leaving him too exhausted even to move a finger. After what felt like an eternity, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting dappled shadows through the dense foliage. With great effort, Feis managed to rise from the ground, preparing to return home. Hiss! As he stood, he inhaled sharply, feeling the overwhelming soreness that was almost unbearable. Yet he understood that this discomfort was merely temporary. Tomorrow he would be revitalized, all thanks to that devil fruit. After all, it was the exceedingly rare, mythical Zoan type. Slowly, Feis shuffled his feet towards the village beyond the forest, where people awaited his return. Feis, brother, there you are. I've been searching for you for so long. A sweet, melodic voice akin to a lark rang out from beside Feis. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Feis turned to see a cute little girl with horned braids standing at the forest's edge, pouting as she looked at him, seemingly displeased. It's you, Benny. I've just returned. Gazing at the ethereal little girl before him, the aches in Feis' body seemed to dissipate. He took a confident stride forward and lifted the girl, seating her upon his broad shoulder, where she wrapped her arms around his neck. The petite Benny, barely a meter tall, appeared like a delicate doll perched atop the nearly 2-meter tall Feis. Hee, Feis, brother, let's hurry back. Grandma Hella has prepared so much delicious food to celebrate your 12th birthday. The innocent words of the little girl momentarily left Feis in a daze. Reflecting for a moment, he realized that he had been in this world for 12 years. In his past life, he resided on Blue Star as an orphan, having spent his days in an orphanage. The kind-hearted grandfather who ran the orphanage often treated the children to animated films and purchased numerous comic books, including those about pirates. However, his recollections were fragmented, some details remained, while others faded into obscurity. Eventually, at the age of 15, Feis met an untimely demise. After traversing to this world, he too became an orphan. Indeed, Grandma Hella was not his biological grandmother. Feis had once overheard her recounting his origins. On a dreary, rain-soaked day 12 years ago, she had returned from fishing in the White Sea. On the beach beside the fishing port, she discovered a man's lifeless body, marred with scars. That man clutched a young child in one arm, while the other tightly grasped a box. The child was Feis. Inside that box lay a devil fruit. As Feis gradually grew, the memories of his past life began to resurface. Angel Island, the Sandia tribe, Gonfall, nearly 400 years of war, Skypiea, the Golden Bell. These familiar names echoed in his mind, revealing to him that he had arrived in the world of pirates. From then on, he dedicated himself to relentless training, accompanied by a profound sense of powerlessness. The pivotal moment of fate was marked by that devil fruit. Grandma Hella, in truth, had no knowledge of its nature. She merely understood that whatever it was precious enough for that deceased man to protect with his life. Upon consuming the fruit, Feis felt his entire body transform, becoming as elastic as rubber. Observing his body stretch at will, enlightenment dawned upon him. This was indeed the fruit that the world government had desperately sought. The human fruit, mythical zootype, Nika form. Having originated from Blue Star, Feis was well acquainted with the true nature of this devil fruit and would not treat it merely as a rubber fruit to develop. This was the legendary power of the sun god Nika. The spirits dwelling within the rubber trees, symbolizing freedom and peace, were warriors who brought laughter and hope. Moreover, Feis one day unexpectedly discovered that he possessed not only the power of rubber, but also the ability to conjure flames. Uncertain of the origin of this newfound power, he assumed it was merely a hidden ability of the Nika fruit. The combination of rubber and flame, along with the perfect physique granted by the mythical Zoan, enabled him to both withstand and retaliate, providing both output and explosive potential. These attributes, if any one could be mastered to its zenith, would suffice to navigate the world of pirates with ease, establishing a foothold among the strong. Yet, none of this bore any relevance to the young Feis before the fruit awakened. It was simply a rubber fruit. As of now, his limitations were merely launching fire spears and stretching rubber. However, the emergence of this fruit indicated that Luffy was still a child, or perhaps yet to be born. The great pirate age had just begun, and the 4 emperors of the sea had yet to rise. This was the worst of times, with countless powerful monsters swarming like locusts, galloping through the Grand Line. Yet it was also the best of times, a sea capable of accommodating all ambitions and absurd dreams. Everything was possible, provided he could descend from the Sky Island. Upon contemplating this, Feis felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had inexplicably traversed to this great waterway, suspended 1,000 meters above in the Sky Island. To reach the Grand Line, he would need to utilize a peculiar contraption known as the octopus hot air balloon, a specialty of the Sky Island. In the original story, Roger and the Straw Hat crew descended from the Sky Island using this miraculous octopus. Alternatively, he could. Feis brother, why aren't you responding to me? The voice of Benny broke through Feis' reverie, and he looked up in confusion to see her puffed cheeks, which made him smile involuntarily. The feeling of having family was truly delightful. All right, don't be upset. We're home now, let's go eat something delicious. As Feis spotted their stone cottage, he gently set Benny down from his shoulder. Situated at the edge of cloud-hidden village, Grandma Hella stood at the door with her cane, waiting for the two. Her silver hair framed a kind face. Having lost her son and daughter-in-law in the war during their youth, she had raised the newborn Benny alone. Watching Feis and Benny frolicking together, Grandma Hella wore a warm smile as she said, "Benny, don't tease your brother Feis today. It's his birthday. Come help him celebrate." She turned to retrieve a cake and a finely crafted box from inside, placing candles atop the cake. Feis extended his finger and summoned a flicker of flame to ignite the candles. In truth, no one knew Feis' actual birthday. The so-called birthday was merely the day the old woman found him. "Feis, here, this is your birthday gift." Grandma Hella opened the gift box, revealing a beautifully crafted bear fur coat, which she handed to Feis. Beneath the dense and intricate stitching, it was immediately evident that the elderly figure before him had crafted it with her own hands. Tears welled in Feis' eyes as he gazed upon Grandma Hella. The old woman remained silent, gently ruffling his hair, her face adorned with a warm and tender smile. Oh dear, Brother Feis is crying." The little girl, ever innocent and pure, playfully smeared a finger of frosting from the cake on her own face after Feis had done the same to her. Benny, refusing to be outdone, promptly launched a counterattack. Watching her grandchildren frolic, Grandma Hella's smile widened, though a flicker of concern lingered in her gaze as she observed Feis. Sigh, Feis is now 12 and must participate in the warrior selection. When will this damned war ever end? Chapter 2. The Pain of Separation. The following morning, as dawn broke gently, in the depths of the primeval forest before an unmarked grave. "Uncle, this year I will be participating in the warrior selection. I wonder if I will have the time to visit you next year." With a heavy heart, Feis laid down a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Here rests the man who had sacrificed his life to protect Feis. Feis was well aware of the warrior selection process. For 4 centuries, in pursuit of fulfilling the pact between the great warrior Calgera and Roland, the Sandia people had longed to reclaim their ancestral sacred island and sound the golden bell of Shandora. Thus, upon reaching the age of 12, boys and girls from Union Village were taken to a warrior camp on another empty island to undergo the selection. Those who succeeded would become honored warriors, fighting for the great Calgera. The unfortunate ones faced either death or severe injury. Grandma Hella's son and daughter-in-law had resided in the warrior tribe for many years, returning only once when they sent Benny back to Feis at the age of 3, never to be seen again. They had supported Grandma Hella in adopting Feis, believing it beneficial for the elderly woman to have a child for companionship while they were away. To Feis, the warrior selection posed no challenge. He had explained this to Grandma Hella several times. Yet, the love of elders is often entwined with worry for their grandchildren's safety. 15 minutes later, having completed his visit, Feis turned toward the rising sun, traversing the primeval forest and the small fishing port, heading straight for the shed where his fishing gear was stored. Along the way, he encountered a few early rising Sandia villagers, mostly the elderly, women, and children, engaged in quiet conversation. However, upon catching sight of Feis, they hastily avoided him, as if fleeing from a plague, their demeanor hurried and anxious. Whispers of terms like spy and undercover agent followed in their wake. Feis chuckled softly, having grown accustomed to such treatment and remaining indifferent. Since Grandma Hella had rescued him and brought him to Union Village, he had been ostracized for over a decade. Having endured nearly 4 centuries of brutal warfare, the villagers had become like startled birds. They suspected him to be a spy sent from Angel Island, intent on driving Feis away. Moreover, the most significant factor was that Feis lacked the wings of the people from the empty island, marking him as an outsider in Union Village. When news of Grandma Hella's son and daughter-in-law's deaths in battle reached the village 3 years later, the villagers ceased to mention the matter altogether. Nevertheless, they never embraced Feis. They even relegated Grandma Hella and Benny to the outskirts of the village. Feis had contemplated retaliating against these villagers, yet each time, he was stopped by Grandma Hella. The old woman often reminded him that strength should be employed to protect what one believes is right, not to slaughter the weak. It's time to go fishing. Feis hoisted the fishing nets and his spear onto his shoulder, dismissing any further thoughts, and boarded his small boat moored by the shore. Given Grandma Hella's advanced age, Feis had volunteered to take over this task a few years prior. As fishing required substantial quantities of meat, he needed more than half a day to catch the necessary amount of fish. The small fishing boat beneath his feet was a common sight on the empty island, powered by a type of shellfish known as the wind shell, a local specialty. The wind shell proved to be more powerful than the wind shell on a spear. Once activated, it would emit a strong gust, propelling the boat swiftly through the water. In the original tale, Enel's ark was equipped with 200 wind shells beneath its hull. After more than 2 hours, the golden sunlight bathed the white sea. Feis stood on the boat, adeptly gathering the fishing nets, feeling a substantial weight within. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted the nets, brimming with various fish native to the white sea. A cursory glance revealed a haul of at least several dozen kilograms. Today, I can finish early. With a beaming smile, Feis turned the boat around. The small vessel glided quietly across the water for quite some time. Just as he was nearing the shore, Feis sensed something amiss. His gaze swept across the fishing port and into the depths of the primeval forest. There smoke billowed and fierce flames raged. It was in the direction of the village. Feis' dark eyes narrowed to pinpricks as an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. Without a moment to spare, his rubber arm elongated several meters, grasping the small shed on the shore. He propelled himself forward, as if launched from a slingshot, hurtling toward the fishing port. Whoosh! He sped through the air, landing with a thud. Before he could regain his footing, the acrid scent of blood invaded his nostrils. Surveying his surroundings, a hellish scene unfolded before him. The shattered fishing port, collapsed houses. The entire world was awash in blood, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn about. Elders, children, and women none were spared. Amidst the ruins, Feis spotted those Sandia villagers who had once pointed and whispered about him. This was dire. The divine guardians of Angel Island had discovered this place. The unease in Feis' heart intensified. He was consumed with urgency as he sprinted madly toward home. His feet erupted with searing flames, providing propulsion akin to a rocket booster, and combined with his rubber arm, enabled him to glide briefly above the primeval forest. Grandma Hella, Sister Benny, please let them be safe. As he raced forward, the scenery around him blurred into a whirlwind. Faster, even faster. There was still room for more speed. Feis' figure zipped through the air above the fishing port, soaring over the primeval forest. Crumbling stone houses flashed before his eyes, the once bustling village now devoid of life. Only the roaring flames and the acrid smoke from burning corpses shrouded the entirety of Yunying village. At that moment, Feis cared not for his own life or death. He propelled himself straight toward the farthest corner of the village. There lay the direction of Feis' home. Before the ruins, the figure of Grandma Hella lay amidst a pool of blood. No, it cannot be. Nothing can be amiss. Feis stood in the air, momentarily frozen, gazing in disbelief at the scene before him. In a frenzy, he dashed toward the bloodied ground where Grandma Hella lay. The calamity struck so abruptly, just before leaving. They had shared laughter and conversation, yet now they were worlds apart. As despair enveloped Feis, a faint voice thundered in his ear like a lightning bolt. It was Grandma Hella. The voice was soft, frail, yet it emanated a flicker of life, reminiscent of a fleeting moment of clarity. Feis widened his eyes and beheld Grandma Hella opening her eyelids in the crimson pool, calling out his name. "Grandma, it's me. I'm here." Feis nearly crawled as he rushed to her side, gently cradling the elderly woman. She lay in his embrace, her face ashen, a knife wound piercing through her chest, blood flowing profusely. "Grandma, just stay here, don't move. I will fetch a doctor for you." In the face of such despair, Feis was already beside himself. The first thought that surged in his mind was to find a physician. No matter what, he was determined to save his grandmother. In Feis's arms, Grandma shook her head. Her clouded eyes, pupils dilated, spoke of fading awareness. "Silly child, everyone is gone. There are no doctors left. I will find one. Good child, do not cry. I have a few words to share with you." The old woman struggled to muster a smile, her frail arm rising slightly, as if to wipe away Feis's tears or to stroke his head, offering him solace. "From now on, I will not be able to care for you. Do not seek revenge for me. Live your life well. If possible, I truly hope you will see the outside world from me and Benny. When will this damned war ever end? Also, your sister was rescued by a man with black wings. Ganfu is a good person. He saved your uncle and aunt. Do not harm him." The elderly woman placed her increasingly cold hand against Feis's face before it slipped away weakly. The loss of that icy touch caused Feis to break down in tears instantly. He clutched her lifeless body, weeping inconsolably like a helpless child. His cries resonated above the village, stretching far into the distance. Along with his sorrow, an astonishing aura rose, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3. The return to the embrace of death on the island of the gods. Colossal trees sprouted, and wisps of white mist swirled through the air. Appiato. This was the name of the island of the gods. Here lies the only island composed entirely of soil in the realm of the floating islands. A sacred land that the Sandians have long sought to reclaim. The Isle of the Gods once belonged to the Greater Gaia Island, but approximately 4 centuries ago, it was swept away by a colossal rising tide to rest above the pristine sea. Deep within the island, along a forested pathway, a cadre of divine soldiers is engaged in their routine patrol. Leading them is a portly figure, clad in a white captain's uniform, his ample bald head adorned with a single braid at the back. At this moment, he strides ahead, his expression grave. Addressing the soldiers behind him, "We have received a directive from High Priest Mu. As of today, the Isle of the Gods will enter a state of heightened vigilance, prepared at all times to confront external threats. Everyone must remain alert during patrols." Heightened vigilance? This is unprecedented in decades. A gaunt middle-aged soldier interjected hastily. "Captain, is it due to the legendary nightmare?" At the mere mention of the nightmare, the soldier's mouth turned dry, cold sweat beading upon his brow, as if recalling a profoundly terrifying incident. It has been rumored that in the past 6 months, dozens of divine soldiers have perished at the hands of the nightmare, with even several esteemed captains falling victim. Indeed, according to the whispers of the common folk on Angel Island, this nightmare dons a sinister demon mask and wields a black cloud iron spear, specifically hunting divine soldiers, summoning searing flames that incinerate them to ashes. Moreover, the feral Sandians have been inexplicably launching frenzied assaults on the divine guard. It is said that the 2 squads dispatched to quell the unrest have suffered devastating losses. It's utterly terrifying. Surely, the ghosts of the slain Sandians have come to exact vengeance. I warned against the slaughter of innocents. Retribution has arrived. A palpable atmosphere of dread enveloped the patrol, leaving the soldiers in a state of disquiet. Enough. Concerning the nightmare, High Priest Mu has reported to the gods, who will personally intervene. With High Priest Mu and High Priest Yu safeguarding the Isle of the Gods, we are assured of safety. The captain waved his hand to quell the soldiers' suspicions, speaking soothingly. If the High Priest you speak of is that peculiar figure who rides a great hound, I regret to inform you that you cannot rely on him. A cold voice from behind the patrol interjected, echoing like ancient ice. Seek death. How dare you insult a high priest? The portly captain roared, his fleshy head swiveling in search of the source of the voice. The standing of high priests in the floating islands is only second to the gods, revered by countless divine soldiers. To dare insult a high priest is to slap the face of the divine guard. Captain, over there. The gaunt soldier pointed tremblingly at the treetops, his face pale with terror. The captain followed his gaze, and there, atop the branches, stood a figure bearing a grotesque demon mask, silently observing them. The demon mask and black spear, it is the nightmare. It is the nightmare. Sound the alarm and seek reinforcements. In that moment, the once brash captain was stripped of his bravado. His face quivered in fear, his voice trembling. The implications of the nightmare's earlier words suggested that even high priest you may have fallen to its malevolence. This cannot be real. Such individuals, how could they possibly contend with my patrol team? Whoosh. A firework-like beam shot up into the sky, looming above the treetops. It felt as if a century had passed. After a spell of trepidation, the corpulent captain gradually regained his composure. Noticing that the nightmare above the treetops remained utterly motionless, he began to calculate in his mind. He discreetly signaled for a retreat, instructing his team to withdraw in an orderly and measured manner. Throughout the entire process, the patrol team maintained a profound silence, not daring to exert even the slightest breath. The nightmare silently observed the farce before him. Beneath the guise of a ghostly mask lay a youthful and delicate visage, none other than Feis. His expression was tranquil, yet his eyes held a chilling gaze, as if surveying a gathering of the deceased. He appeared to be waiting for something, showing no intent to act immediately. Reflecting on the past 6 months felt like traversing through time. Half a year prior, Feis had personally laid to rest the body of Grandma Hella, interring it beside the grave of his benefactor. Having attended to his family's affairs, he began to devise a plan for vengeance. Indeed, had Feis broken his promise? He simply could not bear the thought of these blood-soaked demons roaming free. Meanwhile, the Sandian people, who had also lost loved ones, could only hide in the shadows and wipe away their tears. Thus, he donned the ghostly mask and transformed into the nightmare. No one on the floating island knew that the nightmare, which instilled fear in the hearts of the divine guard, was merely a 12-year-old boy. Following this, Feis united the warriors of the tribes, launching a revenge campaign that spanned 6 long months. After a month of relentless interrogation, he finally uncovered the true identities of the culprits, the God Minister and the U Minister, 2 of the 4 divine ministers of the divine island. It was these 2 who had led 200 divine soldiers to perpetrate the heinous massacre of Yunin village. Armed with this crucial information, the next phase was to ensnare the foes. The warriors of Sandia would hold off the other 2 divisions of the Divine Guard while Feis ventured alone to the Divine Island. His singular objective was clear: to annihilate these blood-stained demons, leaving none alive. Whoosh! A series of piercing sounds echoed from the depths of the forest, suggesting that a flock of birds was rapidly approaching. The demon fruit of the phantom beast granted Feis extraordinary senses, enabling him to hear sounds from miles away with ease. His eyes narrowed beneath the mask, glimmering with a dangerous light. Closer, even nearer. Caw! Dozens of colossal hawks, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, soared towards him, circling and screeching above his head. The powerful flapping of their wings stirred up a fierce whirlwind. Feis's inky hair danced in the gust, while his form remained steadfast. At the forefront of the hawk formation was a middle-aged man donning dark sunglasses, flanked by numerous members of the hawk squad. The man sat upright, wielding a dragon knight spear, clad in a white ministerial robe, his demeanor exuding arrogance. It is the God Minister leading the hawk squad. This is the elite among elites of the Divine Guard, the direct troops of the gods. We are saved. Indeed, I thought I was doomed. Lord Mu remains as trustworthy as ever. With him here, we can surely vanquish this nightmare. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the patrol team erupted into cheers. Even the corpulent captain wiped the sweat from his brow. The terror instilled by the nightmare had been immense. He had come perilously close to death. You are the nightmare? To have the capability to slay the U Minister, I concede you possess some skill. Seemingly buoyed by his subordinate's adulation, the God Minister's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile as he proclaimed, "However, this farce must come to an end. Today, in the name of the First Minister Mu, I sentence you to death. I am not a nightmare, but merely a title you have imposed upon me. If I were to choose a moniker, you may call me Feis's gaze, icy and unyielding, fixed on the god minister as he continued, "Devil." As the words fell, Feis slowly raised his hand, palm facing upwards, fingers curled. His obsidian eyes fixated on the hawk squad above, suddenly igniting with a crimson hue. The Conqueror's haki activated. Boom. A torrent of azure haki erupted from Feis, enveloping the sky and earth in a radius of several hundred meters around him. The overwhelming power of Conqueror's haki, ignited by the demise of Granny Healer, awakened within Feis. Before the airborne giant falcon squad could react, a torrent of potent psychic shockwaves surged towards them, crashing against their minds like relentless waves, akin to being struck repeatedly by a colossal hammer. In an instant, the aerial giants and the divine warriors were rendered unconscious, their eyes rolling back as they plummeted from heights exceeding 100 meters. Upon impact, the immense force obliterated them, transforming both the giants and the divine warriors into a gruesome pulp. Flesh, bones, and brain matter splattered in every direction, painting the ground in a macabre display for dozens of meters. In that moment, the vicinity resembled a hellish nightmare. What is this? You are a devil. Above in the sky, only the priest of the deity struggled to withstand the might of the Conqueror's haki, trembling as he pointed at Feis, his voice quaking with fear. "We will die? We are surely doomed." Such prowess, such audacity. Even a deity would stand no chance against it. The priest of the giant hawk struggled to steer his beast, his sole desire being to flee. Terrified by the gruesome sight, he found no courage left to continue the fight. The devil? Feis drew the spear from behind him, an inferno of rage igniting in his eyes as he bellowed, "Indeed, I am the devil. All of this is the result of your actions. Go to hell and atone for your sins, you beast." In an instant, searing flames enveloped the spear, warping the very air around him with their terrifying heat. Feis raised the fiery spear above his shoulder, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the instigator before him. After 6 months of arduous training, Feis had finally mastered the technique of channeling the sun's fire onto an object. This maneuver, combined with Feis's astonishing physical strength, is sufficient to strike enemies thousands of meters away, far surpassing Ace's casually conjured flame spears. "Halt!" A commanding voice reverberated from the sky behind Feis, imbued with authority that brooked no dissent. Ignoring the command, Feis remained fixated on the struggling figure of Priest Mu, who was flying away. "Aim! Fire!" The target was struck with precision. Before Priest Mu could utter a cry of despair, his entire form was reduced to ash by the searing flames of the spear, scattering into the air. This strike, Feis referred to as a return to the embrace of the deceased, murder, followed by cremation in one seamless process. Chapter 4, Redemption. The confrontation between Feis and the Falcon Squad culminated in the complete annihilation of the Falcon Squad. Thus, the 200 members of the Divine Guard, responsible for the massacre of Yunin village, were all decapitated. It is an utterly one-sided massacre. Beneath the overwhelming might of the Conqueror's haki, these once invincible warriors are reduced to mere insects. Feis stands atop the towering tree, having not moved a single step throughout this battle. Here, the vengeance for the massacre of Yunin village has been exacted. Yet, a minor inconvenience lingers. Hearing the sound of slicing air from behind, Feis turns and looks back. A lone figure on horseback enters his line of sight. The enhanced sensory abilities granted by the mythical beast fruit allow his gaze to detect even the slightest detail. This steed is undeniably unsightly. Its pink coat is speckled with purple spots, adorned with a pair of wings upon its back. And it possesses a head reminiscent of a lifeless fish, evoking an uncanny resemblance to a donkey. Although it is styled as a celestial horse, it is in stark contrast to the mythical, magnificent steed of legend. There is an inexplicable sense of vulgarity about it. Upon the horse's back sits a young knight clad in silver armor, wielding a dragon lance. Celestial horse, armored knight. This familiar silhouette evokes a torrent of memories for Feis. Is it not the very embodiment of the Sky Island god, Gonfor, from the original work? Beneath him, the Pegasus is none other than Pierre, the bird transformed by the Mame fruit. This is the first encounter for Feis with the characters from the original work, yet the atmosphere is far from harmonious. In the original narrative, Gonfor shared a bond of friendship with the pirate king, Roger, only to later be defeated by Enel, who stripped him of his divine title, transforming him into a sky knight to assist the Straw Hat crew through their trials. No, as Feis gazed upon Gonfor's increasingly youthful visage, he seemed to uncover the root of the issue. What era have I traversed into? The Gonfor I recall was an elderly man, frail and worn, whereas the young knight before me could not be more than 30 years of age. There lies a gap of at least 30 years between them. By heavens, could it be the era of rocks? If everything unfolds as I envision, during this time frame, not to mention Luffy, even Dragon would likely be of little consequence. In the fleeting moment of Feis' days, the Pegasus swooped down. You scoundrel! Why have you done this? Ganfur's chest heaved violently, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed at Feis. Clearly, he had rushed here with utmost speed, yet the priest still perished before his eyes. And the great Falcon Squad, dozens of men, were reduced to mere shadows. Lord God, you must surely slay the nightmare. Lord God, this nightmare has also slain Lord Yu. And it is likely that even Lord Yu's divine guard, Lord God, you must defeat him. Avenge the fallen divine warriors. This is the patrol team awakening Yu, rallying their spirits for their deity. Upon hearing the words of the patrol team, Ganfu Air felt as though his chest would burst, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. That scoundrel! Not only did he slay the mighty Falcon Squad, but even the revered Yu divine officer fell victim to his treachery. Unforgivable! Die, you infernal demon of flames! Ganfuer, consumed by righteous fury, brandished his dragon knight spear and lunged directly at Feis' chest. The spear's razor-sharp tip glimmered with a chilling brilliance, exuding an unmatched force as it swiftly approached Feis. If this strike were to connect, even with Feis' formidable physique, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. Did it succeed? Ganfuer pondered, observing Feis' lack of response. Yet, how can the affairs of the world ever align perfectly with divine intention? Just as the dragon spear was about to pierce its mark, Feis moved. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, claw-like, and seized the oncoming dragon spear with astonishing speed. A sharp, piercing sound of friction emanated from the spear's tip. The formidable force of the shot was astonishingly grasped firmly by Feis, rendering it immovable. How could this be possible? Before Ganfu could react, a tremendous power surged from the tip of the gun. Feis deftly twisted his wrist, tracing a semicircle with Ganfu and Pierre as the center. Then whoosh! Like cannonballs, both man and bird were hurled earthward by Feis, drawing a straight line towards the ground. Perched atop the treetops, Feis lightly stepped down, akin to a falling leaf. His figure flickered several times before he caught up with Ganfu in midair. If a reason were truly necessary, what would it be? Feis' left foot ignited with flames, briefly suspending him in the air, and with a swift whip of his right leg, he delivered a fierce kick to the questioning Ganfu. The young man displayed a lack of martial ethics. With a single blow, Ganfu's internal organs felt as if they had been struck by a mighty dragon. And a mouthful of old blood erupted forth, instantly giving rise to the sensation that his bones might shatter. Subsequently, his body accelerated once more, plummeting toward the ground. Boom! Dust billowed, and smoke enveloped the area. A large pit, measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, formed in an instant, with Ganfu and Pierre within, both drenched in blood. Their fates hanging in the balance. Blood debts must be repaid. Feis gracefully descended to the ground and declared in a stern voice, how could this be possible? That was a deity, the most powerful god of the Sky Island. Everything was lost. The invincible god had fallen, marking the greatest calamity the Sky Island had faced in centuries. The members of the patrol team turned ashen, their faith crumbling, and they clutched their heads, weeping in despair. Only the stout captain attempted to maintain his composure, slowly walking toward the deep pit and feeling Ganfu's chest, which had curled into a ball. There was still a heartbeat. The divine being was alive. He seemed overwhelmed with excitement, even beginning to dance with joy. Is it true, Captain? This is wonderful, truly wonderful. The deity is safe. Upon hearing the news that Ganfu had not perished, the soldiers of the patrol team broke into smiles, as if victory had been achieved. Yet, the stout captain failed to notice a tall figure had silently descended behind him. Is that so? The indifferent voice from behind sent chills down the captain's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He slowly turned around to find Feis, adorned with a ghostly mask, standing quietly behind him. The captain swallowed hard, his gaze growing resolute, as if he had made a determined decision. Thud! His massive frame knelt as if toppling a mountain, grasping Feis' leg and pleading for mercy. Nightmare Lord, please do not harm the divine being. He has not harmed a single civilian of Sandia. He is even unaware of the situation. I implore you, spare him. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he pointed to the patrol team members beside him, bowing his head and choking on his words. And these members of our patrol team, They too have not participated in any massacre of the Sandian people. I beg you to spare them. If you must vent your wrath by taking a life, then let it be mine alone." At this moment, the stout captain realized that the nightmare before him had come in response to the slaughtered villagers of Sandia. "Yes, Nightmare Lord, if you must kill, then let it be me. Please spare the divine being. Indeed, he is truly kind. I beseech you, Nightmare Lord." At this juncture, the patrol team members also knelt on the ground, pleading with Feis to spare Gonfu. The scene before Feis stirred a tremor within his heart. Is this the world of pirates? His keen senses could unmistakably discern that the individuals before him were not deceiving him. They were indeed prepared to face death, willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their deity. The words of his grandmother lingered in his ears. It seemed an eternity had passed, and amidst the anxious patrol team, a soft sigh resonated. "When your God awakens, inform him of everything, and also prepare him. I shall bring an end to this war that has lasted over 3 centuries." As the words fell, the members of the patrol team suddenly looked up, only to find that the figure of Feis had vanished. As the sun dipped below the horizon, deep within the primordial forest, 2 graves stood side by side, one old and one new, each adorned with a bouquet of fresh wild chrysanthemums. Additionally, a mask of a specter lay before them. Chapter 5. The conclusion of war. 5 days later, news of the god Gonful's defeat by the nightmare spread like wildfire, sweeping across Angel Island with the force of a tempest, becoming known to all in a matter of days. The inhabitants of Angel Island were engulfed in a wave of trepidation. Fear permeated the community, and the once bustling lovely street now lay desolate, while Angel Beach was eerily deserted. Did you hear? The god has been defeated. No need to elaborate. It is said he was vanquished by that nightmare, who specializes in hunting divine beings. How terrifying. What will become of Angel Island now? Surely, that nightmare won't ascend to become the new god. This is disastrous, with such a brutal entity among us. Our days of peace are over. Groups of passers-by hurried through the streets, whispering about the dire situation. Meanwhile, Feis, the very instigator of this turmoil, remained oblivious, engrossed in planning matters of even greater significance. In the heart of God Island, the temple of the deity stood majestically, constructed from massive white island clouds, an awe-inspiring sight, with the entrance flanked by numerous divine soldiers standing guard. This is the abode of the deities of the Sky Islands throughout the ages, as well as the epicenter of power within the entirety of the divine island. Feis ascended the steps before the shrine with measured grace, his mind encapsulated by a singular notion: opulence. For the past 5 days, Feis has been tirelessly engaged in post-war affairs, all in pursuit of fulfilling his grandmother's last wish, to bring an end to a war that has spanned over 3 centuries and restore peace to the empty island. He first accompanied Captain Pang to the battlefield, summoning the Sandia warriors back to their tribe, just as the remaining 2 divine guards were poised to pursue. Feis propelled Captain Pang onto the stage. The captain relayed the events that had transpired on Divine Island in meticulous detail to the divine ministers, Chi and Yu. Upon receiving the news, the 2 ministers, devoid of any lingering desire for battle, hurriedly led the divine guards back to safeguard Gonfu. Meanwhile, Feis remained with the warriors, engaging in discussions with the tribe's chief and 3 deputy chiefs regarding subsequent matters. Being young and having lived only 15 years in his past life, Feis lacked management experience. Recognizing that specialized tasks should be entrusted to professionals, he endeavored to apply some management strategies he had learned in his previous life, which astonished the 4 present with their brilliance. Following 2 days and nights of deliberation, they finally finalized a comprehensive plan. Conversely, after parting ways with the Sandians, Feis scoured the empty island but failed to uncover any trace of his sister. It was highly likely that she had already been taken off the island. The only clue left behind was a black wing, prompting Feis to resolve to search for his sister once he set sail. His purpose for visiting the Divine Society was to seek Gonfu and implement this plan. However, he appeared to have encountered a minor obstacle. "Halt, little brat. This is the Divine Society, a place you cannot enter." The squad leader at the entrance swiftly intervened as Feis approached the grandeur. "You don't recognize me?" Feis inquired, touching his cheek and observing the middle-aged man with a prominent mustache, furrowing his brow. "Regardless of who you are, be silent." The mustache squad leader was about to say more when a sharp reprimand interrupted him. Feis turned to see a rotund figure hastily emerging from the entrance. It was none other than Captain Pang, who seemed to have gained considerable girth since their last encounter. "Divine Minister, The mustached squad leader quickly donned a sycophantic expression upon seeing Captain Pang's arrival and rushed to greet him. Captain Pang promptly kicked the mustached man to the ground, who rolled several times before coming to a halt. Ouch, ouch. The mustached man lay on the ground, wailing, and with his quick wit, he realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. He feigned pain, too fearful to rise. Captain Pang spat at the mustached man, then hurriedly approached Feis. He bowed deeply and humbly stated, "My lord, you have arrived. The divine minister has awakened. He is unable to move and is awaiting your presence within the divine society." After speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with the guards stationed behind him. Two astute guards promptly understood and hurriedly carried away the still howling mustached man. Witnessing this scene, Feis couldn't help but smile. Looking at Captain Pang's divine minister robes, he inquired, "Have you been promoted?" Noting that Feis had chosen not to pursue the matter further. Captain Pang bent even lower. "Yes, my lord. I owe my promotion and mercy to Lord Nightmare." He was well aware that Lord Nightmare harbored intentions to win him over, having brought him to the battlefield. This is an opportunity to establish one's authority and to signal to Gonfuer and the Divine Guard that this person now belongs to me. Enough of this. By the way, my name is Feis. Satisfied, Feis patted the chubby captain on the shoulder, indicating him to lead the way. He had never intended to massacre the divine soldiers, nor did he aim to be merciless toward Gonfuer, otherwise. A single wave of fire would have reduced both Gonfuer and Pierre to ashes. Ultimately, it was the kindness of Grandmother Hella that influenced him, preventing him from indulging in indiscriminate slaughter. As for the chubby captain, his feelings leaned more towards admiration. The chubby captain guided Feis through a labyrinthine path to the depths of the Temple of the Gods, arriving at a grand and solemn palace. Gonfuer, having received the news, had long been waiting there. Feis and Gonfuer seated themselves on the ground, staring intensely at one another. Nearby stood the last two priests of the Divine Island. With the chubby captain beside them, Gonfuer appeared in a pitiful state. His silver armor had faded, his body was wrapped in bandages, even his wings were no exception, rendering him akin to a mummy. With a chuckle, Feis couldn't help but laugh at Gonfuer's bandaged face, with only his furious eyes glaring back at him. "You insufferable little brat." Gonfuer seethed, struggling to rise in an attempt to retaliate against Feis. He found it difficult to associate the youthful and delicate visage before him with the ruthless nightmare he had encountered. However, as he moved, it seemed to aggravate his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. The three priests, witnessing the once mighty god in such a disheveled state, turned beet red while trying to stifle their laughter. "Humph. Laugh if you wish. Ha ha. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Ha ha. Our great deity also finds himself in such a wretched state. Ha ha." The hall resonated with joyous laughter, contrasting sharply with Gonfuer's increasingly darkened expression. Everything seemed less dire than anticipated. A thought crossed Gonfuer's mind, and a smile crept onto his lips. After a while, Feis waved his hand, interrupting the merriment, and began to address the matter at hand. Noticing Feis's serious demeanor, Gonfuer straightened himself in preparation. The main event was about to unfold. He understood that the youth before him was about to utter words that would reshape the dynamics of the Sky Island for centuries to come. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feis Kamala, the leader of the Sandia tribe." Feis mentally reviewed the planned course of action, ensuring its soundness before continuing. "You are all aware of the crimes committed by Priest Mu and Priest Yu. They have paid the ultimate price for their transgressions, and this matter is now closed. Thank you, and after this issue is resolved, I will personally lead the Divine Guard to Yunying Village to express my responsibility for the failures in my oversight." Upon hearing this, Gonfuer exhaled a sigh of relief and spoke softly. He was genuinely apprehensive about Feis pursuing this matter further, which would undoubtedly spell disaster for Angel Island. After all, no one could stand against Feis. Hearing Gonfuer's words, Feis nodded in satisfaction. He had once contemplated exterminating Gonfuer and the Divine Guard entirely, but such an act would merely breed more resistance. Gonfuer was the god of Angel Island, a symbol of spiritual faith. Eliminating him would likely prolong the conflict indefinitely. It would be far more prudent to retain him to manage Angel Island. Most importantly, it was Grandmother Hella's dying wish. "I have come here for 3 matters, and the first is to bring an end to this prolonged war." Chapter 6. The Plot for Biker Indeed. As soon as Feis uttered these words, Gonfuer displayed a look of realization. He had already learned of the youth's intentions from the chubby captain and inquired, "However, while this may sound easy, how do we bring it to an end?" "Quite simply. You must be aware of the agreement concerning the great warrior Calgera. If we allow the Sandia people to return to their ancestral land, the Divine Island, and ring the golden bell, they shall cease their hostilities. Feis held a deep admiration for the Sandia people, who had tirelessly upheld the flame of their ancestors' promise for nearly 4 centuries. Before setting out, the tribal leaders had informed Feis of the conditions for reconciliation. Upon hearing this reasonable condition, Gonfuer nodded in agreement, stating, "That is acceptable. If it means ending the war, I can declare the opening of the Divine Island and lead the Sandia people to the ancient city of Xiongduola." You guessed correctly. A smile played at the corners of Feis's lips. He had long suspected that Gonfuo was aware of the location of Xiongduola. After all, not long from now, the Roger pirates would also arrive at the Sky Island, heading towards the ancient city of Xiongduola, ultimately uncovering the historical texts detailing ancient weaponry. The one guiding Roger back to the Grand Line would indeed be none other than Gonfuer himself. This must have been approved by him. Secondly, I intend to strip you of your divine identity. Feis surveyed the presence of Gonfuer and the 3 priests before him, asserting his declaration with unwavering resolve. What? This cannot be. Lord Gonfuer has contributed so much to the Island of the Gods. How can one merely take away his status? Indeed, Lord Feis, depriving him of his divine identity would plunge the island into chaos. Upon hearing Feis's words, the 3 priests became visibly agitated. Only Gonfuer remained silent, slowly raising his bandaged hand to signal for the others to quiet down. Is a different mode of governance to be adopted? That makes sense. With the residents of Sandia and the inhabitants of the Angel Island cohabiting, it would be unreasonable for me to take charge. Feis regarded Gonfuer with approval, acknowledging his astuteness as the island's administrator. I have decided to establish the Council of the Sky Island, which will be jointly managed by the Sandians and the inhabitants of the Sky Island. The inaugural council will consist of 9 members, with 4 representatives from both the Angel Island and Sandia, in addition to myself as the council president. Each member will be responsible for a specific affair of the Sky Island, and significant decisions will be determined by the council, requiring a majority to take effect, while the council president will possess a veto power. After absorbing Feis's words, Gonfuer furrowed his brow, seemingly grappling with these unfamiliar concepts. Feis, with a smile in his eyes, remained patient, aware that power must ultimately be wielded by oneself. He understood that in a realm governed by divine authority for centuries, breaking free from entrenched norms would not be a simple endeavor. This parliamentary system was devised by Feis, drawing from certain memories of a past life, and subsequently refined by several chieftains of Sandia, culminating in a concrete proposal. It represents Feis's modest endeavor to instigate change in this world. Ultimately, the Sky Island serves merely as the starting point of Feis's remarkable journey, while the Grand Line embodies the vast expanse where he can roam freely. All of his current efforts are directed towards transforming the Sky Island into a solid foundation. Once he has amassed sufficient strength to cultivate his influence, the Sky Island will be capable of providing a stable supply of resources and talent. In the original narrative, why was Kaido so adamant about seizing Wano? Was it not in pursuit of a stable rear base, to secure resources for his extravagant warfare? In this new life, Feis is unwilling to resign himself to being an inconspicuous figure. The vast ocean can indeed encompass all dreams and ambitions. However, the prerequisite for this is one's own strength. At present, an opportunity for growth awaits on a certain empty island. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Gonfu's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and his gaze grew resolute. He deeply scrutinized Feis, feeling an inexplicable yet compelling aura emanating from the young man before him. Seemingly having made up his mind, Gonfu called out, "Honorable Chairman, what is the 3rd clause?" A wise choice, Feis thought, elevating his evaluation of Gonfu. This young deity possessed keen judgment and was indeed a person of potential. For the 3rd clause, I wish to inquire about a location, a place known as Baika Island. Baika, Gonfu murmured several times, as if striving to recall it from the depths of his mind. Baika Island was the homeland of Enel, the god of the empty island in the original work, and it was also the island that Enel had subsequently destroyed with his own hands. After annihilating his homeland, Enel came to the empty island, usurping the island of gods and displacing Gonfu from his divine position. There were 2 things that Feis desired from Enel: the natural thunder fruit and the cultivation method of the heart line. The thunder fruit, needless to say, ranks among the finest of the formidable natural type fruits. The fruit's wielder possesses the ultimate power to embody lightning. In the original work, Enel demonstrated its might to the fullest, showcasing unparalleled speed and attack intensity. In terms of speed, only the shining fruit of a certain individual could rival it. The attack intensity is even more comprehensible. A single strike from the thunder can sink an island. While it is true that only weak fruit users are weak, there are no weak fruits. However, the lower limit of the natural type fruits is undoubtedly the highest among the three categories. Just the ability to elementalize leaves many powerful individuals who lack the advanced haki in admiration. Currently, Feis speculated that Enel may not yet have been born or might be merely 1 or 2 years old, presenting a prime opportunity to acquire the thunder fruit. Heaven bestows opportunities, yet one must seize them, lest they be met with misfortune. As for the heart line, it likely refers to one of the 3 haki types, observation haki. This formidable aura sharpens one's senses, enabling the detection of the breath of surrounding creatures and the fluctuations of their emotions, while also allowing for the anticipation and evasion of peril. Among the 3 types of haki, the conqueror's haki has already been awakened, whereas the armament haki remains elusive. The cultivation method for the observation haki is likely to be found on Baika Island. With Feis's inherently keen senses, coupled with the observation haki, he would be as if adorned with the wings of a tiger, potentially elevating his strength to new heights. As for the thunder fruit, it shall remain a treasured possession for now, as Feis has other plans in mind. However, witnessing Ganfo's deep contemplation, Feis felt a weight settle in his heart. This individual, after all, is the god of the Sky Islands. He surely cannot be oblivious to the whereabouts of Baika Island. Baika. At that moment, the plump captain standing beside him suddenly exhibited a look of realization. It seemed he had recalled something, and he joyfully exclaimed, Lord Feis. Lord Feis, I know the location of Baika Island. Chapter 7. Arrival. The white sea stretched endlessly before them. Amidst the vast ocean, a small vessel sailed through the winds, its rear equipped with several powerful wind turbines roaring to life. Wilt, that fellow, truly proved to be quite dependable. As Feis gazed upon the silhouette of the enormous island gradually emerging on the horizon, he let out a sigh of relief. Wilt was the name of the plump captain, who should now be referred to as the plump priest. After the delegation from the Temple of the Sun concluded their affairs, Feis entrusted the specific matters of the assembly entirely to Ganfer and several tribal chiefs and vice-chiefs, assuming a hands-off approach. It is worth mentioning that due to Ganfer's severe injuries, their journey to Chandora had to be postponed. Feis himself set sail for Baika Island, accompanied by the plump priest. After 3 days of navigation, they finally arrived at their destination. The entirety of Baika Island was enveloped by lush, verdant forests, with towns nestled amidst the towering trees. Feis walked along the beach, preparing to traverse the forest to inquire about Enelu's whereabouts. In truth, he was uncertain whether Enelu had even been born at this time. The original narrative did not specify Enelu's exact age, but Feis speculated he was nearly 40. The age dynamics among pirates are inherently nebulous. Who would have thought that little Mako was approaching 50? Just as Feis was lost in thought, a series of childlike cries echoed from deep within the dense woods, capturing his attention. How could there be a child in such a place? A flicker of confusion crossed Feis's eyes as he moved his steps to seek the source of the weeping. Soon, a scene of desolation came into view. A dilapidated wooden house, a fresh grave, and a little boy of 2 or 3 years. The boy was sobbing at the foot of the grave, choking on his tears as he cried out, Mommy and Daddy, I miss you so much. Ever since you left, everyone bullies me, sob. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. As if sensing someone approaching, the child instinctively hugged his head with both hands. Feis glanced over, noticing the child's bruised and swollen face, his tousled golden hair, and long earlobes that drooped onto his shoulders. This unique physical characteristic belongs to Enel. Feis is certain that the pitiable child before him is indeed the target he has been searching for. Truly, he has traversed great distances in vain only to find this without any effort. It is simply unimaginable that the future domineering god of Skypiea once endured such a wretched existence in his youth. Fate can be cruel. Feis conjectures that Enel must have faced exclusion and torment from the residents of Baika Island, forced to live alone in this dense forest. As the timid gaze of young Enel shifts towards him, Feis quickly composes himself, suppressing his wandering thoughts. He recalls that in the original narrative, Enel possesses the ability to read minds, a talent that is evidently not acquired through training or the development of a devil fruit. Most likely, it is an innate ability. merely amplified by the power of the rumble fruit. The small Enel, standing before the grave, furrows his brow with suspicion and asks, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this inquiry, a myriad of responses flashes through Feis's mind. After 3 seconds, he opts for a display of acting prowess. Ignoring young Enel's peculiar gaze, he walks slowly towards the grave with a sorrowful expression, plucking a wildflower from the roadside and gently laying it down. Young Enel blinks in surprise, seemingly unable to grasp the significance of the gesture. Suddenly, Feis's large hand covers his curly hair. "Are you the child of Big Brother and Big Sister Enel?" "I am your father's half-brother, Feis." Ruffling the boy's small head, Feis speaks with warmth. "Uncle? I have an uncle? Really?" The unexpected revelation halts Enel's thoughts, transforming his bewildered expression into one of skepticism. Yet, within his small panda-like eyes, a flicker of light emerges, hope. "It's not a lie. Just like you, I have no wings. And I can be your uncle." Turning his back to reveal his sturdy frame, Feis genuinely does not wish to deceive a child. Young Enel explores his surroundings with growing excitement, realizing he truly has no wings. Furthermore, there is someone willing to be his kin. With this realization, tears well up in his eyes, as suppressed grievances erupt in an instant. He clings to Feis, sobbing uncontrollably. "Uncle Feis, those wicked people, they killed Mom and Dad. They drove me here alone and beat me, calling me a freak." Children are often innocent. When someone embraces them as family, they naturally wish to accept it. After all, who could refuse a glimmer of light amid despair? Especially a mere child of 2 or 3 years. Feis finally comprehends why the original Enel sought to destroy his homeland, Burka Island. With his parents met with a tragic end and having endured relentless bullying throughout his life, how could he not seek vengeance? As young Enel cries, his small body eventually succumbs to slumber upon Feis's broad back. Feis gently lifts the frail form and lays him on a rickety bed within the wooden cabin. Lying there, Enel appears to be trapped in a nightmare, clutching his head with his small hands, his brow furrowed, murmuring, "Please, don't hit me, Mom and Dad." Feis tenderly pats young Enel's chest, soothing him into a peaceful sleep. For reasons unknown, this child evokes memories of Feis's own past life. After a moment, Enel's face relaxes, and he softly utters, "I have family now, Uncle Feis." Feis's heart jolts, momentarily lost in reverie. He rises and steps outside the wooden cabin, gently closing the door behind him. Having found Enel, Feis has accomplished half of his mission. Clearly, the current Enel has yet to consume the rumble fruit. Otherwise, the unarmed residents of Burka Island would not have been able to inflict harm upon him. The emergence of devil fruits remains unpredictable. Many powerful fruits may lie hidden in some corner of the Grand Line. Even Ganful managed to find the Mermere fruit for Pierre. Thus, the existence of the rumble fruit in Burka Island is not surprising. However, given young Enel's limited range of movement, that particular fruit is likely concealed somewhere within this forest. For the next half-day, Feis conducts a thorough search of the dense woods. The result is evident. He finds nothing. Where could it possibly be? Sitting in front of the wooden cabin, Feis scratches his head in perplexity. Chapter 8. A glimmer of hope as evening approaches, Enel awakens to an enticing aroma. He pushes open the door to find Feis seated beside a massive bonfire, roasting a colossal leg of an unknown sea creature, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. "Uncle Feis, I'm hungry." Gazing at the sizzling, aromatic leg, young Enel swallows hard. Deep within, it seems he has fully accepted Feis as family, and the title rolls off his tongue with ease. "It will be ready soon. Come and eat." Feis pats the stone beside him, inviting young Enel to sit down, and he slices a generous portion of the thoroughly cooked meat to hand to him. The Sea King, encountered by Feis while he was replacing the wind shell on the small boat, bore a striking resemblance to the legendary king of the coastal waters, providing a delightful distraction for the two. Individuals in the world of pirates are notoriously gluttonous, likely due to their need to maintain high levels of physical exertion, which requires substantial caloric intake. Feis is no exception to this rule, especially after enhancing his physique with the powers of a mythical zoan fruit. He must consume at least 100 pounds of meat in a single meal, converting it into energy to bolster his strength. After a fruitless afternoon of searching, Feis resolved to broaden his search to encompass the entirety of Baika Island. The thunder fruit must be located on Baika Island. Otherwise, the later arrival of Enel would not have possessed the capability to obliterate such a vast landmass. However, the search would undoubtedly be time-consuming. prompting Feis to decide to temporarily reside on the island. Observing Enel indulge in his feast, Feis opened his rubbery mouth wide and took a hearty bite of the delectable thigh meat of the Sea King. What is this? How amazing! Enel gazed at Feis with wide eyes, sparkling with wonder. What you see here is the power of my devil fruit ability, Feis proclaimed, as he twisted his head a full 720 degrees before returning to his original form with a resounding snap. Wow, Uncle Feis is incredible! This horrifying and thrilling scene left Enel in ecstatic delight, clamoring for Feis to perform once more. Look closely, Uncle can breathe fire too. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the child, Feis showcased his fiery abilities once again. All right, enough of that, let us eat. Observing Enel still appearing unsatisfied, Feis quickly stuffed food into his mouth. How could the esteemed president of the Sky Island Council find himself reduced to performing tricks for a mere child? If word got out, wouldn't he Gonfer and the others laugh themselves to death? Enel, haven't your brother and sister mentioned the devil fruit to you? No, this is the first time I've seen such a marvelous thing. What about the heart line? What is the heart line? Is it something to eat? Enel, who was fervently devouring roasted meat, paused momentarily, his curiosity piqued. For the young Enel, the value of anything lay solely in its ability to satiate his hunger. After all, since the passing of his parents, he had endured long periods of starvation, subsisting on wild fruits and vegetables. It's the ability to sense the next move of others, to hear their innermost thoughts. Hear their innermost thoughts? But Uncle Feis can't do that, can he? My parents and I can. Enel tilted his head in confusion as he continued. But it's strange. I seem unable to hear your thoughts. That's only natural, for Uncle Feis is exceptionally powerful. Feis turned and gently patted the boy's head, though internally, he was engulfed in turmoil. No wonder the residents of Baika Island had conspired to kill Enel's parents and cast the young Enel out of the town. The sensation of having one's innermost thoughts exposed at any moment is indeed dreadful. Thankfully, he had taken precautions. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently revealed too much. It was now nearly certain that the method of cultivating the heart line had not been imparted by Enel's parents. Thus, he would have to seek his fortune elsewhere. Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped by. During this period, Feis resided with Enelu in the dense forest. He took Enelu for a stroll along the bustling streets of Baika Island, where he purchased numerous children's garments and toys for him. You may wonder where the funds originated. Naturally, Feis had extorted them from the generous deity before his departure. While shopping, Feis inevitably encountered minor conflicts with the island's inhabitants, who vehemently declared Enelu a freak and sought to expel him. Feis responded with an overwhelming display of his conqueror's haki, which significantly altered the situation. Thereafter, one or two individuals would avert their gaze from the pair. On their way home, Feis inquired if Enelu wished for him to seek vengeance on his behalf, to which Enelu firmly declined. With resolute determination, he stated that he would wait until he possessed strength to avenge his parents himself. The child appears to be both utterly ignorant and remarkably insightful. Over the course of a month, Feis scoured the entirety of Baika Island 3 or 4 times. Yet he found no trace of the thunder fruit. Although he had prepared himself for a protracted search prior to his arrival, he had never anticipated such difficulty in obtaining it. Ultimately, Feis reluctantly concluded that perhaps the previous wielder of the thunder fruit still lived in this era. It might take another decade or two for the current user to pass away, allowing the fruit to re-emerge on Baika Island for Enairu to acquire. Hence, Feis resolved to return to the Sky Island to fulfill the long-held aspirations of the Sandia tribe. On the other side, Gamble should be nearly recovered after a month of rest. Once all matters were settled, he would return to see if fortune smiled upon him. It was somewhat disappointing that this expedition to Baika Island seemed fruitless. Not only had he failed to find the thunder fruit, but even the methods of refining the heartstring eluded him. Feis sighed, contemplating his situation before finding solace in the fact that he had not returned entirely empty-handed. At least he was bringing back a large nephew. Enairu, hurry up. We are about to depart. Feis called out as he emerged from the dense forest, directing his voice towards his nephew, who was still dawdling at home. Hey, I'm coming. Enairu struggled forward, dragging a suitcase larger than himself, filled with toys and new clothes that Feis had purchased for him. You little rascal, Feis exclaimed as he stepped forward to take the suitcase from Enairu's hands. The child appears to cherish this hard-won familial bond deeply. Ah, by the way, Uncle Feis. It seems a thought has suddenly struck him. Enairu scampered over, dragging a dusty little iron box from beneath the bed. Then, like a treasure being presented, he hurried to Feis's side, handing him the box and saying, "Uncle Feis, this is a relic left to me by my parents. I do not comprehend its significance. Would you kindly keep it safe for me?" This was not merely a moment. Feis's heart seemed to skip a beat as he slowly opened the box before him. What greeted his eyes was a book with a blue cover, accompanied by a fruit resembling a patterned pineapple, and at the bottom lay a thick stack of blueprints. Chapter 9. The humanoid generator. The journey back was remarkably smooth, yet aboard the vessel was an additional presence, Enelu. After sharing a month of meals centered around the Sea King, Enelu no longer appeared as frail as before. His previously pallid face had taken on a rosy hue. As the small boat carried Feis and Enelu away from Baiko Island, Enelu's smile became increasingly frequent. The pain of losing his parents seemed to be gradually washed away by the ocean breeze. He had finally emerged from the shadows, radiating the vitality of youth. However, in the time that followed, Feis realized that his days of fortune were drawing to a close. This little rascal is truly a handful. Wow. Uncle Feis, look over there, a giant shark. That is a dolphin. Wow. Uncle Feis, look over there, a large dolphin. That is a shark. Wow. Uncle Feis, what is your home like? There. Uncle Feis, please be quiet. As the distant silhouette of Angel Island gradually came into view, Feis finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The past 3 days have felt like an eternity. Anairu, embarking on his maiden voyage, resembled an inquisitive child, eager to explore the myriad of novelties surrounding him. Faced with the innocent inquiries of the young one, Feis could only respond with patience and diligence. He eventually entrusted Anairu to Gonfur, allowing this pair of old adversaries from the original tale to engage in a playful rivalry. Observing the incessant chatter from Anairu, Feis promptly made a decision. An hour later, their small vessel docked at the harbor of Angel Beach. Feis had intended to sail straight to God Island, but the wind-powered sail of their boat had exhausted its energy. Thus, they were compelled to stop here temporarily to resupply at Angel Island. The initial provisions had seemed sufficient, yet Feis surmised it was likely due to Anairu's excessive weight. Casting a glance at Anairu's round little belly, Feis harbored a mischievous thought. He pulled his sun hat low over his eyes, each hand grasping a suitcase, one large and one small, as he strolled leisurely along the beach. Behind him, Anairu bounced about like a playful monkey, curiously surveying this unfamiliar yet vibrant island. After a month of tranquility, Angel Beach had regained its former splendor. Numerous young couples strolled together, frolicking in the sea, while a family enjoyed a cheerful picnic under a sunshade on the beach. Suddenly recalling something, Feis halted. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Uncle Feis, look over there. That big sister has such a large chest. She seems to fancy that uncle, but he's already married," Anairu exclaimed, tugging at Feis's pants and pointing at a bikini-clad girl playing with friends by the shore. "Focus, you little rascal." Feis's expression darkened as he delivered a playful smack to Anairu's head, although his eyes briefly wandered to the direction Anairu indicated. "Now, listen closely. I have 2 important matters to discuss. First, I will temporarily safeguard your parents' belongings and return them to you when you have matured a bit. Secondly, and this is crucial, remember to refrain from using your mind-reading ability on friends and strangers. It is a matter of respect in interpersonal relationships. Also, do not disclose your ability to others." "Okay," Anairu nodded, partially comprehending Feis's words. He chose to trust his uncle, believing that Feis had his best interests at heart. Meanwhile, Feis was cognizant of the potential ramifications. Should Anairu continue to wield his mind-reading power without restraint, he would soon find himself unwelcome on this island. Although the islanders would likely refrain from mistreating Anairu due to Feis's presence, whispers and rumors would be inevitable. Feis wished to avoid any malicious gossip that might lead Anairu back to a perilous path. As for the thunder fruit, it was too hazardous to bestow upon Anairu at this juncture. Its time would come in the future. Regrettably, this would disrupt Feis's original plans, which aimed for a collaboration with Dr. Vegapunk once he had gained sufficient strength. Feis had long coveted the advanced technologies of this scientist, who was ahead of his time by 5 centuries. Not only had Vegapunk unraveled the conditions for imparting the powers of devil fruits, granting objects their abilities, but he had also invented a method allowing Navy ships to traverse windless zones using sea prism stone. If Feis could harness such technologies, he believed he could swiftly establish a formidable force. He had never doubted that Dr. Vegapunk would entertain a partnership. His own bargaining chips were substantial as he possessed an entirely new technology tree. This ambition stemmed from the fact that, apart from Anairu's arc maxim, Feis had not encountered any electrically powered vessels in the original narrative. Even the eccentric Frankie relied on cola energy rather than electricity. Feis found the technological landscape of the pirate world perplexing. For instance, while mass-produced robots existed, a proper electrical system was conspicuously absent. Even the celestial dragons, residing in Mariahua, utilized human-powered elevators. The synergy of the Thunder Fruit and electromagnetic knowledge promised the creation of an electromagnetic technology tree, an irresistible allure for any leading scientist. Although Feis had only self-studied the basics in his previous life, providing a general direction would suffice for someone of Dr. Vegapunk's caliber. Establishing a collaborative relationship with Vegapunk was a pivotal aspect of Feis's future plans. Regrettably, fate had introduced a Nairu into the equation. Feis could never stoop to pilfering the possessions of a child left by his parents. He was not the kind of person who would resort to unscrupulous means for his goals. Yet, perhaps a different form of collaboration could be devised. Thus, it is decided, the multifunctional humanoid generator, a Nairu. Feis's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he affectionately ruffled a Nairu's wild hair, akin to gazing at a rare treasure. "Uncle Feis, what are you laughing at?" a Nairu inquired. "I just remembered something delightful, little one." "What is that?" "Nothing much. Let us set sail for God Island." After procuring a fresh supply of wind shells from a nearby shop, Feis playfully tossed a Nairu onto his shoulder, much like a sack of flour. "Haha. Hold on tight. We're off. Let us go, Uncle Feis." The Feis ship requests permission to set sail. "Captain Nairu, please give your orders." Set sail, set sail." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouettes of the two figures, one large and one small, stretched long against the backdrop of the port. Chapter 10. The Serpent's Assault in the Hall of Conferences at the God Society. The conference hall has been transformed from the grandest palace of the Divine Society. With dozens of imposing white marble columns reaching up to the dome, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity. At this moment, Feis occupies the head of the conference table, flanked on his left by Gonfu and 3 priests, while the leader of the Shandia tribe, Salmon, along with 3 vice leaders, sits to his right. All members of the Sky Island Council are present. Curiously, each of these individuals is wrapped in bandages, their heads bowed in dejection, enveloped in a heavy silence. The atmosphere is palpably awkward. After a prolonged pause, Feis breaks the silence, inquiring, "So, you allowed a serpent to pummel you?" One of the vice leaders of the Shandia tribe, named Shankue, responds, "You would not believe it, Chief. When we approached the colossal vine, that serpent descended from it and launched an assault upon us. It was as thick as a house and several hundred meters long, resembling a giant catfish. It came at me with a snap of its jaws, and had Gonfu not yanked me away, I would have been devoured." Shankue, a burly figure with broad shoulders and muscles rippling beneath his bare skin, adorned with the totems of the Shandia tribe, typically a fierce warrior, now appears somewhat cowed, as if the great serpent has instilled fear within him. "Indeed, my Lord Feis," another chimes in. "We merely intended to scout the area. You cannot fathom the ferocity of that serpent. It struck the rear of the underworld priest with its tail, leaving him bedridden for half a month. Not to mention, that serpent is venomous. Even the colossal vine would not suffice for a single bite. Yes, you cannot imagine the plight of Priest Wilt at that moment. He nearly became the serpent's dessert, the others lament, each contributing to the tale, allowing Feis to grasp the situation at hand. It turns out that 10 days prior, Gonfu's injuries had nearly healed, and the preparations for the formation of the Sky Island Council were complete. Everything was in readiness, awaiting Feis's return. The original Divine Guard had merged with the warriors of the Shandia tribe, forming a new force known as the Sky Island Guardians. This army is directly under the jurisdiction of the Sky Island Council, with Gonfu as its commander and the chieftain of the Sandia tribe, Salmon, serving as the chief strategist. This also signifies Feis's destiny. He is fated to depart from the Sky Island and embark on his own grand adventure in the Grand Line. Thus, the command of this army can only be entrusted to Gonfu and Salmon. 3 days prior, this force underwent reorganization. However, Feis has yet to return. The promise made by Gonfu during the reconciliation to lead the Shandians to Skypiea and ring the Golden Bell has been delayed due to Feis's absence. In an effort to reassure the numerous Shandian warriors, Gonfu proposed in the council meeting that 8 council members should lead a portion of the newly formed Sky Island Guard to explore the realities of the ancient city above the vines. The outcome was predictable, The enormous venomous python descending along the vines instilled a profound sense of terror in the newly established Sky Island Guard, impervious to blades and firearms. This colossal creature, imbued with lethal poison, resulted in utter chaos among the ranks. Knock, knock. Feis lightly tapped his fingers twice on the table, signaling for silence. He was well aware of that great serpent, a testament to the bond between the valiant Calgera and Rolando, having lived for nearly 4 centuries. Counselor Moss, please provide an account of the casualties. After organizing his thoughts, Feis scanned the assembly, ultimately resting his gaze upon a strikingly graceful Shandian woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, her dark ponytail tied with a hair tie, her alluring figure radiating the charm of maturity, while her arms were wrapped in bandages. She is the only female among the 3 deputy clan leaders of Sandia, named Moss. The esteemed speaker of the council, realizing her address was somewhat inappropriate, blushed and quickly corrected herself. Thanks to the timely discoveries made by clan leader Salmon and Counselor Ganfor, preparations were made in advance, and this operation resulted in no fatalities. Only a few of us counselors sustained injuries due to rearguard actions. That is good news. You all should rest for a few days, and then we shall proceed to Zandora. Hearing that there were no casualties, Feis let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the situation was not as dire as it could have been. Speaker, can you confront that great serpent? If not, we can wait a few more years. It is not too late for you to grow stronger. We can afford to wait. Indeed, we have waited all these years. There is no need to rush. The counselors voiced their concerns. Even the usually taciturn Salmon joined in. They were not only worried about Feis's safety, but also contemplating the future of the Sky Island. After nearly 400 years, the island had finally embraced a season of peace, a miracle brought forth by a mere 12-year-old boy. Therefore, Feis's safety was paramount and should not be taken lightly. No, that is not right. At this moment, Moss suddenly stood up, interrupting the voices of dissent. Her eyes sparkled with a fervent light, a manifestation of trust. Why should we doubt the speaker? Should we not steadfastly believe in him? But there is no but. It is settled. Additionally, Analu, please bring me that blue book. Feis interrupted the counselor's objections, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is this the sensation of being trusted by others? It feels rather delightful. However, that expression quickly faded from his face. This was due to the sight of Enel, resembling a cricket, scaling the pinnacle of the marble column, occasionally wriggling his rear. Enel, you mischievous little rascal, what on earth are you doing? Uncle Feis, I am imitating a cicada, absorbing the essence of the tree. Whoosh. Feis's rubbery arm stretched out, yanking Enel down from the marble column and delivering a playful rap on his head. Since this little brat has been following me, it seems that the atmosphere has increasingly gone awry. What could possibly be the reason? Allow me to introduce you to Inalu, my nephew. Ganfu. This is the good brother I specially brought back for you. Henceforth, I entrust him to your care. Uncle Feis, I don't want this strange bandaged big brother to take care of me. Inalu's innocent words pierced Ganfu's heart deeply. You little rascal, you're taking advantage of me. And you, little brat, who do you think is your big brother? Wait, what's so strange about that? The absurdity of the situation left Ganfu at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin his tirade. As a jest, let me share the fruits of my recent expedition to Biker Island. Feis turned and retrieved a blue book from the iron chest behind him. The council members, hearing this, displayed expressions of curiosity, for until now, they remained oblivious to Feis's true purpose for visiting Biker Island. This is a technique capable of rapidly enhancing your strength, known as observation haki. Chapter 11. Observation haki. Observation haki? What is haki? Does observation imply the ability to see? It must be a form of power. The book held by the chairman likely contains the training methods for this ability. The council members quickly deduced the gist of the matter, and deep within Feis's heart, he felt a sense of admiration. Truly, these individuals from the Sky Island are the CRME de la CRME. To reach such heights requires not only strength, but also intellect. The corpulent priest stands as a prime example. Haki is an innate potential present in all individuals, encompassing aura, murderous intent, and fighting spirit, among others. When one learns to manipulate these invisible sensations, their willpower transforms into a formidable weapon, a force so potent that it is referred to as haki. Observing the ongoing discussions, Feis took it upon himself to clarify their uncertainties. During the days spent aboard the ship, he had mastered the training methods of observation haki, and now he could explain with ease. Regarding armament and conqueror's haki, my knowledge is rather limited. but you should have encountered conqueror's haki before. I shall focus on observation haki, as the book in my possession contains its training techniques. Observation haki allows one to acutely sense the presence of opponents, foreseeing their positions, numbers, and the actions they will undertake in the next moment. Skilled practitioners can even glimpse fleeting glimpses of the future. As Feis delved deeper into his explanation, the mouths of the council members gaped wider in astonishment. Yet, a question flickered in their minds. When had they encountered conqueror's haki? Could it be, Lord Feis, if what you say is true, does that mean that our attacks would be futile against those who have mastered observation haki? Wouldn't such individuals be invincible? The usually reticent Chief Salmon inquired. Seemingly perplexed by this extraordinary power, he was a composed and serious middle-aged man, muscular and well-proportioned, with a long red braid tied at the back of his head. The character Weepa from the original work is his offspring. Not necessarily, Feis mused, stroking his smooth chin as he pondered how to respond. The conference room fell silent, the members' eyes glinting with curiosity, uncertain of how to counteract observation haki. In truth, defeating an opponent endowed with observation haki is quite simple. As long as your speed surpasses theirs, and your attacks are swifter than their reactions, a decisive strike will suffice. Thus, this ability should ideally be employed in conjunction with formidable personal strength, correct? Indeed. Once the meeting concludes, please take this book and make copies for the members of the Guard, encouraging them to train diligently. However, it was originally meant for Ainalu, as it is a relic from his parents. Feis handed the blue book to Ganfu. Seemingly reminded of something, he spoke to him. Councilman Ganfu, please organize a team to scour every corner of the Sky Island for the whereabouts of the devil fruit, specifically the type that Pierre consumed. You should be familiar with it. Understood, esteemed chairman. Ganfu accepted the task with enthusiasm. He dutifully executes Feis's orders without question, recognizing that the youth before him possesses profound intentions. This is also where Feis finds solace in Ganfu. He possesses discernment, asks few questions, understands the nuances of the moment, and is quite adept at executing tasks. His collaboration with the steady and reliable Salmon is indeed harmonious. In summary, one word encapsulates it all: dependable. Well, that's enough for today. You all should return and take some time to recuperate. We will gather at the Shrine of the Gods in 10 days, and I shall lead the expedition to ignite the flames of Chandora. Understood. As the Congress members dispersed, Feis stretched languidly, leaning back in his chair, lost in contemplation about the future direction of the Sky Island. Deep within, he harbored a sense of urgency, for at any moment, pirates could ascend via the rising sea currents to the Sky Island. Those unscrupulous brigands are not as amicable as Roger and Luffy. They thrive on chaos, pillaging, and destruction. Therefore, Feis was both eager to enhance his own strength, while simultaneously fortifying the defenses of the Sky Island. He planned to delve into mastering haki and honing his physique and fruit abilities after completing the expedition to Chandora. Furthermore, he envisioned transforming the Sky Island into a place akin to Amazon Lily, enabling as many armed forces as possible to master the two-color haki. This initiative to promote observation haki and seek out devil fruits was merely the first step in his grand design. After all, this is a true pirate world, not an animated series. Unforeseen events can occur at any moment. If everything were to unfold according to the original narrative, one would not know how they might meet their demise. The crisp sound of footsteps interrupted Feis's reverie, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Moss returning. What is it? Sister Moss? Before him stood Moss, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, her alluring silhouette barely concealed by her oversized animal hide attire. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters as her slender waist swayed toward Feis, a stark contrast to her bashful demeanor in the meeting, exuding an aura of wild charm. Why, Feis, dear brother, do you not think of your sister while you are out? Moss teased, as she playfully perched herself on Feis's lap, tilting his chin upward. Oh, this enchantress. Sister, what are you doing? I am no longer a child. Feis exclaimed, feeling the heat of embarrassment. This woman had always enjoyed toying with his innocence since childhood. Are you truly not a child anymore? I even bathed you when I left. Would you like your sister to take a look? Moss's words struck a chord, bringing forth memories from the past. Well, I must attend to business now. My esteemed council leader, the little brother who once trailed behind his sister has indeed grown. Noticing the darkening expression on Feis's face, Moss ceased her playful banter. She gracefully rose, swaying her slender waist as she exited the hall, casting a lingering flirtatious glance over her shoulder. Feis was left in a state of confusion. After nearly a decade apart, How had this childhood neighbor blossomed into such an enchanting woman? She was an orphan like Feis, and during their childhood, before Benny's birth, she had taken great care of him, perhaps due to their shared circumstances. 9 years ago, Moss had ventured to the warrior tribe for selection, and thereafter, she had vanished without a trace. Feis had mourned her presumed fate for a long time, believing she had perished in battle. Little did he know, upon her departure to the warrior tribe, that his childhood companion had ascended to the position of vice chief. Feis's successful unification of the warrior tribe was, in no small part, due to Moss's efforts. Uncle Feis. Suddenly, Enelu, who was playing in the mud nearby, called out to Feis. What is it? Does that lady have a crush on you? Enelu, have you been feeling itchy lately? Yes, why? Oh no, you might be growing a brain. Chapter 12, Ignite. The flames of Chandora 10 days flew by in an instant. At the Shrine of the Gods, now renamed the Sky Island Council, in front of the expansive plaza, which was usually desolate, was now bustling with life. Over 400 warriors of the Sky Island Guard were gathering, awaiting orders in silence. They donned a new, standardized combat uniform, wielding an array of weaponry. How exhilarating! Has the day finally arrived? Indeed, after centuries, we are about to fulfill the promise between warrior Kargala and Roland. Why are you crying? Is this not a joyous occasion? But what about the giant serpent? How shall we deal with it? Worry not, I have heard that this time, the esteemed council leader will personally intervene, and surely that beast will be vanquished. A warrior from Shandya murmured, overwhelmed by emotion. Yet, the haunting memory of their prior defeat at the hands of the venomous python loomed over them, filling them with trepidation. As the guards engaged in their discussions, 9 imposing figures clad in council robes slowly emerged from the depths of the council chamber. Wow, look! The council members have arrived. Is that the esteemed council leader? So tall and handsome. Indeed, I have heard that the council leader hails from the village of Yunin and at the tender age of 12, is steering the Sky Island towards peace. 12 years old. Is that true? I must let my little one experience the warmth of the Sky Island wolf pelt when I return. Ganfuer felt a sense of surrealism wash over him at the scene before him. Just over a month ago, the warriors of Shandya had been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle against the guardians of the gods, and he, along with Salmon and others, had been their seasoned adversaries. Now, everyone gathered together, united in purpose and ready to fight side by side. All of this is the miracle created by that young boy ahead. It is truly a long-awaited peace. Ganfuer could not help but express his emotions, with his eyes becoming slightly misty. The other members present felt the same. Even the typically resolute Salmon discreetly wiped the corner of his eye. Of course, Feis was oblivious to the sentiments of those behind him. With a serious expression, he stepped to the front of the stage and slowly raised his right hand, instantly silencing the entire square. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kamala Feis, the president of the Sky Island Council. The reason I have gathered you here today is to put an end to a war that has persisted for nearly 4 centuries. For the sake of peace, Sky Island Guardians, advance. With a sweeping gesture, Feis pointed towards the colossal vine. Roar, charge forth. For peace, ignite the flames of Chandra. In an instant, the warriors' shouts shattered the tranquil sky. Whoosh! They cried out the name of Chandra, their feet propelled by the gusts of wind, racing towards the immense vine. This scene bears a striking resemblance to the original. As the inhabitants of the Sky Island and the people of Sandia unite in their quest for the Golden Bell, let us embark on our journey as well. Observing that the guard squad has already set forth, Feis addressed the assembly of legislators behind him. Without awaiting their response, he unleashed a surge of intense flames from beneath him, propelling himself like a rocket into the distant horizon. This maneuver had been employed by Feis in the past, allowing him to glide gracefully at low altitudes over short distances. With a swift rush, he landed effortlessly. Covering several dozen miles, Feis arrived in less than 10 minutes. Gazing at the towering twin vines that seemed to pierce the heavens, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Who could have imagined that the remnants of Zandora would dangle from these vines? Over 300 years ago, the ascending currents had transported the island of the gods to the White Sea, and the relics of Zandora rested precisely atop the colossal vines, suspended amidst the clouds. Meanwhile, the Golden Bell found its place at the pinnacle of these magnificent vines. Your speed is truly remarkable. Not even on Pierre could I catch up with you, praised Ganfuer, the second to arrive, as he dismounted his steed. That is only natural. The Grand Speaker is indeed the most formidable presence in the Sky Islands. Came a gentle voice from above, revealing that the third to arrive was Moss. This sensation, could it be the devil fruit? Feis smiled faintly. Yet an unease began to stir within him. It seemed his sister Moss harbored some undisclosed secrets. No wonder she could securely occupy the position of vice clan leader at such a tender age. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds filled the air. Within a mere quarter of an hour, all the guards had gathered beneath the colossal vine. Given the scale of today's upheaval, it was remarkable that the serpent had not launched an attack. Indeed, the last time we approached the enormous vine, that snake had descended upon us like a frenzied tempest. Had it not been for the intervention of several esteemed council members, we would have surely met our demise. Feis found this quite peculiar. He possessed the ability to perceive sounds from several miles away. Yet, up to this moment, there had been no sign of disturbance. Could it be? He rapidly replayed this segment of the narrative in his mind, each detail crystallizing vividly. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. Everything was mere coincidence. The venomous python was unaware that Zyangwala resided atop the vine. In the original tale, when the python returned to Zyangwala, tears streamed from its eyes, indicating that it was indeed its first return in 4 centuries. During these 400 years, it had likely been in search of the childhood ruins, but had never been able to find them. The last time the venomous python ascended the vine in search, it had encountered the Sky Island Guard. Acting on its instinct as a serpent, it had launched an assault. With this realization, Feis felt a sense of relief. Guardians, let us embark. He conveyed his suspicions to the group and was the first to ascend the massive vine, prompting the guards behind him to follow suit. Beneath the sprawling vines, thick at the base yet slender at the top, they soared into the heavens. After more than half an hour of relentless pursuit, Feis and his companions finally arrived at the land that bore the remnants of an ancient city. As they set foot on the ruins of Shangdora, a dazzling golden light illuminated each of them. Wow, gold, so much gold. Is this truly the legendary city of gold, Shangdora? It is said to have an 800-year history. Where is the Golden Bell? Where can it be found? The immense golden city profoundly astonished every visitor, for the phrase resplendent and magnificent seemed custom-tailored for this place. Only the warriors of Sandia remained unfazed, diligently searching for any trace of the Golden Bell. Yet they discovered that not a hint of it could be found within the entire Golden City. The Golden Bell is atop the colossal vine. You all wait here. I shall return shortly. Unable to withstand the eager gazes of Chief Salmon and the others, Feis hastily sprang into action. The flames beneath his feet ignited once more, and he ascended swiftly along the great vine. Closer, even nearer. Right there. The Golden Bell. He paused, raised his fist. Boom. Ignite the lights of Shangdora. Chapter 13. The acceleration fruit. The melodious chimes transcended nearly 4 centuries, resonating once again over the land of the Sandia people. The warriors atop the ruins of Shangdora were engulfed in tears. At last, the day they had awaited had arrived. We did it. The promise of the great warrior Calgera. Indeed, they had achieved it. Nearly 400 years had passed, and they had finally fulfilled it. The warriors of Sandia were now weeping uncontrollably. Even Chief Salmon's eyes brimmed with tears. These tears are tears of excitement, tears of joy. For countless generations, the Sandia people have tirelessly labored in fulfillment of their ancestors' promise, sacrificing immensely. Yet, all these efforts have proven worthwhile, for the Golden Bell has once again tolled. Just as the soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, an unexpected calamity unfolded. A thunderous roar surged from below, reverberating through the air as the colossal vines began to tremble violently, the Golden Bell resonating with the tremors. In an instant, the entire Pandora ruins were engulfed in tumultuous upheaval, large clumps of earth plummeting from the depths of the ruins. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? No. This is not an earthquake. The rhythmic booming resembles. My head feels as if it has been crushed. It hurts so much. What on earth is this? The sudden upheaval caused some underqualified soldiers to tumble violently. Some, positioned near the ruins, were caught off guard and struck by falling gold ingots, leaving them bloodied and battered. With a resounding roar, the entire Shangdora ruins began to tilt, the edges crumbling away. What in the world is happening? Are we to perish here? How infuriating. Having just witnessed peace, I feel utterly unwilling to accept this fate. In an instant, chaos erupted within the ruins, fear spreading like wildfire among the crowd. Everyone, grasp onto something secure to avoid being thrown off. Assist the injured nearby. In this critical moment, Gunfoer swiftly rallied the soldiers to take measures for their own survival. He was uncertain how long this tremor would persist. Such intense turbulence renders any attempt to descend utterly futile. A moment's inattention could result in a disastrous fall from the colossal vines, reducing one to a mere pulp. Upon hearing this, the soldiers quickly regained their composure, each grasping the other, assisting the wounded in distancing themselves from the structure, seeking sturdy trees or massive boulders for refuge. Meanwhile, Feis rushed back from the apex of the vines at the first sign of disturbance. "Lord Feis has returned," exclaimed an astute soldier, spotting his silhouette, igniting excitement among the ranks. As they looked up, they beheld Feis descending from the heavens, flames erupting beneath him. Splendid. As the soldiers caught sight of Feis, their anxieties gradually eased. "Lord Feis, what transpired?" They clamored, encircling him with fervent inquiries. "It is of little consequence. The bell merely attracted the venomous python. Its massive form was incapable of ascending the vines and sought to dislodge Chandora through sheer force." He continued, "Now that the golden bell has been located, I shall descend to confront this serpentine beast and avenge you." With that, flames erupted beneath him, and the fierce winds swept up a storm of debris. He led the charge, leaping into the abyss. His agile form navigated the vines with grace, plummeting several meters in an instant. "So it is this beast," they roared. "Charge! Follow Lord Feis and slay the venomous python. Let us vanquish it." Inspired by Feis's unwavering resolve, the soldiers surged forth, cascading down the massive vines. They descended with urgency. The venomous python struck the enormous vines several times, but Feis's keen senses anticipated its movements, alerting everyone to evade peril. Finally, as they reached the base of the vines, a colossal azure serpent loomed before them. The venomous python measures at least 200 meters in length and over 10 meters in girth, adorned with a green back and blue patterns. Its massive serpentine body is flanked by dense tufts of hair, while two catfish-like whiskers protrude from its mouth, revealing a terrifying array of fangs. The entire form of the serpent resembles a mound of earth, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Feis felt a tremor of fear. Although he had seen this venomous python in animation, witnessing such a colossal creature in reality was a first. The python swung its head, seemingly intent on crashing through the vines. However, as its lantern-sized eyes scanned the air, it abruptly halted, the reflections of Feis and his companions visible within its cold gaze. Enemies meeting again stirred fierce emotions. Hissing, the massive body of the python coiled swiftly, its head raised high, icy eyes fixated on the group ensnared by the vines. Its forked tongue flickering as it gathered scent information. "This is a harbinger of the venomous serpent's assault. You all disperse swiftly. I shall confront it." Feis reacted instantly, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, signaling the others to retreat. This group of individuals stands no chance against the venomous python. Remaining here would only lead to unnecessary casualties. "However, my lord, there are no buts. That is an order." Before Ganfu could utter another word, he was interrupted by Feis's firm tone. "Understood. All personnel, withdraw from the battlefield and leave the matter to Lord Feis." Observing Feis's unwavering stance, Ganfu promptly led the council members to evacuate. "Let me stay. I believe I can offer some assistance." A gentle voice chimed in, and without needing to look, it was evident that it belonged to Moss. "Assistance?" Feis's gaze sharpened as it fixated on the venomous python, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "What is your ability?" "Indeed, I cannot hide it from you, dear brother Feis. I am uncertain of what to call this ability, but I can accelerate anything." Once the others had distanced themselves, Moss immediately donned a different demeanor, her voice alluring and enchanting. "Anything, mind you," she emphasized. "Acceleration?" Feis searched his mind for a corresponding ability from the original narrative, but found none. The only figure that came to mind was a lewd man with a red nose, whose power was to slow down light, perhaps a related ability. Enough with the trivialities. Let me test its efficacy. With that, Feis moved closer to Moss, extending a hand to signal her to unleash her power. Time was of the essence. The venomous python lurked nearby, poised to strike at any moment. Passive waiting was not Feis's style. He resolved to take the initiative. Moss understood the gravity of the situation and placed her delicate alabaster hand upon Feis's larger one. A faint blue halo emanated from her palm, enveloping Feis in a wondrous sensation. His heartbeat quickened, his thoughts sharpened. Feeling as if he had been pressed by the fast-forward button, his speed had increased by at least 30%. After testing his mobility, Feis concluded that this ability was indeed remarkably useful. Then, facing the venomous python, their gazes locked, an infinite battle fervor ignited within him. A fiery spear materialized in his hand, aimed directly at the serpent. Let the slaughter commence. Chapter 14. The flames sovereign. A man and a serpent stood poised for battle. Tension thick in the air. Feis wielded a vibrant yellow spear of fire, the terrifying heat distorting the air around him. From several meters away, Moss watched in awe, astonished that her brother Feis possessed such a fearsome ability. As the venomous python remained on the prowl, Feis struck first. He focused intently on the python, his dark eyes suddenly turning a brilliant crimson. The Conqueror's haki activated. Boom! A torrent of blue haki erupted from Feis, enveloping the surrounding space for hundreds of meters. In an instant, silence fell over the world. He stood as if a sovereign of the heavens, his stature seemingly boundless. The venomous python was completely engulfed by his haki, its yellow eyes rolling back as if intoxicated. Even this ancient creature, having survived for 4 centuries, succumbed to such overwhelming force, its consciousness wavering. The soldiers observing from a distance were even less resilient. What an astonishing presence! Is this the power of Lord Feis? I cannot endure this. I feel unwell. Thud! The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed from afar as many soldiers succumbed to the overwhelming impact of Feis' haki. Although Feis directed his haki solely at the venomous python, even a trace of its aura was too much for these ordinary soldiers to bear. This is indeed the demeanor of a king. It becomes clear that this formidable presence is precisely what Lord Feis referred to as the Conqueror's haki. The rotund priest rolled his eyes and collapsed, finally comprehending the meaning behind Feis's words at the council meeting. He had indeed witnessed such Conqueror's haki not long ago. Meanwhile, Ganfuo was also profoundly shaken, grasping at last the source of the overwhelming aura emanating from Feis. As the guards and council members fell one after another, only Ganfuo, Moss, and Salmon remained standing amidst the chaos. The poisonous python, swaying unsteadily, somehow managed to regain its balance and did not succumb. It withstood the impact of Feis's Conqueror's haki, its serpentine eyes regaining clarity. Indeed, it proved challenging to easily vanquish such a monstrous creature. Observing that the Conqueror's haki had little effect on the giant serpent, Feis remained undeterred and swiftly devised a countermeasure. Let us try this. Whoosh! A fiery spear was launched from his hand, darting toward the yellow eyes of the poisonous python like an arrow released from a bowstring. He had previously heard from Ganfuo and others that the python's hide was tough and its flesh thick, thus necessitating an attack on its weak points. The intense heat radiating from the flaming spear alerted the python to the imminent danger. Having experienced the previous impact of the Conqueror's haki, it had already realized that this human was not to be trifled with. In an instant, the poisonous python reacted, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of purple venom. The fiery spear clashed with the toxic spray in midair, akin to a red-hot iron plunging into icy water. The terrifying, brilliant yellow flame capable of melting gold and severing iron is truly fearsome. Its searing heat instantaneously evaporates the venom, while a pungent purple mist envelopes an area of several dozen meters, continuously spreading outward. Yet, the spear's forward momentum encounters the resistance of the venom, rendering it incapable of advancing even a fraction further. Feis finds himself secretly vexed. Having ventured out without his cloud-forged spear, he is unable to employ the technique returning to the tomb, which would have surely pierced through the venom to strike at the serpent's very body. Having missed this precious opportunity, he knows that the next time the venomous python will undoubtedly react preemptively, making it far more difficult to launch an attack with such ease. Indeed, Feis's strike has thoroughly enraged the python. It opens its gaping, crimson maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs, each gleaming with deadly coldness. In an instant, the massive serpent, coiled into hundreds of meters, propels its colossal head towards Feis with terrifying speed. The immense impact stirs a fierce wind, causing Feis's robe to flap wildly. "Be careful, Feis," cries Moss, witnessing this horrifying scene not far away, his body drenched in cold sweat. This strike, if it were to connect with Feis, would surely result in grievous injury, even death. Yet, Feis remains oblivious to the danger. He suddenly finds himself in a peculiar state. The approaching serpent's head seems to move in slow motion, advancing frame by frame like a slideshow. He can even vaguely sense the python's next move. For instance, at this moment, he perceives that the venomous python does not actually intend to bite him. This is the awakening of observation haki. To his astonishment, he has indeed awakened the power of observation haki. Before Feis could ponder further, the ferocious assault of the venomous python surged forth. Its gaping maw suddenly snapped shut, transitioning from a bite to a collision as the massive serpent's head, imbued with unparalleled momentum, hurtled towards Feis. However, all of this unfolded precisely as Feis had anticipated. As the colossal serpent altered its attack, he had already reacted. With a whoosh, flames erupted beneath Feis's feet, tracing a flawless arc through the air, narrowly evading the python's brutal impact. Just a hair's breadth away, the venomous serpent, thwarted in its strike, redirected its head to unleash a torrent of toxic venom towards Feis. Yet, under the influence of observation haki, everything appeared agonizingly slow. Moreover, Feis was further augmented by Moss's swiftness. He deftly dodged the violet venom while propelling himself closer to the giant python. Let us test this move. Feis leaped forward, planting one foot firmly upon the python's neck, and the flames erupting beneath him ignited the serpent's bristles upon contact. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an intense blaze surged forth, descending directly upon the venomous creature. He conceived a surefire method for a decisive blow, to incinerate the python alive. Though this method may appear somewhat cruel, Feis is unwilling to live in constant fear of retribution. The serpent, a cold-blooded creature, harbors a profound grudge. As the fiery flames engulfed its body, the venomous python began to thrash violently, its massive form scraping against the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the blaze. However, the snake oil on its skin ignited instantaneously, and in the blink of an eye, the flames began to consume much of its body. An acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the sky as the python writhed in agony, its skin blistered and burned, the once vibrant azure scales now reduced to char. To perish or to survive. Witnessing the serpent's torment, Feis spoke slowly. This python is likely to possess intelligence, much like the great octopus bracken in the original work. It is indeed a pity that such an ancient creature has met its fiery demise. Had it been tamed, the overall strength of the Sky Island would have ascended to a remarkable level. After all, its sheer size surpasses that of ordinary pirates, rendering them insignificant. As for Betrayal, Feis has never harbored such concerns. Having defeated it once, he could easily do so again. Let us not forget Enel's mind-reading abilities. Upon hearing Feis's words, the venomous serpent, which had been thrashing violently, suddenly stilled. It gradually lowered its serpent head in a gesture of submission. In the choice between survival and dignity, it was evident that this serpent opted for the former. Feis nodded with satisfaction and stepped upon the colossal head of the great serpent. The raging flames, upon encountering Feis, bowed as if subjects before their sovereign. With a slight wave of his hand, the fire enveloping the serpent transformed into a fire dragon, soaring into Feis's very being. This is a newly developed technique by Feis, enabling him to manipulate all flames with utmost freedom. In this state, Feis reigns supreme as the monarch of fire. He refers to it as the flame sovereign. Chapter 15. 2 years. 2 years have swiftly passed. In the past 2 years, the Sky Island has entered an unprecedented period of peaceful development. The discovery of the Golden Bell has led the two clans to finally set aside nearly 4 centuries of animosity and engage in profound interactions. Numerous young men and women from Sandia and the Sky Island have developed feelings for one another, forming new families. Naturally, figures like Feis have been pleased to witness these changes. In fact, a year ago, when the first newlyweds celebrated their wedding, Feis led several council members to extend their heartfelt congratulations, demonstrating the Sky Island Council's robust support for this union. Additionally, in terms of military prowess, Ganfuer's search teams have remarkably uncovered 2 devil fruits over the past 2 years, one of which is a rare ancient species from the Zoan category. These include the Zoan-type ancient emperor crocodile fruit and the Paramecia-type elastic fruit. One of these 2 fruits resided on Bike Island, while the other astonishingly lay on a small island adjacent to Union Village. At that moment, Feis was left utterly speechless, realizing that after so many years in Union Village, he had remained oblivious to its presence. Ultimately, following deliberations in the council, the 2 fruits were bestowed upon Ganfu and Salmon. Ganfu consumed the emperor crocodile fruit, while Salmon, feeling that he had outgrown his potential due to his age, chose to pass the elastic fruit to his child, Weepa. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that there are already 4 individuals possessing fruit-based abilities on the Sky Island. On another note, under the vigorous promotion of Feis, the inhabitants of the Sky Island have begun to gradually awaken their observation haki. After a span of 6 months, a total of 4 individuals have successfully awakened their powers: Ganfuer, Salmon, and Moss. As for the final individual, it took everyone by complete surprise. It was none other than the mischievous little rascal, Enel. Upon learning this news, the plump priest and his companions lamented, feeling that life had lost its worth, realizing they were outdone by a mere child. Feis merely chuckled to himself, fully aware of Enel's extraordinary talent. In the future, Enel's observation hockey would envelop the entire Sky Island, enabling precise attacks on any location within its expanse. Although the contribution of the Rumble fruit cannot be overlooked, it is clear that the harmony between a person and their fruit is essential. The character of Whitebeard from the original work serves as a vivid illustration of this principle. The title of the strongest man in the world cannot be attained merely through the possession of a tremor fruit. Mastery of the 3 types of hockey, exceptional physical prowess, and the profound development of one's devil fruit abilities are all indispensable elements. The original work is replete with numerous characters who wield formidable fruits, yet remain woefully weak in terms of strength. This also made Feis realize that he could no longer allow Enel to roam free, so he began to engage him in foundational physical training. In the original tale, Enel's shortcomings were glaringly apparent. He relied excessively on the powers of his fruit and neglected his physical conditioning. Although he possessed formidable observation hockey, he lacked a corresponding robust physique. His personality was also marked by arrogance and contempt for his adversaries. However, in this lifetime, his encounter with Feis ensured that he could not indulge in such hubris. After all, no one could withstand the threat posed by the wolfskin of Skypiea. One meal would not suffice, so 2 were in order. A year and a half prior, Feis had delegated certain matters and departed from God's Island to become a hands-off manager. He brought Enel to reside in Union Village, aware that the dense forest harbored many bizarre, ancient dinosaurs that would serve as excellent barbecue fare. He reconstructed a dilapidated stone house, but shortly after its completion, it was claimed by an unwelcome guest, Moss, who, under the pretense of caring for Enel, forcibly occupied Feis's home. Left with no choice, Feis had to build another house. Following this series of events, Feis began to reflect deeply on himself, recognizing that he had numerous shortcomings. Foremost among these was his insufficient physical strength. In the original narrative, every figure standing at the pinnacle of the world, whether the 3 admirals of the Navy or the 4 emperors, had all honed their bodies through rigorous training. None relied solely on their fruit powers to attain greatness. Even the character deemed overly dependent on his fruit abilities by Zephyr, known as Pap, could hold his own in swordsmanship against Rayleigh. Moreover, Feis recognized that his techniques were overly simplistic and that he had not delved deeply enough into the development of his fruit. Lastly, his application of hockey was rudimentary, and he lacked a training regimen for armament hockey. Aware of these deficiencies, Feis began to formulate a series of plans tailored to address them. He committed to daily foundational physical training, remaining diligent over the past 2 years, consistently guiding Enel through a structured regimen. Activities such as striking small mountains, wrestling with dinosaurs, and performing thousands of weighted exercises became part of their routine. After a year and a half, his physique underwent a dramatic transformation, with the most notable change being his height surpassing 2 meters and 3 centimeters. He felt a latent power within him yearning to break free, yet it always seemed to elude him at the critical moment. Each time his body grew stronger, this sensation intensified. In terms of developing techniques, drawing from his past life's memories, he effortlessly advanced to Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. Gear 2nd accelerated blood flow, enhancing his speed and explosive power, while Gear 3rd allowed him to inflate his bones with high-pressure air, granting his body immense resilience. As for Gear 4th's muscular form, Feis was unable to develop it, yet due to his lack of armament hockey. However, he achieved a perfect fusion of the Flame King mode with Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd, creating an entirely new form. In the realm of hockey cultivation, with the training techniques left by Enel's parents, he had elevated his observation hockey to an exceptionally profound level over the past 2 years. While it may not rival Enel's ability to encompass an entire Sky Island, he could perceive every subtle movement on a small island with remarkable clarity. These developments owe much to his enhanced senses, granted by the mythical beast fruit, which has made the cultivation of observation hockey remarkably efficient. However, he finds himself at a standstill regarding the mastery of Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey. He plans to infiltrate the Navy once he sets sail, seeking systematic training methods. Ultimately, he realizes that on Skypiea, he can no longer strengthen his abilities. It is time to embark on his journey. As the sun sets, In the depths of the forest of Cloudy Village, before two graves, Feis places 3 fresh flowers and stands in silent reverence. Behind him are Mose and Enel. Every year, Feis visits this place to pay his respects. At this moment, even the usually boisterous Enel falls quiet. Grandma, and my benefactor, I am about to leave Skypiea. I will return to visit you after some time. After his offering, Feis returns home and retrieves the thunder fruit from a metal box, leaving behind only a blueprint. Enel, after I depart, you must listen to Aunt Mose. This is the legacy left to you by your parents, and I am returning it to its rightful owner. Once you master it, protect Skypiea well, understood? Feis hands the thunder fruit to Enel, affectionately ruffling his explosive hair. Enel solemnly accepts the thunder fruit, tears streaming down his face as he nods. 2 years of training have made him significantly taller, embodying the visage of a young adult. Feis has long informed him of what this fruit is and the various techniques for harnessing its power. Just as Enel is about to say something more, he suddenly gasps, pointing toward Angel Island. Uncle Feis, there are ships approaching from that direction, many ships. Chapter 16. The Rocks Pirates Captain Rocks. An island has been sighted ahead. A colossal 100-meter pirate ship sails through the White Sea, followed closely by dozens of medium-sized pirate vessels. The sea breeze rustles the skull and crossbones flag, imbued with an air of menace. It is indeed the Rocks fleet. Ha ha ha. Captain, I told you, Skypiea truly exists. The land of gold is right here. A hearty laughter erupts from the flagship. The speaker is a tall man clad in golden armor, with a long beard cascading to his chest, and a colossal sword slung across his back. Your obsession with gold is remarkable, Wang Ji. To have achieved this level through the sound of bells is impressive. However, the navy in paradise is quite formidable. Thank goodness for Shiki's float fruit. The figure known as Captain Rocks, clad in a pirate admiral's attire, with spiky black hair and an arrogant grin, exudes an air of superiority. Isn't the essence of piracy the pursuit of treasure? It took me 2 years to uncover the whereabouts of the ancient city of Zandora and track down many pirates who descended from Skypiea to finally arrive at this precise location. I shall seize all the gold in the world and claim it for myself. Ha ha ha. Wang Ji's voice is filled with wild bravado as he reaches out his hand toward Angel Island, as if the land of gold were within his grasp. To his surprise, he discovers that there indeed exists an island at this altitude of 10,000 meters. The sky islands of the New World do not reach such heights, do they, Whitebeard? A man resembling a lion emerges slowly from the cabin, with golden hair and a golden cloak, 2 long swords sheathed at his waist, known as Whitebeard. He possesses a white crescent mustache and sits silently at the edge of the ship, lost in thought. Truly aloof, Whitebeard. The golden-haired man, unperturbed by Whitebeard's indifference, pulls out a cigar and begins to smoke. The crew members on deck, seeing the golden-haired man approach, retreat in fear. Only a figure clad in silver armor, wielding a massive axe, stands his ground, seemingly unwilling to yield. Step aside, Silver Axe. Your presence obstructs my enjoyment of the sea breeze. How long has it been since you washed that armor? It reeks. Before Silver Axe can retort, Shiki unsheathes his longsword, Saki, and points it at Silver Axe. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige, but do not beg me for mercy like last time. The golden-haired man's tone is commanding, radiating a lion-like ferocity. Enough, Shiki. We are on the verge of discovering the land of gold. Do not create discord at this moment. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Silver Axe's friend Wang Ji hastily intervenes, fully aware that Silver Axe cannot match Shiki's strength. Shiki ranks among the elite in the New World, a figure only the captain can contend with. What are you, Wang Ji? A couple of cowards. Enough. Prepare to dock. As the conflict escalates, the amused Captain Rocks finally intervenes. He is not fearful for their safety. After all, being a pirate comes with the acceptance of potential peril. Nonetheless, the pirate ship is hardly an appropriate venue for a brawl. With the captain's command, Wang Ji and Silver Axe gradually withdraw. Silver Axe silently exhales in relief, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura emanating from the man before them. Only Shiki casts a lingering glance at the captain, a glimmer of wariness in his eyes. Moments later, he snorts derisively and retreats into the depths of the ship. Listen up, you lot. With Shiki's departure, Rocks gestures toward Angel Island, commencing his orders as captain. Wang Ji, once we dock, lead the 6th Division onto the island to search for the land of gold. Signal us once you find it. Silver Axe, provide support nearby while the others remain on the ship. For Rocks, a mere island like Angel Island is adequately handled by the 6th Division, even if formidable foes await. Wang Ji can manage. Understood. Wang Ji exclaims, eager, for gold is everything to him. Silver Axe shares a smile. What pirate does not covet treasure? Captain Rock's strategy aligns perfectly with his desires. The Rock's pirate ship steers toward Angel Island, where Ganfor awaits. He stands alongside Salmon, flanked by 5 other council members and over 100 armed guards. Half an hour prior, a patrol had reported that a fleet of pirates had entered the White Sea via a massive current. This occurrence is not unprecedented in the past 2 years. Yet it is rare to witness a fleet such as this, with only a solitary pirate ship typically gracing our shores. The tolling of the Golden Bell heralds the arrival of pirate vessels to Skypiea at regular intervals, and Ganfor is always at the forefront to greet them. Friendly pirates are welcomed with open arms, whilst those of a more malevolent disposition are met with the courteous salutes of the guard. After more than 2 years of rigorous training, not only the handful of council members, but also the hundreds of Skypiea's guards have undergone a remarkable transformation. Feis has tailored a training regimen specifically for the guards, mandating their unwavering adherence to it on a daily basis. These valiant warriors, already adept in combat, have become formidable through frequent skirmishes with vicious pirates, rendering the entire guard force vastly superior to their former selves. Suddenly, Ganfor's heart sank as he spotted the sails of a pirate ship emerging on the horizon. He immediately recognized the flag fluttering in the wind. It belonged to the notorious Rocks Pirates, a name that has instilled terror in the hearts of all pirates over the past few years. Many pirate crews that visited Skypiea had spoken of the rise of a dominant pirate crew, the Rocks Pirates, which has nearly seized control of half of the New World territory in a remarkably short span of time, with no signs of abating. This is not the 4 seas or paradise. It is the treacherous expanse of the latter half of the Grand Line, teeming with monstrous entities. The captain of the Rocks Pirates has boldly proclaimed his intent to conquer the entirety of the New World and establish himself as the sole sovereign of the seas. Prior to their departures, those crews had earnestly advised Ganfor to avoid confrontation with the Rocks Pirates at all costs. The vessel in question is notoriously referred to as the Den of Monsters by many pirates of the New World, housing formidable entities such as the Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, among others. Furthermore, the most nefarious pirate of all, Rocks D. Zebek, commands these top-tier warriors. Reflecting on this, Ganfor's expression soured. How had they summoned such a harbinger of doom? At that moment, a medium-sized pirate ship detached itself from the distant fleet, its sails emblazoned with a prominent number 6, swiftly making its way toward Angel Island. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache stood at the ship's railing, brandishing a long sword towards Angel Island, bellowing, "Brothers, Captain Wang Ji commands. Seek out the Golden Land, Shandora. Slay every soul on this island and plunder their gold. Charge forth. For gold. Kill, kill, kill." Chapter 17. Crisis. The medium-sized pirate ship, marked with the number 6, carried Wang Ji's 6th Division. Its approach heralded ill intentions. Observing the fierce demeanor of the pirate ship, Ganfor's mind raced to devise a strategy. Councilman Wirt, swiftly gather the remaining guards of Skypiea and arrange for large vessels to transport the residents of Angel Island to God Island. This place is likely to become a battlefield. Councilman Shankwei, you must hasten to Yunin Village to inform President Feis of the situation here. Ganfor's countenance was grave as he issued commands. But if we leave, can you truly contend with those pirates? The corpulent priest had heard whispers of the Rocks Pirates' notorious brutality. Such a fearsome crew was beyond the capabilities of Ganfor and his comrades. Enough with the idle chatter. Obey orders immediately, even if we must perish. We shall do so before the people of Skypiea. Moreover, we must have faith in President Feis. Salmon declared firmly, his voice unwavering. Though he was typically reticent, he always rose to the occasion when it mattered most. Before his departure, Feis had appointed Ganfor and Salmon as acting council leaders, anticipating that extraordinary circumstances might arise in his absence. Should a crisis emerge, their consensus would empower them to issue commands in Feis's stead. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Wirt and Shankwei ceased their discussions and set off with haste. Ganfor and Salmon exchanged a knowing smile, yet as the pirate ship drew nearer, the expressions of all present betrayed their apprehension. This battle may well be the greatest calamity since the establishment of the Sky Island Parliament. One wonders when Lord Feis will arrive. Ganfor turned to survey the more than 100 guards behind him, then glanced at the residents of Angel Island being gradually evacuated by the guards. The light in his eyes grew resolute. Soldiers, we have no retreat left. Behind us are our families. We must buy them time for their escape. Archers, prepare the fire arrows. When the pirate ships come within range, unleash a fierce volley upon them. Now, let me test their strength first. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and a pink Pegasus streaked across the sky, diving towards the line of guards. It was Pierre, Ganforth's steed. Donning the armor handed to him by his lieutenant, he brandished his dragon lance and mounted his bird. Come, Pierre, it is time for us to fight side by side once more. Ganforth urged Pierre to ascend slowly, charging towards the distant pirate ships. Inaction was not in his nature. He intended to leverage the advantage of his steed to scout ahead. On the pirate ship of the 6th Division, Wang Ji, clad in golden armor and wielding a colossal sword, had already arrived. He stood at the bow, gazing quietly at the distant Angel Island, flanked by 7 figures exuding an aura of terror. The 7 individuals are arranged in 2 tiers, with 2 in the front and 5 in the back, clearly positioned according to their status. Among them is a middle-aged man sporting a mustache, who carries a long sword slung at his waist. Standing to the right of Lord Wang Ji. It appears an intriguing character has arrived, the mustachioed man remarked, gesturing towards the sky where Ganfu was soaring on a creature resembling a bird. Indeed, such a form suggests he must have consumed the fruit of some avian species. It seems the natives of this island are not entirely devoid of combat prowess. Wang Ji cast a sidelong glance, his tone laced with disdain, dismissing Ganfu's arrival entirely. In his estimation, aside from a few formidable figures within the Rock's pirates and the Navy, there were scarcely any worthy adversaries in this world. Shall I intervene? The mustachioed man, gripping his sword with one hand, unsheathed a portion of the blade, its cold gleam glinting ominously. It was evident that at the mere command of Wang Ji, he would be ready to strike down anyone. Such petty minions hardly warranted the attention of Deputy Captain Lin Bosun. Naturally, he would take it upon himself to handle the matter. A brash voice emerged from behind the mustachioed man, filled with a sense of reverence yet tinged with a mocking undertone. The speaker was one of the 5 standing behind him. A young man with a mane of white hair stands before us, his locks not the withered gray of age, but rather resembling the soft plumage of a rare bird. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, exude an air of defiance. Miska, do you seek your own demise? Lin Bosun's countenance is as frosty as winter, his whole demeanor akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, clearly displeased by the interjection of the white-haired Miska. Captain Lin Bosun, I am but a humble squad leader. How could I dare to offend you? Miska waved his hand dismissively, uttering words of supplication. Yet the mockery in his gaze grew increasingly unabashed. He is merely a lackey of Captain Wang Ji. What pride can he possibly hold? He mused inwardly. A smirk ingrained in his eyes. Very well, Miska, your abilities are most apt. Hasten to eliminate him and ascertain the reality of our opponents. I truly cannot comprehend their audacity in daring to engage us. Just as the tension between the two escalated, Wang Ji interjected, pointing towards the sky where Ganfu hovered, issuing a command to Miska. At your service, my lord Wang Ji. Miska laughed heartily. With a powerful leap, he ascended onto the ship's railing, soaring into the sky like a great rock. Just as he was about to plummet back to earth, a miraculous transformation began to unfold. Miska's form swelled rapidly, his arms morphing into wings, a sharp beak sprouting from his mouth, and his white hair transforming into pristine feathers. In an instant, he was no longer a man, but a magnificent bald eagle with an impressive wingspan of 10 meters. This Mizuk is, astonishingly, a user of the bird fruit, specifically the white-headed eagle fruit, belonging to the Zoan category of abilities. The magnificent bald eagle, with its striking appearance and sharp gaze, stirred up tremendous gusts of wind with the flapping of its wings as it soared directly toward Ganfu. Upon witnessing the rapid approach of this formidable bird, Ganfu promptly turned his dragon lance towards Miska and charged forth. With a deft maneuver, Miska evaded Ganfu's lance, and the glistening talons of the eagle pierced through the armor, embedding themselves deep into the flesh of Ganfu's shoulder. Blood gushed forth from the armor, staining his silver attire, and the copious loss of blood rendered Ganfu immediately unconscious. Miska, undeterred, seized Ganfu and hoisted him from Pierre's grasp, racing toward Angel Beach. As they neared the shore, Miska's wings propelled them to an altitude of 100 meters. One of Miska's greatest pleasures was to cast defeated foes from such heights, relishing the sensation of their demise upon impact, a delight that intoxicated him. Lord Ganfu, good heavens, what is that creature doing? Someone save the esteemed legislator. The soldiers, helplessly watching Ganfu ascend higher and higher with the bald eagle, could only stand anxiously upon the beach, their bows and arrows rendered ineffective at such a height. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh! A black spear soared through the air from a distance, aimed directly at the eagle aloft. Chapter 18. The great battle approaches. The assailant was none other than Feis. He rode upon a fiery dragon, several dozen meters long, its tail expelling fierce flames as it propelled him swiftly along the streets toward Angel Beach. After receiving Enelu's warning, Feis instinctively sensed a looming crisis. Consequently, he left Enelu behind in Yunin village and hastened to Angel with Moss, deeming Enelu too young to partake in such a high-stakes confrontation. Upon arriving at Angel Island, he fortuitously encountered Shankaway, who had come to deliver news. Upon learning of the Rocks pirates' arrival at the Sky Island, Feis felt a surge of urgency, realizing that his worst fears had indeed come to pass. Thus, he promptly took flight on his fire dragon, racing toward the battlefield with great speed. The fire dragon represents a newly developed technique of flame manipulation, enabling him to fly short distances at low altitudes, achieving unparalleled speed, several times faster than the flames erupting beneath him. As Feis approached Angel Beach, he sensed something amiss on the battlefield. His keen eyesight quickly discerned the white-tailed eagle soaring above, clutching the fate of Ganfu in its talons. A thought struck him, and Feis deduced with remarkable accuracy that Ganfu intended to utilize Pierre's advantage to scout the situation from the air, unaware that the adversary also possessed the ability to fly. Without hesitation, Feis swiftly drew a black spear from behind him. Having learned from his previous encounter with the venomous python, he had prepared 4 or 5 cloud iron spears for this moment. He aimed to bring the colossal eagle down from the sky to rescue Ganfu. The spear was poised, but with Ganfu still in the enemy's grasp, Feis refrained from igniting it with flames, complicating his choice of attack. As the gigantic eagle ascended higher, Feis made a decisive move. With a swift motion, he launched the spear. His muscles, as solid as steel, propelled the spear into the air like a drawn bow. The cloud iron spear soared like an arrow aimed directly at the left wing of Misk. In an instant, Misk felt a jolt as the black spear pierced through his wing, blood cascading through the air. The immense eagle staggered mid-flight, its strength dissipating. Ganfu slipped from its claws, plummeting downward. Feis, riding the fire dragon, ascended swiftly and caught the falling Ganfu, turning towards the guard army. Though Ganfu was gravely injured, the enhancements from the animal-type fruit over the past 2 years were insufficient to counter the immense blood loss. Ganfu has been rescued. Splendid. It is Lord Feis. With Lord Feis here, we are saved. That great bird stands no chance against him. The soldiers, witnessing Ganfu's rescue, exhaled in relief, having been on edge moments before. Meanwhile, Misk struggled to regain his balance in the air, each flap of his wings accompanied by acute pain and torrents of blood pouring from the wound inflicted by the spear. Damn that wretch. He has thwarted my plans. The pain was inconsequential compared to the humiliation of losing his prey. Is that fellow also a devil fruit user? Regardless, he must perish. Misk's wings quivered as he dove towards Feis, his claws poised to strike at the back of Feis's head with lightning speed. Lord Feis, be cautious. That beast is attempting a sneak attack. Behind you, the soldiers shouted urgently, witnessing the horrifying scene unfold. Yet Feis, with Ganfu unconscious in his grasp, soared towards Angel Beach, seemingly indifferent to Misk's presence. Success. Misk's eyes glimmered with bloodthirsty madness as his claws glinted with lethal intent, envisioning the moment Feis's brain would be crushed. Yet, life rarely unfolds as one desires. In the blink of an eye, Feis moved, evading Misk's talons with a narrow escape, the wind from Misk's wings whipping through his dark hair. How is this possible? Is it observation hockey? Misk's astonishment was profound. How could anyone on this remote island possess such abilities? Even among the formidable Rocks pirates, few wielded observation hockey. In the entire 6th Division, only Captain Wang Ji and 2 vice-captains had mastered both types of hockey, and even Misk himself had not. Ignoring the stunned Misk, Feis descended slowly before the guard army, the fire dragon beneath him dissipating. He entrusted Ganfu to the medical team for urgent care. Meanwhile, Misk circled above, uncertain of Feis's true strength, hindered by his injury and unable to unleash his full power. Ultimately, weighing the pros and cons, Misk pivoted and flew towards the distant pirate ship, deciding to extract the spear from his wing before returning to confront the native. Shall we allow him to leave so easily, Lord Feis? Salmon, standing behind Feis, appeared perplexed. This battle belongs to Ganfu and him. We have no right to interfere. As the pirate ship drew nearer, Feis's gaze grew increasingly frigid. In moments of excruciating pain, the mind instinctively drifts into unconsciousness, a protective mechanism of the brain. Ganfu awoke from this state, overwhelmed by a profound dizziness stemming from blood loss. Have I lost? Memories flooded back, and upon noticing the bandages adorning his body and the concerned faces of the guard army, he finally pieced together the events. No, you have not lost. A cold voice cut through the haze, as chilling as ice. Ganfu recognized it as Feis's. The icy tone seemed to awaken something within him. Slowly, he propped himself up and beheld the towering figure of Feis. This sensation evokes the nightmares of that time. We have no retreat. Behind us lies Angel Island. If we falter, your loved ones shall face slaughter and devastation. His voice began to swell with fervor as he pointed towards the distant pirate ship. Beyond the sea lies the enemy, and for us, there is only death. We cannot afford to lose. Soldiers, let your anger ignite. Soldiers, roar with fury. Soldiers, engage in battle. A searing flame erupted from beneath Feis's feet, instantaneously coalescing into the form of a fire dragon. Let us extend a greeting. He strode upon the dragon, drawing a cloud iron spear from behind him, its surface instantly engulfed in brilliant yellow flames. Go forth, to the grave, as if returning home. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, a simultaneous volley. Chapter 19. The cost aboard the 6th Division pirate ship. What a pitiful sight, Miska. You've returned injured in less than 10 minutes. Observing Miska's bloodied wings, Wang Ji's expression revealed profound astonishment. He was well aware of his subordinate's character, rebellious and disdainful of all, but fundamentally, he lacked no other faults. In terms of strength, he ranked among the top 5 within the entire 6th Division. This is precisely the aspect of Wang Ji that Misk has always admired. It is entirely natural for capable young individuals to possess a certain arrogance, as no one wishes to be subordinate to others. Were it not for that treasure, he would not have allied himself with rocks. However, this time, his trusted subordinate has left him disillusioned. According to Misk, he had even failed to complete the minor task of eliminating the natives, let alone gather intelligence. My lord, it was merely a moment of negligence. I was successfully ambushed by that native. Please grant me another chance, and I shall undoubtedly crush his skull next time. Misk transformed into human form, kneeling on one knee. The cloud iron spear still embedded in his arm, blood gushing forth. Despite his sarcastic demeanor towards Lin Bosun, he believed himself to be on par with this vice-captain, even thinking that the position rightfully belonged to him. Yet, he dared not offend Wang Ji. He understood that the disparity in power between him and Wang Ji was akin to a chasm. In the world of pirates, incurring the wrath of a stronger entity could lead to a most dire fate. A moment of negligence? Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity to redeem yourself. But this failure. Wang Ji approached Misk step by step, his towering shadow completely enveloping him. One massive hand grasped Misk's shoulder while the other gripped the cloud iron spear, slowly twisting it. Captain, no. Misk was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling in agony. The hand on his shoulder feeling like an immovable mountain. You shall bear the punishment. With a sudden thrust, the spear was withdrawn. Misk's anguished scream sent chills throughout the 6th Division, as he clutched the gaping wound on his arm, his face as pale as death. He lowered his head, not daring to let Wang Ji see the fear and resentment in his eyes. Enough, go tend to your wounds. Remember, under my command, I do not tolerate incompetence. Hearing this, Misk felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders as he stumbled back towards the ship's cabin. At that moment, 3 fiery spears descended from the sky, hurtling towards the bow of the ship. Swish, the blade was drawn. A green arc of slashing energy erupted from Lin Bosun's sword, colliding with the airborne spears. Bang! A violent explosion erupted in the air, sending a powerful shockwave that left the crew of the 6th Division squinting against the force. Wang Ji slowly turned his head, his expression darkening ominously. Lin Bosun, you understand my intent, do you not? He raised his hand, as if to grasp the entire Angel Island in his palm. And with a casual squeeze, the sound of cracking bones echoed. Do not let me down again. From now on, you have full command over the 6th Division, including Vice Captain Ammer and several squad leaders, who will temporarily obey your orders. With that, Wang Ji clasped his hands behind his back and strode deeper into the ship. Understood. A quarter of an hour later, the pirate ship was merely 100 meters from the shore. Fire the arrows. Feis waved his hand, and over 100 flaming arrows were instantly unleashed, raining down upon the 6th Division's ship. The dense barrage of arrows enveloped the entire vessel. Lin Bosun chuckled lightly, just as he was about to take action when a broad hand landed on his shoulder. "Let me handle this. Captain Wang Ji has instructed me to assist you. Such trivial matters should not require your personal intervention." The deep voice resonated from behind Lin Bosun. Without turning, he recognized it as Amr, another vice captain from the 6th Division. Lin Bosun was already quite tall, standing over 2 meters, but Amr towered above him, easily measuring over 2.5 meters. The man stood bare-chested, adorned with a rounded felt hat, and donned a small skirt fashioned from animal hide. His robust and sturdy physique resembled a towering iron pillar, exuding an overwhelming presence. He tilted his head skyward and inhaled sharply, creating a visible ripple of air above him that inflated his already round belly to an impressive bulge. With a low growl, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. The hurricane raged fiercely, rendering the pirates unable to open their eyes, instantly scattering the arrows that fell from the sky, which were lost to the sea below. Although Vice Captain Amor had a stout appearance, he proved surprisingly dependable. Indeed, he was a formidable user of the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, renowned for his ability to absorb all damage and retaliate, as well as to expel air and conjure hurricanes. With Captain Wang Ji at the helm, accompanied by the powerful Vice Captains Amor and Lin Bosun, our 6th Division held a reputable standing even in the New World. It is no exaggeration. Vice Captains Amor and Lin Bosun were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 300 million, while Captain Wang Ji boasted a staggering bounty of 800 million. The crew of pirates eagerly lavished praise upon them. Boom. The pirate ship finally docked. Prepare for battle. Behind Lin Bosun stood Amor and the 4 squad leaders, and with a fierce roar, he commanded the 100 or so pirates aboard to draw their weapons in unison. The Sky Island Guard. Enter combat mode. In an instant, the 100 guards brandished an array of weapons, ready to face the impending clash. Tension filled the air. A fierce confrontation on the brink of eruption. Lin Bosun squinted his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within his pupils. "Indigenous folk, do you know whom you have angered?" He loomed above, his long blade unsheathed in an instant, unleashing a flying slash directed at the guards below. Feis did not respond. Instead, he deftly extracted his black spear and deflected the airborne slash with a few deft movements. To effortlessly intercept Lin Bosun's strike revealed that this indigenous warrior possessed considerable strength. Indeed, Vice Captain Lin Bosun was a renowned swordsman in the New World. The natives on this island seemed far more formidable than before. Their weaponry was exceptionally crafted, and astonishingly, some even bore wings. The crew of pirates, witnessing Feis's ease in countering Lin Bosun's attack, began to hesitate. The vast majority of pirates ventured into the seas merely in search of treasure, not to court death. The guards of Sky Island appeared robust, well-trained, and decidedly not easy prey. No one was eager to meet their demise. Lin Bosun paid no heed to the mutterings of the pirates behind him. His sole focus rested on Feis. The familiar black spear made Lin Bosun realize that this youth was the very one who had injured Mizuk, the initiator of those fiery spears. "Indigenous fool, you have enraged Captain Wang Ji. I shall make you aware of the cost." Having confirmed his target, Lin Bosun leaped directly from the ship, charging straight toward Feis. Feis caressed his spear with one hand, igniting it with searing flames. "I too shall make you aware of the price of daring to invade Sky Island." Chapter 20. The stature of a king come forth, child. Lin Bosun soared high into the air, his long blade imbued with unmatched momentum, descending upon Feis. Feis, with intent, wielded his flaming spear overhead. Clang! The moment the long blade met the fiery spear, Feis felt an overwhelming force surge through the spear. The ground beneath him cracked, forming a chasm over 10 meters wide, while gusts of wind raised a storm of debris, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The spear in his grasp emitted a creaking sound, straining under the immense pressure. On the verge of shattering. A golden opportunity. Noticing Lin Bosun's exposed midsection, Feis launched a swift kick aimed at his abdomen. The leg struck with a fierce gust, arriving in the blink of an eye. In a moment of desperation, Lin Bosun instinctively wielded the sword sheath to defend himself. The whip-like kick met the sheath with a resounding impact, and Feis's formidable strength sent Lin Bosun flying 10 meters away. "Not bad, kid. That fiery intensity of yours must be the power of a devil fruit. Am I right?" Lin Bosun steadied himself, shaking his numbed arm, casting a wary gaze at Feis. The youth's face appeared deceptively young, yet his power was alarmingly terrifying. The twisted flames that scorched the very air made it hard to breathe, diminishing Lin Bosun's combat effectiveness by a significant margin. Indeed, I wield the power of the burn fruit, allowing me to envelop any object in searing flames, Feis lied nonchalantly, his eyes betraying no hint of deceit. He opted to conceal the true name of his fruit, not wishing to reveal the rubber fruit or the Nika fruit, which could invite unnecessary complications. Whether others would speculate wildly was a concern for another day. By then, he intended to have grown stronger. After all, the original Monkey D. Luffy had ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors, eluding even the grasp of the Gorosei, the burn fruit. What an extraordinary ability. Were it not for Captain Wang Ji's orders to eradicate you all, I would be tempted to recruit you, Lin Bosun remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. Even amidst the formidable ranks of the Rocks pirates, those possessing the powers of a devil fruit were but a scarce few. A significant portion consisted of ordinary Zoan-type fruits, while the rarer Paramecia type, like Feis's, was exceedingly limited. Wang Ji. Feis's expression turned contemplative. Information regarding this individual was woefully scarce. His only recollection was of a notorious pirate under rocks, who had been turned into a zombie by the grave robber, Moria. Yet this revelation brought a glimmer of hope. Perhaps a confrontation with the entire Rocks crew could be avoided. Should such a scenario arise, it would likely result in a one-sided massacre. Kid, time is of the essence. I cannot indulge you in this game any longer. Captain Wang Ji would hold me accountable for any delays. Lin Bosun's face hardened. To him, Wang Ji's commands were paramount. Listen closely, everyone. Half of the gold we seize this time can be yours to keep. Kill. With a thunderous command, hundreds of pirates leaped from the ship's railing, charging towards the guard squad. Meanwhile, Amber led 4 squad leaders, standing resolutely behind Lin Bosun, awaiting the next order. Kill for the gold. Eliminate these natives. The land of gold lies just ahead, ha! Though the Sky Island guards appeared formidable, the promise of great reward often spurred valor. The pirate minions, blinded by avarice, disregarded the daunting presence of the guards, viewing them merely as the greatest obstacle to their coveted treasure. It is crucial to note that on the Rocks pirate ship, the division of spoils was determined by the captain, and the 6th Division had always surrendered a substantial share. Therefore, Lin Bosun's generosity ignited a fervor in their eyes, momentarily clouding their judgment. Wealth is a powerful motivator. The ruins of Pandora, a veritable treasure trove, promise a life of ease once this venture is concluded. Chairman Feis? As the tumultuous wave of pirates surged forth, Salmon quietly sought guidance, awaiting Feis's command. The guards behind him were already brimming with anticipation, ready to engage in a fierce battle against the marauding brigands. Leave these petty thugs to me, Feis declared, gesturing dismissively as he stepped forward to confront the oncoming pirates. A wave of realization swept over the assembled council members and guards. Chairman Feis was preparing to unleash his formidable skill. Indeed, Feis fixed his gaze upon the 100-strong horde of pirate minions, his pupils instantly turning a vivid crimson. A torrent of overwhelming dominance surged forth from him, enveloping the surrounding area for thousands of meters. The Conqueror's Haki activated. Boom. The momentum was exponentially more intense than it had been 2 years prior, its reach vastly amplified. Yet it deftly circumvented the protective forces behind. The pirate minions were engulfed by an overwhelming psychic assault, akin to being relentlessly battered by a surging mudslide, which instantaneously obliterated their mental fortitude. In that fleeting moment, one after another, they rolled their eyes back and succumbed to unconsciousness. How could this be? How could this be? This was the Conqueror's Haki, the same Conqueror's Haki as Captain Rocks. The very essence of kingship that even Captain Wang Ji had never possessed. How could this mere child possess it? The onlookers, standing across from Feis, were utterly astounded. How could this young lad wield the Conqueror's Haki? Such royal aptitude is possessed only by a select few monsters aboard the Rocks pirate ship, being so formidable that even Captain Wang Ji dares not provoke them. Feis, indifferent to the shock of these individuals, seeks complete annihilation. Having dared to instigate war, one must be prepared for death. Flames surged from Feis's hands, coalescing instantaneously into a 2-meter-long Gatling gun. This benevolent, yet fearsome weapon, with a staggering rate of 3,600 rounds per breath, was wielded by Feis, as he expressionlessly unleashed a barrage upon the fallen pirates. 6 barrels erupted in rapid succession, spewing forth terrifying tongues of fire over a meter long, enveloping Angel Beach in a scorching rain of flame. In an instant, the sky was alight with fire, and a pungent aroma of charred flesh filled the air. Many pirates, rendered unconscious, became souls beneath the wrath of the Gatling gun, while the sand on the beach was transformed into glimmering shards of glass. You, Lin Bosun stammered, pointing at Feis, unable to utter a single word. As Feis unleashed his fiery assault, he had already fled with a few companions in tow. It was over. All was lost. Lin Bosun's mind was in turmoil. This demon had nearly obliterated the entire 6th Division in mere moments. The thought of Captain Wang Ji's impending wrath sent cold sweat cascading down his spine. And you 4 division leaders, before Captain Wang Ji arrives, we must eliminate this brat. Lin Bosun understood that the earlier display of overwhelming power would undoubtedly attract Wang Ji's attention. Their only hope lay in claiming the life of the man before them to plead for forgiveness from their captain. The others behind Lin Bosun grasped the gravity of the situation, fully aware of what Wang Ji's fury entailed. I can no longer indulge your petty games, Feis retorted, echoing Lin Bosun's sentiment. With a formidable foe like Wang Ji lurking, he was unwilling to waste further time on these individuals. Chapter 21. The situation a quarter of an hour prior, aboard the main ship of rocks. How slow. That fellow Wang Ji, a mere band of natives. And he still hasn't dealt with them. A silver-haired man clad in a captain's attire, with 2 long swords sheathed at his waist, remarked. Gulp. He perched on the ship's railing, occasionally taking swigs from a flask. I've already instructed Silver Axe via the transponder snail to cease his idle watching. It should be resolved shortly. A glimmer of light flickered in Rox's eyes, seemingly indifferent to the situation in the land of gold. Is this truly wise? Captain Rox. Allowing them to run amok like this, the remnants left in the New World are scant. Those fellows are bound to retaliate. The silver-haired man took another hefty gulp, his words slightly slurred, as he struggled to comprehend the current expedition to Sky Island. He knew Rox was not one to act without careful consideration. After all, the New World was advancing its front lines and seizing territories. At this moment, the pursuit of an elusive realm of gold in return for paradise would not only attract the attention of the Navy, but also deplete the forces on the front lines, which is undeniably unwise. After all, gold is a commodity that, aside from Wang Ji's almost pathological obsession, is not lacking in formidable individuals aboard the rock ship. Fear not, John. On the other side of the New World, Lingling and the others continue to seize islands, and I have also stationed many powerful allies within the hive. Seemingly discerning the concerns of the silver-haired man, John, Rox burst into a boisterous laugh, exuding an air of reckless bravado. My purpose for coming here is to seek a particular artifact. With it, our plans to conquer the New World could be accelerated by several years, potentially allowing US to contend with the Navy headquarters. Oh, what is this artifact? John displayed an expression of curiosity, unable to fathom what could warrant the personal attention of the maritime overlord, Rox, beyond the legendary treasure. Moreover, this object must possess such terrifying power that it could enable a pirate crew to rival the Navy headquarters. It is worth noting that the Navy headquarters is one of the 3 major violent institutions under the world government, dedicated to maintaining peace at sea. The longevity of the world government, standing firm for 8 centuries, owes much to the Navy's efforts. In my youth, I once followed a scholar from O'Hara to study ancient languages. Later, I delved into the vast records of the Tree of Knowledge and uncovered some intriguing clues. A frenzied glimmer danced in Rox's eyes as he raised his hand, as if the world was within his grasp. That is, the historical text that documents the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluton, lies within the fabled land of Skypea. Pluton. John perked up, appearing quite intrigued by Rox's past. However, upon hearing the name Pluton, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze, and he became more alert than ever. Indeed, Pluton. For centuries ago, Skypea mysteriously vanished, only for Wang Ji to recently uncover its trail, and Pluton resides there. Rox pointed towards the distant Angel Island, finally revealing the purpose of his journey. At that moment, a commanding and unrestrained aura surged from Angel Island, cascading like a tidal wave toward Rox's flagship. Is this the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki? John abruptly leaped from the ship's railing, fixated intensely on the direction of Angel Island. In such a place, how could there exist an individual with the qualities of a king? Even the unflappable Whitebeard could not help but cast a sidelong glance, while the Golden Lion rushed forth from the cabin. As one of the inaugural crew members of the Rocks Pirates, they were well aware that none of the 6th Division, including their captain Wang Ji, possessed the haki. Thus, it was highly likely that this wielder of Conqueror's haki was a native of the island. Who would have thought that this journey to Sky Island would bring such unexpected delight? My comrades, full speed ahead. Let us go and meet this new crew member. With a grand gesture, Rocks commanded, and the entire flagship surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward Angel Island. He harbored no concerns that this individual would decline his invitation. In this world, the only beings capable of rejecting Rocks were the deceased. Upon Angel Beach, tensions ran high. Moss and Shank had returned to the fold, and aside from the portly captain who was busy evacuating personnel, all the members of the Sky Island Council had gathered. Opposite them stood the figures of Lin Bosun and 5 others. At that moment, a massive white-headed sea eagle swooped down from the pirate ship, charging directly towards Feis. "Kid, your grandpa Mizk is here." The great bird spoke in human tongue, its wings adorned with bandages, and its sharp claws pointed menacingly at Feis's head. With a clang, Feis wielded his fiery spear, clashing with the talons in a fierce exchange that resonated like the sound of metal against metal over a dozen times in an instant. Mizk's claws were enveloped in an invisible energy, astonishingly shielding him from the searing flames of Feis. Is this the haki of armament? At the moment of contact, Feis sensed something amiss. His flames could melt even steel, let alone a mere bird's claw. Mizukli's claws struck one after another with increasing speed, attempting to suppress Feis with rapid assaults, while Feis meticulously analyzed the swirling energy enveloping those claws. For a time, the two engaged in an intense standoff. Yet as moments stretched on, Mizuk realized that his claws were nearly scorched. "Kid, it seems you lack the haki of armament." Mizuk appeared to have made a discovery. All while clashing with Feis, he shouted a warning to those behind him. "We can't continue fighting this, kid. I'll end up as a roasted sculpture." Noticing the others still stagnant, he could not help but turn and bellow, "Why are you all still standing there?" Captain Wang Ji said he is greatly disappointed with you all. If you do not provide him with a satisfactory response this time, you will not return. A flaw. In the split second Mizuk turned back, Feis instinctively retaliated. He conjured a spear of flame with one hand and plunged it into Mizuk's wounded wing. You little brat, can't you stab with the other wing?" The searing pain struck Mizuk like a lightning bolt, causing him to retreat several dozen meters before reverting to his human form. With a grunt, Mizuk painfully extracted the spear. The flesh on his arm had been charred beyond recognition, leaving no trace of blood. Observing this, Lin Bosun enveloped his long blade with the haki of armament, leading the charge of his comrades to encircle Feis. "Chairman, I come to assist you. Let us eliminate these pirates. These damned rascals." The members of the Sky Island, witnessing Feis being besieged, also joined the fray. Feis found himself in a peculiar state, single-handedly battling 2 vice captains. His eyes glazed, his observation haki activated passively, narrowly dodging Lin Bosun's slashes and evading the wind blades emitted by Amor. He moved with the agility of an eel, leaving Lin Bosun and Amor momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, under Moss's support, Saman and others engaged the remaining 4 squad leaders. 6 against 4, the battle was fierce and reciprocal. What a monster! Mizuk observed warily as he watched Feis contend against 2 vice captains without losing ground. All of this made him realize that Feis across the way completely disregarded him. A mix of fear and admiration surged within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. In the arena, Feis's eyes suddenly regained their clarity, murmuring to himself, "So that's how it is, armament haki." Chapter 22. Brutality, kid. Aren't you just good at dodging? Lin Bosun observed Feis seemingly returning to normal, and together with Amor, they quickly retreated a few steps to create distance. They both understood the terrifying flames that Feis wielded. Should they be caught up close, it would spell death or severe injury. Having fought for so long, it's my turn now. Feis's gaze was devoid of warmth, as if he were looking at a corpse. Lin Bosun blinked, and in that instant, he saw Feis's figure flickering, appearing before him like a phantom. How can he be so fast? Before Lin Bosun could retaliate with his blade, Feis's whip-like kick struck his abdomen. With a thunderous impact, Lin Bosun was sent flying dozens of meters, tracing a long arc through the air. Feis followed closely, flames erupting beneath him as he soared after Lin Bosun, swiftly closing the gap. Just as Lin Bosun was about to land, Feis raised his long leg high and brought down a devastating axe kick onto Lin Bosun's chest. In an instant, smoke billowed and white sand was sent flying. A massive crater formed beneath Feis, with Lin Bosun at its center, blood gushing from his mouth. His fate uncertain. The flames at Feis's feet ignited Lin Bosun, engulfing him in a fierce blaze. In terms of speed, strength, and explosive power, Feis utterly overwhelmed Lin Bosun, making victory seem exceedingly effortless. Has it been resolved? Incredible. Long live the chairman. Master Feis, as formidable as ever. From a distance, the guards raised their arms in jubilation, celebrating their triumph. They felt a sense of helplessness as well. The minor foes had been dispatched by Feis, while the formidable ones remained out of reach, relegating them to mere bystanders. The young man remains as ferocious as ever. Gonfouer of the guard could not help but shudder as he witnessed this familiar scene, recalling the last time he had fallen victim to the dual strikes of Feis. Mosaic, observing from a distance, felt a lingering fear and silently rejoiced that he had not taken the field. How could it be? This was Vice Captain Lin Bosun. How could he be so easily defeated? No. How could this native be so formidable? The four squad leaders engaged in battle were equally horrified, their techniques fraught with errors. What an opportunity! Saman and his companions pressed their advantage, and the four squad leaders gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, on the verge of defeat. Who would be next? Feis scanned the battlefield, his gaze ultimately locking onto America. The man, resembling an iron tower, was the very individual who had just joined forces with the swordsman to besiege him. Amr found himself ensnared by Feis's piercing gaze, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. No one can face death with composure, especially after witnessing Lin Bosun rendered utterly defenseless. He comprehended that, given his own capabilities, he was no match for the formidable figure before him. Come, let us engage in battle. Feis advanced towards Amr step by step, much like a reaper approaching its prey. Each step felt as if he were treading upon the heart of Amor, sending his mind into disarray, rendering him breathless. Stay back, you little brat. Captain Wang Ji will surely not spare you. Who could have anticipated that this robust figure would be so cowardly, his words stumbling forth with difficulty. Spare me? If Wang Ji lets you go, will he also let me live? From the dialogue among the group, it was evident that Wang Ji was a man who would seek retribution for even the slightest grievance. Furthermore, he was known for his ruthless disposition, capable of delivering fatal blows even to his own. Thus, reconciliation was impossible. A confrontation between them was inevitable. To show mercy to an adversary is to be cruel to oneself. Feis, wielding a flaming spear, advanced step by step, while Amor retreated gradually. Suddenly, a firm sensation met Amor's back. He had unwittingly pushed himself against the pirate ship. You force my hand. With no path left to retreat. A fierce light flickered in Amor's eyes, as if he were poised to devour his prey. Feis, sensing the threat, remained wary. The man's abilities were extraordinary, capable of conjuring terrifying gales and sharp blades of wind. Had it not been for his considerable advancement in Kinbunshika hockey over the past 2 years, he might have fallen victim to Amor's power. Amor drew a deep breath, inflating his abdomen. Observing this, Feis locked onto his form with acute insight, raising the flaming spear to strike first. Captain Wang Ji, please come to my aid. Amor's plea was cut short as a fiery spear pierced his throat, pinning him to the pirate ship. His eyes widened in shock, hands instinctively clutching his throat, before he helplessly succumbed to the ground. Even in death, he could not comprehend why a simple cry for help had met such a grim fate. Feis withdrew the flaming spear, and Amor's lifeless body fell silently. And next, who shall it be? Feis's whispered words to the 4 division leaders sounded like the whispers of a demon. He moved deliberately toward the battlefield, an invisible aura of menace growing ever more potent. It was a presence distinct from hockey, something that could justly be termed murderous intent. Please spare my life. In an instant, the 4 division leaders dropped their weapons, kneeling in supplication, their courage utterly shattered. The figure before them was far too terrifying. Even Vice Captain Lin Bosun and Vice Captain Amor had been defeated, and to continue fighting would only add another soul to the tally of the fallen. Before they could utter another word, a glint of cold steel shot from the ship towards Feis. His formidable Kinbunshika hockey provided a warning, allowing him to instinctively shift forward half a step, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. A sharp sound echoed as the blade found its mark, a clean wound forming across Feis's back, catching him off guard. President Feis, my lord, are you all right? Who is attacking? Feis gestured for the others to remain back. He sensed two icy gazes locking onto him, their sharpness causing him discomfort. A formidable foe, an unprecedented adversary. Feis squinted, turning to face the pirate ship. There, on the railing, stood two armored figures, one gold, one silver, one tall, one short. The golden armored figure, wielding a colossal sword, was clearly the source of the earlier attack. Lord Wangji, please save me. This man is a demon. Kill him quickly. The 4 division leaders, who had been kneeling moments before, scrambled to their feet and dashed toward the pirate ship, desperate for Wang Ji's protection. Feis did not impede their flight. He felt that even the slightest movement on his part would invite another lethal strike. This sensation is decidedly ominous. Worthless beings possess no value in existence. Wang Ji's tone was frigid as he swung his colossal sword. With a sickening sound, heads were severed, blood gushed forth. In an instant, 4 headless corpses lay before Feis. At this juncture, the 6th division had perished, save for Captain Wang Ji. Do you not fear that your subordinates will be disheartened by such actions? Feis found it difficult to comprehend, for in the original narrative, none of the pirates exhibited such brutality as the Wang Ji before him. Ruthless and merciless. Subordinates? Merely tools. There are plenty of such individuals in the hive. Wang Ji seemed to have caught wind of an amusing jest, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. However, you have incited my wrath, little one. Let your severed head serve as recompense. Chapter 23. Formidable Foes. You wish to slay me, but it shall not come easily. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, a shadow of gloom crossed Feis's countenance. Flee quickly. His gaze was fixed upon Wang Ji and the silver axe, signaling his comrades to hasten their escape. The moment the two appeared, he realized he was outmatched. Even before Wang Ji made his move, Feis had failed to perceive their presence. Such an opponent is truly terrifying. Leaving the guard here only increases casualties. What are you waiting for? Hurry and escape. Seeing the crowd remain unresponsive, Feis could not help but turn back and shout in anger. We cannot flee. If we do, what will happen to you, Lord Feis? Indeed, we must fight alongside you until the very last moment. We cannot always live under your protection. Even in death, allow us to follow you. The guards raised their weapons, their expressions vigilant as they eyed the 2 figures aboard the pirate ship. Their resolve was unwavering. They regarded Feis as their beacon of faith. Pointless sacrifice serves no purpose. I command you to disperse and flee. Ganfor, what are you doing? Execute the order. I refuse, council leader. Ganfor stepped forward from the crowd, his words resonating with strength. You are merely a burden to me. Leave now. As Ganfor attempted to speak further, he saw Feis's furious countenance and reluctantly retreated with the others. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Ji applauded, leaping from the ship's railing alongside Silver Axe, landing upon Angel Beach. What a touching camaraderie. But this is where it ends. Your name is Feis, correct? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Ji, and this is Silver Axe, here to eliminate you. Wang Ji gestured to himself and Silver Axe with an air of nonchalance. Giant sword style. Gale. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Wang Ji swung his massive sword, unleashing a white flying slash directed at Feis. The strike was instantaneous. Feis had already activated his observation haki, fully alert. He sidestepped just in time, the slash barely grazing him. That was close. Indeed, he was on a completely different level from the previous swordsman. He sensed that had that strike landed, it would have certainly caused him grievous harm. Young one, losing focus in battle is a poor habit. Giant sword style. Heavy waterfall. Just as Feis momentarily dazed, Wang Ji advanced upon him. Towering at least 3 meters tall, Wang Ji loomed over Feis, exuding an immense pressure. His massive sword, enveloped in pitch-black haki, descended upon Feis's head with overwhelming force. As the sword fell, Feis hastily extended his flame spear to parry. Clang! The flame spear shattered upon impact, forcing Feis to retreat several steps to create distance. A 20-centimeter wound on his chest began to ooze blood. Damn it! I cannot keep up with his speed. Feis found himself against the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. His observation haki barely allowed him to catch glimpses of Wang Ji's movements. But his reactions could not match his thoughts. At this rate, he would surely perish. Feis's mind raced through countless strategies. The pressure Wang Ji exerted was overwhelming. The only course of action now was to employ that one technique. Young one, you are quite strong. At such a tender age, you have awakened the qualities of a king and honed your observation haki to this extent. Wang Ji ceased his assault, resting his massive sword on his back as he regarded Feis' youthful face with admiration. Even among the Rock's pirates, only one could barely compare to you. Oh, and who might that be? Feis showed no intention of fleeing. Escaping before such a powerful adversary would be a foolish endeavor. Furthermore, even if he could manage to escape, those behind him would face slaughter. He could not abandon his companions to survive alone. In Feis' heart, these people were already his allies. They revered him and wished to fight alongside him, so he naturally sought to protect them. He is a young lad, much like you, named Kaido. Wang Ji stroked his long beard, his expression thoughtful as if recalling something. That boy joined Charlotte Linlin's crew 3 months ago, currently serving as an apprentice. I hear he has just awakened his dual haki and is studying haki application in the hive. It is rare for a newcomer to attract the attention of a commander like Wang Ji, but Kaido is one of them. Shortly after Kaido was brought back to the Rock's pirates by Charlotte Linlin, he displayed astonishing talent and physical prowess. Thus, the entire Rock's crew became aware of the new prodigy capable of clashing with some vice captains at merely a decade of age. Kaido. Feis' heart jolted. This was the very same individual who would ascend to become the Emperor of the Sea in the New World, now merely an apprentice? All right, young one. The question and answer session ends here. I have been observing you from aboard the ship. You are different from Lin Bosun and his lot of worthless fools. So, how about joining my 6th division and becoming my true companion? A vicious grin spread across Wang Ji's face, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as he gestured toward the guards standing behind Feis. Moreover, when I establish my pirate crew, you will be my first mate. If you offer me the gold of Sandora, I might even allow those people to leave with their lives intact. Wang Ji spoke with an air of entitlement, as though he was bestowing a great favor upon Feis. He showed no concern about revealing his ambitions to the world. After all, what monster aboard the Rock ship did not harbor such thoughts? These individuals resemble a pack of ferocious beasts confined within a cage, eagerly awaiting the day they can unleash their fangs without restraint. This cage is none other than Rock's. What are your thoughts? Observing Feis still deep in contemplation, Wang Ji urged him impatiently. He believed that the offer he had extended was sufficiently generous, yet the young man before him remained ungrateful. Kid, my patience is wearing thin. If you do not acquiesce swiftly, it won't just be them who perish, but you shall descend into the abyss as well. Though fully aware that he was no match for them, Feis still wished to make an attempt. Noticing that the others had retreated 100 meters away, he ceased to delay further. Huh, what do you mean? You wish to battle me? No, do you mean to fight us? Wang Ji extended a hand to his ear, feigning a listening posture, and pointed at himself and the silver axe with a laugh. Ha, kid, do you comprehend what you are saying? Do not be overly arrogant. I am quite clear. I have prepared myself for inevitable demise, Feis asserted as he reassembled the cloud iron spear in his grasp, the intense flames melding the broken ends together. His rubbery heart surged with blood, enveloping him in a veil of mist. Engage, second gear. Silver axe, go eliminate that group. I shall deal with this brat. Fire ignited in Wang Ji's eyes as he drew his colossal sword, enveloped in armed, color domineering aura. His figure flickering as he surged forward. Giant sword style. Ghost slash. As he approached Feis, the massive sword swung, stirring up a fierce wind, intending to cleave Feis in two. Feis felt a phantom of doom racing towards him, threatening to engulf him entirely. Clang. The flaming spear clashed with the giant sword, producing a resonant metallic sound. I think I can just barely keep pace with your movements, Feis remarked, his feet sinking into the ground, yet excitement flickered in his eyes. And you, armored man, where do you think you are going? I did not permit your departure. Chapter 24. Tragic Heroism. Angel Beach. The setting sun bled crimson. The silhouettes of Feis and Wang Ji, locked in a standoff, were elongated by the evening light. You claim you can keep up with my movements? Ha ha ha, that's utterly laughable, Wang Ji exclaimed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Kid, do you realize the vast chasm that separates us? I am merely toying with you. The colossal sword shimmered with a dark purple-armed color-domineering aura as Wang Ji's arm suddenly doubled in strength, his expression contorting into a menacing grimace. Boom. The ground fractured like a spider's web, forming a massive pit around Feis as white sand slowly began to pour in. Such astonishing power, Feis thought, feeling the pressure from the giant sword intensify, the spear in his grasp creaking ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. He was already barely holding on, and now he felt he might not endure much longer. I cannot delay any further. In a moment of desperation, Feis concentrated his fiery breath, directing it forcefully towards Wang Zhi's chest. Wang Zhi, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly retreated 2 steps. However, Feis's flames, akin to a relentless curse, followed Wang Zhi's movements, adhering to his golden armor. Wang Zhi attempted to extinguish the flames, leaving his center wide open. What a splendid opportunity. Feis seized the moment, his arm muscles bulging as he leaned back and thrust the spear fiercely towards Wang Zhi's throat. If this situation solidifies, it is likely that even divine intervention would be futile. Alas, fate has conspired otherwise. When the spear was merely 10 centimeters from his throat, a large hand, enveloped in a dark, armed aura, grasped it firmly. You still lack experience, little demon. In a moment of desperation, Wang Zhi discarded his colossal sword and seized Feis's flaming spear with his bare hands. I never claimed to be merely a swordsman. He yanked the spear with great force, causing Feis to stumble forward due to inertia. Before Feis could register his surprise, Wang Zhi struck him in the abdomen with a whip-like kick, imbued with armed color. With a sickening sound, Feis felt his insides churn violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. He was sent flying for several hundred meters, crashing into and demolishing several shops beyond the beach, leaving chaos and smoke in his wake. At the edge of the quaint street, observing the rapidly approaching silver axe, Ganfoer and his companions had no choice but to turn and confront the threat. We cannot be blamed, Lord Feis. The enemy has us cornered. As Ganfoer contemplated this, his body began to swell rapidly. His mouth protruded into a long crocodilian snout, his limbs morphed into powerful crocodile claws, and a lengthy tail sprouted from behind. He opened his massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, his thick scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, towering over 5 meters in height. Miska, who had been watching from a distance, was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that this defeated subordinate possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it appeared to be no ordinary fruit. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, Miska was well versed in the devil fruit compendium, and being an animal-type fruit user himself, he had considerable knowledge. He instantly recognized it as the ancient species, the king crocodile fruit. Unbelievable. This group of natives possesses such a plethora of devil fruits. Not only the paramecia-type burn fruit, but also this ancient animal type. Silver Axe, who was in pursuit, wore a face of astonishment as well. He and Wang Zhi had been observing the battle from their ship and were aware of Feis's capabilities. Yet, they were taken aback by the revelation of 2 devil fruit users on such a small sky island. Humph. If only you knew that there is also a thunder fruit on this island, your jaw would drop in disbelief. Moss thought to herself. Determined to keep Enel's presence a secret, having cared for Feis and Enel in Cloud Hidden Village for over a year, she had come to regard Enel as her junior. The thought of that mischievous brat occasionally calling her auntie brought a slight blush to her otherwise stunning features. Moss, there is a fight going on. Can you be a bit more serious? Ganfoer, seeing Moss in such a fluster, felt a headache coming on and suppressed the urge to remind her. Quickly, grant us a buff. This phrase is often uttered by Ganfoer when he consults Feis regarding the development of devil fruits during his occasional visits to Yunin Village over the past 2 years. Oh, splendid. Mose regained his focus as beams of azure light cascaded from his hands, instantly merging with the bodies of Ganfoer and the others. In the past 2 years, Moss's acceleration fruit has made remarkable advancements, capable of enhancing speed by 50% and even creating a space akin to a room for acceleration. However, its range is disappointingly limited to a mere 5 meters, prompting Feis to express his frustration and urge Moss to expedite its development. As the blue light coursed through him, Ganfu felt invigorated, his thoughts becoming remarkably agile. He exchanged a knowing smile with Salmon, a testament to the unspoken understanding forged through years of collaboration. Yet, the presence of another devil fruit raised alarm in Silver Axe, who sensed that the situation had grown precarious. Axe, fearing further complications, he swung his massive axe towards Ganfu with ferocity. Ganfu, employing his observation haki to its fullest extent, deftly evaded the blow, his tail whipping around to strike at Silver Axe. To his astonishment, Silver Axe caught Ganfu's crocodilian tail with one hand, rendering Ganfu unable to break free despite his efforts. Die. Silver Axe, enveloped in armament haki, prepared to cleave Ganfu in 2. Watch out. Blood sprayed. and severed limbs flew through the air. Just as Ganfu faced imminent peril, Councilman Qi leaped to his side, intercepting the deadly strike, only to be bisected in the process. For the sake of protecting the divine ideal he held dear, Councilman Qi willingly embraced his fate. Run. Don't let Councilman Qi's sacrifice be in vain. Salmon finally grasped the reality that they were no match for Silver Axe. He and Moss dragged Ganfu's tail as they fled in desperation. Run? Where to? Silver Axe sneered, lifting his leg to pursue. You shall not harm Lord Ganfu, nor shall you lay a finger on Lord Salmon. A cannonball struck Silver Axe's head with pinpoint accuracy, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. A flurry of attacks ensued. Cannon fire, flame shells, barrage shells, shock shells. The guards exhausted every tactic they could muster, all to by a moment's delay. Moments later, the smoke cleared. How could this be? Was he a monster? It was over. Silver Axe emerged unscathed, continuing his advance as if nothing had transpired. He had no time for these minions. The fleeing devil fruit users were his primary concern. Damn it. I cannot allow him to pursue. Councilman Yu dashed forward, clutching one of Silver Axe's legs, knowing this was the only way to hinder his advance. Seeing this, Shan Kuei lunged at Silver Axe's other leg, holding on tightly. With a swift kick, Silver Axe sent Shan Kuei sprawling, before cleaving Councilman Yu in two, blood spraying everywhere. Yet, he was taken aback as over 100 guards surged forward, burying him beneath their collective mass. This group of individuals is acutely aware that they cannot possibly rival the Silver Axe. However, when they initially encountered the venomous python, they fled. And when they faced Wang Ji, they retreated once more. This time, they had no intention of fleeing. Chapter 25. Activation. The Zhu Rong mode. With a thunderous crash, Feis rose from the rubble of the room, shaking off the debris clinging to him. Before he could thoroughly assess his condition, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. Please, let them be safe. A wave of concern surged through his mind as he leapt onto the rooftop. His gaze swept across the hellish scene before him. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood lay sprawled beneath him. Crimson blood flowed down from the end of Lovely Street, painting the entire thoroughfare a deep red. At the source, a man clad in silver armor wielded a massive axe, mercilessly slaughtering the guards. Just lie still and play dead, you fools. The cold voice of the Silver Axe echoed, his armor now stained a dark crimson. Ignoring the fallen, he swiftly cleaved a guard attempting to grasp his waist in two. Looking around, he found no trace of Ganfu or the others. Damn it. All of you, perish. With a wild swing, the Silver Axe raised his deadly weapon high. Exuding an aura of terror, he intended to annihilate the relentless guards charging at him in one fell swoop. Whoosh, someone approached swiftly. Who could it be? Just as the axe was about to descend, the Silver Axe's keen senses detected an incoming attack. The wind howled. Before he could react, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared before him. Ah, it's you, little. The Silver Axe's words were cut short as an immense force struck his chest, propelling him toward Angel Beach. Flames erupted beneath Feis's feet as he turned his back to the guards. It's Lord Feis, the remaining guards exclaimed, their voices filled with sorrow. Lord Feis, please escape. We will hold them off. Overwhelmed by grief from the recent events, they could no longer contain their emotions, weeping openly. What had transpired made them acutely aware that these two were not foes the Sky Island Council could contend with. Let us go, Feis commanded, his tone icy, as if suppressing an inner fury. Lord Feis, go. He never looked back, his blood-red eyes fixated on the direction of Angel Beach. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic sound of footsteps drew nearer, the clash of metallic boots against the ground resonating ominously. At the end of Lovely Street, two figures, one gold and one silver, were approaching. Ah, so you were hiding here, little demon. Wang Ji's eyes glimmered with coldness, a hint of mockery lacing his voice as if he had found his prey. The Silver Axe trailed behind him, his resentful gaze fixed on Feis, seemingly blaming him for the assault. Seeing the remaining guards beginning to retreat, Feis let out a slow breath of relief. He could easily escape alone, yet the weight of responsibility on his shoulders forbade him from doing so. On the other side of Angel Island, hundreds of guards were organizing the evacuation. Thousands of residents still needed to reach the Island of the Gods. Feis could flee, but these people could not. Abandoning them to save himself was not an option. Such an act would condemn him to a lifetime of guilt and remorse. The only viable course of action now was to employ that technique. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Feis slowly raised his arm to his mouth. Activate, Level 3. He inhaled deeply, biting into his arm. With a sharp exhale, he forced high-pressure air into his bones, his entire arm swelling and pulsating with energy. The surge of high-pressure air flowed into his arm and subsequently permeated every corner of his body like a gentle stream. In an instant, his physique expanded to a remarkable 3 meters. However, this expansion was distinctly different from Luffy's grotesque localized inflation in his Gear 3rd. Instead, it manifested as a uniformly robust beauty, reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. Coupled with the steam rising from his 2nd gear, he appeared as if he were a divine being. This is one of the remarkable achievements of Feis over the past 2 years. The combination of the 2nd and 3rd gears allows one to elevate both physical strength and speed to unprecedented heights. However, its drawbacks are equally apparent. It can only be sustained for 3 minutes. Afterward, one becomes as powerless as Luffy in the original tale. Kid, what is the meaning behind your peculiar appearance? Wang Ji inquired, his face a picture of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Feis's intentions. Before he could react, his entire face was struck by a colossal bony fist, deforming it, and he was sent hurtling towards Angel Beach like an arrow. Kid, seeing this unfold, Silver Axe swiftly raised his massive axe, aiming it at Feis. In an instant, just as the axe was about to descend, Feis vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared mere centimeters in front of Silver Axe. How can he be so fast? The sudden appearance of the towering figure made Silver Axe's pupils constrict. His observation haki failed to detect Feis's movements. Instinctively, Silver Axe took a half-step back, attempting to evade Feis's assault. Creak! The sound of twisting metal echoed as Feis's enormous iron hand clutched Silver Axe's face, warping even the metal helmet under his immense strength. Whoosh! Flames erupted. Before Silver Axe could comprehend the situation, terrifyingly high-temperature flames shot forth from Feis's hand. Armament haki. The instant he felt the scorching heat, Silver Axe hastily enveloped his entire head with armament haki. Yet, the metal helmet began to melt upon contact with the flames, boiling iron cascading down his face. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig shattered the silence of the air. The searing pain made Silver Axe lose all sense of caution, swinging his pitch-black axe towards Feis. Feis's other hand, wreathed in flames, retaliated, striking the weak point of Silver Axe's wrist. Bang! The axe fell. Before Silver Axe could counterattack, a jet of high-pressure flames erupted beneath Feis's feet, propelling him swiftly across Lovely Street towards Angel Beach. There, Wang Ji awaited. Indeed, as Feis arrived, Wang Ji leaped from a deep pit on the beach. Whoosh! Before Wang Ji could react, a shadow engulfed in flames hurtled towards him. What is that? He raised his foot and crushed the shadow beneath it. Upon closer inspection, it was Silver Axe, looking utterly wretched, flames roaring atop his armor, accompanied by a pungent smell of charred metal. Without needing to look further, he knew it was Feis's doing. Kid, I will show you what true cruelty is. Once I shatter every bone in your body, I will kill every single person on this island before your very eyes. A bloodthirsty glint shone in Wang Ji's eyes as he fixated on the airborne Feis. Boom! He extended his hand, shedding the golden armor adorning his body. Silver Axe's fate had made him wary, just as I hoped. Feis's eyes glimmered coldly as he bared his teeth, revealing a set of gleaming white fangs. 2 minutes left. That will suffice. Even if I perish here today, I shall leave you with memories that will haunt you for eternity. Thick, liquid-like flames began to rise beneath Feis's feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Some flames dispersed, forming a massive fiery ring in the air behind him, while the flames adorning his body gradually morphed into the shapes of armor and a cape. And the flames jetting from beneath transformed into 2 colossal fire dragons, each several meters long. The tail of the flame dragon expelled a fierce blaze, akin to a rocket, capable of autonomous attack. The flames upon his visage gradually contorted, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying mask resembling a malevolent spirit. Feis stood upon the fire dragon, adorned in fiery armor and a cloak, with a ring of flames manifesting behind him, his face obscured by the infernal mask. He epitomized a fearsome deity presiding over the element of fire. Activate Jurong mode. Chapter 26. The curtain falls as night silently descended. The moon ascended into the starry expanse. In the distance, numerous pirate ships approached Angel Beach, soon to reach the harbor. Yet, the once shadowy Angel Beach now radiated as brightly as day. Feis emanated boundless light and heat, resembling a resplendent sun suspended in the sky. Youngster, to develop the fruit to such an extent, I concede your strength, but this is where it ends. A hint of trepidation flickered in Wang Ji's eyes, for he sensed the formidable threat posed by Feis's terrifying flames. The level of fruit development he witnessed was unprecedented, even for someone seasoned in battle like him. He needed to exercise caution. Wang Ji, he must not fall prey to such a petty adversary. Silver Axe also removed his armor, revealing grotesque burn scars that extended from his throat to his chest. The events that had transpired earlier made him regard Feis with newfound respect. Now seeing him as an equal adversary, time was running out. As he gazed at the Rock's pirates, who were mere moments away from docking, Feis felt a surge of urgency. It was now or never. Even if it meant his demise, he intended to take someone down with him. With this thought, Feis launched his attack, the Spear of Morning. He raised his left hand, and the massive circular ring behind him began to rotate slowly, ultimately transforming into a blazing disk of fire. What is this fellow up to? Wang Ji and the Silver Axe were filled with doubt, utterly unable to comprehend the purpose of the disk. Never mind. It is better to strike first. Wang Ji, without realizing when, had once again grasped the massive sword, and in the blink of an eye, unleashed a flurry of dozens of strikes before him. The sword technique, an embodiment of chaos. Waves of white sword energy crisscrossed and surged forth toward Feis. In an instant, the sword energy reached its target, yet Feis remained unmoved. Beneath his feet, a fire dragon roared, charging headlong into the oncoming sword energy. The silent collision reverberated through the air, stirring up a tempest. Wang Ji was poised to continue his assault when he beheld Feis diving from the heavens. Feis intended to delay, biding time for the Spear of Burial to descend. In his hand, a flaming spear coalesced, hurtling toward Wang Ji with the weight of the sky. Clang, the spear met the giant sword, and an intense wave of scorching heat rushed forth. Wang Ji felt a sudden constriction in his breath, his strength waning in an instant. Crack, the ground within several dozen meters shattered, resembling fragments of a broken mirror. Inconceivable. How has this fellow's strength become so formidable? Wang Ji felt as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him, anchoring him to the ground like a nail. What a splendid opportunity! The Silver Axe, a seasoned warrior, recognized the stalemate between Feis and Wang Ji and could not let such a chance slip away. In an instant, he unleashed his iron fist, imbued with armed color hockey, aiming for Feis's head. At this point, he no longer cared for the dignity of a powerful warrior. The searing pain coursing through him ignited a singular desire to obliterate Feis's skull. Unbeknownst to Silver Axe, Feis had already anticipated his intentions. Just as Silver Axe's fist neared, it was met with a fiery punch emanating from Feis's armor. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a tremendous explosion ensued. Caught off guard, Silver Axe found himself at the epicenter of the blast, engulfed by the searing flames. The fiery armor encasing Feis surged like waves, absorbing the energy of the impact. Seizing this momentum, Feis soared upward, swiftly distancing himself from Wang Ji and Silver Axe. The timing was impeccable. Feis commanded the circular disc above to spin rapidly, conjuring hundreds, even thousands, of fiery spears in a matter of moments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Wang Ji and his companion could react, a relentless barrage of piercing sounds filled the air. Each spear's tail erupted with scorching flames, hurtling towards Wang Ji and Silver Axe, enveloping them in a deadly radius of 100 meters. Within such proximity, evasion was no longer an option. Wang Ji promptly reacted by raising his colossal sword before him. At the moment the fiery spear made contact with the giant blade, it emitted a blinding white light, rendering Wang Ji and his companion momentarily unable to open their eyes. This is perilous. This object is destined to explode. Wang Ji swiftly realized the impending danger, but alas, it was too late to evade. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of explosions erupted in rapid succession, reverberating through the air. Flames surged forth, engulfing a radius of several hundred meters, radiating boundless light and heat. Both Wang Ji and the Silver Axe were swiftly buried beneath the relentless inferno. Even the pirate ship of the 6th Division was ignited, engulfed in a fierce blaze. With Feis's current mastery of the flame's sovereign ability, he could only manipulate flames within a 100-meter range. This overwhelming scale exceeded his capabilities. Behind him, the disc represented a new power attained through the advancement of the flame's sovereign ability, flame compression. This technique allowed for the extreme compression of flames to be released at will, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. This creation drew its inspiration from Enel's rumble ball in the original work. It is likely a device capable of storing high-voltage electricity and amplifying its output power. If billions of volts can be contained within the confines of a compact rumble ball, then why not harness one's own flames? Observing the raging inferno, Feis furrowed his brow. Is it truly so difficult to extinguish life? Through the perception granted by observation hockey, he discerned that Wang Ji and Enax still possessed their auras. Albeit weakened, they were not yet deceased. Thus, the next step would be to deliver the finishing blow. Feis deftly manipulated the disc behind him, gradually compressing it, akin to the tyrant bear condensing air. The disc shrank further and further until, at last, a fist-sized orb of flame rested in Feis's palm. With a swift motion, he hurled it forth. The fiery disc traced a flawless arc through the air, heading directly towards the positions of Wang Ji and the silver axe. Meanwhile, at the very instant the disc was released, Feis swiftly commandeered the fire dragon and made his rapid escape. This was his first encounter with such a device, and he was uncertain of its true potency. Just as the flaming disc was about to make contact with the ground, a transformation commenced. In an instant, it emitted a blinding radiance, and the compressed flames rapidly expanded. A deafening explosion resounded, causing the entirety of Angel Island to tremble violently. The fierce wind pressure generated by the blast swept across the landscape in an instant. In a fleeting moment, the sea surged backward, and a tempestuous whirlwind lifted a cloud of dust and debris, hurtling towards the distant buildings with ferocious force. Fragments of tiles soared through the air, and wooden and stone debris were violently propelled in all directions. The hurricane persisted for over 10 seconds before finally abating. My goodness, what sheer power! Surely, it must have claimed lives. Feis, who had long been propelled far away, gently descended, having reached his limit. The fiery armor enveloping him and the flame dragon beneath his feet gradually dissipated, and the second and third gear states began to unravel. Feis lay sprawled on the beach like a deflated balloon, facing the sky. Waves of suffocating pain coursed through his entire being, and a relentless, throbbing headache surged like an unending tide, sapping away any semblance of strength. This is the aftermath of the Zhu Rong mode, a dual torment of body and spirit. After a brief moment, a boisterous laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, little devil, what has happened to you? Two charred figures, limping out from the inferno, were none other than Wang Ji and Silver Axe. At that moment, their appearances were pitiful, resembling freshly baked sweet potatoes, with not a single unscathed spot on their bodies. Silver Axe's leg had even turned to ash. It seems we have ultimately triumphed. Wang Ji and Silver Axe laughed heartily, their mirth a blend of relief from survival and the mockery of victors. Feis remained silent, perhaps devoid of the strength to speak, ignoring the approaching figures. He gazed at the starry sky, his eyes shimmering with light. Is death imminent? The scenes of 14 years flashed through his mind like fleeting shadows, and eventually, a faint smile graced his lips. It seems not so bad. Die, little devil. As Wang Ji finally stood beside Feis, he raised his massive sword high and swung it down fiercely. Clang! The clash of blades echoed. A towering figure shielded Feis. Captain Rox had declared that this boy must not perish. Chapter 27, Clash of Conquerors Hockey aboard the 2nd Division pirate ship. In the crew's quarters, Feis slowly regained consciousness. A sharp scent of medicine assaulting his senses. Ouch, it hurts. He gradually opened his eyes, waves of pain coursing through him, his head feeling somewhat foggy. After a considerable time, he began to acclimate to this state, struggling to sit up and survey his surroundings. The furnishings of this room are exceedingly simple: a wooden bed, a table, and a large wardrobe, nothing more. Upon the table lies an assortment of unfamiliar medications. Where am I? A sense of confusion envelopes him. It seems as though someone came to his rescue, but thereafter, all is a void. The creaking of the wooden door heralds the entrance of a graceful figure clad in a pink nurse's uniform, bearing a tray of medicine. Oh, you're awake. Her voice is melodious and delightful, tinged with a hint of surprise. Who are you? Feis turns in bewilderment, only to encounter a youthful, radiant face, fair and lovely. At this moment, the face was no more than 10 centimeters away from him, curiously gazing at him with wide, blinking eyes. The girl was merely 18 or 19, her long black hair neatly tucked beneath a nurse's cap. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with clarity, and a playful smile danced at the corners of her lips, rendering her utterly charming and adorable. Who are you? Hissed Feis, momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he shifted backward, inadvertently aggravating his wounds, which caused him to draw in a sharp breath. "Ha! You are simply delightful," the young nurse exclaimed, her laughter ringing out as she witnessed his reaction. The snug nurse's uniform accentuated her curvaceous figure, causing her ample bosom to quiver with each peal of laughter. All right, I was just joking. My name is Tina, and I'm the nurse aboard this vessel, responsible for your daily dressings." Noticing Feis's somewhat grim expression, Tina ceased her mirth and earnestly introduced herself, though the twinkle of amusement lingered in her eyes. A vessel? Dressings? Feis's mind slowly grasped the situation. He was swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, and the sporadic jolts he felt were indeed the ship navigating through the waves. "Ah, you seem unaware of the circumstances," Tina mused, delicately pressing her slender finger against her lush lower lip, her wide eyes swirling as if contemplating how best to explain. "Approximately 3 days ago, you were brought back by the old man with the white beard. At that time, you were severely injured. It was Dr. Daisy who performed surgery on you for an entire day and night to save your life." "White beard and Daisy?" Feis murmured, seemingly etching these names into his memory. "Wait, did you say 3 days?" "Yes, 3 days. Why?" Tina replied, tilting her head in confusion. 3 days. Angel Island," Feis exclaimed, clumsily rising from the bed, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, and bolted for the door. "Hey, what are you doing? Your injuries are not yet healed. You haven't had your medication changed today." Witnessing Feis's unusual behavior, Tina hurriedly followed him outside. The crew's quarters were divided by a narrow passage, featuring 2 opposing rows of numerous rooms. At the center lay a cross corridor leading to other areas. As Feis advanced along the passage, a long staircase, gleaming in the light, came into view. He ascended the staircase with urgency, revealing a spacious deck and an expanse of azure sea. At that moment, the grand vessel sailed across the vast ocean, accompanied by several seagulls gliding alongside. Occasionally, fish leapt from the water, creating ripples in their wake. At the bow of the ship stood a towering figure, resembling a formidable deity, with his back turned to Feis, gazing into the distance. The man wore a white hat, his golden locks cascading over his shoulders, and sported a crescent-shaped white beard that curved upwards. Draped in a white cloak, he was none other than the future strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. "Have you awakened?" Whitebeard slowly turned to face the hurriedly approaching Feis, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for saving my life, Whitebeard." Feis lowered his head in gratitude, his eyes filled with respect for the man who had rescued him. Nevertheless, he was burdened by pressing matters that prevented him from fully expressing his thanks. "Could you kindly take me back to Sky Island, or at least drop me off at the nearest island? My brothers are there, and I must return to save them." He was uncertain of the fate that had befallen Sky Island, whether it had escaped unscathed or faced brutal slaughter. The thought of the council members and guards who were willing to sacrifice their lives for him weighed heavily on Feis's heart. "Young man, do you comprehend the words that escape your lips?" Whitebeard's previously amiable visage darkened in an instant. Just then, a pink figure burst forth from the ship's cabin. It was Tina, who had been in pursuit. "I apologize, Lord Whitebeard. He is disoriented due to a head injury and did not mean to offend you." Tina rushed to stand in front of Feis, shielding him while bowing apologetically to Whitebeard. Leaning closer to Feis, she whispered urgently, "Let us leave, quickly. I ask you once more, could you please take me to the nearest island so I can disembark? I must save my brothers." Feis cast a grateful glance at Tina and took a few steps forward to meet Whitebeard's gaze. Standing at a height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, Feis appeared almost like a child in the presence of the towering 6-meter-tall Whitebeard. "You stepped aboard this ship. It is not so simple to depart. I am Whitebeard." An overwhelming aura of terror emanated suddenly from Whitebeard. Conqueror's Haki, activate. In an instant, the world around them dimmed. The waves roared and the winds howled. The previously clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, seemingly mirroring the turmoil of this unparalleled powerhouse's emotions. "Is this the Whitebeard?" Feis felt waves of mental impact crashing upon him like a tempestuous sea. No, he must devise a strategy. A crimson light flickered in his eyes as an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. It was Feis's Conqueror's Haki. The 2 formidable auras clashed violently in the void, with purple-black lightning crackling loudly. Both combatants intentionally avoided Tina, who remained unscathed by the confrontation. However, as she beheld this spectacle, her wide eyes brimmed with disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that this boy, seemingly a few years her junior, possessed a conqueror's haki akin to that of Captain Whitebeard, even capable of clashing with it. Meanwhile, Feis felt a bitter realization. At the moment their haki collided, he sensed a tremendous disparity. If his haki were likened to a pond, Whitebeard's would undoubtedly be an expansive ocean. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Feis succumbed, as Whitebeard's aura engulfed him in an instant. Just as this overwhelming presence was about to envelop Feis, it suddenly dissipated. "Kuhuhu, lad, I truly did not misjudge you," Whitebeard exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with appreciation as he laughed heartily. Feis, bewildered, felt an itch in his head, perhaps a sign of a transformation. "Rest assured, lad, your comrades on Skypea are all safe. With Whitebeard protecting them, Wang Ji and Silver Axe dare not make a move." A deep, raspy voice echoed from behind Feis, akin to the sound of sandpaper scraping. Chapter 28. The apprentice crew member, are they safe? Upon hearing this, Feis slowly exhaled a breath of relief. He felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders as he turned to face the person behind him. A gaunt middle-aged man, standing nearly the same height as Feis, adorned his face with dark sunglasses. His gray hair was slicked back into a single ponytail, and he donned a black leather jacket. The first impression of this man was overwhelmingly dark, almost suffocatingly so. It was as if he existed in shadows, perpetually absorbing the light around him, even casting no shadow beneath his feet. "Greetings, I am Jafana, the vice captain of the 2nd Division," the man initiated, his smile revealing a set of pearly white teeth that starkly contrasted with his somber aura. "You may refer to me as Uncle Jafana or Vice Captain Jafana." "Hello, I am Feis, a mere nobody." Feis scratched his head, attempting to recall the man's name, but failing to unearth anything from his memory. Ultimately, he concluded that the man must have perished during the battle at the Valley of the Gods. "To call yourself a nobody is quite modest. I must commend you, young fellow, for managing to take on 2 foes and leave Wang Ji and Yin Fu in such a pitiful state," Jafana exclaimed, feigning exaggerated astonishment before grinning broadly at Feis. "You are unaware, but when the old man with the white beard intervened to save you, those 2 nearly clashed with him," he added, giving Feis's shoulder a friendly pat and offering encouraging words before retreating into the ship's cabin. At the moment Jafana made contact, Feis instinctively recoiled. Once Jafana had distanced himself, Feis exhaled a sigh of relief. From the instant Jafana appeared, Feis felt an unsettling discomfort, an inexplicable aversion akin to encountering a rat in a sewer. "Is your name Feis?" "Do not mind Jafana, he has always been this way." A cold female voice echoed from within the cabin, accompanied by the clattering sound of iron boots striking the floor. Who could this be? Feis's eyes widened in confusion. Soon, a woman clad in silver armor emerged from the staircase. In her early 30s, her delicate features were frosty, framed by a pair of rimless glasses and cascading white hair that fell gracefully over her shoulders. At her waist, she carried a white longsword, exuding an air of noble, aloof beauty that seemed to ward off strangers. "Ah, it is Zulus. I did not expect you to make an appearance." The previously silent white-bearded captain finally spoke, his expression one of surprise, evidently taken aback by her presence. As the combat captain and rookie instructor appointed by Captain Rox, "It is only natural for me to check on newcomers aboard," Zulus retorted with a matter-of-fact demeanor, her gaze shifting to Feis. "Young man, you shall train under my guidance from now on." "No, I will personally oversee his training." Whitebeard interjected. "Do you wish to challenge me?" His eyes widened in anger, and in an instant, the atmosphere thickened with tension as both seemed poised for conflict. "Humph," Zulus scoffed, turning on her heel to depart. She recognized that she was no match for Whitebeard. Engaging in combat would only lead to her downfall. This man, akin to a demonic deity, typically maintains a silent and unassuming demeanor. However, when provoked, few within the Rock's pirates can withstand his wrath. Upon hearing this, Feis finally grasped the situation. It turns out that this Zulus was dispatched by Rox to monitor Whitebeard. Given Whitebeard's character, he would naturally refrain from acting against a woman. Seemingly aware of this, Zulus felt emboldened to act with such audacity. With this realization, Feis began to comprehend why Whitebeard harbored such disdain for the Rock's pirates in the original narrative. Internal strife and treachery abound. It appears that the Rock's pirates are far from united. After all, it is an alliance of pirates gathered in pursuit of treasure. It would be more fitting to refer to them as a pirate coalition rather than a cohesive crew. What is Feis pondering? Do you not have numerous questions? Now is the time to inquire. Whitebeard strode confidently to the bow of the ship, seemingly aware of Feis's thoughts. "Whitebeard, May I ask what became of my homeland, Skypea? Feis finally voiced the concern that weighed heavily on his heart, as there were still those he cared for there. You mentioned Skypea. After that fateful day when you lost consciousness. As Whitebeard recounted the events, Feis gradually pieced together what had transpired. On that day, due to his display of conqueror's hockey, he caught Rox's attention, who resolved to recruit him as a crew member. Subsequently, as the grand ship docked, he fell into unconsciousness, only to be rescued by Whitebeard. Wang Ji and Silver Axe were understandably unwilling to let their hard-earned prize slip away, with Silver Axe even losing a leg in the process. However, out of respect for the authority of Rox and Whitebeard, they could only swallow their bitterness. Afterward, Whitebeard insisted on incorporating Feis into the 2nd Division and took him aboard the 2nd Division ship for treatment. Notably, the Golden Lion emerged to contest Whitebeard for Feis, claiming that Feis had dealt with Wang Ji and Silver Axe, which elevated his spirits. Ultimately, it was Rox who made the decision, allowing Feis to serve as an apprentice crew member in the 2nd Division. Subsequently, Whitebeard instructed his crew to notify Gonfer and others, presenting a flag of the Rox pirates to Gonfer, signifying that Feis had joined the Rox pirates and that Skypea would henceforth be considered their territory. This serves as a declaration of sovereignty and a means of safeguarding the Sky Island. In response, both Silver Axe and Wang Ji found themselves in a state of silent indignation. Subsequently, as Feis remained in a prolonged slumber, the others resolved not to wait any longer. After descending from the Sky Island utilizing the Float Fruit, the main ship of Rox, accompanied by Shiki's subordinate vessel, soared back to the New World. Charlotte Linlin sent out a distress signal, as numerous conflicts awaited Rox's attention in that realm. Meanwhile, Wang Ji's own ship had been engulfed in flames, and his crew had been entirely wiped out. Thus, he had no choice but to board Silver Axe's 5th Division pirate ship, opting to navigate back independently. Ultimately, they could not bring themselves to trust the Golden Lion. A sudden plummet from a height of 10,000 meters could very well reduce the entire crew to mere pulp. This aspect vividly illustrates the cunning and treachery of the Rox pirates. As for the Whitebeard pirates, their ship's doctor, Daisy, expressed concern that Feis's injuries were too severe for high-altitude navigation, fearing potential mishaps. Upon hearing all of this, Feis let out a long sigh. The safety of Sky Island was indeed the best news one could hope for. However, the mere thought of Silver Axe and Wang Ji joining forces to massacre Angel Island made Feis's eyes turn crimson with fury. These two individuals must be dealt with personally. He raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at the white-bearded man. Dear sir, please assist me in becoming stronger. Of course. Chapter 29, Heart. 2 weeks later. This is a spacious training room, measuring 10 meters in length and width, filled with an array of training equipment. Within this vast expanse, only a solitary youth, bare-chested, is engaged in physical conditioning. 918. 919. Feis hoists a barbell weighing 100,000 pounds, perspiration streaming down his brow. The barbell appears to dwarf him several times over. He is clad in weighted attire, and each squat proves to be particularly arduous. Yet, just as he approaches his limit, a surge of newfound strength courses through him. A mere 10 days prior, Feis had consumed copious amounts of meat daily, nearly restoring his body to its former state. The elder with the white beard had indicated that only upon their return to the hive could they engage in a practical sparring session, after which a tailored plan for his enhancement could be devised. As for combat aboard the ship, that was deemed unfeasible, primarily due to concerns about the vessel's integrity. Thus, following his recovery, Feis has committed to daily visits to the training room for rigorous physical training. This has left Nurse Tina in a state of discontent for quite some time. She believes that Feis's injuries have only just healed and that he should refrain from engaging in such strenuous exercises. However, she finds herself unable to persuade him and thus chooses to sulk for a few days without acknowledging his presence. Creak, the door to the training room swings open. Goodness. Feis, I knew you would be here. You've been in this training room for 10 consecutive days. Isn't it time you took a break? A youthful boy with a neatly cropped haircut strides in, towering at nearly 2 meters, his lean form appearing somewhat taken aback upon seeing Feis immersed in his workout. By the way, it's your turn for watch tonight. Remember to head to the observation deck after dinner. Ah, it's Levi. Understood. I'll go there after I finish this set. Feis does not turn around, resolutely continuing to complete the remaining repetitions of his training regimen. Here, Levi resides as an intern crew member opposite Feis, Perhaps due to the fact that Levi is the sole intern of the second division, he became exceedingly enthusiastic upon encountering Feis. With an exceedingly outgoing nature, he engaged Feis in conversation daily upon learning that they shared the same status. Eventually, Feis discovered that it was likely due to their mutual duty of alternating watch that they bonded. Before Feis's arrival, Levi had been solely responsible for this task every night. As familiarity grew over the days, Feis realized that Levi was a veritable fountain of knowledge, particularly fond of collecting bits of gossip. In the words of Feis's previous life, he was exceedingly nosy. It was thanks to this youth that Feis became privy to numerous secrets aboard the Rock's ship. For instance, it was rumored that the captain of the 3rd Division, Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin, possibly held an undisclosed relationship with the intern Kaido. Having known each other since the age of 10, despite being 9 years apart, Big Mom being 10 when Kaido had only just been born. Most astonishingly, Kaido was said to have been virtually unmatched on Hive Island by the age of 15, ultimately gaining the favor of Rocks, prompting Whitebeard to retrieve him for the pirate crew. Additionally, there was a certain leopard print beauty aboard who pined for Captain Whitebeard, yet he remained indifferent to her affections. Even more scandalous was the rumor that the chief financial officer of the Rocks Pirates, Shaki, might share a relationship with the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh. That transcended mere friendship. Such gossip was abundant. Feis naturally scoffed at these tales, thinking to himself, could you possibly know more than I? However, amidst these trivialities lay some useful information that gradually unveiled the truths of this world to him. Firstly, the current year is 1481 in the Age of Sea, with 3 years remaining until the Battle of God Valley. Secondly, he learned there are 3 ways to join the Rocks Pirates, the first being to catch Rocks' eye, leading to a personal recruitment. This phenomenon can be attributed to either an individual's formidable strength or to possessing certain qualities and talents that command the admiration of Rocks. For instance, the Conqueror's Haki exhibited by Fisher Tiger serves as a prime example, as does Kaido, who remains undefeated throughout the Hive. Ultimately, it was Rocks who dispatched Whitebeard to extend an invitation to join his crew. The second method pertains to the unrestricted recruitment of members by various divisions under Rocks in the Grand Fleet, where individuals belong to their respective teams and fleets. The third, and most brutal approach, targets those devoid of innate talent yet yearning to join the Rocks Pirates. This entails participating in the annual Hive Festival on Pirate Island, where only the ultimate victor is granted membership aboard the pirate ship. The means to victory is starkly simple: to vanquish the overwhelming majority of adversaries during the festival, leaving behind a mere handful of survivors, who alone are deemed victorious. It is essential to note that each year, thousands aspire to join the Rocks Pirates. And to stand out among such fierce competition, one must be prepared to shed blood. The gruesome slaughter has engendered deep-seated animosities among the newcomers who join each year. The seemingly unremarkable Rivi has ascended through this brutal method. When the other crew members discussed this matter, Feis was profoundly astonished. After all, no one anticipated that the typically boisterous and gossip-loving Rivi could be a remorseless executioner. Upon joining the Rocks Pirates, these newcomers are subjected to a year-long apprenticeship. During this period, they can strive to master various skills within the Hive, where specialized instructors impart their knowledge. This includes hockey, swordsmanship, and martial arts. And even the Navy's 6 styles can be learned there. After all, the Navy harbors many traders, including a significant number of officers. Alternatively, one may choose to learn under the guidance of their captain or leader. During this year, no one shall dare to trouble you. Those who have the audacity to act will face the expulsion and relentless pursuit of the Rocks Pirates. This is also the reason why Rocks seeks to prevent newcomers from being slaughtered by seasoned veterans due to their lack of self-defense prowess. When both parties are novices, however, this rule is not as rigorously enforced. As long as no fatalities occur, Rocks typically turns a blind eye. Ultimately, the ship encourages newcomers to engage in mutual combat and competition. As for the matter of life and death after a year, it is left to fate. Upon understanding this, Feis began to clarify his thoughts. His foremost objective is to grow stronger, to acquire the strength to rival both Wang Ji and Silver Axe within a year. Given that the two are now aware of their weaknesses, it would be folly to believe he could inflict heavy damage on them as he once did. He must ensure that his power steadily increases. And without a doubt, Whitebeard is the most suitable mentor for this journey. With unparalleled mastery of the 3 types of hockey and extraordinary physical prowess, as well as devil fruit development, he stands unmatched. As night falls and the sky is adorned with countless stars, Feis ascends to the lookout atop the mast, reclining on a deck chair. The moonlight is hazy, and shooting stars occasionally streak across the heavens, creating a scene both beautiful and tranquil. Suddenly, something soars upward towards Feis. Upon closer inspection, he discovers it to be a jar of strong liquor. It requires no thought to deduce its sender. Feis typically refrains from drinking, yet Whitebeard insists that no man on the sea can avoid it. Thus, Feis has opened the door to the new world. After a prolonged silence, Whitebeard finally speaks. "Boy, do you have dreams?" He sits in his designated seat, lifting the heavy jar to drink from. "Dreams?" Feis tilts his head back and takes a generous swig of the potent liquor. A fiery sensation surges within his stomach. This is a specialty from an island known as the Island of Spirits in the New World, where a particular strong liquor is brewed specifically for pirates. He reminisced about his initial aspiration to join the Navy after embarking on his voyage, hoping to gain strength and facilitate his approach to Vagabunk. However, by a twist of fate, he ultimately became a member of the Rock's pirates. He felt a sense of reluctance about joining the Rock's crew, primarily due to the presence of figures like Wang Ji. Yet, in moments of weakness, many aspects of his life seemed beyond his control. His dreams revolved around growing stronger, exploring the world beyond, and locating his sister. He poured nearly half of the jug into his mouth, his gaze becoming somewhat hazy. Thoughts of Granny Hela in the heavens, the missing penny, the war in Skypea, and the devoted guards who willingly faced death flashed through his mind. He yearned to do whatever he could to bring about change in this world. Chapter 30. Arrival at Fishman Island after more than 2 months of sailing. The pirate ship reached its interim destination in the New World, the Sabaody archipelago. As the pirate ship slowly approached, a wave of astonishment swept over the island. Is this a joke? How could such a prominent figure come to Sabaody Island? Could that be the legendary tyrant of the New World, the Rocks Pirates? Look at that sail. It must belong to the 2nd Division under Rocks, commanded by the fearsome monster, Edward Newgate, a.k.a. Whitebeard. Being a crucial passage to the New World, the area attracted numerous pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters. However, upon recognizing the pirate flag, the bounty hunters in the crowd nearly lost their composure. Whitebeard commanded the pirate ship to dock in Zone 50, where shipyards and various coating craftsmen resided. They needed to find these craftsmen to coat their ship with resin from the Yalchaman red tree. From there, they would dive 10,000 meters, traversing a massive cavern beneath the red line, and navigate through the underwater route to Fishman Island, ultimately reaching the New World. These trivial matters need not be attended to by Feis, as there are dedicated personnel aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, Feis, Tina, and Rivi have ventured to the adjacent Zone 49 to procure essential supplies for their daily needs. Due to the limited number of individuals dispatched from the 2nd Division, only 3 were deemed necessary for the journey. Feis found himself perplexed, pondering why the entire pirate vessel comprised merely a handful of 20 or 30 souls. It is worth noting that Wang Ji's 6th Division boasted a membership exceeding 100. Later, Levi elucidated the matter during their journey. It transpired that the expedition to Sky Island had been proposed by Wang Ji multiple times during the commander's assembly, except for Silver Axe. This suggestion was categorically dismissed by the other commanders. Mobilizing such substantial manpower and resources for an elusive legend of the Golden Country was deemed impractical. Wang Ji even suggested that his 6th Division embark independently, but this proposal was likewise rebuffed. The Rocks Pirates were in the midst of a vigorous expansion. The absence of any division as strength was simply untenable. Ultimately, Wang Ji revealed the precise location of Sky Island. Following the disclosure of this information, Captain Rocks, against the prevailing opposition, sanctioned the current voyage to Sky Island. In this instance, it was primarily the 6th Division that mobilized most of its personnel, while the other divisions sent their captains accompanied by a few essential crew members. For instance, the 2nd Division was represented solely by Whitebeard and Vice Captain Jafana, with the remaining crew members engaged in the routine operations of the pirate ship. This included another vice captain and 5 division leaders, alongside the majority of the crew stationed at the front lines. With this understanding, Feis's animosity towards Wang Ji and Silver Axe escalated to a new height. The trio boarded a sightseeing vessel and arrived at Area 49. This place is replete with numerous tourist attractions and specialty shops. To everyone's surprise, events unfolded remarkably smoothly, with neither pirate provocations nor bounty hunters obstructing their path. Upon learning that the 3 were members of the Rocks Pirates, those pirates and bounty hunters quickly retreated. The mere mention of Whitebeard's name was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of many pirates and bounty hunters. Feis and Tina returned with their arms laden with treasures. strolling along the bustling streets. The broad thoroughfare, paved with large stones, was lined with a variety of specialty shops selling an array of Fishman Island delicacies. The calls of merchants, the negotiations of customers, and the conversations of passers-by composed a lively symphony of urban life, immersing them in the essence of daily existence. Feis was filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar world, frequently glancing left and right. Suddenly, Tina, who had been following closely behind, halted, her expression betraying her hesitation. After Feis had agreed to accompany her on this outing, the little nurse had finally forgiven him and begun to engage him in conversation. "What's wrong?" Feis glanced back, puzzled by the concern of this vivacious girl. "I've had a lingering question in my mind. What's the matter with your body?" "My body?" "Yes. Captain Whitebeard mentioned to us that you are a user of the burn fruit, but when Dr. Daisy performed surgery on me, she discovered that your bodily structure seemed." Tina saw Feis's expression darken and quickly bowed in apology. "After all, everyone harbors their own unique secrets. I'm really sorry. Let us just forget I asked. Shall we head back?" "It's nothing. How many people are aware of this matter?" Feis waved his hand, offering a warm smile to reassure Tina. He wished to keep the secret of his rubber body concealed, even if it meant allowing himself a bit more time to mature. However, at this point, further discussion was futile. Moreover, he couldn't blame Tina for her curiosity. She had, in fact, shown him kindness. Only Captain Whitebeard, Dr. Daisy, and I are privy to this information. When Dr. Daisy reported it to Captain Whitebeard, he instructed us not to disclose it. Then it's no problem at all. Let us go. Our next destination is Fishman Island. I've heard that at a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean, there lies the legendary mermaid. Feis skillfully shifted the topic, reluctant to delve further into the matter. After all, there was Levi, an unknown presence, trailing behind him, and he wished to keep his secrets guarded. With that, he led the two back, while Levi observed Feis, deep in thought. By the time the trio returned, dusk had fallen. Whitebeard decided to anchor for the night, planning to pass through Fishman Island the following morning en route to the New World. The crew on board naturally raised no objections. The next morning, Feis awoke early, eager to witness how the ship operated beneath the waves and to behold the fabled Fishman Island. Although he had glimpsed some images in the original work, experiencing it firsthand was undeniably a different affair than merely perusing a comic. This island harbors an abundance of secrets. Within the coral forests of the Sea of Trees lies the historical account of Joy Boy's apologies to Fishman Island. Furthermore, there exists the Ark of the Covenant, a vessel vowed to be protected by the generations of Fishman Island's inhabitants. Perhaps one day, the ancient weapon Poseidon will re-emerge in the form of the mermaid princess. All of this appears to be intricately connected to the historical events of 8 centuries ago. Feis feels a surge of excitement as he prepares to witness it all with his own eyes. In this grand and magnificent era, the future shall gradually unveil its curtain. Tina and Levi, unbeknownst to them, have also taken their place beside Feis. It is their inaugural journey to Fishman Island, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Both individuals are native inhabitants of the New World, with Levi having recently joined the Rocks Pirates. Prior to their induction into the Rocks Pirates, they had never ventured beyond the New World. As the gilded pirate ship gradually descended, the three of them beheld the underwater realm they had longed for. It was resplendent and dreamlike. Enormous sea kings glided gracefully through the depths, with some measuring thousands of meters in length. Among them was a colossal, lantern-headed fish that seemed eerily familiar to Feis. As the pirate ship continued its descent, an island encased in a massive, double-layered semicircular membrane revealed itself before their eyes. Fishman Island, at last. Chapter 31. Farewell. Fishman Island, Banquet Hall. This is an exceedingly spacious and grand banquet hall, where singers and musicians are performing on a shell-shaped stage. Upon closer inspection, the melody that fills the air is the well-known pirate song from the New World, Bing Sake. Today, the esteemed guests being honored here are none other than Whitebeard and his entourage. Upon learning of Whitebeard's pirate ship's arrival at Fishman Island, King Neptune, accompanied by his esteemed ministers, has come forth to extend a warm welcome. Neptune, the representative of the merfolk, is a 30-something coelacanth, adorned with a crown. He possesses striking aquamarine eyes and a vivid red nose. His voluminous, curly orange hair and beard lend him a majestic presence, complemented by his imposing stature, which surpasses even that of Whitebeard. He is renowned as the Knight of the Sea. After exchanging pleasantries, Neptune guided the members of the 2nd Division to Ryugu Palace, where they embarked on a colossal halibut residing within the palace. This giant halibut sat beside Feis, indulging in a feast alongside him. Due to the merfolk's aversion to consuming fish, the banquet was filled with various other types of meat. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Neptune engaged in lively conversation, reveling in each other's company. Feis, however, found little interest in their discourse. As an apprentice crew member, such matters were beyond his concern. He felt a tinge of regret for not encountering the legendary Queen Odoheim, who was said to be unwell and unable to make an appearance. Feis held profound admiration for the spirit and numerous deeds of this mythical queen, yet it seemed premature to dwell on such topics, as they belonged to the era following the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Although this period remains rife with discrimination against merfolk and fishmen, who are often regarded merely as aquatic creatures, it is far more favorable compared to the rampant merfolk trade of later times. The Great Pirate Era, ignited by Roger, has undeniably had a significant impact on the lives of many impoverished citizens. Beyond his desire to witness the grandeur of such a monumental figure, Feis yearned to experience the legendary observation hockey, a natural ability of extraordinary potency that allows one to sense the thoughts and emotions of others. This remarkable prowess can even convey Odoheim's consciousness to others, thereby influencing their minds and thoughts, fostering profound resonance, and altering their perspectives. Such an extraordinary form of observation hockey cannot be attained through mere training. It is an innate ability akin to the Conqueror's hockey, and perhaps even rarer. The reason Feis yearned to witness it was due to its resemblance to Enel's powers. Both possess this natural observation hockey, enabling them to perceive the thoughts and emotions of others. Could this ability potentially allow Enel to assimilate the thoughts of others? Regrettably, he missed this opportunity and would have to wait until the next visit to Fishman Island. The joyous banquet lasted an entire day, an occasion where both hosts and guests reveled in delight. On the following day, the exuberant Neptune led the group to explore numerous fascinating locales, including the bustling port town of Coral Hill located to the southeast of Fishman Island, within the kingdom of Ryugu. Under Neptune's guidance, many merfolk no longer feared the unfamiliar human visitors. In fact, a few enthusiastic mermaid maidens approached Feis to greet him, which caused Tina to sulk, her lips pouting in discontent. Nearby, Rivi observed this with a twinge of jealousy. Feis, too, felt somewhat exasperated. Alas, a handsome individual is always welcomed wherever he goes. After traversing Coral Hill, Neptune brought everyone to the Fishman Harbor, a place teeming with merfolk, enchanting as a fairy tale realm. Their final destination was the underwater forest, a magnificent area adorned with vibrant corals, where schools of fish and whales gathered to feed. Feis was delighted to finally behold the historical text inscribed with Joy Boy's apology. Although he did not comprehend the historical document, its significance was not lost on him. On the third morning, Whitebeard commanded preparations for departure. The farewell was tinged with melancholy, and Tina even shed a few tears. The young girl purchased an array of exquisite souvenirs from Fishman Island, and in a delightful gesture, Neptune bestowed upon her numerous enchanting trinkets. Ah, Captain Whitebeard, do make it a point to frequently visit Fishman Island. Our camaraderie shall forever remain steadfast. Of course, should Fishman Island encounter any tribulations in the future, whether from pirates or the Navy, do not hesitate to summon me via the transponder snail. The bond of male friendship can often be as uncomplicated as this. After spending just a few days together, Whitebeard had already acknowledged the merits of Neptune. Little Tina must also come to play often, and as for the dashing Feis, perhaps he could afford to smile more and refrain from perpetually adopting a brooding demeanor. All troubles shall eventually pass. Neptune flashed a broad grin, seemingly hinting at something as he addressed Feis and Tina. Upon hearing this, Feis's lips twitched in a semblance of a smile. Meanwhile, Tina wiped away her tears, nodding vigorously in agreement. Only Levi appeared filled with anticipation, seemingly awaiting Neptune to share something with him. However, after a prolonged wait, Neptune remained silent. Ultimately, amidst Neptune and the merfolk's farewell waves, the pirate ship set sail from Fishman Island. Levi, on the other hand, crouched in a shadowy corner, muttering to himself incessantly. Several hours later, after the pirate ship traversed a massive cavern beneath the Red Line, it finally arrived at the latter part of the Grand Line, the New World. Upon reaching this chaotic maritime expanse, the navigator aboard the vessel exchanged the compass for a permanent pointer directed towards the hive, sailing straight towards the headquarters of Rocks. Feis's life continued in its usual rhythm, confined to a triangular routine between the training room, the lookout tower, and the crew's quarters. This way of life persisted for over a month, and he did not find it tedious. On the contrary, he derived immense enjoyment from it. This is a sensation of ceaseless empowerment. A force emerges within him each time he feels utterly exhausted, infusing his weary body with renewed vigor. With every breach of physical limits, this feeling intensifies. The final barrier to his own potential remains no thicker than a mere sheet of paper. On that day, after finishing his breakfast, Feis prepared to head to the training room. However, he was intercepted in the corridor by Tina. "What is the matter?" Feis inquired, gazing at the girl before him, who wore a helpless expression and raised her hands to block his path. At times, he found it difficult to discern who was actually older. "You cannot continue training like this. Your body cannot withstand it. I am well aware of my own body." "It's fine," Feis replied with a hint of exasperation, fully cognizant of his own physical condition. However, he could not disregard the concern expressed by the girl before him. "That is not acceptable. You should at least take a 3-day break." Tina's tone wavered, as she too felt that this was inappropriate, realizing she was not Feis's family. "1 day then. Huh. All right, just 1 day. Now, tell me about some details regarding the hive. It would be good to gain some understanding. Let us go to my room." Tina's face flushed crimson as she turned and dashed toward her room. 3 days later, the pirate ship arrived at the hive. Chapter 32. Trouble approaches in the distance. The massive silhouette of a skull-shaped castle gradually came into view as the 2nd Division's pirate ship finally reached the pirate island. The hive. Within a radius of several hundred miles, no other islands were present, prompting Feis and his companions to stockpile ample supplies at the previous stop before sailing directly to the stronghold of rocks. The entire hive island resembled a vast, earthy-colored beehive, with countless tall structures standing majestically before the skull castle, closely packed together. The pirate ship did not linger at the port directly in front of the island, but instead navigated toward the rear side of the skull castle. Approximately half an hour later, the pirate ship arrived at a large open dock behind the skull castle. The entirety of this port is constructed from massive blocks of bluestone, with the word inscribed in large characters upon the adjacent building. This port belongs exclusively to the 2nd Division. Captain Whitebeard has returned. It has been several months since he departed, and it remains uncertain what he has brought back. Rumor has it that Captain Whitebeard seems to have returned with a new recruit, a formidable creature whose strength rivals that of Kaido. Is that true? Do we really have such a monstrous newcomer in our 2nd Division? A group of pirate minions on the shore whispered among themselves. The pirate ship docked, and Whitebeard, wielding his naginata, Song Yunxia, led the crew down the gangplank in succession. Following closely behind were Vice Captain Jafana and Combat Captain Zulusi. Feis and the other crew members trailed shortly after. Is that the monstrous newcomer? Doesn't he appear particularly strong? Can he truly match Kaido? Whether he can or not is uncertain, but he is undeniably handsome. Handsome? I think he looks rather ordinary. Hey, little miss, take a look at me. Ugh. Feis was taken aback to discover that he had garnered admirers for his looks so quickly. The sisters here are truly exceptional, their words melodious. Levi, the shadowy figure of the captain, Jean Fan Na, suddenly turned back, gazing thoughtfully at Levi. What is it? Vice Captain. Levi appeared somewhat apprehensive in Jean Fan Na's presence, his speech slightly faltering. Make sure to take Feis to the new recruit's dormitory later. It's the room right next to yours. Having said that, he followed the white-bearded leaders toward another location. After a considerable amount of time, Levi, accompanied by Feis, navigated through a labyrinth of corridors until they finally arrived in front of a 6-story yellow building. The small building's first floor housed 2 rooms. While Levi's quarters were located on the 3rd floor, he gestured towards the adjacent room, signaling Feis to enter. Feis stepped inside, placing his luggage aside. As he surveyed the unfamiliar space, he discerned it to be a single room, furnished with a bed, a desk, and a substantial wardrobe, mirroring the layout of the ship. Essential amenities, such as a bathroom, were also readily available. He was not one to seek indulgence, especially considering this place was far superior to the stone cottage he resided in on Sky Island. At that moment, Levi, having set his belongings down, quietly slipped in, his face alight with excitement as he regarded Feis. What do you want? Feis inquired, his expression wary as he instinctively retreated a few steps. After several months of acquaintance, he was surprised to discover this peculiar side of Levi. What are you doing? It's not what you think, Levi exclaimed, appearing bewildered. Before suddenly recalling something important and hastily clarifying, I merely came to inform you about some basic details of the island, fearing you might inadvertently wander into a chaotic area and encounter danger. No need for that. Tina already briefed me on everything that night, Feis replied nonchalantly, continuing, "But you should tell me where the training ground is." "The training ground is located in the open space behind Skull Castle." "Wait, what do you mean, Tina?" "In the room?" "You and—" Levi's expression morphed into one of shattered dreams as he sank to the corner, turning away from Feis and weeping. "Wah. My sister Tina. I've liked her for so long. It's not what you think." "Wah. What is it then?" "Nothing happened." "Are there any details?" "Get out," Feis exclaimed, kicking Levi out of the room before casually shutting the door behind him. The youth, of a similar age to himself, seemed lost in thought. On that day, within Tina's chamber, Feis meticulously inquired about various aspects of Beehive Island. The island comprises 3 distinct regions. Directly ahead, resembling honeycomb-like dwellings, lies the pirate hub of Beehive Island, known as the Chaotic Zone. This region is a gathering place for pirates seeking supplies during their voyages in the New World, featuring shipyards, weapon shops, an abundance of daily necessities, and a delightful array of culinary delights and fine wines. Here, one can find a myriad of entertainment options, including casinos, fighting arenas, and establishments of ill repute. In the harsh environment of the New World, the opportunity to revel in the hive is the ultimate aspiration of pirates. Thus, this place is referred to as Pirate Island by the denizens of the New World, a veritable paradise for pirates, akin to heaven itself. Here, individuals exchange intelligence, engage in fierce battles, and indulge their souls without restraint. At the heart of the island, atop a towering elevation, lies the colossal skeletal fortress, which serves as the gathering point for the Rocks pirates. It is the venue for the captain's meetings and the assembly for collective endeavors. This is also a place where numerous instructors of the Rocks pirates impart their teachings. Most of these instructors are individuals who have suffered injuries at sea, rendering them unable to continue their maritime pursuits. There are also some traders from the Navy among them. Rocks invested a substantial fortune to establish a place reminiscent of a pirate academy. His ambition is to become the ruler of the world. Thus he requires a cadre of formidable allies to support his aspirations. Consequently, he adopted the methods employed by the Navy to cultivate strength. Although the teachings may be somewhat disjointed, there is no doubt that it stands as the first cradle for mass-producing powerful individuals in the realm of piracy, provided one can gain entry into the Rocks pirate crew. This is also the reason why countless pirates, fully aware of the inevitable peril, choose to take a gamble at the Hive Festival. Joining Rocks presents an opportunity for strength. The pinnacle of this skeletal fortress serves as the abode of Captain Rocks. As for the final area, it lies on the reverse side of the island. Here lie the outposts of the various divisions of Rocks and the Grand Fleet. There are a total of 7 ports, each corresponding to the 1st through 6th divisions, as well as the Grand Fleet under the aegis of Rocks. The 7 regions seamlessly form a semicircle, encircling the rear of the Skeleton Castle. The vast expanse of land situated between the residential area and the Skeleton Castle serves as the training ground for the Rocks pirates, as well as the venue for the annual Hive Conference. As the sun sets in the west, Feis, having finished his dinner, prepares to stroll to the training ground, intending to complete his physical conditioning and hockey training for the day. During his months aboard the ship, he has diligently practiced the techniques of armament hockey and conqueror's hockey imparted by Whitebeard. With his proficiency in armament hockey already on the cusp of mastery, the guidance from Whitebeard has proven to be remarkably effective. In recent months, he has successfully completed his training in hardening and wrapping, and is soon to embark on the external manifestation of his abilities. Even Whitebeard has expressed nothing but admiration for his innate talent. 10 minutes later, Feis arrived at the training ground. The training ground is oval in shape, encompassing at least several thousand acres. Scattered at intervals are structures designated for storing equipment. At this moment, numerous pirates are engaged in intense training, with some even embroiled in life and death battles. Feis did not pause to observe. Instead, he walked to a secluded corner, preparing to retrieve equipment for his own training. "Hey, brat, come fight me," a deep, resonant voice called out from behind Feis. He continued assembling apparatus suited to his strength without turning around. "Hey, brat, I'm talking to you." The voice behind him rose an octave, tinged with irritation. Feis turned to face the voice, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Are you talking to me?" However, upon seeing the man before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, isn't that the Ship King Jack? The towering figure before him stood at least 4 meters tall, with a robust physique. Adorned with a golden ponytail and draped in a fur coat, his nose embellished with a decorative piece made from the horn of some creature. Aside from the absence of ornamental elephant tusks, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to the Ship King Jack. Yet, Feis quickly discerned the difference. The imposing man was human and exhibited no traits of a fisherman. He recalled that the ship King Jack was indeed a fisherman. And at this time, Jack likely had not yet come into existence. Quit dawdling, kid, and come fight me. This character bears a striking resemblance. Could he be Jack's father? Feis couldn't help but scoff internally. I have no interest. I am a newcomer, and my training remains unfinished for today. With that, Feis turned back to assemble the barbell. Realizing that 5,000 pounds was no longer sufficient, he replaced it with a staggering weight of 200,000 pounds, donning a weighted vest that added an additional 50,000 pounds. As the training progressed, his strength had more than doubled, with his physical prowess advancing at an astonishing rate, heading towards an incredibly formidable level. Observing Feis's indifference, the man behind him, who bore a striking resemblance to Jack, felt veins bulging on his forehead. Coward. I am a newcomer too. Among this batch of newcomers, aside from Captain Kaido, no one dares to disregard me so blatantly. The commotion promptly attracted the attention of surrounding pirates, who rushed over to witness the spectacle. Isn't that the brawler of the 3rd Division, Shaman? Who is that unfamiliar face opposite him? A newcomer, perhaps? This newcomer is in for trouble. Shaman is one of the most formidable among this cohort, despite being only 15. He possesses a notoriously volatile temper. Aside from Kaido, he shows no respect for anyone. Indeed, this year's group of trainees, alongside those recruited by various divisions, numbered in the hundreds, with more than half having faced Shaman's brutal challenges, often resulting in grievous injuries, with some suffering broken limbs. Due to Rox's strict silence order, few, apart from high-ranking officials, were aware of Feis's connection to Wang Ji and the Silver Axe. Consequently, the crew believed that Silver Axe's leg injury was a result of a desperate escape from a dire situation on Sky Island. Even Rivy thought of Feis as merely an ordinary newcomer, noticing only his diligent training and mysterious fruit abilities. In the midst of the crowd, Shaman, hearing others recount tales of his exploits, could not suppress a smirk of self-satisfaction. He had an innate fondness for combat, fearing nothing except Kaido. Though the Rocks pirates had explicitly forbidden the slaughter of newcomers, Shaman interpreted this as a guideline permitting any action short of fatality. Besides, he too was a newcomer. Yet, upon witnessing Feis tidying up his equipment, an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within him. The diminutive figure audaciously dared to disregard himself time and again. Wretched little man. Perish. With that, he crossed his arms with one hand and charged toward Feis like a ferocious beast. Is this person unwell? Feeling the relentless charge of Shaman behind him, Feis was filled with a sense of helplessness. Noticing the gathering crowd, he intended to relocate to a more secluded area to continue his training. However, Shaman, a bull-headed individual, recklessly barreled towards him. Well, given the atmosphere, it would be a disservice to this ensemble of extras not to engage in a bout. Feis did not harbor any disdain for combat. In fact, he relished the clashes with formidable opponents. Yet, the notion of assaulting a mere child left him feeling rather disinclined. Shaman's imposing figure approached with tremendous force, arriving in an instant. Just as they were about to collide, Feis sprang into action. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding Shaman's impact, then nonchalantly extended a leg. Secret technique. Leg trip. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed. The ground shook for dozens of meters, debris swirling in the air. Shaman tumbled across the arena like a heavy truck, only coming to a halt after a considerable duration. Hey. Could it be? The brawler Shaman appears to be in such a disheveled state. It must be sheer luck. There's no way this newcomer could rival Shaman. Even I was left bedridden for over 10 days after a bout with him. Did you also take a beating, my good friend? Indeed, I did. As Feis listened to the surrounding chatter, Shaman, who had just risen, felt his eyes turn blood-red with fury. The diminutive figure, whose actions have led to such a significant loss, ignites a fierce desire for vengeance within me. With this thought, Xiaomong's form begins to transform. Dense, chestnut-hued fur sprouts across his body, which elongates and strengthens. The most striking alteration occurs to his nose, morphing into a sharp horn measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. In the blink of an eye, Xiaomong metamorphoses into a colossal unicorn rhinoceros, exceeding 10 meters in length. The rhinoceros stands twice the height of Feis, resembling a small hill of reddish-brown hue. Behold, the power of the summer fruit. It is indeed the bull fruit, an ancient variety, in its armored rhinoceros form. A rare specimen of the ancient zoan-type fruit. Indeed, Summer has attained immense strength through this fruit, rendering him virtually invincible among his contemporaries. Alas, this newcomer is doomed. If he survives, he will be gravely injured. The crew of pirate henchmen displayed expressions of shock. Each time Summer revealed this form, bloodshed ensued. Armored rhinoceros? How splendid. As long as it is not a mammoth, Feis sighed in relief, for if it were the mammoth fruit, he would genuinely believe he had traversed into another realm. However, that rascal Kaido certainly has a penchant for Zoan types. Perhaps it stems from a childhood obsession with collecting? Yet, the expression on Feis's face, as seen by Summer, was unmistakably one of derision. That detestable little imp, witnessing my current state yet failing to kneel in submission, shall learn the might of the bull lord. With a huff and puff, Summer's massive rhinoceros nostrils flared, his hooves, broader than Feis's waist, scraped the ground, creating a colossal crater. Die, little dwarf. Experience the might of my horns. He bellowed as his enormous horns charged straight towards Feis. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous moment. You are still unworthy. It would be more fitting for your superior to take your place. As Feis observed the dimming sky, he realized that if he did not engage in training soon, he would not accomplish today's task. His hands instantaneously hardened, enveloped in the inky blackness of Haki, as he approached the looming horn of Shaman. With a swift motion, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful downward punch. The impact surged forth like thunder, exuding an overwhelming force that struck directly against Shaman's colossal head. Boom! A cloud of smoke billowed, and dust swirled vigorously. A massive pit, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, formed instantaneously in the training ground. Meanwhile, Shaman's eyes widened in disbelief, his tongue drooping, teetering between life and death. Wait. Is this truly happening? He has actually defeated Shaman and audaciously proclaimed a challenge to Kaido. That must be Haki hardening, right? Indeed. How could such a monstrous being be merely a newcomer? Haha. He dares to provoke the terrifying Kaido. I can hardly wait to witness the scene of him being crushed into shape by Kaido's spiked club. Feis paid no heed to the astonished crowd, brushing off the bull hair from his hands before turning to leave. Chapter 34, Memories of Revi on the morning 3 days later, in the cafeteria hall. The number of diners had dwindled significantly, with only a few scattered individuals seated. In one corner of the cafeteria, Feis and Tina were enjoying their breakfast. This is a 4-person seat, with 2 individuals sitting side by side. Hey, Feis, how could you not invite me? So, you're here on a date with Sister Tina. The moment Feis heard that voice, a headache began to form. He didn't even need to turn around to know it was Levi. What date? Don't spout nonsense. Tina's face instantly flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, only to steal a glance at Feis a few seconds later. However, seeing Feis calmly enjoying his meal, a wave of inexplicable disappointment blossomed within her heart. Meanwhile, Levi, holding a large platter of grilled seafood, settled down opposite Feis. By the way, Feis, did you know? He leaned in with a mysterious expression, as if he had an important secret to share. This fellow is likely concocting yet another piece of gossip. In an instant, Feis surmised the situation, deciding to disregard him and continue his meal. Yesterday, due to that rather dim-witted Nyonyo, he found himself completing his physical training late into the night, leaving no time for practicing his Haki. Today, he must rise early to hone his Haki. He felt a pressing urgency, as only 6 months remained until the end of his internship. Although he had not heard any news regarding Wang Ji and Yin Fu lately, that was no excuse for his complacency. Hey, Feis, you really are quite callous, aren't you? I finally managed to gather some first-hand intelligence to share with you, Levi exclaimed, his expression exaggerated and wounded. All right, I'll share it with you. There are 2 particularly explosive pieces of news. Firstly, several notorious pirate captains have banded together to form an alliance to combat the Rocks pirates. It is said that the situation at the front is dire, with over 60 formidable pirate crews joining forces to launch a full-scale assault on the islands occupied by the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks has issued a call to arms, and both Captain Whitebeard and Vice Captain Jafana rushed to the front lines last night. At this point, Levi's countenance turned somber, as if he were lost in thought. What's wrong? Please continue, Feis inquired, noticing the unusual expression on his face, and he smiled, feigning curiosity. Moreover, it seems we are suffering heavy casualties here. Rumor has it that we newcomers may soon be thrust into battle. Levi clutched his head in fear. It's over. I feel like I'm going to die. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. Weren't you a participant in the High Festival and emerged victorious? Feis scrutinized the gossip monger before him, as if seeing him for the first time. He had always believed Levi to be a person of great depth, seemingly harmless on the surface yet exceedingly fierce and ruthless behind the scenes. In a fit of rage, I wielded 2 large blades and fought from the Skeleton Castle to the 2nd Division port, tirelessly for 3 days and nights without blinking. Are you referring to that incident? Levi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively. That was all due to my devil fruit ability. When I was young, my uncle insisted that I consume that devil fruit, claiming it would render me immune to physical attacks. Last year, he even forced me to participate in the High Festival, saying that a man should go to sea instead of languishing at the 2nd Division base. As he recalled some painful memories, Levi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is your uncle part of the Rocks Pirates? And immune to physical attacks? What kind of special paramecia fruit is that? Feis wondered aloud, as he recalled having kicked Levi before, feeling assured he was human. Ah, Feis, you didn't know? Levi is Vice Captain Jafana's nephew. Tina, who had been silent, tilted her head at Feis, seemingly surprised by his ignorance. Levi is a Logia user. He possesses the abilities of the poison fruit. Feis was perplexed. How could Levi and Vice Captain Jafana be related? It seemed entirely incongruous. But I remember being able to strike you, and I didn't even use hockey. That was because my uncle warned me that unless in special circumstances, I was not permitted to elementalize. Levi's gaze dimmed, as if recalling some painful memories. When I was a child, there was an incident where I misbehaved, and my father punished me. My body involuntarily elementalized. After Levi recounted the tale, Feis grasped the situation. Following the death of Levi's father due to poison, his mother soon passed away from grief. Jafana, overwhelmed with guilt, took the young Levi under his wing, and they drifted together in the New World for many years before ultimately joining the Rocks Pirates. Levi had resided in the 2nd Division base ever since. It was only before last year's High Festival that he finally mastered the initial control of the poison fruit, allowing him to manipulate his elemental state at will. Ultimately, he leveraged his nearly overpowered Logia abilities to survive until the end and claim victory. Reflecting on the tale, Feis couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The onset of calamity often arrives silently. Levi's sources of information likely came from Jafana, yet Levi remained unaware of Feis's circumstances, indicating that Jafana adhered to certain principles. Moreover, he did not use his authority to recruit Levi directly into the 2nd Division, but rather allowed him to accelerate through the brutal trials of the High Festival. Even outside, Levi continued to refer to Jafana as Vice Captain. Are you and that fellow named Shaman contemporaries? Feis recalled that Nyo from the previous evening was also a newcomer, surmising they must be acquainted. Yes, indeed. That's him, Levi exclaimed, slapping his thigh with excitement. He always displayed such enthusiasm whenever sharing fresh gossip. Just last night, this newcomer, ranked among the top 5, was unexpectedly defeated by a stranger. I heard that the one who bested him is over 2 meters tall, with striking short black hair, handsome and youthful, he muttered, scrutinizing Feis with a puzzled expression, as if confirming the information. Could that stranger they mentioned possibly be you? At that moment, a colossal figure burst through the entrance, appearing quite rugged, with bandages wrapped around his head, creating a rather comical visage. The newcomer was none other than Shaman, who surveyed the surroundings as if searching for something. This fellow still wishes to provoke a beating? The expression on Feis's face turned icy. This time, he was determined to leave him incapacitated for at least 10 days, to prevent any further trouble from arising. Suddenly, Shaman by the entrance felt a chill run through him. He turned around and found Feis staring coldly at him. Oh, little brat, I see you here, big brother. Just as Shaman was about to utter some harsh words, he recalled the beating he had received the previous night, and his expression swiftly morphed into one of ingratiation. He even took 2 steps back, seemingly fearful of Feis's wrath. Big brother, our boss Kaido said he wants to throw down with you at the training ground tomorrow evening. He intends to break every bone in your body. With that, Shaman bolted away, cradling his head and shouting, Don't hit me. Don't hit me. It was Boss Kaido who made me say that. Only Feis, deep in thought, and Tina remained, along with a gaping Levi, who looked utterly incredulous. Chapter 35, The Beehive Library. Hey, Feis, you cannot be seriously considering accepting the challenge. The trio made their way back, with Levi bouncing around Feis like a hyperactive monkey, his face etched with concern. Since learning of the news, he had posed the same question over 20 times. Indeed, Feis halted, realizing that unless he clarified things with Levi, he would not find peace today. Yet Levi's concern for him left him at a loss for words. But that Kaido is extraordinarily terrifying. That spiked club of his, what was it called? The 8 Precepts. Yes, the 8 Precepts, you know of it too, Feis. That thing can crush your bones with a single blow. I am not so fragile, but he is such a massive brute, and you are so small. You have no advantage. By your reasoning, the rulers of the world should be the celestial dragons, not the giants of Elbaf. Besides, I am taller than you. Feis pondered, yet could not articulate his thoughts. Why did these individuals always bring up his height? Shaman did, and so did Levi. standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. While not the tallest in the pirate realm, he was still significantly above average. What was the point of comparing himself to giants like Whitebeard and Kaido, who towered at 6 or 7 meters? Could one consume such comparisons? Ah, Sister Tina, you must also persuade Feis. We cannot allow him to suffer needlessly. Seeing Feis's stubbornness, Levi turned his attention to Tina. He truly did not want to witness his comrade endure unnecessary pain. However, Tina bit her finger thoughtfully, gazing at Feis, her expression growing resolute. I believe Feis can win. Huh? His opponent is Kaido, the #1 monster among newcomers, who even the vice captain cannot contend with. Then I believe in Feis, even if he gets injured, Tina said, her eyes blinking earnestly as she tilted her head at Feis. Even if he gets hurt, I can help him heal. I have received Dr. Daisy's approval to practice medicine officially. So soon? Congratulations, Dr. Tina. Feis teased with a smile. Well aware that Tina was not only the nurse of the 2nd Division but also the sole disciple of Dr. Daisy's. Dr. Daisy's was the physician of the 2nd Division and was renowned for her medical prowess within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. Prior to receiving Dr. Daisy's permission, Tina had always donned her nurse's attire, following closely in her mentor's footsteps to learn the art of healing. Upon her return, Tina expressed her desire to participate in Dr. Daisy's assessment. To her surprise, she swiftly passed and is now poised to practice medicine independently. Ah, congratulations to Sister Tina. Meanwhile, Levi, realizing the futility of dissuading the two before him, resigned himself to the situation. If necessary, I shall intervene to save Feis. I absolutely cannot allow that scoundrel Kaido to prevail. His gaze flickered, as though he had foreseen the tragic fate awaiting Feis. His mind was filled with vivid imaginings of himself rescuing Feis, who would then be forever grateful. After bidding farewell to the two, Feis set off alone towards the skeleton castle. During these 3 days, apart from engaging in essential daily training, he spent the remainder of his time here. His primary motivations for being in this place are twofold. Firstly, the 2nd floor hosts numerous classes that impart combat techniques, such as the cultivation and application of domineering presence, various practical skills, and the 6 styles employed by the Navy. These resources are freely available for the members of the Rocks Pirates. However, for pirates not belonging to this crew, a substantial fee is required. Upon understanding this, Feis could not help but admire the ingenuity of Rocks. This can be described as a remarkable feat, akin to killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, it enhances the strength of our pirate crew. Secondly, it allows for the collection of substantial fees. Thirdly, it nurtures this group of individuals, effectively cultivating potential talents for the Rocks Pirates. Should even a small faction from this group join the Rocks Pirates, they would immediately contribute to our combat capability. Fourthly, this is where Rocks demonstrates his utmost brilliance. Hive Island is hardly concealed, teeming with a multitude of pirates, and thus it is inevitably a thorn in the side of the Navy. If one day the Navy were to unleash a purging order to cleanse Hive Island, these formidable pirates from the chaotic zones would serve as the vanguard of the Rocks Pirates. At that juncture, both parties would share a common adversary, the Navy. However, this also poses the risk of nurturing a future threat. When the Rocks Pirates begin to wane, these individuals may transform into bloodthirsty beasts, delivering the final blow to Rocks himself. One of Feis's purposes for coming here is to audit a lecture given by a certain Rear Admiral Houston. He enters a classroom situated on the 2nd floor, where the bearded Rear Admiral Houston is addressing queries regarding pirates. Upon noticing Feis's arrival, Rear Admiral Houston nods in acknowledgement. The newcomer has been attending classes here for the past few days, hence he has some impressions. Feis found a corner seat and listened attentively, occasionally jotting down some details. This course operates on a 4-day cycle. In the preceding days, Feis has already acquired knowledge regarding the application of the 6 styles. Today, the focus shifts to the profound essence of the 6 styles, the 6 King's Spear, and a unique technique known as life restoration. Feis aims to master these techniques before integrating them with the martial arts wisdom imparted by Whitebeard, ultimately to develop a distinctive style of martial arts that belongs solely to him. This is an ongoing journey of learning and advancement, and Feis finds it immensely intriguing. Whether it be the mastery of the 3-colored haki, the development of fruit abilities, or the cultivation of martial arts, he diligently practices each aspect. Should he neglect any one of these pursuits, he would inevitably possess a weakness. Once his strength is fully formed, it would be quite challenging to remedy any deficiencies. Major General Houston's lecture lasted over 2 hours before it concluded. Feis stretched languidly and ascended the staircase towards the 3rd floor. Here lies the largest library in the entire New World, the Beehive Library. This vast edifice is eerily desolate, with hundreds of thousands of tomes quietly resting upon the shelves. The library here encompasses a vast array of subjects, including astronomy, history, maps, and the intriguing compendium of devil fruits, along with various peculiar tales. Feis casually picked up a comprehensive volume on the Grand Line Islands, which encompasses numerous islands already discovered by humankind, along with descriptions of their climates, cultures, customs, and specialties. His understanding of this world was regrettably scant. Having lived in the Sky Islands for over a decade, he found himself lacking in many fundamental concepts. Thus, seizing this opportunity, he devoted himself to rectifying his knowledge gaps. From his readings, he discovered the existence of a race with ebony wings, known as the Lunaria. The following evening, in the training grounds, news of Kaido's impending one-on-one challenge against an unfamiliar newcomer had spread like wildfire. The training area was teeming with spectators, forming a circular barricade around a central point. At the heart of this gathering stood a towering figure, clad in shoulder-length black hair. He sported a pair of massive horns atop his head and a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. Dressed in a snug gray shirt, he wielded an enormous spiked club, exuding an aura of formidable power akin to that of a wrathful deity. What a terrifying sight, this monstrous newcomer. Indeed. Merely laying eyes upon him instills a sense of weakness in my legs. What of that newcomer? Surely he won't flee, will he? In such circumstances, I would certainly take flight myself. The crowd of pirates murmured amongst themselves. Didn't you say you sent word? Where is he? Kaido glared fiercely, turning to cast a menacing look at the hapless shaman behind him. The overwhelming sense of oppression caused shaman's calves to tremble. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Boss, I truly have informed him, and he did not refuse. Surely he is not too afraid to come?" At that moment, Feis, tall and imposing, pushed through the crowd and approached Kaido with a leisurely stride. "Let us begin. I am pressed for time." Chapter 36. Disappointment as the sun dipped low in the west. Kaido and Feis stood opposite each other on the training ground. Feis, elegantly tall and clad in a blue training outfit with a black coat draped over his shoulders, felt the atmosphere grow tense even before the fight commenced. An invisible force surged between the two, silencing the previously boisterous onlookers, leaving only murmurs of discussion. Does anyone know the name of that newcomer? His presence seems to transcend the ordinary. I do not know, but I greatly admire his courage to accept the challenge. Alas, he shall soon be reduced to mere bones by that monster, Kaido. Unperturbed by the whispers surrounding him, Feis gradually attuned himself to his peak condition. The momentum between them swelled, clashing and intertwining. Truly, they were destined to become the most formidable beings across land, sea, and air. Feis was astonished to discover that Kaido's aura was scarcely weaker than his own. Meanwhile, Kaido was equally taken aback. The youth before him, nearly his size, seemed capable of eclipsing his very presence. Since joining the Rocks Pirates, Kaido had roamed the Vodka Kingdom, escaping the Navy countless times. Yet he had never encountered such a young and formidable adversary. However, the truth would only reveal itself through battle. Ha ha ha. You are quite impressive, lad. Tell me your name. How would you like to serve under me? Kaido's laughter, reminiscent of a whip cracking, echoed in the air, causing Feis's eardrums to thrum. I have no interest in serving anyone. Let us not dawdle. I am eager for the fight. Feis's expression remained cool. He was not skilled in verbal sparring, preferring to let his fists do the talking. Very well. Allow me to test your mettle. As soon as the words left his lips, Kaido's muscular arm transformed into a deep shade of black, the haki of his kanabo instantly darkening as a ferocious aura erupted from his being like a tempest, sending the crowd spiraling away. With a swift motion, he swung the massive club downwards, its dark spikes gleaming with a chilling light. The gale it produced causing Feis's coat to flap violently. Do you think you possess the Conqueror's haki? Feis's iron fist suddenly enveloped itself in armament haki, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow as concentrated Conqueror's haki surged forth from his body. Crackling, dark purple lightning erupted in the void, an invisible wave of energy instantaneously filling the atmosphere. Boom. At the moment when their haki clashed, Feis's iron fist collided with Kaido's kanabo. In an instant, a violent shockwave formed a hurricane that radiated outward. The ground shattered like glass, fragments spreading layer upon layer, quickly covering a radius of several hundred meters. Retreat. Retreat. The newcomer named Feis possessed the Conqueror's haki as well. Were these two truly newcomers? Why did this energy fluctuation seem more terrifying than our vice captain? Where on earth did such individuals emerge from? Humph. This is merely a stroke of luck. Just wait. Soon, Kaido will reduce him to pulp. The surrounding pirates slowly retreated, struggling against the onslaught of the Conqueror's haki while braving the tumultuous winds. You possess some skill, lad, Kaido observed with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. as if he had finally encountered an opponent of equal caliber. If this is your limit, then there is no need for us to continue. With fingers poised like claws, Fist lunged towards Kaido's thigh. Given the considerable height difference, his true target was Kaido's eyes. This technique employed by Fist incorporates aspects of the thrusting spear, complemented by the refined mastery of armament hockey, with his fingers resembling 5 formidable lances. Do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe you know who I am? Kaido's gaze flickered, sensing the peril of this move. Instinct, akin to that of a wild beast, prompted an immediate reaction. His knee hardened in an instant, crashing forcefully against Fist's claw. Their powers clashed, evenly matched. As the conqueror's hockey dissipated, Fist transformed into a weapon, utilizing his elbows, fists, feet, and knees, applying various combat techniques to perfection, gradually forming muscle memory. Kaido, unwilling to concede, wielded his dark, spiked club with impenetrable ferocity, countering each of Fist's assaults. In a brief span of minutes, they exchanged hundreds of blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Come on, Kaido. Defeat that shorty. Shaman, positioned at the forefront of the crowd, animatedly cheered, exuding an air of bravado. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the throng, Rivi and Tina. Fist had not informed them prior to his departure, primarily to spare them worry. How inconsiderate of Fist to venture alone, Rivi exclaimed. Go, Fist. Go, Fist. Defeat that horn freak. Before Rivi could finish her complaint, Tina produced a large megaphone from behind, summoning all her strength to shout, her face turning crimson from exertion. Meanwhile, Kaido was in the throes of battle, his eyes alight with excitement. It had been far too long since he encountered such a worthy opponent among his peers. His blood surged with exhilaration, yet unbeknownst to him, Fist felt a sense of helplessness, somewhat disinterested. Currently, Kaido still lacked a certain something. Although this power is comparable to Fist's, a significant portion of his strength remains untapped. Moreover, Kaido is merely 16 years old, with his physical strength yet to fully develop. Not to mention that he has yet to consume the Azure Dragon Fruit. According to Fist's conjecture, the typical strong individuals among pirates experience a rapid surge in strength between the ages of 20 and 40. By around 40, one's abilities reach their zenith, a peak that lasts for approximately 2 decades, after which the body begins to enter a state of decline around the age of 60. Currently, Kaido still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching his pinnacle, especially considering that he has been a member of the Rocks Pirates for less than a year. This level of prowess has truly failed to pique Feis' interest. Do you possess any more formidable techniques? If not, I shall forego further combat. With a powerful push of his hands, Feis effortlessly neutralized the attack from the 8 precepts, and his body soared backward. Having gleaned a sense of Kaido's approximate strength, Feis felt there was no further need to continue this bout. A sense of disappointment washed over him, as he had eagerly anticipated this encounter for several days. Rumor had it that this individual had dominated a nation at the tender age of 10, escaping the grasp of the Navy countless times. However, the displayed prowess left much to be desired. It remains uncertain whether he has grown excessively strong or if Kaido is simply lacking. What are you babbling about, kid? Upon hearing Feis' words, Kaido's eyes blazed crimson. This disregard filled him with profound humiliation. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even the vice-captains of the 3rd Division, after witnessing his prowess, treated him with utmost reverence. I declare, I have no desire to continue this duel. The chasm between us is insurmountable, and further conflict would serve no purpose. With a clap of his hands, Feis turned to depart, unwilling to reveal too much of his strength in public, as it would jeopardize his future vengeance against Wang Ji and others. Let us return. He called to Tina and Levi, preparing to head to the cafeteria for dinner. Meanwhile, Kaido, panting heavily with veins bulging on his forehead, seemed to have made a resolute decision moments later. Die. His figure flickered, and with his spiked club raised high, he brought it crashing down towards Feis' head. Chapter 37. Thunderous Gossip Without Thunder. Perish, brat. The humiliation of being overlooked inflicted a profound blow to Kaido's proud self-esteem. With a swift motion, the Dark Wolf Fang Club, exuding a menacing aura, arced over Fist's head, hurtling directly towards his skull. This maneuver exuded immense power, enveloping not only Feis but also placing Tina and Levi within its sphere of assault. Be careful, Tina shouted, grasping Feis' shirt in an attempt to swap positions with him. In this dire moment, her thoughts were not on her own safety, but rather on Feis. Feis remained utterly still. His strength was beyond what Tina could sway. It's all right, he whispered softly, shielding Tina beneath him. Iron. His arm instantaneously hardened, raised above his head, employing the technique associated with iron to collide with Kaido's 8-style pledge. The sound erupted like the clash of metal, slicing through the air. Feis endured the blow, his body sinking several decimeters into the earth. The gale generated by the impact dispersed the crowd nearby. Levi, positioned closest, suffered the worst, swept up by the tempest, rolling along the ground like a tumbling gourd. "Ah, Feis, save me." A piercing scream reverberated throughout the training ground, yet no one heeded his cries. Clang. With a single hand, Feis deflected Kaido's 8-style pledge. In an instant he vanished, taking Tina with him beyond the confines of the battleground. "Wait here." Feis's expression darkened, his voice low, seemingly suppressing a surge of wrath. "Activate second gear." His robust cardiac muscles suddenly contracted, propelling copious amounts of blood throughout his entire being. Hiss. Scalding steam enveloped Feis, his skin glowing with a crimson hue. "Kid, what is with this state? Is it a fruit ability?" Kaido's gaze flickered with uncertainty, sensing a lethal danger emanating from Feis. The sharpness radiating from the young man seemed poised to shred him to pieces. Impossible, this brat must be bluffing. Kaido's eyes narrowed, revealing a ferocity as he brandished the black glimmering 8-style pledge, his massive form soaring into the air with the force of a mountain crashing down, aimed at cleaving Feis. He intended to strike first. Yet, even as Kaido seized the initiative, Feis was not one to be outdone. Before Kaido's attack could land, he had already reacted. Razor. Phantom Slash. Feis's form transformed into a zigzagging bolt of black lightning, swiftly maneuvering behind Kaido. This technique, known as the Razor, is a combination of the 6 styles and the moonwalk, previously employed by the formidable CP9 agent, Rob Lucci. Feis has infused this move with his own insights, and coupled with the enhancement from his second gear, he has effectively doubled his overall speed, achieving a velocity as swift as lightning. In an instant, as he reached behind Kaido, the dark hue of his haki enveloped his fist, and searing flames surged above his iron knuckles, launching directly towards Kaido's massive head. Feis was fueled by an intense fervor, having cast aside all notions of restraint, driven solely by the desire to obliterate Kaido before him. Kaido, sensing an imminent threat, felt every hair on his body stand on end. A seasoned warrior, he instinctively recognized the gravity of the danger. This individual's speed was so formidable that it eluded even his observation haki. As the downward momentum became irreversible, Kaido had no choice but to awkwardly pivot, raising his kanabo above his head. Boom. The moment Feis's fist collided with the kanabo, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Kaido felt as though an entire mountain had come crashing down upon him, causing him to lose grip on his weapon, which plummeted directly towards his head. In the next moment, both Kaido and his club fell like a comet, crashing violently into the ground. The earth trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, the reverberation lasting several seconds, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. After a brief pause, the haze cleared to reveal Kaido lying in the center of a massive crater, looking utterly defeated, bloodied and battered, his shirt reduced to tattered gray strips. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Am I dreaming?" Someone gasped. "What on earth is happening? That monstrous Kaido has actually been defeated? Impossible. Kaido cannot lose." The crowd buzzed with disbelief and awe. Who is this individual? His strength must surpass that of most Feis captains. When did our pirate crew acquire such a being? Feis. Was it? Shock and admiration rippled through the onlookers. "I told you. Feis would win," Tina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to the dazed Levi. At that moment, Levi was too stunned to respond, lost in a haze of disbelief. He could not fathom that this usually gentle companion, who preferred the solace of books, could unleash such terrifying power. "We are all around 15 or 16 years old. How can you be so exceptional?" Meanwhile, Feis descended gracefully from the air like a drifting leaf. Ever since the battle on Skypiea, he had vowed never to allow anyone to harm his comrades again. Had he not acted swiftly today, tragedy might have unfolded before his eyes once more. Unforgivable, this wretch. Feis sensed the immense vitality within Kaido. His previous strike had not inflicted substantial damage, merely a powerful shock that left him momentarily unconscious. It was not Feis's nature to take advantage of an opponent, and he intended to wait until Kaido regained consciousness to finish the fight. Sure enough, moments later, Kaido slowly opened his eyes. "You've provoked me, brat." He leaped from the pit, wiping the blood from his face, his expression a mask of ferocity. "Is that so? Today, I shall show you the meaning of cruelty." Feis grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Enough with the bravado, kid." Kaido's eyes glowed crimson. If he did not eliminate this adversary today, he would live in shame for the rest of his life. His rage demanded that he shed blood to quench his thirst for vengeance. Gripping the handle of his kanabo tightly, he enveloped it once more in haki, charging at Feis like a rampaging beast. "Thunder Bagua!" he roared. Was it truly Thunder Bagua without the thunder or conqueror's haki? Fis felt a flicker of amusement as he observed Kaido's rudimentary version of the technique, never expecting it to manifest in such a manner. As his thoughts raced, Fis moved fluidly, his form a blur. His hands became cloaked in a pitch-black hue. His left hand transformed into a palm, while his right formed a claw, tendrils of flame curling around his fingertips. Boom! As Fis's left hand connected with the kanabo, he deftly pulled it inward, causing Kaido to stagger and lurch toward him. With a light tap of his toes, Fis soared upward. Finger gun. 100-finger smoke. His fingers ignited with intense flames, leaving imprints on Kaido's chest as flesh met fire, melting like snow in the sun. In mere moments, Fis unleashed hundreds of strikes, leaving Kaido's torso riddled with dark holes resembling a black beehive. Kaido stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock, as blood vessels burst in his sclera. HHH. He gasped, the excruciating pain causing involuntary sounds to escape his throat. It's not over yet. Fis felt no sympathy as he flipped onto Kaido's head, grasping his horns with both hands, unleashing all his strength. Snap! The shattered horn erupted in a shower of blood. Chapter 38, The Great Inferno Boom. The bloodied horn fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. No way. This is terrifying. Is this newcomer a demon? Someone exclaimed. For some reason, I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for Kaido. Anyone subjected to such brutal assault would surely go mad. But it's not over yet. Kaido has not lost. The murmurs of the crowd fell on deaf ears for Kaido, consumed by agony that threatened to drive him to madness. Roar. A suppressed growl erupted from his throat, obliterating any remnant of his earlier calm demeanor. You brat. I will end you. Blood streamed down his head, staining his face and flowing through his disheveled hair, transforming him into a monstrous figure seeking vengeance against Fis. His mind was unraveling, his pupils dilated with rage. And he swung his kanabo wildly at Fis, a torrent of fury. Paper drawing. Falling leaves. Fis evaded as gracefully as a drifting leaf, each of Kaido's attacks narrowly missing him. The synergy of his observation haki and paper drawing elevated his agility to new heights. What a pity. I only managed to take one down. Fis mused, wishing he could have uprooted both of Kaido's horns. Swish, swish, swish. In a mere minute, Kaido unleashed hundreds of strikes, each aimed at Fis's vital points. Kill him. Smash him into a pulp. His thoughts were consumed by a singular desire, rage coursing through his veins. Despite failing to land a single blow on Fis, Kaido continued his relentless assault, his kanabo raised high, crashing down towards Fis's position. Are you mad? Allow me to liberate you. Upon witnessing Kaido's dismal state, Feis felt no pangs of pity. All creatures experience pain when attacked, yet Kaido was impervious to such sensations. Given Kaido's penchant for self-destruction, it seemed fitting for him to bring about his own end. In an instant, while Feis was momentarily lost in thought, the Hachizai ring surged forth, slicing through the air with a ferocious wind, creating a sonic boom as it descended upon him. After countless failed assaults, Kaido, filled with rage, unleashed his ultimate move, determined to crush Feis into oblivion. With a deft sidestep, Feis evaded the lethal strike, causing the Hachizai ring to crash into the muddy ground, sending tremors through the training arena. Kaido's devastating blow was effortlessly neutralized. In the next moment, Feis's foot landed upon the Hachizai ring. Kaido attempted to extract the weapon, but found Feis's foot to be as immovable as a mountain, rendering his efforts futile despite the strain in his muscles. With a swift motion, Feis advanced, lightly tapping Kaido's wrist, propelling himself into the air. Before Kaido could react, a vicious kick, akin to thunder, struck him squarely in the face. The sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. Several of Kaido's teeth fell from his mouth, blood splattering as his hair fell wildly about him, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Regaining his composure, he attempted to articulate his thoughts, only to discover that he could not control his jaw. Feis's kick had dislocated it. You bastard! Kaido growled, reattaching his jaw, fury radiating from his eyes, yet he had no intention of charging forward. He finally regained his composure. On this day, his dignity had been trampled repeatedly beneath Feis's feet. Deep within, a flicker of trepidation arose in Kaido's heart. He realized that no matter his efforts, he could not prevail against this opponent. Even with an arsenal of lethal techniques, they were ultimately rendered ineffective, leaving him the one to suffer injury. Continuing this battle would only result in further humiliation at Feis's hands. The sensation of being utterly out of control left him momentarily in a state of indecision. The Kaido of today is not the Kaido of the future. One is already at the pinnacle of the world, with his body, haki, and conviction all at their zenith, impervious to death. Thus, he finds himself in a cycle of defeat and conflict, battling increasingly despite his losses. Yet, the current Kaido is merely an apprentice crew member, having yet to engage in a formal battle. No more offensives? Then it is my turn. Observing Kaido's lack of further action, Feis unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his feet, gradually ascending into the air. At this juncture, Feis felt a sense of helplessness. Despite Kaido's disheveled appearance, he was merely suffering from superficial wounds, which would heal with a brief period of rest. The physique of this individual is remarkably formidable, leaving Feis with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He resembles an indomitable iron tortoise. It seems that revealing certain aspects is inevitable. At this juncture, to inflict a fatal blow upon Kaido, Feis must employ some novel techniques. Feis, not one to dither, promptly commenced his actions after resolving his determination. With a whoosh, a familiar black Z-shaped flash darted before Kaido, eluding his vigilant defenses and remaining undetectable. In the next instant, Feis materialized directly in front of Kaido. If you were to pin your last words, what would you inscribe? 6th level of Hellfire. Feis's whisper echoed like a demonic incantation, as a searing flame erupted from his hand, enveloping Kaido's entire form in an instant. Boom. The inferno, reminiscent of Hellfire, consumed all in its path. This marks the first time Kaido emits a cry, a sound reminiscent of a night owl's lament, capable of silencing a child's wail. Flames envelop him entirely, the terrifying heat evaporating the moisture from his body in an instant. Even the ground beneath him is scorched to the likeness of pottery, let alone his flesh and blood. Kaido attempts to struggle, only to discover himself immobilized. The intangible flames transform into a palpable force, pinning his limbs and head firmly in the void. His entire form gradually shrivels, resembling a mummy, as his skin ignites and begins to char. Feis intends to roast him alive. Oh dear. This situation seems dire. This fire might indeed reduce Kaido to mere ashes. Is this truly the extent of his fruit's power? Such a terrifying temperature? Could it be the flame fruit? Yet, if this continues, Kaido will surely perish. What exactly does Feis intend to achieve? One must remember that Captain Rocks would be furious if a life were lost. The crowd whispers cautiously, fearful that their voices might provoke Feis's ire. At this moment, they finally comprehend the true terror of the newcomer before them. Feis, you cannot kill him. Tina, who has been silently observing, exclaims urgently, worried that Feis might incinerate Kaido outright. If you kill him, Captain Rocks will certainly not spare you. And neither will Big Mom. I do not wish for you to be in danger. Indeed, Feis, Kaido must not perish just yet. If you intend to kill him, it should wait until the initiation period is passed. Levi finally reacts, unwilling to see his friend in peril. Very well, I shall spare your life for now. Feis waves his hand, and the flames engulfing Kaido dissipate entirely. Kaido collapses to the ground, resembling a massive lump of charred remains. For the time being, he cannot be eliminated, at least until Feis possesses the strength to contend with Big Mom. Otherwise, even if Whitebeard intervenes on his behalf, he would not fare well against the wrath of that madwoman. Chapter 39, The Situation Silence. The entire training ground falls eerily quiet. Let us go. It is time for dinner, Feis declares, eager to not miss mealtime. Ignoring the now unrecognizable Kaido, he strides through the crowd, accompanied by Tina and Levi, leaving behind a throng of astonished onlookers. This batch of newcomers is truly a collection of monsters. That is Kaido. Even Captain Rocks has acknowledged him as a newcomer with immense potential. What manner of power is that flame? Why do I feel as though it could incinerate me in an instant? Such strength must surpass that of most Feis captains. And he remains merely an intern. He is so striking, so powerful, I have decided. I wish to be his subordinate. As Feis gradually recedes from view, the pirates begin to engage in fervent discussion. How infuriating. How can he be so strong? Shaman grits his teeth, dashing towards Kaido. That is Kaido, after all. He had anticipated unleashing his frustrations upon witnessing Kaido breaking Feis's bones one by one. Yet the current scene is entirely unexpected. His captain is no match for Feis. Shaman can sense that Feis has not even exerted his full strength. The ease with which he handles the situation is not something one can feign. Just how powerful is that rascal? It feels like a bottomless abyss. Shaman shudders at the thought. Had Feis unleashed that flame upon him, he would likely have been reduced to ashes. I must take Captain Kaido for treatment. His form begins to transform, instantly entering his hybrid state, morphing into a robust minotaur towering at 8 or 9 meters. With great effort, he lifts Kaido's charred body onto his shoulders and races towards the 3rd Division's encampment. As time flows like water, half a month swiftly passes. With the news of Kaido's defeat spreading like wildfire, tales of Feis begin to circulate throughout the Rocks Pirates. The strongest newcomer, the Crimson Flame Demon, the 2nd Division's fiend. In no time, the members of the 2nd Division walk with pride, chests puffed out, their faces adorned with expressions of triumph, even if they might not fully grasp who Feis is. As long as they flaunt their affiliation with the Second Division in front of women, they instantly garner adoration. Well, the Second Division. Brother, do you know Feis? Is he really as described in the legends, robust and formidable, resembling a demon? Handsome, if you could procure a signature from Feis for me, I would gladly be your girlfriend. Such conversations abound, and through the topic of Feis, countless members of the Second Division find favor with the fairer sex, achieving an unprecedented rate of romantic success in the division's history. Although ultimately inconsequential, the protagonist of this saga, Feis, finds himself immersed in the ocean of knowledge at the Hive Library. Defeating Kaido has not brought him much joy, whether it be Kaido or Shaman. He has never regarded them as adversaries. His true opponents lie upon the seas, those who transcend an era's might, the true titans he yearns to challenge, Rocks, Roger, the Golden Lion, Garp, and Sengoku, names that resonate with familiarity, all presently at their zenith. In this tumultuous era, formidable individuals emerge like fish crossing a river, ceaselessly appearing. Aspire to gaze upon them, challenge them, and ultimately conquer them. Strength is forged in the crucible of conflict. Transcendence is found on the precipice of life and death. In the end, stand alongside them at the pinnacle of existence, stepping into the zenith of the world, and endeavor to transform it. These are the very aspirations he fervently pursues. Wang Ji and the Silver Axe represent the foremost objectives of Feis. However, mere daydreams are utterly futile in the quest to realize these ambitions. He has been diligently accumulating knowledge and steadily advancing, seizing every opportunity that enhances his strength. One day, when all these accumulations coalesce into his own formidable power, he will make a vigorous leap and transform into a true dragon soaring through the heavens. Yet, due to his recent triumph over Kaido, a multitude of inexplicable individuals has sought to follow him, eager to be his subordinates. Each time he arrives at the training ground, he is surrounded by throngs of admirers. Ultimately, he was compelled to relocate, opting to train in the independent training room of the Second Division. Although the facilities here are somewhat lacking, they are certainly better than nothing. After several days, as the fervor gradually subsided, Feis resumed his daily training at the training ground. In the remaining hours, he devoted himself to the Hive Library. He perused numerous texts regarding islands and devil fruits, skimming through them at an incredible pace. With his current abilities, retaining this information was but a trivial matter. However, Feis felt a tinge of regret as he scoured the entire library, finding no records concerning ancient script. It seems that he will have to wait until he sets sail to visit O'Hara. Mastering the ancient language is fundamental to uncovering the truths of this world, making it imperative to visit O'Hara before its destruction. Whether the scholars on the island would be willing to teach him, or if he could indeed learn, remains a separate consideration. If necessary, he could always abduct a scholar. With this thought in mind, Feis closed the voyages of the four seas, sensing that someone was approaching him. The presence is undeniably that of Levi. His observation haki seems to have advanced recently, allowing him to distinctly perceive the unique aura of each individual. Thud, 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 the footsteps grow ever closer, marked by an urgency, even carrying the sound of Levi's heavy breathing. What is the matter, so hurried? Feis turned to see Levi halting behind him, panting heavily. Your physical strength is inadequate. Although you possess the powers of the natural system, you must not overly rely on the fruit. He furrowed his brow slightly. Despite Levi's regular training, it was evident that his fitness level was lacking, clearly revealing his frail physique. In the future, encountering formidable masters skilled in physical techniques and armed color haki will undoubtedly place one in a passive position, potentially leading to significant suffering. Those matters can be discussed later. My uncle has returned. Jifana? Is there not a pressing situation on the front lines? Indeed, the counteroffensive led by those prominent leaders has been exceedingly vigorous, pushing the front line forward by several islands, and the situation is far from optimistic. It is said that Li Wei appeared horrified, his eyes reflecting disbelief. What have you heard? Feis inquired, puzzled by what could evoke such fear in Li Wei. Are we to be sent to the battlefield? It is rumored that several islands on the front have been completely stained with blood, and the lower-tier pirates within the crews have been nearly exhausted. The purpose of our return is to enlist us newcomers for combat. My uncle has sent me to inform you to prepare, as we shall set sail tomorrow, and furthermore, our group of novices will be personally led by the first mate. The first mate? Who is that? When did the Rocks pirates acquire a first mate? Chapter 40. Departure. The following morning, the sky was overcast. Although a breeze swept through, it did little to alleviate the oppressive heat typical of August. This is a vast square situated in front of the skeleton castle, entirely constructed from pristine white stones, expansive and boundless. Near the skeleton castle, A raised platform has been erected within the square. The platform, measuring 8 meters in length and 6 meters in width, rises over 2 meters high, serving as a podium for the leaders of the pirate crew to address the assembly during their general meetings. At this moment, hundreds of individuals have gathered in the square, each bearing their belongings, seemingly awaiting something significant. Most of these individuals are newcomers to the Rocks pirate crew who joined in January of this year. The Rocks crew has a fixed recruitment period every year, typically commencing in January and lasting for a month. Interestingly, they joined the pirate crew 2 months earlier than Feis. Yet their year-long internship has not concluded, and they are to directly enter the battlefield. Have you heard? This time, the vice captain is leading the team personally. Indeed, it is said that Vice Captain Albert once battled Captain Rocks for 10 consecutive days and nights, ultimately conceding defeat by a hair's breadth, before agreeing to join the Rocks pirate crew. Of course, Vice Captain Albert is immensely powerful. He possesses the rare mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. The mythical Zoan? Is that not the type of devil fruit even rarer than the Logia? Whispers of intrigue ripple through the crowd, revealing their fascination with this legendary vice captain. Yet, some faces are etched with concern, seemingly apprehensive about the unknown fate that lies ahead. Hurry, Feis, don't dawdle. Let us move forward a bit. We shall soon catch a glimpse of the vice captain's grandeur, Rivi exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Feis's arm as they navigated through the throng toward the elevated platform. His eyes sparkled with an intense fervor, an indescribable emotion that resembled reverence or longing. After emerging from the library, the two returned to their dormitory to pack their belongings, arriving at the assembly point with their bags early this morning. To their surprise, others had arrived even earlier. Are you truly in awe of the vice captain? Feis asked, maintaining a composed demeanor as he disentangled himself from Rivi's grasp, adjusting his azure casual shirt and pulling his sun hat low over his brow. Recently, he had taken to wearing this hat to avoid being recognized by the fervent fans. Were it not for the sweltering heat, he would have wrapped himself in a scarf. Indeed, you cannot fathom how formidable the vice captain is. He is the man who once clashed with Captain Rocks for 10 days and nights. Rivi recounted with enthusiasm, enumerating the vice captain's exploits. 2 years ago, he appeared out of nowhere on the seas, challenging Captain Rocks in his inaugural battle. With the power of a formidable mythical Zoan fruit, he boasts a staggering bounty of 2.5 billion. He is known as Albert, the man from Hell. Nicknamed the King of Hell, ruthless against foes, yet unexpectedly humble and low-key with his comrades, he is exceptionally well-liked. He enjoys mentoring newcomers, seamlessly integrating with the fresh recruits, and even presided over the High Festival in January. As Rivi narrated, a mysterious, powerful, yet affable image of the vice captain emerged vividly. Particularly when he spoke of the mythical Zoan fruit, his eyes sparkled with delight. You seem to have a fondness for mythical Zoan fruits? Feis inquired, puzzled, as one would typically pursue the Logia fruit as the ultimate aspiration, given that Rivi already wielded the powers of a poisonous fruit. It was surprising he held the mythical Zoan in such high esteem. Moreover, there were numerous enigmas surrounding this vice captain. Such a character had never existed in the original narrative. How could he appear out of thin air? Indeed, you have no idea how incredible the mythical Zoan fruit is. It can transform into various mythological creatures while bestowing an array of extraordinary abilities. It is simply magnificent. Rivi's expression turned slightly wistful as he lamented his own choice of the poisonous fruit. And the vice captain's fruit is among the pinnacle of the mythical Zoans. Look, the vice captain has arrived, Rivi exclaimed, tugging at Feis as he pointed toward a group of 4 emerging from the skeletal castle. Leading the procession was a towering figure, over 7 meters tall, impeccably proportioned, clad in a tailored black suit and adorned with a black top hat. Following him were a man and 2 women. One was the second-in-command, Jafana, while the other was a statuesque lady in a yellow leopard print gown, her golden hair cascading elegantly, with a striking appearance. Accompanying them was another tall woman with waist-length azure hair, dressed in an unusual priestess robe, her head bound with a black ribbon, holding a white spirit banner. The 2 women were unfamiliar to Feis, their faces completely new. Ah, Lord Albert, Vice Captain Albert, may I inquire if you are leading the expedition to the front lines this time? A sudden burst of excitement enveloped the atmosphere, with the newcomers in the square erupting in cheers. Albert ascended the platform, his large hand gradually silencing the crowd. The throngs of people quieted, eagerly awaiting his words. Esteemed future stars of the pirate crew, I am your Vice Captain Albert. I trust you are already aware of my general purpose here. His voice was resonant yet tinged with a slight rasp, possessing a compelling quality that commanded attention and obedience. The Pirate Alliance, spearheaded by the 3 major pirate overlords, has commenced a full-scale counterattack on our territory, resulting in the loss of numerous brothers in battle. Now, the pirate ships require your strength. Time is of the essence. I will be taking a few newcomers to the battlefield first, while you will board under the guidance of Mr. Bakeen and the Black Charcoal Mukin. With that, he began to recite a list of names. Feis, Shaman, Rivi, Amaz, Job. All right, those named, come forth to the platform and join me on our journey. After calling out the names of a dozen individuals, Albert's form began to swell, his body enveloped in dark fur as his head transformed into that of a pitch-black canine, while two massive dog heads, one white and one gray, sprouted from his neck. In an instant, a three-headed giant hound, over 100 meters tall, materialized upon the platform. It was wreathed in a grayish aura, its hooves igniting with inky flames, and frost glimmered upon its tail. Fierce, agile, majestic. This is Feis's initial impression of the Cerberus. And to his astonishment, those two women are none other than Mr. Bakeen and Haytin Muchan. Behold, the manifestation of Lord Albert S. Fruit ability. The Inu Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan, hellhound form. It is said that each of Lord Albert S. three heads can unleash a distinct type of attack. Remarkable, truly formidable. The moment the hellhound made its appearance, the entire plaza erupted in excitement. No time to dawdle, quickly climb onto my back, urged the central head of the three-headed beast. Its mouth agape. Let us go, Feis. Witnessing Jafana and Shaman leap onto the back of the Cerberus, Rivera swiftly pulled Feis from the crowd and vaulted into the air, landing beside Jafana. Wow, is that person really Feis? The strongest newcomer. Indeed, he is the monster who defeated Kaido. So handsome and powerful, yet so humble. I want to bear his children. The atmosphere in the arena surged to new heights, while Feis wished for a place to hide. Hold on tight. This time, it was a reminder from the white-headed dog. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the three-headed beast leapt into the sky, finding a precise direction. Albert began to sprint. With each paw that struck the ground, white frost clouds coalesced in the air, steadfastly supporting its massive form. The frost clouds parted, allowing it to traverse the void. Chapter 41. Let me take a look. The three-headed dog soared 1,000 meters, each step propelling the entire world backward. Islands were left behind in its wake. To describe its speed as swift would be an understatement. Wow, we're flying in the sky. Look how tiny Honeycomb Island has become. A dozen youths, experiencing the thrill of flight for the first time, could not help but exclaim in wonder. Feis, look quickly. We're in the sky. Rivi, brimming with excitement, pointed towards the nearby clouds, akin to a monkey spotting a banana. Feis, however, remained unresponsive, captivated by the velocity at which Albert was soaring. It was at least 5 times faster than his own pace. After a silent comparison, Feis realized the gap was insurmountably vast. When measured against such a formidable being at the pinnacle of this new world, he had an extensive journey ahead of him. Hey, Feis, have you noticed? Seeing Feis' lack of reaction, Rivi attempted to shift the subject. Speak if you have something to say. From the side, the hoarse voice of Jafana broke in, startling Rivi, causing him to shudder and break into a cold sweat. Uncle, could you please not frighten me? I just noticed how incredibly fast Lord Albert is flying. Why do I feel no wind? Rivi shrank his head, his voice trembling slightly, seemingly intimidated by Jafana. It must be due to these gray auras, although I cannot discern what they are. They seem to block the wind. The moment Feis mounted the colossal dog's back, he sensed something was amiss. The air was thick with a gray, decaying essence that instilled discomfort in all who breathed it. Impressive. I heard your monstrous newcomer, Kaido, was defeated by you. Quite commendable. You possess the demeanor of the Whitebeard captain. Should you encounter any troublesome matters in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Jafana managed a smile. It was rare for him to commend others. He was well aware of the young man's prowess. Yet his victory over Kaido had indeed brought honor to the 2nd Division commander. Within the Rocks Pirates, a subtle rivalry existed among the various divisions, particularly between the esteemed 2nd and 3rd Divisions. While the upper echelons refrained from direct confrontation, skirmishes among the subordinates were commonplace, barring the exception of the unconventional Shiki. Pirates, after all, are a lawless breed. Uncle, please tell us what this is, urged Rivi, his anticipation palpable. Bang! Jafana delivered a swift punch, leaving a sizable bump on Rivi's head, instantly rendering him docile. Allow me to explain. Jafana cleared his throat, preparing to elaborate. Even the nearby group of several youths shifted closer, intrigued by the unfolding tale. Only Shaman, in the distance, shrank back, attempting to conceal his imposing form within the fur of the Cerberus, his towering height of over 4 meters rendering him rather comical. These are the abilities conferred by Lord Albert S. Fruit, known as Hellish Miasma. It not only obstructs the flow of air but also erodes all things. It is a truly terrifying gas. I recall an instance when Lord Albert engaged in a fierce battle with a rival captain, a notorious pirate worth over 1.5 billion. The two fought for 3 days and nights, and in the end, Lord Albert unleashed a breath of ethereal darkness that dissolved an entire island. Jafana spoke with evident admiration for Albert, his eyes gleaming with reverence. In the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme. And it is only natural for the weak to revere the strong. Well, what happened to that opponent? Was he dealt with? Rivi's admiration mirrored that of Jafana. Naturally, he sank into the depths of the sea. Wow, how cool. Lord Albert is truly formidable. Indeed. Not only the uncle and nephew, but also the nearby youths shared the same gleaming eyes. He can fly, possesses immense strength, and is so affable. He is the epitome of a perfect idol. Yet, Feis furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that something about this tale seemed peculiar. Firstly, this character had never been mentioned in the original narrative. There are only two possibilities. Either the rank is too low to attract the attention of the Navy, akin to the vice captains of the likes of Jifon Na, who failed to reach the level of notorious pirates, thus missing the chance to be remembered in history. However, it is evident that Albert does not fall within this category. His legendary status was solidified long ago with his confrontation against rocks, which resonated throughout the world. His valuation of 2.5 billion speaks volumes. Yet, such a figure was not even mentioned by Sengoku in the original narrative, leading us to consider the second possibility. From an unexpected emergence, remaining inconspicuous, to achieving fame through a singular battle, he ascends to the role of vice captain. He mingles seamlessly with ordinary crew members, embodying strength while maintaining an unassuming demeanor. The origins of it all point towards a certain possibility. Albert may very well be an undercover agent of the world government. A conspiracy targeting the Rocks pirates. Fifth, what are you doing? Rivi's shout interrupted Feis' contemplation, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Look over there. Rivi pointed to a hidden bull. Once the excitement waned, he noticed that Shaman was also perched upon the back of the massive dog. It seemed that he had heard Lord Albert mention this name previously. Hey, Shaman, come here. He beckoned to Shaman with an air of arrogance. With Uncle and Feis by his side, he felt remarkably emboldened. Feis' gaze shifted towards Shaman in the distance, and he too began to grasp the situation. What is the matter, brothers? Shaman stammered, his eyes darting nervously as if he feared Feis would cause him trouble, despite his efforts to diminish his presence. Why had this demon still taken notice of him? Come closer so I can have a look. All right, big brother. Realizing he could not escape, Shaman, with his head bowed, slowly approached Rivi. Feis glanced at the stoic Jafana nearby, who showed no reaction, and allowed Rivi to continue. Kid, where's Kaido? Why hasn't he come? Kaido was severely injured by Brother Feis and has not yet recovered, so he is unable to participate in this mission, Shaman stuttered, explaining the situation after much hesitation. 2 weeks prior, Kaido had been gravely wounded by Feis, sustaining hundreds of injuries, his skin charred. After 3 days and nights of treatment from the 3rd Division's doctor, his condition had barely improved, and he had spent over 10 days in bed, just now able to walk. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the surrounding youths collectively gasped, instinctively retreating a step. Although they had heard various rumors about Feis, they had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, hearing Shaman, one of the involved parties, recount the events, they grasped just how formidable the seemingly gentle youth before them truly was. To have incapacitated the monstrous Kaido for half a month was simply unbelievable. You need not fear. I shall not trouble you, Feis waved his hand, signaling Shaman to return to his place. For an opponent who had already been bested, there was no need to pursue the matter further. Thank you, Brother Feis. Shaman nodded vigorously, relief washing over his features. The youth before him was terrifying. Taking his life would be but a few moves away. A few hours later. Clap, clap, clap. Jafana rose, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. Prepare yourselves. We are almost there. He pointed ahead, where a massive fan-shaped island gradually revealed its contours. Chapter 42, A Twist of Fate. This island is fan-shaped, adorned with several small islets formed by scattered coral reefs. The entire island is enveloped by sandy beaches and coconut palms, exuding the essence of a tropical paradise. At the heart of the island, a series of quaint villas and residential buildings gracefully extend towards the curved edge of the fan, seamlessly connecting with a spacious plaza. Towering at the edge of the plaza stands a magnificent red castle, majestically rising into the sky. The castle is perched atop a fan-shaped island, crowned by a colossal Jolly Roger flag. Even from a great height, one cannot help but marvel at its grandeur. At this moment, Dozens of pirates are busily transporting supplies towards a massive pirate ship anchored at the castle's rear port. Suddenly, the hellish three-headed dog descends, stirring a fierce whirlwind. The surrounding pirates hurriedly shield their faces, struggling to keep their eyes open against the gale. "Look, it's first mate Albert returning," whispers one, excitement palpable in his voice. Rumor has it that the first mate has gone to fetch a cohort of exceptional newcomers, leaving many to wonder about the plans that lie ahead. It is said that this group of recruits is the strongest since the pirate crew's inception, with several possessing terrifying prowess, like that Kaido. A cluster of underlings murmurs in hushed tones, their voices laced with reverence, as they envision themselves among this formidable assembly. If all goes as expected, these newcomers will undoubtedly ascend to the upper echelons of the pirate ship. As the great beast lands, Jafana leaps down first, followed closely by Feis and the others. Once they have all descended, Albert's imposing form gradually contracts, transforming into a tall figure clad in a black suit. "Come along, my little ones," he intones gently, adjusting his black top hat, his dark curls cascading elegantly over his shoulders, exuding an air of gentlemanly grace that is hard to resist. He then strides confidently towards the Crimson Castle. Inside, the castle is spacious and bright, ablaze with light. The moment Feis crosses the threshold, he feels as though he has stepped back into the Middle Ages. The banquet hall is adorned with opulent decorations, predominantly in shades of white, with walls embellished by exquisite oil paintings and neatly arranged yellow oak tables and chairs. Unlike typical castles, this place embodies the essence of a pirate celebration, a grand feast. Albert did not linger but rather veered left and right, arriving at a staircase. "Uncle, where is this place? What are you taking me for?" Finally, Levi, who stood beside Feis, broke the silence, feeling rather bewildered by the strange atmosphere. He had posed the same question numerous times during their journey, yet every time Jafana merely responded with a cryptic "it's a secret," leaving his inquisitive heart quite troubled. "Do not fret. This is the forward base of the Rocks Pirates, known as Castle Island. As for what we are to do, you shall find out shortly." Before Jafana could reply, Albert suddenly turned around, his expression shrouded in mystery as he addressed Levi. With that, he pivoted back and led the group up the stone staircase. "Ah, thank you, Lord Albert," Levi exclaimed. Astonished by the response from his idol, his face a mixture of disbelief and excitement, even stuttering as he spoke. He lightly nudged Feis beside him, his eyes sparkling with admiration as if to say, "Wow, Lord Albert actually spoke to me." Unable to bear Levi's fervent enthusiasm any longer, Feis quickened his pace. The intensity of such an infatuated fan was truly overwhelming. However, he could not shake the curiosity raised by Albert's mention of a forward base. Could it be that their destination lay elsewhere? At the rear of the group, a cute, round-faced girl with a white, waist-length ponytail was discreetly glancing in Feis's direction. She would steal a glance and then lower her head, only to look again after a moment, creating a repetitive cycle. "Who is that?" Feis turned around, only to find no unfamiliar face present. Throughout the journey, he had an unsettling sensation of being watched, yet no suspicious figures came to light. After a few moments, Albert halted before a conference hall on the third floor of the castle. He pushed the door open, and a throng of individuals streamed in. Within the expansive hall, 3 imposing figures were already seated. 2 of them were recognized by Feis, the white-bearded man and the golden lion, Shiki. The third, a middle-aged man wielding a blade, sported a fierce buzz cut complemented by a thick beard, exuding an aura of intimidation. He sat behind the golden lion, his gaze unwavering. Feis surmised that he must be the vice captain of the 1st Division. "At long last, you have arrived. I've been waiting for an eternity." With a swift motion, the golden lion rose to his feet, his eyes scrutinizing Feis and the others, finally settling on Feis. "Ha ha ha ha. So, you are Feis. Newgate has been singing your praises daily. What do you say? Why not join my 2nd Division as the vice captain and relegate Kashu to an intern?" He gestured towards the bearded man behind him, suggesting that Feis could easily ascend the ranks should he acquiesce. "Enough of this nonsense, Shiki. The pirate ship has already docked. Provide a brief overview of the situation, and then you may set sail. I have numerous matters to attend to." Albert's tone was gentle yet brooked no dissent. "What further introductions are necessary? Let us embark without delay. We can elucidate matters once aboard. Let us not squander time." Shiki cast a wary glance at Albert before turning to lead the bearded man, Kashu, out of the conference hall. "What are your thoughts, Newgate?" Albert chuckled, shaking his head, seemingly accustomed to Shiki's eccentricities, before turning his attention to the white-bearded man. "Ha ha ha. Let Jafana explain to this motley crew." With that, the white-bearded man exited the conference hall, accompanied by Jafana, making his way towards the staircase. Feis followed closely behind, leaving behind a perplexed Rivi and the others. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Jafana's raspy voice echoed down the corridor. Go on, return alive, young ones. Albert waved farewell to the group, his demeanor radiating a gentle warmth. The words echoed in the hearts of the crowd, filling them with trepidation. Under the guidance of the white-bearded captain, they boarded a colossal pirate ship moored at the rear port of the castle. The infamous Captain Gold Lion and Kashi had long awaited them at the bow. While numerous crew members busily prepared for departure, Feis immediately recognized several familiar faces from the 2nd Division. You all go find an empty cabin to stow your belongings. And later, gather on the deck. I shall apprise you of the particulars, came the voice of Jafana. Prepare yourselves for the worst. Half an hour later. As the crew completed their preparations, the immense pirate vessel gradually ascended, soaring toward the horizon. By dusk, at the port of Castle Island, the pirate ship emblazoned with the 3-character insignia gently docked. A throng disembarked in single file, led by a statuesque woman clad in a form-fitting red suit. Her cascading pink waves framing a striking visage and voluptuous figure. Greetings, Lady Charlotte. A flurry of bustling Rocks crew members hurriedly greeted her. The newcomer was none other than the captain of the 3rd Division, Charlotte Lingling. She seized a crewman by the collar, her expression aflame with fury as she demanded. Where is that brat Feis? He dares to harm my crew. I shall drain the very essence of his life. Chapter 43. The rising tide of an era as night descended, a tapestry of stars illuminated the sky. A group of young men and women had emerged from the ship's cabin, gazing in awe at the surrounding clouds. Simply incredible! Though they had heard tales of Captain Gold Lion's prowess, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly exhilarating. Yet, the ominous words of Albert and Jafana lingered in their minds, instilling a sense of unease. Is everyone present? Jafana appeared suddenly, like a specter, startling them with his gravelly voice that sent shivers down Levi's spine. Must we always cultivate such an atmosphere? Feis lamented inwardly, recalling how this individual had consistently materialized and vanished without a trace since their acquaintance. You all seem rather spirited. Well done. Now, I have some rather ominous news to share. Jafana spoke with a sinister undertone, his gaze brimming with malice. This cannot bode well. The familiarity in those eyes is striking. Every time Uncle speaks of something terrifying, it is always in this manner. Is he about to take us to some splendid place? A stout, remarkably earnest young lad inquired. The others, too, wore expressions of curiosity, seemingly perplexed by the air of mystery surrounding this occasion. Indeed, a splendid place. Heh. Aha. Jafana now forced a rather woeful smile. First and foremost, I hereby proclaim the conclusion of your probationary period. This means that as of today, you are officially members of the Rocks Pirates. You possess the right to hoist the pirate flag over your homeland, which will henceforth be under the protection of the Rocks Pirates. Upon hearing these words, the newcomer's eyes sparkled with delight, as if filled with exhilaration. Is this truly the case? We can become official members without partaking in the advancement tasks? How disappointing. I had hoped to showcase my prowess in the advancement tasks and ascend to a higher rank. This is splendid. I can return home bearing the pirate flag of the Rocks, ensuring my homeland will no longer suffer from the tyranny of other pirates. Each individual joins the Rocks Pirates with their own aspirations, be it for protection, treasure, or strength. Life inherently comes with its demands. They nurture their dreams, seeking to realize them within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. Yet, a significant number falter at the initial stage of becoming a newcomer. And a considerable fraction of those newcomers will stumble on the path to becoming official members. Every year, hundreds of newcomers join the Rocks Pirates. Yet the number of official members remains steadfastly below 1,000. This figure naturally excludes the presence of the Grand Fleet. The circumstances leading to this situation are largely attributable to the promotion tasks. Each novice's promotion task varies, some challenging, others simpler. The pirate crew assesses value based on the degree of completion. Wealth, rank, and potential are delineated according to the fulfillment of these promotion tasks. Numerous past newcomers have yet to advance, with some perishing in the pursuit of their promotion tasks. It can be said that achieving formal crew status marks the inception of the Rocks pirate crew. In this matter, Rivi had previously informed Feis. Yet he believed that as long as he was strong enough, any problem would be easily resolved. Now, the prospect that Jafana proposed, bypassing certain steps and directly advancing to formal crew member status, struck him as utterly astonishing. Such irregularities often conceal ulterior motives. Feis was convinced that the purpose of this voyage was merely a substitute for the promotion mission, and the challenges would likely far exceed those of a typical advancement task. Otherwise, why would both Whitebeard and Gold Lion Captain be deployed simultaneously? But but do not be too quick to rejoice. Indeed, Jafana swiftly shattered the illusions of these young men. You might very well perish here. What was the true objective? Rivi could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. Having long been filled with questions. You are all aware of the three great powers, I presume? This monumental conflict, which will determine who reigns as the New World's sovereign, has only just begun. Both sides are cautiously probing, with no top-tier powerhouses yet embroiled in the fray. However, it is undeniable that the Rocks pirates are single-handedly opposing half of the New World. Noticing the rapt attention of the crowd, Jafana continued his explanation. Recently, we received intelligence indicating that the three great powers are preparing to meet with the Roger pirates to discuss a united front against us, the Rocks pirates. These formidable leaders each command several powerful pirates, and their ranks boast thousands of ordinary members. The Roger pirates have always been a persistent threat to our crew. And should these four factions form an alliance, we could genuinely face the risk of defeat. Thus, we must thwart their plans. The meeting point for the three great powers in Roger is Sanya Island, the stronghold of one of the three giants, the terrifying Zogama. The Roger pirates are currently en route at full speed, merely 2 weeks away from their destination. The fleets of the other two giants are also racing toward it, with captains and vice-captains taking different paths to intercept them. Our 1st and 2nd divisions will join forces for this mission, aiming to prevent this alliance from forming and disrupt their critical arrangements. With the advantageous powers of Gold Lion's Devil Fruit, we intend to strike before they can meet. Jafana cast a deep glance at the crowd, his gaze ultimately solidifying with resolve. We shall annihilate the Roger pirates. In a conference room on Castle Island, Rox and Albert were engaged in discussion. Captain Rox, what shall be our next course of action? Newgate and Shiki have already set sail, Albert inquired softly. His eyes filled with uncertainty. He struggled to comprehend why, during this crucial period, Captain Rox had summoned Charlotte Lin and others back instead of immediately dispatching them to confront the other two giants. Haha. Albert, we are not here to impede those scoundrels. August and Brand. My sole objective has always been Zogama. You mean we will launch a surprise attack on Sanya Island? Precisely. I had intended to face them in an honorable contest, but since they've allied with Roger, I shall not hold back. Rox grinned widely, his face brimming with audacity. Once Wang Ji and John arrive at Castle Island, you will lead us directly to Sanya Island to eliminate Zogama and the Ghost Pirates. But that would put Newgate and the others in peril. Roger is on the inevitable path to Sanya Island, and the two giants will also traverse this route. If the Rocks pirates do not obstruct the other two giants, Gold Lion and Whitebeard will fall victim to a pincer attack. Haha. Trust in Newgate and Shiki. They will surely receive our support. Rox waved his hand dismissively, a bloodthirsty excitement flashing in his eyes, his demeanor bordering on frenzy. This time, it's a total war. We are on the brink of creating a new era of piracy. How shall you respond? In just a few days, news of the impending monumental clash between the Rocks pirates and the three great powers spread like wildfire. The entire New World, nay, the entirety of the Grand Line, was enveloped in a palpable sense of impending crisis. Countless monsters began converging towards the New World, eager to witness this grand spectacle. The tides of the era surged and roared as the ambitious, lurking in the shadows, awaited their moment. The colossal war that would determine the future trajectory of the New World was gradually unfurling. Chapter 44. The Navy's reaction under a starry night with a gentle breeze. A massive pirate ship soared swiftly through the skies, expected to reach its destination in 3 days. Due to the altitude, the temperature was somewhat chilly. Feis stepped out from the cabin, carrying a reclining chair. He placed the chair on the deck and reclined comfortably upon it. The crew consisted of formal members from both the 1st and 2nd divisions, so the duty of keeping watch naturally fell to these newcomers, who were now also formal crew members. As the breeze wafted pleasantly, Feis reminisced about Jafana's words, finally grasping the intentions of the upper echelons of the Rocks pirates. Thus, grow swiftly, lads, and strive to distinguish yourselves in this battle. Wealth and status beckoned to you from the horizon. He clenched his fist, his face alight with anticipation as he observed the various expressions of those before him. It was at this moment that the others began to comprehend why they had been assigned such a perilous task. Due to the demands of war, vacancies had arisen within the divisions, necessitating a substantial influx of personnel to maintain normal operations. While many formal members met the qualifications, their abilities fell significantly short, relegating them to temporary substitutes. Ultimately, the upper ranks set their sights on this talented group of newcomers. Those who excelled in this monumental conflict would be promoted to leadership positions within the divisions after the war concluded. Of course, this opportunity was solely for the dozen or so youths present. Their contemporaries had already been dispatched to various islands to serve as cannon fodder. This delineates the distinction between pirate crews and the Navy. The latter boasts dedicated training institutions, while the former does not. To attain wealth, fame, and status, one must emerge from the depths of bloodshed through sheer will. With a swift motion, a flask of liquor was tossed from behind Feis, who effortlessly caught it. The scene felt strikingly familiar. Yet, he discerned that the man approaching was not the Whitebeard, but rather Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion. As Feis attempted to rise, a powerful hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Such immense strength. He was astonished to find himself unable to break free. "Ha, little brat. You have much further to go," the Golden Lion proclaimed with a boisterous grin, leisurely making his way to the ship's railing to take a seat beside Feis. "What brings you to me at such a late hour, Master Golden Lion?" On the deck, only Feis remained, and it was evident that the Golden Lion had come specifically to seek him out. "Join me for a drink," the Golden Lion exclaimed, as he knocked the wine jug in his hand, tilting his head back to gulp down the liquor. With no hesitation, Feis followed suit, drinking heartily. "Ha, you truly please my palate, lad. It's a pity you've been snatched away by Newgate." The Golden Lion laughed heartily at Feis's demeanor, for sometimes the camaraderie between men is delightfully simple, a smoke and a drink. "I have come to offer you a word of caution. After this operation to eliminate Roger, Wang Ji and Silveraxe will likely seek their revenge against you." "Is that so? Then all the better." A fierce glimmer flickered in Feis's eyes. Was he not also awaiting this day? "I shall ensure they descend into hell to atone for their sins." After saying that, he took another hearty swig of strong liquor, as if recalling certain memories. "I must say, you handled yourself splendidly. However, exercise caution. They are not as weak as you might presume. Last time, they suffered from being unfamiliar with your explosive abilities." The Golden Lion's eyes gleamed with mirth, clearly pleased with Feis's ability to cripple Silveraxe. "Even I would require considerable effort to defeat them both, and that scoundrel Rox would undoubtedly intervene. You are different. I harbor no deep-seated grudge against them, but you do. Besides, you are a newcomer." The Golden Lion spoke bluntly, implying that as a newcomer, Feis's demise would mean little to Rox. If Feis could overcome Wang Ji and Silveraxe, it would ultimately benefit Rox, as he would gain a more formidable force. Ultimately, potential means little if one cannot survive. The Golden Lion mused. "Surely, you did not come merely to remind me of this?" Feis inquired, somewhat perplexed by the man's extensive counsel. "Ha, I simply do not wish for those two to have it easy." With a swift motion, the Golden Lion appeared beside Feis, producing a yellow book and tossing it to him. "Take this. If anything is unclear, do not hesitate to seek me out." At that same time, within the naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, the room was brightly lit, with 4 figures engaged in discussion. At the head of the table sat a broad-chested, middle-aged man with tawny skin, a mohawk hairstyle, and a goatee, dressed in a black shirt beneath his marine justice coat. He was none other than the Marine Marshal, Steelbone Kong. Opposite him sat 2 men and a woman, the resourceful Crane, the explosive-haired Sengoku, and the ever-hungry Garp, who continuously stuffed his mouth with rice crackers. All were of the same naval generation, youthful and brimming with vigor. "Crane, what is your perspective on this matter?" Steelbone Kong inquired, having succinctly laid out the intelligence regarding the Rox pirates. The Navy had been closely monitoring the movements of the 3 major pirate figures. Upon learning that the 3 heads of piracy were negotiating an alliance with the Roger pirates, and that the Rox pirates were preparing for full mobilization, Marshal Kong promptly convened a meeting of high-ranking naval officers. "Marshal Kong, whether the 3 pirate figures emerge victorious or the Rox pirates, neither outcome is favorable for us." Crane responded honestly, her keen eyes swiftly clarifying the situation. The New World cannot be dominated by a single pirate faction, should it solidify into an ironclad stronghold. The Navy would face unprecedented threats. Should we then attempt to thwart those unruly pirates? The required manpower would be immense, and diverting forces would jeopardize the safety of the first half of the Grand Line. As Crane spoke, Sengoku, with his explosive hair, pondered deeply, suddenly having a moment of illumination. "We could seize the opportunity while they are mutually weakened and launch a surprise attack to capture them all." "Garp, can you not be serious for once?" Sengoku exclaimed, swiping the rice crackers from Garp's hand. "What is the matter? Do you require my assistance?" Garp scratched his head, looking puzzled at Sengoku. "Ha, if it were those vicious pirates, I would personally deliver them to the great prison one by one." Seizing the moment of Sengoku's distraction, he snatched the rice crackers back. "Enough of this. Sengoku's proposal is sound. Now, in my capacity as Marine Marshal, I issue the following orders. Steelbone Kong regarded the three before him with grave seriousness. Sengoku and Crane promptly stood at attention. Even the usually frivolous Garp straightened up. Sengoku, Garp. You shall lead 10 of our Marine Vice Admirals to the New World. Crane, you will accompany them. After the decisive battle between the Rocks pirates and the 3 pirate heads, take the opportunity to capture them all. I will remain here at the Marine headquarters. And I will report this matter to the world government, requesting their assistance. Sengoku and Crane nodded in acknowledgement, while Garp wore a look of disdain. We do not require the assistance of those pathetic lackeys. Our navy is sufficient, Marshal Kong. His contempt for the world government and the celestial dragons was unmasked in his tone. Garp. Haha. Understood, Marshal Kong. Chapter 45, The Talent for Swordsmanship Upon the Deck. Feis sat alone, lost in thought while holding a yellow book that chronicled various sword techniques. The recent events left him perplexed. Reminiscent of a narrative from a bygone era where an elder bequeaths martial arts secrets. From the words of the Golden Lion. It seemed he harbored discontent towards both the Silver Axe and Wang Ji. The discord amongst several division leaders within the Rocks pirates was hardly a secret. However, Feis did not anticipate the situation had escalated to such a degree. It appeared that Rocks and Albert were the ones restraining the powerful members of the pirate crew. Yet, Albert seemed to have joined Rocks with ulterior motives. It remained unclear which faction he truly belonged to. Feis speculated that he was most likely affiliated with the world government CP organization, perhaps waiting for the Rocks pirates to encounter a crisis before striking a decisive blow. Nevertheless, Feis felt that the Golden Lion was not the sort to act in such a manner. As a formidable pirate standing alongside Roger and Whitebeard, he had no need to achieve his aims through a mere boy's assistance. Whether the Golden Lion's actions were investments, mere alliances, or attempts to use Feis to eliminate Wang Ji and the Silver Axe, they posed no threat to him and were ultimately advantageous. He considered it a favor owed to the Golden Lion, to be repaid should he find himself in need in the future. As for swordsmanship, Feis thought it optional to pursue, yet observing it could provide insight into Wang Ji's techniques, thereby facilitating his own encounters. With this in mind, he began to peruse the pages of the Golden Lion's manuscript. Once he delved into the text, he discovered that it contained the Golden Lion's reflections and experiences from the inception of his sword training to his rise as a master swordsman. Feis had only witnessed the essence of swordsmanship through Wang Ji, whose terrifying aerial slashes were nearly impossible to counter. Carefully, he flipped through the pages, his extraordinary memory absorbing each detail. He realized the content was comprehensive, resembling an encyclopedia of swordsmanship. It covered everything from the proper grip of the sword to the application of force, basic training methods, and ultimately the path to becoming a swordmaster. Alongside the Golden Lion's insights into the art of the sword, it was all-encompassing, revealing the meticulous preparation that had gone into its creation. Yet, it appeared the book solely focused on the practice of swordsmanship without any specific techniques. Upon reaching the final page, a moment of clarity washed over Feis. It dawned on him why the book lacked specific sword techniques. Every master swordsman forges a path unique to themselves. Techniques are merely suitable, not universally optimal. Much like Zoro's three-sword style, the skeletal figure's nasal hum, and the legendary swordsman Mihawk's approach to the sword, Whitebeard, too, must possess his own swordsmanship, which he likely integrates with the powers of the Nika Fruit. This, Feis speculated, was the reason Whitebeard had not imparted his swordsmanship to him, for it was incompatible. Having grasped this concept, Feis succumbed to a state of enlightenment. His gaze became distant, as all his understanding of swordsmanship swirled within his mind. This sensation feels strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the moment he first encountered the armament hockey on the Sky Island. It seems that since joining the Rocks pirates, he has not laid eyes on that Birdman again. As this feeling intensifies, Feis abruptly rises from his seat. He seizes a long blade from the weapon rack beside him and begins to practice. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. The knowledge of swordsmanship in his mind transforms into a wellspring of energy, flowing forth in an instant. 3,998 strokes. 3,999 strokes. The blade gleams, relentless in its advance. Feis's movements become increasingly adept, the speed of his strikes accelerating. As a profound sensation rises within his consciousness, something yearning to emerge. The sharp brilliance emanating from him, akin to a blade, melds his very being with the sword in his hand. 9,998 strokes. 9,999 strokes. The dazzling light of the blade appears to crystallize in the air, a multitude of strikes converging into a singular blow. With 1 strike, all is severed. With a swift stroke, it was done. The 10,000 slash fell, a transparent arc of cutting force emanating from the longsword. instantly severing a distant white cloud. The soaring slash. It was indeed the soaring slash. Feis gradually extricated himself from this state, somewhat incredulous that such a blow had been delivered by his own hand. It is worth noting that an ordinary person might spend decades mastering the art of the sword without achieving this level. Yet Feis had accomplished it in merely a few hours. He wielded the long sword once more, attempting another cut, but the white soaring slash did not materialize. After executing hundreds of strikes, that peculiar enlightenment surged within him again, and he radiated a sharp, blade-like brilliance. With a swift motion, the soaring slash was unleashed. Gazing at the semicircular transparent arc before him, Feis finally grasped the situation. Firstly, he had not yet ascended to the realm of the swordmaster. The erratic nature of the flying slash is undoubtedly insufficient as a means of combat. Should it falter at a crucial moment, it would be a source of amusement. Furthermore, such a state is undeniably characteristic of a master swordsman. However, one cannot perpetually maintain that condition, as it may only be triggered after hundreds or even thousands of strikes. Yet, with guidance and diligent practice, it is conceivable that he could sustain it in the near future. At that juncture, he would truly embody the essence of a swordsman. Upon this realization, Feis suddenly discerned that he would need to add another subject, swordsmanship, to his curriculum. Time seemed rather scarce. Nevertheless, the exhilarating sensation of continuously growing stronger was utterly intoxicating. With this thought in mind, Feis swung his long blade and resumed his practice. Before long, the dawn broke in the east, casting a pale light. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Young Feis, you are as diligent as ever. The familiar voice of Whitebeard resonated, filled with nostalgia. He reflected on how rare it was to encounter a young man with such exceptional talent and unwavering dedication. Many gifted youths in the Grand Line ultimately fade into obscurity. Numerous individuals are touted as having the potential to become top-tier warriors, yet only a select few truly ascend. Feis turned, his face adorned with respect as he exclaimed, "Uncle Whitebeard." He had always held immense gratitude for Whitebeard. Hoo-hoo-hoo, that fellow Golden Lion truly invested in you, teaching you all he has learned. That book is something he treasures dearly. Whitebeard remarked, his surprise evident as he gazed at the yellow tome resting on the chair beside Feis. He had seen this book before. The Golden Lion often boasted that it contained the essence of his lifelong swordsmanship, vowing to pass it down to an exceptionally gifted disciple. Yet, he never anticipated it would be entrusted to Feis. Is that so? Upon hearing the words of the Whitebeard, Feis scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had initially thought it was merely a whimsical creation of the Golden Lion, not realizing it was a cherished possession, though not related by blood. He was treated with such significance, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Men of the sea should not be so hesitant. Since the Golden Lion has bestowed this upon you, it is evident he believes you are worthy. Simply dedicate yourself to practice, Whitebeard asserted with unwavering resolve, his demeanor serious. The youth before him was admirable in many respects, though at times overly concerned with sentiment, yet this was precisely why he held Feis in high regard. Well then, Uncle Whitebeard, is there something you require of me? For Feis, gratitude was paramount. Such sentiments were indelible. He was a man of reciprocity, believing in repaying kindness and settling scores. The previous discussion about testing his strength and crafting a plan for his improvement would need to be postponed, given the unforeseen outbreak of total war that seemed interminable. Whitebeard reflected on the unpredictability of life, continuing, however, once the war concludes, I will advocate for you to have some time for yourself. And then we shall thoroughly devise a strategy. Neither Wang Ji nor Silver Axe would dare to contest it. At this juncture, an overwhelming aura emanated from Whitebeard. An intangible pressure rising abruptly. He could feasibly delay Feis indefinitely, or even eliminate Wang Ji and Silver Axe should he choose. Yet, Feis had expressed a desire to confront his own adversaries personally. Actually, that's unnecessary, Uncle Whitebeard. Feis's gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence. I sense a breakthrough is imminent. Slaying Wang Ji and Silver Axe will pose little difficulty. Chapter 46. The arrival of the Roger crew. Several days later, a circular island gradually emerged above the ocean's expanse, surrounded by a scattering of smaller islets. Look, Feis. We have arrived. Livy excitedly pointed towards the distant land, calling out Feis's name with exuberance. Here lies the destination of this journey, Round Island. This island spans over 100 kilometers, enveloped by tropical trees, with scarcely a soul in sight. Yet, it serves as an indispensable waypoint for Roger on his journey to Sanya Island. In the vast expanse of the ocean, seeking a pirate ship is undoubtedly a folly. However, since the departure of the Roger pirates, each island along their route has been monitored by informants from the Rocks pirates. They remain perpetually connected through transponder snails. relaying the movements of the two formidable factions and the Roger pirates to figures such as Whitebeard. The most recent sighting of the Roger pirates occurred just off Ark Island, situated before Disk Island. Consequently, Whitebeard and the likes of the Golden Lion resolved to await the arrival of the Roger pirates in this desolate isle, chosen precisely for its lack of inhabitants. This operation can be described as entirely clandestine. Their actions were conducted from the air, leaving no one aware of the pirate ship's whereabouts. The dual purpose of this strategy was, firstly, to prevent any leakage of information that might allow Roger's crew to receive advance notice and thus evade this location. Secondly, there was a concern that Zogomer might gain foreknowledge and coordinate an ambush alongside Roger's crew, which would lead to the complete failure of the plan. After all, this place is merely a few days' journey from Zogomer's stronghold. Hence, the ship left the shipyard, leaving no trace other than a solitary appearance at Castle Island. One cannot help but admire the grand ambition of Rox. He has implemented a fully militarized command structure aboard his pirate ships. Not only has he established a comprehensive intelligence network, but he also possesses independent shipbuilding and armament islands. 10 minutes later, a colossal pirate vessel gradually descended from the sky to the shore, where Whitebeard and the Golden Lion led their crew in a leap downwards. "My Lord Golden Lion, my Lord Whitebeard." At this moment, a subordinate pirate hurriedly approached, clutching a din mushy. He delivered the latest intelligence. There were no signs of movement from the ghostly pirate crew on Sonya Island. While Roger's pirate ship had departed from Ark Island for 2 days and was expected to arrive here by tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. So soon? Then let us wait on the island for a day. Allow me to prepare some welcoming gifts for them. The Golden Lion chuckled, his eyes gleaming with delight, pleasantly surprised by the timing of their arrival. Extending his hand to the ground, he activated his Devil Fruit ability in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. The tremor persisted for several minutes, followed by a deafening roar of water emanating from the distance. Hello? Did we just experience an earthquake? No, it is not an earthquake. It is the power of Captain Golden Lion. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Several newcomers rubbed their eyes, their expressions betraying disbelief. Under the influence of Golden Lion's fruit ability, the once intact circular island was cleaved in two. The semicircular landmass was now gradually ascending, slowly detaching from the sea's surface. Water cascaded into the abyss, the splashes creating a magnificent arc of mist that formed a long, ethereal rainbow. The scene resembled the apocalypse. Even Feis was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing such a spectacle was entirely different from the original narrative, and the overwhelming sensation was beyond articulation. Humanity, astonishingly, could alter the natural environment. He realized he still had a long way to go to reach the heights of those formidable figures atop the pirate world. Haha, look at their astonished expressions. It's simply delightful. Quiet down. Weren't you all equally dumbfounded when you first encountered the captain's powers, trembling in fear? Oh, Vice Captain, don't be so literal. A few members of the 1st Division couldn't help but chuckle at the newcomers, only to be swiftly silenced by the bearded man, Kashi. The crescent-shaped island stretched over 50 kilometers, rising several thousand meters into the sky before it leveled off. All right. Let us rest on this island tonight and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Sure. The pirates began to kindle bonfires and prepare dinner. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, the 1st and 2nd Divisions, along with the newcomers, gathered early. A great battle awaited them ahead. Each individual bore a solemn expression. Even the usually jovial Levi had adopted a serious demeanor, although a hint of fear lingered on his face. It was far less than when he first heard of participating in war. Everyone is growing. Feis pondered, realizing that not only he was progressing, but those around him were also improving. Levi, pay close attention. Suddenly, Jafana, standing at the forefront, turned back to Levi, seriousness etched on his face. In times of necessity, employ wide-area poison gas attacks. Protect yourself. Understood. Levi nodded earnestly, aware that this was no time for frivolity. Feis, just then, a timid voice emerged from behind him. He turned to see a white-haired girl, blushing and nervously gazing at him. Hello, is there something you need? Feis searched his memory and realized this girl was one of the newcomers, yet they had had no substantial interaction. My name is Mia, and I'm your fan. Now hardly seems the time for that, does it? Feis was taken aback. Was this Mia girl a bit too oblivious? With battle imminent, she had come to express her admiration. But I was afraid I would miss this chance to speak to you. Then make sure to survive. Feis replied with a gentle smile, reassuring her, we can discuss everything after this war. I'll do my best. The girl took a deep breath, finally mustering the courage to say, Feis, you looked so cool defeating Kaido. With that, she flushed and dashed into the crowd, leaving Feis in bewilderment. While Levi wore a face of envy and jealousy. Feis, you scoundrel. Why do you always attract so many women? Perhaps it's due to my good looks? Just then, a pirate flag featuring a skull with a mustache slowly approached from the distance. It's the Roger Pirates. The Roger Pirates have arrived. Look, that S. Silver's Rayleigh. And Spark Jabba. And Captain Gold. Roger. They are the pinnacle of pirates in the New World. Do we truly stand a chance against such a crew? A few subordinate pirates felt a twinge of fear, for it was indeed the renowned Roger Pirates. Enough with the pessimism. I will not be defeated. Before them. Whitebeard plunged his polearm into the ground, his lower body sinking as his muscular arms bulged, violently striking the air beside him. Creak. The atmosphere shattered like glass. And towering waves surged up on either side of the island, charging toward the Roger Pirates. But Whitebeard. Chapter 47. Full-scale war captain. We spotted the Rocks Pirates ahead. It seems that both the Golden Lion and Whitebeard are present. On the Roger ship, the lookout shouted while peering through his telescope. Whitebeard has initiated an attack. Haha. So, they were lying in wait for us. Roger laughed heartily, unperturbed by the arrival of Whitebeard and his crew. It appears today we shall engage in a formidable clash, however. I wonder who else is on the island. News of the Rocks Pirates' intention to thwart the alliance had already spread across the globe, and various factions were closely monitoring this monumental conflict. Naturally, the Roger Pirates had received the news long ago. Now is not the time for such thoughts, Captain. Look ahead. Rayleigh, with his golden hair, warned Roger. Truly monstrous abilities that Whitebeard possesses. The colossal waves surged, rumbling with immense might. The deep blue sea roared like a fierce sea monster, ready to devour the pirate ship. This is beyond comprehension. Noticing the inaction of the crew, Rayleigh approached the ship's bow. With a swish, he unsheathed his sword. A golden, hundreds of meters long slashing wave erupted from the tip of his blade, instantaneously cleaving through the massive waves. The might of that strike transformed calamity into a passage. The pirate ship navigated smoothly through the split, unhindered. Truly, Rayleigh is reliable. Rayleigh, the vice captain. Indeed. The praises echoed, causing veins to bulge on Rayleigh's forehead. His comrades, despite their formidable strength, were excessively lethargic. Just then, a massive shadow engulfed the entire sea, and the crew suddenly noticed the daylight dimming. Why has it turned dark? Is it about to rain? Hey. No way. Captain Roger, look above. A pirate shouted in terror, pointing at the sky. What is happening? Roger looked up and saw a gigantic island suspended in the air, slowly descending, threatening to engulf the entire pirate ship. This is the Golden Lioness ability. Quickly, full speed ahead toward that island, or the colossal waves will drown our ship. At this moment, Roger understood that the giant waves stirred by Whitebeard were merely an appetizer. This second course was the enormous island raised by the Golden Lion. The island has completely severed their retreat, and it is now too late to alter their course. They can only surge forward at full speed. This fellow intends to force us onto the island for a decisive battle. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, seemingly comprehending the intentions of the Golden Lion. Then let us prepare for a bloody clash. Roger exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he drew his saber, ace, pointing toward the distant round island. Issuing the captain's command, brothers, let those two fellows understand the might of the Roger Pirates. Charge. At that moment, the colossal island finally made contact with the water's surface. A thunderous roar, akin to a volcanic eruption, reverberated across the sea. The moment the island plunged into the depths, it unleashed towering waves that surged hundreds of meters high, propelling the pirate ship directly toward the shore. The ship is capsizing. Waves crashed one after another, the violent rocking causing the crew to stumble and sway. While debris flew about chaotically, a deluge of seawater flooded the deck, drenching everyone and rendering them soaked to the skin. We are almost there. Roger gazed at the island, now elevated several hundred meters by the Golden Lion, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Men of the sea never shy away from any challenge or battle. As the next colossal wave approached, the entire Roger pirate ship was thrust skyward, soaring hundreds of meters above the island's height. Brothers, attack. Seizing the moment, Roger led his crew in a daring leap from the ship. This is indeed the Roger Pirates. Witnessing dozens of people descending from the sky onto the island, Feis felt an exhilarating thrill. At last, a grand battle was upon them. With a swift motion, the Sonyan Xie was raised by Whitebeard, his form akin to a descending tiger, charging fiercely towards Roger. Whitebeard. Whitebeard leapt high into the air. His Sonyan Xie held aloft, the blade adorned with ominous black lightning, descending with formidable force upon Roger. The might of this strike is akin to the creation of the heavens and the earth, stirring even the spirits of the dead. How splendid! The divine evasion. Roger's eyes were ablaze with intense battle fervor as he swung ace horizontally, exuding an aura capable of sweeping away legions. Clang! The blade of Tsongyun did not meet aces. Yet countless black lightning bolts erupted from the void, an overwhelming presence rising around the two. In an instant, the heavens and earth were engulfed in swirling tempest. The sky splitting open with a colossal rift. It seemed as though even the very realm trembled before their might. This was the clash of conquerors' hockey. The heavens have been torn asunder. What a potent display of conquerors' hockey. How could Roger be so formidable? This is unbearable. My consciousness is fading. A cacophony of bodies collapsing echoed from the crowd surrounding Feis as many pirates rolled their eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Those lacking strength, retreat quickly. This battlefield is beyond your endurance. Jafana bellowed, struggling to maintain his own composure. Conqueror's hockey entanglement? Observing that Roger and Whitebeard had not even made contact yet displayed such immense power, Feis surmised the nature of their abilities. Alas, the future instructor of the king, Luffy, who would teach Conqueror's hockey entanglement, remains bedridden to this day. Whether he would encounter such a benevolent figure as Kaido is uncertain. That scoundrel Whitebeard has audaciously stolen my prey. The Golden Lion grumbled, his gaze scanning the throng until it fixated upon Rayleigh. It is you. He swiftly unsheathed his twin swords, Sakura and Dry Wood, and propelled himself into the air with indomitable momentum, charging directly at Rayleigh. You lot, what are you waiting for? The full-scale war has commenced. In an instant, both factions surged forward. The clash of their forces unleashed a flurry of skills, sword techniques, devil fruit abilities, kicks, and the dazzling manifestation of armament hockey, creating a spectacle that was both bewildering and chaotic. The sounds of battle and anguished cries filled the air. Thus, the grand melee ensued. Feis' heart muscles contracted to their utmost, his blood racing to every corner of his being. Second gear, activate. His opponent was a diminutive old man, adorned with a white headscarf and a red neckerchief, embodying the guise of a diligent student. A young pioneer? Feis couldn't help but chuckle. You insufferable brat. How dare you mock me? Although the elder could not comprehend Feis' words, his jovial expression was irksome. Go to hell and repent. The old man's fists instantaneously darkened, and he vanished from sight, reappearing before Feis. Charging, he struck. Bang. The two fists collided, the elder retreating several steps while Feis remained steadfast. What a resilient punch you have, young lad. The elder shook his somewhat numb fists, astonished. When did the Rocks pirates acquire such a young monster? Just then. A blood-curdling scream akin to a slaughtered pig pierced through the battlefield. Feis, save me. Chapter 48. The rescue of Rivi. Feis' head throbbed, barely a minute into battle. Rivi was already being pursued. Little one, are you filled with questions? Old man, I must rescue my companion. Could you kindly step aside? He felt somewhat exasperated. He had intended to engage in a grand battle, yet it had turned out so absurdly. Enough of your jokes, brat. This is war. The one pursuing that fellow is Lord Jabba. If you cannot get past me, how will you save him? The elderly man bellowed at Feis. If you do not fight properly, you may very well perish. Indeed. Well then, old man, be forewarned, should I land this punch. Feis' spirit surged as he realized he had been dismissive. The man before him was indeed a worthy adversary. To disrespect one's opponent is to disrespect oneself. You may die. His demeanor shifted entirely, a murderous intent rising and swirling around him. Shave, echo. In an instant, Feis propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight. Only the sound of sonic booms reverberated through the air. Shave? That little brat can do that too. Such speed. The elder's pupils constricted sharply. His observation hockey rendered ineffective as he could not perceive Feis' figure. Up here, old man. Feis' voice rang from above, and as the elder attempted to evade, he found a large hand firmly gripping his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Wind surged, the punch descended. A colossal, pitch-black iron fist surged towards the elder's face. It's over. Before he could react, the iron fist struck his old visage with a resounding crash. Dust and debris erupted, the ground collapsing several meters down, forming a vast pit. At the center of the crater, the elder was unrecognizable, his headscarf drifting down before Feis. Feis reached out, taking the scarf and draping it over the elder's face before leaping out of the massive pit. Hey. No way. That person wasn't he a newcomer, was he? I've never seen that face before. To dispatch old Arcus so swiftly. When did the Rocks pirates acquire such a terrifying newcomer? Surely, he is a monster. The violent commotion sent tremors across the battlefield, leaving the members of the Roger pirates utterly dumbfounded. The Roger crew, known for their elite status, consisted of merely 20 individuals, each possessing formidable strength. Yet today, this elderly man, known as Aki, the master of chaotic fists, renowned for his extraordinary martial prowess and carrying a bounty of 300 million, found himself unexpectedly defeated by a newcomer from the Rocks crew, and so swiftly at that. "Whitebeard, your Rocks crew has indeed recruited a monstrous rookie," Roger exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he swung his blade towards Whitebeard's chest with ferocity, determined to cleave him in two. "Ah, indeed. This is my nephew, Feis," Whitebeard responded, equally astonished, pride illuminating his features. Despite his surprise, his movements remained unceasing as he wielded his weapon, the Tsonian blade, with vibrant colors. He had not anticipated Feis's capabilities to reach such heights, although he had heard of Feis's victory over the monstrous newcomer Kaido. He assumed it was achieved through the use of his searing flames. "Feis, you say? I shall remember that." Whitebeard laughed heartily. His name is destined to resonate across the seas. With a single hand, Whitebeard concentrated the white vibrations of his power, launching a powerful strike towards Roger. And the two engaged fiercely. "Ah, Feis, come save me." A familiar cry for help echoed once again across the battlefield. Jafana was locked in a fierce struggle with a formidable fishman, transforming into a shadowy figure, his steel claws slicing through the air, forcing his opponent to evade repeatedly. How embarrassing. Upon hearing that cry, he yearned to vanish into the depths of the earth, if the Roger crew discovered that this individual was his nephew. His hard-earned reputation would be utterly tarnished. Jafana had already sensed that Livy was not in grave danger, merely being toyed with by Jabba. At that moment, Feis stood in bewilderment, his mind buzzing. He witnessed Livy morph into a swirling cloud of purple poison, deftly dodging Jabba's relentless axe strikes while luring the foe towards himself. As he ran, he shouted, "Feis, save me. This uncle wants to kill me." "Shut your mouth." Both Feis and Jabba yelled simultaneously at Livy. All right. Livy spun around, hiding behind Feis, casting a sly glance at Jabba. "It's him. Feis, go teach him a lesson. Bullying me is no real skill. He is Jabba." Feis's expression turned serious as he gazed at the robust man before him, clad in sunglasses and sporting a ponytail. This is indeed the third seat of the Roger pirates, a venerable member akin to Rayleigh. "Ah, Jabba? No wonder he looks so familiar. I have seen his bounty notice before. He is a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, Rivy stuttered, his speech faltering as he finally recognized the man pursuing him. He tugged at Feis's sleeve, unable to contain his anxiety, and exclaimed, "How about we escape together, Feis? Engaging such a monster could cost us our lives." At that moment, he realized he had dragged his friend into danger. "You go assist Mia. The girl with white hair over there. I will handle this." Feis pointed towards the distant girl who was also being hunted, recalling a fleeting image of her. "Have you ever seen a beast retreat from its prey?" As soon as the words left his mouth, golden flames entwined around Feis's feet, gradually ascending to envelop him entirely. "But Feis, hurry." "All right." Feis chuckled at Rivy's anxious glances back. "Mr. Jabba, you must be familiar with Vice Captain Jafana, right?" A discerning observer would recognize that Jabba was merely toying with Rivy, harboring no intent to kill. Otherwise, Rivy would have perished countless times already. "You've guessed correctly, young Feis. During our time aboard the same ship, he often spoke of his eccentric nephew." Jabba regarded Feis with a look of appreciation, glancing at Jafana, who was engaged in battle in the distance, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Although he spoke lightly, Jabba had been persistently searching for a nature-type devil fruit, and eventually joined the Rocks pirates. "I see now," Feis remarked, realization dawning upon him. It was likely that when Rivy was very young, Jafana and Jabba had sailed together. Eventually, they parted ways. Jafana discovered the poison gas fruit, and following tragic news, took Rivy on a journey. In the end, one joined the Rocks pirates, and the other, the Roger pirates. Such is the way of fate. With that, Feis couldn't help but express his sentiments, biting down on his wrist and forcefully inhaling high-pressure gas into his bones. His body did not expand significantly, yet the bones within began to grow, wrapping around him beneath the skin. This is the manifestation of life's return, akin to adorning oneself with a layer of external armor. The flames enveloping him coalesce into the shape of a suit of armor, with a dark and imposing hue that winds around it like ribbons. "Allow me to stand in for Levi and experience your esteemed techniques, Mr. Jabba." Flames surged within Feis's grasp, instantly forming into a black and red spear of fire over 2 meters long, intricately adorned with enigmatic patterns. "Activate the advanced version of Zhurong mode, Overlord." Chapter 49, The Funeral Procession. After over 6 months of fruit development, Feis has not only fully mastered the Zero mode, but has also integrated the 6 styles and the infusion of Haki into it. He referred to this state as the Overlord. According to Feis's conjecture, his current strength should be comparable to that of Luffy upon first unlocking the 4th gear in the original narrative, perhaps only a hair's breadth short. After several days of exploration, Feis discovered the unique characteristics of his flames, searing heat and absorption. The temperature of his flames seems to be capable of continual escalation. To his knowledge, it has already surpassed 2,000 degrees. Furthermore, there is the aspect of absorption, which enables him to mitigate a portion of the damage from impacts and slashes he endures. Although it only accounts for a fraction, it is undeniably formidable. Most astonishingly, he can even absorb a part of Haki attacks. This compelled Feis to question whether this truly was his devil fruit ability. He had never encountered a power that could not only be immune to Haki but also absorb it. Upon grasping these traits, Feis found his development increasingly fluid. He merged the ability of life restoration with the 3rd form of his bone Haki, transforming his body into an impenetrable fortress of bone. Coupled with the armament Haki on his armor and flames, he elevated his physical strength and defensive capabilities to an unprecedented level. The surging flames also inadvertently amplified his speed severfold. Feis, what is this transformation of yours? Is it a manifestation of your devil fruit ability? Jabba inquired, perplexed. Despite his vast experience, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary devil fruit. This form, akin to a deity or demon, was suffused with an overwhelming sense of oppression, while the searing flames made it difficult for him to breathe. Aha! I am the wielder of the burning fruit, endowed with the ability to generate intense flames. This is the form I have developed. Feis's expression grew solemn as he brandished his spear, aiming it directly at Jabba. Let the battle commence. The burning fruit, you say? Then I shall not hold back. Jabba's twin axes glimmered with a dark, chilling light, as if they were poised to cleave the very air itself. Twin axes, chaotic blades. 2 sharp crosswise slashes erupted from the axes, hurtling towards Feis in an instant. Spear of morning, fiery net. Feis spun the tail of his spear with one hand, the tip ablaze with searing flames, carving a spiral of fire through the air, ensnaring the surroundings. Boom! The flames collided with the axe's brilliance, unleashing an overwhelming burst of light and heat. Before the flames could dissipate, Feis lunged forward, his spear raised high, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at the crown of Jabba's head. Jabba lifted his axe overhead in a swift defense, intercepting the spear's assault. Clang! The spear and axe met with a deafening screech. A fierce whirlwind erupted from the clash, sweeping across the battlefield. How is this possible? That young brat can actually contend with Lord Jabba. Such a monster truly exists? He looks no older than 15 or 16, reminiscent of another Charlotte Lingling. How terrifying is the Rock's pirates, gathering one monster after another. Numerous pirates from Roger's crew gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how a mere teenager could achieve such feats. Charge! Defeat the Roger pirates. We cannot bring shame upon our division. Feis's sudden eruption of power invigorated every member of the Rock's pirates present. If even the newcomers were fighting with such fervor, what reason did they have not to fight to the end? Well done, Feis. Whitebeard couldn't help but praise, striking out to counter Roger's slashes. Silently reminding himself to be cautious, Jabba was not to be trifled with. Clang, clang, clang. The spear and axes clashed hundreds of times in a brief span, creating chaos. Seizing an opening, Jabba unleashed a devastating kick, his legs shrouded in a deep black Haki. Feis countered with a sweeping kick, but upon impact, he realized something was amiss. The Haki enveloping Jabba's legs was far more profound. Even as the flames absorbed considerable damage, Feis felt as if his bones were fracturing. This is the advanced application of armament Haki, an internal destruction. Indeed, dominance is fundamental. Feis, utilizing the force of retropropulsion, gracefully glided backward, embedding his spear behind him. He relished this close-quarters combat, where each strike struck true. However, it would be rather foolish to challenge someone with a distinct advantage by confronting them head-on, embracing one's weaknesses against their strengths. With a swift motion, Feis slid on one foot, his hands alternating as they slowly spread before his chest, and in an instant, a circular ring of fire coalesced. The Spear of Morning. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of fiery spears took form, enveloping Jabba. After more than 6 months of development, Feis was now capable of compressing flames instantaneously to unleash this technique. The sound of piercing air echoed incessantly. Jabba's pupils constricted. He could keenly sense the terrifying power contained within these spears. This maneuver cannot be met head-on. With a single axe, he summoned his execution. He immediately reacted. merging the two axes in his hands into one, delivering a strike that cleaved through the heavens to confront the fiery spear. With unwavering determination, he exerted all his strength in this move. As the fiery spear made contact with the gleaming axe, a blinding white light erupted, rendering all present momentarily sightless. The initial roar resonated, heralding a series of terrifying explosions akin to a cataclysmic volcanic eruption. Flames surged forth, radiating boundless light and heat. This cannot be allowed to spread. Feis was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this fire. Should it continue its rampage, the majority of those gathered would be consumed by the inferno. Fire Monarch. He extended his fingers, forming a fist directed toward the epicenter of the explosion. A sensation akin to directing his limbs enveloped him. As the flames appeared to extend from his being, a portion transforming into tendrils that ensnared Jabba. Meanwhile, the remaining flames in the air began to shift and morph in response to his will, swiftly coalescing into a colossal fire coffin nearly 100 meters in height. The infernal crystal coffin. With a resounding crash, the gigantic fiery sarcophagus descended, enveloping Jabba entirely within its confines. The interior walls erupted with fierce serpentine flames, encircling his entire being before igniting into a roaring blaze. Inspired by the words of Whitebeard, he launched a counterattack after the enemy evaded the funeral spear. What terrifying flames! What on earth is that little imp? Is it the flame fruit? Surely, Lord Jabba is not in peril. Is this truly a newcomer? The Roger pirates are repeatedly stirred by this novice, teetering on the brink of shock and numbness. Is this genuinely the prowess of Feis? How can he be so formidable? That is Jabba, after all. Rivi, assisting Mia, was left astounded, never anticipating that Feis could retaliate against Jabba. Undoubtedly, that is Mr. Feis. Only Mia, the white-haired girl, observed with shining eyes, seemingly unfazed by any of Feis's actions. Delusional fan, a term suddenly flashed in Rivi's mind, often uttered by Feis, inciting a mixture of envy and resentment. Only Feis gazed at the fiery coffin with vigilance, sensing that Jabba's formidable aura had not dissipated. Indeed, he realized that his strength still fell short. Faced with such a dominating adversary, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just as Feis pondered his strategy, a sharp arc of an axe cleaved the sky, splitting the colossal crystal coffin in two. Emerging from the flames, Jabba, cloaked in darkness, bore the marks of his body charred by the blaze, wielding the power of Haki. Feis, after this battle, your name shall resonate throughout the New World. Chapter 50. The Fire of the Sand Forest. Disk Island floated several hundred meters above the ground, with the violent aftermath of battle rippling through the sky. The fierce battle has persisted for a day and a night, with sporadic, thunderous roars echoing through the skies and sharp slashes cleaving the earth. Enormous lions formed from the very soil engage in brutal combat, while relentless flames scorch half the sky. The intensity of the conflict is unprecedented, with both factions unleashing their true might, leaving the island teetering on the brink of destruction. Countless warriors have fallen, and the moment to determine victory is imminent. Currently, 3 battlegrounds are ablaze with fierce skirmishes, where neither side is willing to yield. The first arena features Roger clashing with Whitebeard. Their weapons, the Naginata and the long sword wielded by Ace, intertwine in a tumultuous dance of death, as their conqueror's Haki entwines and counters each other, resulting in a stalemate. The second battlefield sees the Golden Lion battling the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh. The Golden Lion, seemingly fueled by rage, commands the soil-formed lion as if it were alive, launching frenzied assaults upon his adversary. With dual blades in hand, he unleashes a torrent of lethal strikes, leaving Rayleigh struggling to counter, his situation becoming increasingly dire. The third confrontation is between Feis and Jabba. Emerging from the raging flames, Jabba resembles a demon risen from the depths of hell. Feis, amidst swirling embers, assumes the role of a fiery monarch, wielding a spear as he exchanges blows with Jabba's dual axes in a flurry of hundreds of strikes. Empowered by the flames, Feis surprisingly matches Jabba blow for blow. Meanwhile, Reeve has aided Mia in vanquishing their foe, navigating the battlefield as they converge with Jafana, who has just triumphed over a fishman. Jafana, however, is battered and bruised, his legs twisted from the impact of the fishman's martial arts. Uncle, let us hasten to assist Feis. That Jabba is terrifying. After enduring the brutal trials of war, Reeve is no longer carefree, his concern for Feis palpable. What nonsense are you spouting? Just look at Feis's expression. Does he appear to be in need of our aid? Jafana, methodically reassembling his fractured bones, playfully strikes Reeve on the head. He did not anticipate that this newcomer, who had only boarded the ship 6 months prior, could contend with Jabba. Ouch, that hurts. Uncle, could you refrain from striking me at every turn? Reeve cradles his head, gazing at the distant Feis, who is battered yet grinning with fervor. Feis's expression exudes exhilaration. Indeed, he revels in battle. Jafana's countenance turns grave. He has only witnessed such intensity in the likes of Whitebeard and other top-tier warriors of the New World. Could this young man potentially rise to such heights? Shaking off this implausible thought, Jafana turns to Reeve. Uncle, is that Jabba from Roger's crew exceptionally formidable? Those axes could cleave the heavens. Undoubtedly, he is the third strongest of Roger's crew, incredibly powerful even in his youth. A glimmer of nostalgia flickers in Jafana's eyes, though Reeve, engrossed in the combat, remains oblivious. Who would be stronger, you or him? It would be a 50-50 chance. Jafana adjusts his tactical sunglasses. What? Reeve turns back, incredulity etched on his face. Unaware of his uncle's hidden prowess. In 4 minutes, he could eliminate me 6 times over. Feis, wholly absorbed in the clash, has no time to spare for the outside world. His observation haki fully engaged, he narrowly locks onto the man wielding the dual axes before him. A moment's distraction could leave him with grievous wounds, for the haki-enhanced strikes possess a formidable duality of external and internal destructive power, surpassing his own by 2 tiers. Feis, to reach such a level at your age is truly remarkable. Jabba unabashedly praises Feis, recognizing the boy's commendable strength, yet noting his astonishing composure and humility. Be it in the mastery of his fruit, the cultivation of haki, or the unique martial arts that blend the Navy's 6 styles, Feis stands on his own. Most daunting of all, he possesses an unyielding spirit. Even Charlotte Linland from your pirate crew could not rival you at the same age. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Jabba, but compared to your illustrious cadre of exceptional beings, I still have a long journey ahead. Feis grins widely, panting heavily, his body weary from the prolonged combat and the extended use of haki. In contrast, Jabba, though appearing somewhat disheveled, has sustained no significant injuries. I can no longer afford to spar with you. Be wary of my next strike. Jabba's observation haki sweeps across the battlefield, noting the grim state of affairs. Rayleigh is on the verge of defeat. If this continues, the Roger pirates face annihilation. Should the Golden Lion free his hands, none here but Roger could withstand his might. Fail to withstand, and you shall perish. Jabba readies his long axe, a formidable aura swirling around him, melding his being with that of the weapon. What a coveted opportunity. Feis's flames retract, shifting to a deep crimson hue. He raises one hand, a fire disk the size of a basin slowly materializing above him. As endless flames surge from within, compressing and coalescing into a singular force. The flame gradually transitions from a bright yellow to a deep blue, representing the maximum temperature that Feis can generate at this moment. He refers to this blue flame as the sandalwood fire. The disk diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a delicate, palm-sized blue fire plate, exquisite as crystal. The momentum of both parties clashed and surged within the void, reaching its zenith in a fleeting moment. With a single axe, the heavens were cleaved. A beam of axe light pierced the firmament, determined to split the universe, heading straight for Feis. The sandalwood fire. Blue jade plate. Whoosh. Feis spun and hurled the blue fire plate from his hand. The fiery disk traced a flawless arc through the air, ultimately colliding fiercely with the radiant axe light. Retreat. In that instant, Ji-Fan Na acutely sensed the looming danger. Her heart raced violently as she swiftly pulled Rivi and Mia back. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the flames met the axe light, they began to expand dramatically, enveloping hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, surrounding Feis and Jabba. The blinding white light rendered onlookers unable to see, while the deafening explosion momentarily stole the hearing of everyone on the battlefield. The flames raged for a full 3 minutes before finally exhibiting signs of waning. The earth transformed into a hue of glassy brilliance, while trees and blossoms were reduced to mere ashes. After another 10 minutes, the scene of the battlefield gradually emerged. Jabba limped out of the inferno, wielding an axe, his body resembling charred remains, while another axe had been lost in the flames. Rivi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, and Mia beside her wept inconsolably. Feis. Chapter 51. I have returned with a vengeance, Feis. Rivi's cries reverberated across the sky, capturing the attention of all in an instant. Could it be that Feis had perished? Jabba. I shall have his life. In the distance, Whitebeard, locked in combat with Roger, felt the urge to tear his own eyes out, suddenly turning to gaze at the inferno. There was no longer any sign of life in that place. It seems that the lad named Feis has indeed met his demise. Whitebeard. Roger, with a hint of regret on his face, stood directly in front of Whitebeard. After all, they were adversaries. Jabba's act of slaying his foe during battle was hardly unexpected. Meanwhile, the golden lion remained silent, his eyes glinting with malice. He unleashed his sword techniques to their utmost, utilizing the powers of the float fruit, leaving Rayleigh in excruciating pain, his wounds accumulating rapidly. In the void of existence, where am I? Is this the realm of the dead? Feis felt himself plunging into an abyss of endless darkness. He could only recall the radiant glow of the axe slicing through the blazing sea of flames, ultimately cleaving into his very being. The fiery armor was shattered in an instant, and the destructive force of Haki surged uncontrollably within him. His consciousness began to blur, his body feeling as though it were no longer his own. Feis flailed his arms, yet found no purchase to grasp. It felt as though a century had passed, and he could no longer perceive the duration of his fall. His thoughts dulled. Time seemed to stand still. Feis, is someone calling me? Who is it? Feis had relinquished all thought, yearning only to remain in this slumber. Yet, fleetingly, the visage of Grandma Hela and the tender face of Benny flashed through his mind. Am I to meet Grandma Hela? Feis, Feis. Faces flickered in his consciousness. Tina, Whitebeard, Rivi, the Golden Lion, and Teacher Kaido? There are still those awaiting my return. I cannot fall here. Feis gradually began to awaken, his consciousness finally settling at the bottom of the abyss, where a beam of light descended from above, illuminating a standing figure. Upon the chest of this figure lay a ghastly wound, slicing downwards, nearly splitting the body in two. The face, it was none other than Feis himself. As Feis' awareness drifted toward his own form, he extended his hand, his consciousness transformed into specks of starlight, dispersing into his body. I vowed that I would not allow my comrades to suffer harm again. In the next moment, the lifeless body amidst the flames suddenly opened its eyes. The boundless fire surged and twisted, as if celebrating the return of their king. A colorless flame began to rise from the wound on Feis' chest, rapidly ascending. The flames gradually enveloped him, transforming him into a colossal fire cocoon, from which resounded the powerful thumping of a heartbeat. Outside this fiery chrysalis, a fierce battle was unfolding. The combatants were none other than Jafana and Jabba. The clash of black claws and a massive axe created a cacophony of piercing metallic sounds. Jafana, you are no match for me. Let me pass, Jabba exclaimed, his expression tinged with urgency, for in the distance, Rayleigh was gravely injured, his body marred by countless sword wounds. If this continued, the Roger crew would inevitably be dismantled, defeat looming ominously. I cannot allow that, Jabba retorted. You have slain Feis. Jafana's eyes blazed with hatred as his claws danced with ferocity. Feis was not only a comrade aboard his ship, but also a person of great importance to Whitebeard. He owed a debt of gratitude to Whitebeard, and this vendetta must be avenged. Jabba effortlessly countered Jafana's assault, then unleashed a powerful axe strike, compelling Jafana to defend with his claws. Let me see how much your strength has grown over the years, Jabba declared, recognizing that he could not assist Rayleigh until he had bested this former ally. Show me the extent of your shadow fruit abilities. How much have you progressed in all these years? Do not underestimate me, Jabba. Let us settle this once and for all. Shadow Canopy. With that proclamation, a dark shroud enveloped Jafana, immediately shrouding both him and Jabba in inky blackness. The world around them plunged into utter darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Within this shadow, Jafana flickered and darted, sometimes launching attacks at Jabba, sometimes retreating, moving with unparalleled agility. Cough, cough. That kid's flames are indeed formidable. Jabba coughed up a pool of blood. Feis' final strike had not been in vain, the searing heat having inflicted damage upon his very organs. What a troublesome ability. It must be classified as a special paramecia type. He surveyed the shadowy realm. Finding it perplexing, the capabilities of this shadow fruit were extraordinary. Although it could not be elementalized, it could cast vast shadows and meld seamlessly with the shadowy space, allowing for silent movement within the darkness. In such a pitch-black environment, sight became utterly futile, as long as Jafana refrained from attacking. Even his observation Haki could not sense his presence. This capability is rather unscrupulous. In an instant, before Jabba could contemplate, a claw swept through the air, generating a fierce gust, aimed directly at his head. From the upper left, Jabato's expression shifted slightly as he raised his left axe to defend, and then, without hesitation, his other axe swiftly descended, targeting the shoulder of Jafana. If this axe were to strike true, it would undoubtedly cleave him in twain. With a resounding clang, the sharp blade descended, colliding with the dark-hued armor enveloping Jafana's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Jafana retaliated, his clawed hand sinking deep into Jabba's chest. The colossal force breached the protective layer of armor, piercing through muscle to embed itself firmly in the scapula of Jafana, while Jabba's chest was marked with 3 gaping wounds, deep enough to expose bone. How could this be? Jabba gazed in disbelief at the injury on his chest, astonished that his opponent would employ such a reckless tactic of mutual injury. Yet, prepare yourself for the inevitable demise, Jabba. I am not jesting with you. Jafana's voice, low and hoarse, reverberated through the darkness, his gaze beneath the dark sunglasses emanating ferocity. His indistinct silhouette gradually melded into the shadows, blood gushing from his shoulder. Still, he was far from victorious. Despite Jabba's grievous wounds, Jafana was acutely aware that he was not the superior fighter, particularly as he too bore injuries. Just then, as the two remained locked in confrontation, a blazing fireball erupted in the distance, abruptly illuminating the entire shadowy expanse. The radiance was truly blinding, enveloping the entire area for hundreds of meters. How could this be? Jafana was filled with confusion. This shadowy space was supposed to absorb all light. What source of illumination could penetrate here? He and Jabba simultaneously turned to gaze at the light source, only to see a distant, dark red flame cocoon slowly unfurling, from which the brilliance emanated. After a few minutes, the entire fire cocoon split in two, and a towering figure emerged. Deputy Captain Jafana, kindly step aside. I have returned with newfound power. No one noticed the enormous pirate ships gradually appearing on the horizon, sailing towards Disk Island. 5th chapter, The Flame of Resurrection. Feis. Jafana stared in disbelief at the youth who stepped forth from the flame cocoon, having distinctly sensed Feis' presence vanish moments before. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Am I not standing here alive and well? Feis replied with a gentle smile, his condition unparalleled, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes. All his wounds had completely healed. His stamina had returned to its peak, even surpassing previous limits. Had it not been for his tattered clothing, no one would have guessed he had sustained such grievous injuries. He extended his hands, and a colorless flame surged forth. At long last, Feis comprehended that the power yearning to burst forth from within him was this extraordinary flame. Given its ability to heal him, he named it the Flame of Resurrection. Ha! Feis. From a distance, Rivi rushed over with tears of joy, enveloping Feis in a bear hug. I thought you were gone for good. Mia, with tears glistening in her eyes, shyly followed behind. Kid, I distinctly remember your presence fading away. Jabba, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. He clearly recalled how his axe had nearly cleaved Feis in two. Yet, he now beheld Feis' unscathed torso. How could such severe injuries simply vanish? Is this also part of your ability? Indeed, it is a special flame I have developed. Feis flickered and, in an instant, appeared beside Jafana. How fast? Jafana felt a chill run down his spine, his battle-hardened instincts prompting an immediate response as his black claws turned to strike. However, upon realizing it was Feis behind him, he relaxed. You little rascal, could you refrain from appearing so suddenly and startling me? The prowess of this individual seems to have intensified, truly a monstrous presence. Jafana mused inwardly. Vice Captain Jafana, relax. Allow me to administer treatment, Feis said, extending his hand to conjure a flicker of revitalizing flame, gently dispersing it over Jafana's grievous wounds, which were laid bare to the bone. He was uncertain of the efficacy of this flame on others. Yet in this dire moment, one could only hope for a fortunate outcome. With no physician on the island, and many succumbing to their injuries, who could possibly assist in healing? By the time the war concluded, Jafana might bleed out from his injuries. In the next instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. The colorless flames began to burn softly upon the wounds, and the once flowing blood ceased its tumultuous flow. Jafana felt a tingling sensation upon his shoulder, akin to countless ants crawling upon him. He could not help but draw in a sharp breath, realizing that his life had been spared. Thank you, Feis. The man's eyes sparkled with gratitude, though concealed behind his sunglasses, rendering it unnoticed by others. We are comrades. Expressing thanks feels overly formal. Feis chuckled nonchalantly before turning to Levi and saying, "Levi, please take Vice Captain Jafana aside to rest. I'll handle the rest from here." He could sense that Jafana had reached her limit, enduring thus far merely to sustain the fiery determination within her heart. This sensation is akin to a fleeting glimpse of light before the impending darkness. To continue in this manner would only lead to exhaustion and despair. However, Levi, your eyes are filled with concern. At this moment, he despises his own impotence, feeling utterly unable to assist his uncle and Feis in any meaningful way. He feels like a burden, perpetually sheltered under the protection of others. "Let us depart, Levi." A weak, hoarse voice interrupted. It was Jafana. Upon witnessing Feis's revival, the tension he had been holding was released, but now his injuries surged forth, causing him to cough up blood uncontrollably. He cast a deep glance at Feis before turning away to walk into the distance. Reluctantly, Levi still felt a twinge of unease, glancing back at Feis repeatedly. Despite his lingering worries, he dared not oppose Jafana's words. An instinctual fear gripped him concerning his uncle. "You should go as well. Once the fighting begins, I will have no time to tend to you." Feis observed the white-haired girl standing vacantly by, seemingly at a loss. He was unsure of how to engage with his admirer. "All right, Mr. Feis, you must triumph." With that, Mia dashed after Jafana and Levi, aware that her presence was merely a hindrance. "Have you made arrangements for your final affairs?" At this juncture, Jabba appeared remarkably composed, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready for an ultimate confrontation with Feis. The moment Feis regained consciousness, he sensed a formidable fleet approaching, bearing familiar auras. "If this drags on, you shall face dire consequences. That remains to be seen. I shall show you," Feis declared as his fist instantaneously transformed into a shade of obsidian. He unleashed a powerful punch into the air. "My newly honed haki." Blue flames erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal fist, enveloped in the dark aura of his haki. Surging violently towards Jabba, "You have comprehended the externalization of haki amidst battle?" Jabba's pupils constricted sharply as he hastily raised his dark twin axes to defend himself. The flame, imbued with a formidable hue of armed color, struck Jabba with such force that he was propelled backward, his feet gliding across the ground. In comparison to the physical impact he endured, his inner turmoil was akin to a tempestuous upheaval. In just a few short hours, the young warrior before him had remarkably elevated his mastery of armament haki to a new level. While still not on par with his own, he was now barely capable of standing against him. The proficiency of armament haki reaching the realm of external manifestation is already considered the pinnacle for an ordinary individual. The subsequent stage of internal destruction is a formidable barrier that requires years of rigorous training to surmount. Before Jabba could recover from his astonishment, a shadow darted before him in a zigzag motion. In a fleeting moment, precisely 0.36 seconds later, Fist materialized right in front of him. Tamlin fire. Blazed mark. Fist's left hand, enveloped in azure flames, resembled glass as it was pressed directly onto the wound on Jabba's chest. A pungent aroma reminiscent of charred meat filled the air as the blue flames surged forth, erupting behind him. Jabba's eyes widened in fury as he swung his dark axe towards Fist's head. Clang. Fist's right hand, fingers splayed, firmly grasped Jabba's axe. And with his left hand raised in a claw-like stance, he aimed for Jabba's wound once more. Inflicting damage on 10 fingers is not as effective as severing one. He understood this profound truth well, and this strike aimed to incapacitate Jabba's lungs. However, Jabba, having been bitten by a snake once, harbored a fear of ropes for 10 years. Recognizing Fist's penchant for targeting his wounds, he instantly enveloped his chest with armament haki. With a crackle, sparks flew. Even with all his might, Fist's thrust could only leave 5 pale marks on Jabba's chest. Just as Fist's new strength was yet to manifest, Jabba thrust his knee into Fist's abdomen, propelling him skyward. The blow caught Fist entirely off guard, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood as he ascended higher and higher. Just as he reached a height of 100 meters and was about to plummet, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the distant horizon. There, a colossal pirate ship adorned with a dragon-shaped skull flag was slowly approaching, followed by a formidable fleet of dozens of various pirate vessels. This fleeting glance sent a chill down Fist's spine. He inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Uncle Whitebeard, Captain Golden Lion, cease your assault. The dragon pirates have arrived." Chapter 53. The conclusion. What? The dragon pirates? Jafana's pupils constricted to pinpricks, her body trembling involuntarily. Whether from pain or fear, she could not discern. Were not the dragon pirates being intercepted by the captain and his crew? How could they possibly be here? Could it be that the matters at hand are exceedingly numerous? Now is not the time for conjecture. The pressing urgency is to flee from this place immediately. Otherwise, the consequences of the flying dragon pirates' arrival are unimaginable. The sounds reverberate across the battlefield, reaching two distant fronts. The flying dragon pirates, you say? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, cleaving through Roger with a single stroke, as if contemplating a strategy. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Golden Lion, upon hearing the name of the flying dragon pirates, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, his murderous intent palpable. This battle must come to an end. Lion's might. Imperial domain. He fixated on the beleaguered Rayleigh, his fingers curling as he unleashed a lethal attack. 6 colossal earthen lions, towering several meters high, surged forth, their gaping maws poised to engulf Rayleigh. Dreadful rocks. How dare he send that wretched Augustus over here? August, the captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates, is one of the 3 formidable pirate overlords of the New World, boasting a staggering bounty of 2.53 billion berries, a true titan of the seas. This individual commands a formidable fleet comprising 32 pirate crews, each led by a notorious captain whose wealth exceeds 100 million. He stands as the most formidable adversary to the Golden Lion in the New World. The reason is simple. The entire cadre of the Flying Dragon pirate ship is predominantly composed of Zoan-type users possessing the powers of avian creatures. Even more terrifying is the captain himself, who has consumed the dragon fruit, an ancient variety known as the wind god pterosaur fruit, transforming him into a pterosaur man. This fruit is exceptionally unique. Despite being of ancient lineage, it grants him dominion over the forces of wind, rivaling even the most extraordinary of mythical Zoan fruits. Moreover, Augustus possesses the ability to communicate with certain natural pterosaurs, endowing him with the skill to tame animals. Consequently, whenever the Golden Lion engages in battle against the Flying Dragon pirate ship, the inherent advantage of the flotation fruit becomes nullified, as all participants possess the power of flight. Furthermore, the members of the Flying Dragon pirate crew, being Zoan-type fruit users, are remarkably resilient and exceedingly difficult to contend with. This encapsulates all the information that Feis has concerning the Flying Dragon pirate crew. He has long believed that Kaido's Beast pirates were inspired by this very model. The pressing dilemma now lies in the fact that the Flying Dragon pirate ship, which should have been intercepted by rocks, has inexplicably appeared here. The reasons behind this are no longer worthy of deliberation. At the very moment he touched down, a singular thought consumed his mind: escape from this place. Should the Flying Dragon pirates arrive, the members of the Rocks pirates would surely meet their demise here today. The distance is such that we shall arrive in no more than half an hour. Have you finally come to realize it, young lad? Jabba chuckled heartily, seemingly quite pleased with Feis's expression. From the onset of their confrontation, this young boy had exhibited an extraordinary calmness, appearing as though he held dominion over the battlefield, which irked Jabba, the renowned pirate of the New World. Mr. Jabba, I fear we can no longer continue this battle, Feis remarked with a sense of resignation, harboring immense respect for his formidable opponent. To engage in a fierce struggle for an entire day and night, ultimately bringing him to the brink of death, was no small feat yet. He was poised to face the likes of Jafana once more, ready to clash with his fully restored self again. Such formidable individuals deserve respect wherever they may be. Alas, this is a war, not a mere one-on-one duel. Otherwise, Feis would disdain engaging in a war of attrition. However, on the battlefield, only the victors can survive. It seems we must await another day to battle once more. Do you believe there remains an opportunity for your escape? Jabba revealed a smile, though it was tinged with discomfort, as the dark handprints on his chest wound still emanated smoke. Why speak of fleeing? Feis chuckled lightly, his demeanor no longer grave. He sensed that on another battlefield, Rayleigh had already been vanquished by the Golden Lion and was hastening towards him. Are we not the victors? Lion's might. Just as Jabba prepared to counterattack, a tawny lion opened its jaws wide and swallowed him whole. Young one, you truly still live. The Golden Lion grinned broadly, his body marred with wounds, evidence of a grueling battle against Rayleigh. Indeed, that was the right hand of the future Pirate King, and the difference between him and the Golden Lion was but a hair's breadth. I was right to have faith in you. Ha ha ha. To be able to contend with Jabba to such an extent, that man is not weak. Captain Golden Lion, is this truly the time for such discourse? The flying dragon pirates are on their way. Observing the golden lion's calm demeanor, Feis found himself oddly unperturbed. It matters not that fellow Augustus may be a formidable adversary, yet his subordinates are far from impressive. The golden lion gazed towards the approaching pirate ship with a hint of disdain. Otherwise, they would not be seeking the Roger alliance after the three great powers had joined forces. Ultimately, it boils down to the significant disparity among top-tier warriors. The elite of the New World are limited. A considerable portion was abducted by rocks in one fell swoop, leaving behind only a handful of formidable cats. Some strong individuals are lone wolves, akin to the Red Count, who are unlikely to align with any faction. Thus, the three great powers strive to entice the Roger pirates, forging an alliance of offense and defense. These circumstances are indeed what the Roger pirates find amusing, for the current Roger is not yet the future king of the pirates, but merely a notorious pirate of some repute. It was the eventual collaboration of God Valley and Garp that truly facilitated Roger's ascendance, resulting in the demise of the Rock's pirates. However, given the current state of casualties among the crew, it is ill-advised to engage in further conflict. Feis continued to implore the Golden Lion, a man who could recklessly charge into the Navy headquarters on a whim. The Golden Lion's intent to persist in warfare against the Flying Dragon pirates would likely lead to the demise of Levi and his companions today, and even jeopardize his own well-being. While the fate of others may be inconsequential to him, Levi and his few allies are individuals he cherishes. Indeed, upon reflection, it seems the Golden Lion has recognized the unfavorable situation. He is not a fool, and should all of his subordinates perish, his fleet would exist in name only. This is evidently not the outcome he desired. The members of the Rock's pirates are engaged in their own battles, and these individuals will later serve as the foundation for his own pirate crew. No one is willing to be subservient, especially not this unruly group. First, we must deal with that scoundrel Roger, and then we shall board the ship with our men. The pirate vessel that two of the divisions arrived on now hovers several thousand meters above the ground, a precaution taken by the Golden Lion to prevent damage to the ship, which has unexpectedly proven advantageous at this moment. Gather the remaining wounded who still cling to life. I will transport them all at once shortly. Understood, Captain Golden Lion. Before Feis could finish speaking, the Golden Lion gracefully departed, joining the fray between Whitebeard and Roger. Observing the composed demeanor of the Golden Lion, Feis exhaled in relief and then set off with Rivi and Mia to locate any surviving crew members amidst the battlefield. Chapter 54, Contemplation. Half a day ago, aboard the flagship of the Flying Dragon pirates, the pirate ship looms large, its dimensions surpassing those of the vessel that Feis and his companions inhabit by a factor of 3. Stretching over 300 meters in length and boasting a breadth of 60 to 70 meters, it features a double-decked sail. At present, the deck is alive with the playful antics of various pterosaurs, including the toothy-beaked pterosaurs and the bulldog-like dual-toothed variety. A cursory glance reveals dozens of them, both large and small. At the bow of the ship stands a tall, middle-aged man, flanked by several figures, clad in a black leather coat and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. He grins widely while clutching a half-burnt cigar, exuding a formidable presence reminiscent of a gangster. However, a black eye patch emblazoned with the emblem of the Dragon Wing pirate crew obscures his right eye. He peers through a pair of binoculars, surveying something ahead, his gaze landing on the distant Disk Island. Smoke fills the air, punctuated by the sounds of clashes and vibrations, as fierce energies surge, indicating a fierce battle is underway. Captain Auguste, the island ahead is indeed Disk Island, where the Rock's pirates and the Roger pirates are engaged in a fierce conflict. Calls out a lanky man with a sharp visage, rushing from the cabin to the bow. What with the panic, Wamoki? Auguste, his words slightly muffled by the cigar, slowly retracts the binoculars and hands them to a subordinate. Gold Lion is on that island. Captain, your long-awaited revenge is at hand. Wamoki's expression brims with excitement, a smile creeping onto his lips. I need no instruction. My thirst for vengeance surpasses that of anyone. Auguste suddenly yanks off the eye patch, revealing a scar that cleaves his eye socket in two, leaving only the white of his eye visible. He grips Wamoki's clothing, his towering figure casting a shadow over him, his remaining eye ablaze with rage and murderous intent. However, do not underestimate that man, or you shall meet a grim fate. With a swift gesture, he tosses Wamoki onto the deck. Trembling, Wamoki dares not utter another word. But Captain, shall we not offer support? At this rate, the Roger pirates are bound to fall. A youthful voice, rich in magnetism, interjects from August's side, laced with concern. The speaker, a slender young man clad in a blue leather coat, possesses striking blue hair and a handsome visage, adorned with a string of green gemstone earrings on his right ear. For reasons unknown, most members of the Dragon Wing pirate crew don leather coats, seemingly a unique team custom. Indeed, we have the pterosaur squad. Support would only take a few minutes, remarks another middle-aged man, robust in stature and dressed in a black and red leather coat, his hair cropped short. Do not rush. Let us wait until the Roger pirates are on the brink of defeat. August interrupts sharply, donning the eye patch once more. He inhales deeply from the cigar, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Roger is not of our ilk. Even now, in alliance, once they vanquish the Rock's pirates, they will inevitably disperse. His aspirations differ from ours, rooted in a ridiculous notion of freedom and dreams. We shall surely clash again. Better to allow them to deplete each other against the Rock's pirates first. With that, he extinguishes the cigar, discarding it into a nearby refuse bin, before turning to re-enter the cabin. Only when Roger stands alone on the island will the pterosaur squad be deployed. This island, the fierce battle that unfolded on the deserted island of the New World, has persisted for 2 days and nights. The outcome has become glaringly evident, with the victorious faction being the Golden Lion and the 1st and 2nd divisions of the Rock's pirates led by Whitebeard. Only one, Roger, remains to stubbornly resist, though defeat looms large. After searching for over an hour, Feis and his companions finally managed to gather a few surviving crew members. A cursory glance reveals that of the more than 200 who arrived, fewer than 30 now remain alive, and among the newcomers, only 5 or 6 survive. Severed limbs and shattered bodies are scattered everywhere, with many having met a gruesome end. The dead, indeed, have met a tragic fate, but the living are not unscathed either, bearing the scars of battle with missing arms and legs. Among them is the swordsman lieutenant of the 1st Division, Cassio, whose left thigh has been completely severed, and 5 of his limbs have vanished without a trace. When Feis encountered him, his blade was still embedded in the skull of an adversary. Yet he had succumbed to the effects of excessive blood loss, slipping into unconsciousness. This is destined to be a brutal war, with both sides suffering grievous losses. Even if the Rock's pirates emerge victorious, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Above in the sky, a colossal vessel gradually descends, the very pirate ship that had brought them here. With a resounding crash, the great ship lands, stirring up clouds of dust. Levi bows his head, bearing Kavana on his shoulder, seemingly still struggling to recover from the blow. The toll of this war on his psyche is profound, affecting him not only in terms of strength, but also mentally. Meanwhile, Mia is urgently bandaging the wounded with the clothing of fallen comrades. Feis refrains from using the flames of resurrection to heal this group. Their relationship hasn't reached that level of intimacy, and he has observed that this flame's efficacy in aiding others is rather limited. In fact, it drains his own vitality. As he aids Jafana in healing her wounds, he experiences a sensation of being utterly depleted. However, with formidable adversaries at hand, Feis suppresses any display of weakness. Upon reflection, he finds solace in the realization that such an extraordinary ability, devoid of any limitations, would render him akin to a living Hippocrates in the world of pirates. Thus, during this precarious time, with the flying dragon pirates lurking menacingly outside, it would be unwise to excessively deplete his own strength. After approximately 15 minutes, the 3 of them successfully transported all the injured aboard the ship. Uncle Whitebeard and Captain Golden Lion quickly made their escape. Observing that the trio remains locked in a fierce battle, gradually advancing deeper into the island's core, Feis cannot help but admire Roger's formidable prowess. No wonder he would later ascend to the title of Pirate King. He faces 2 opponents, yet finds himself only slightly at a disadvantage. At this rate, even after a day and night, it would be challenging for them to determine a victor. However, as he turns his gaze, he cannot suppress a sudden chill that courses through him, cold sweat breaking out across his body. In the distance, upon a massive ship, a colossal wind god pterosaur is slowly ascending into the sky. Upon the head of this pterosaur rests a dark, fleshy crest, complemented by a single brilliant yellow orb for an eye. The opposite side is adorned with a sizable black eye patch. Extending from its skull is a sharp beak, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its gray wings, when unfurled, span several hundred meters, casting a shadow that obscures the sun as it soars swiftly along the ocean's surface, stirring up tumultuous waves in its wake. With the takeoff of the wind god pterosaur, Various pterosaurs aboard the ship ascended into the sky, while numerous individuals transformed into avian creatures, ferrying the rest of the pirate crew towards Disk Island. Chapter 55. Retreat. A sense of alarm surged within Feis. The Dragonfly pirate crew had deviated from the expected strategy, launching a surprise attack by harnessing their aerial prowess. If this continues, we shall reach Disk Island in mere moments, and the situation will indeed become unpredictable. You all wait for me here. I shall go inform them to retreat. Feis's voice was somewhat somber, for today it seemed everyone might fall here. The fierce battle showed no signs of abating, as the three warriors were deeply engrossed, with the two old men having cast aside thoughts of the flying dragon pirates. He turned and leaped from the massive ship, racing towards the battlefield where the three old men clashed. Feis, do be cautious, Levi shouted from the ship's railing, then sank down onto the deck, helplessly clutching his knees. The sensation of watching friends venture into peril while one remains in quiet anticipation is profoundly distressing. It's all right. Wait for my return, came the distant voice of Feis, almost fading from view. Do you now comprehend your own frailty? Suddenly, leaning against the mast, Jafana spoke, his voice faint and weary. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tossing one to Rivi before lighting one for himself. Cough, cough, ow, ow, ow. Jafana coughed lightly, as if the motion aggravated his wounds, causing him to spasm uncontrollably. In your current state, you will only hinder Feis. After a moment, he seemed to improve slightly, trembling as he took a deep drag from the tobacco, casting a meaningful glance at Rivi. Uncle. Rivi turned, picking up the cigarette from the ground. Never one to smoke. He astonishingly lit it. Cough, cough. The thick smoke filled his lungs, triggering a violent spasm of coughing. I want to grow stronger. He wiped away a tear, uncertain whether it was from the smoke or the eruption of emotions deep within. I am too weak. Sob, sob, sob. Desiring strength is commendable. Why should a man weep? Jafana raised his head against the mast behind him, his dark sunglasses concealing the expression in his eyes. Let us speak of it when we return alive. Meanwhile, Feis was hastening towards the battlefield. Whitebeard and Gold Lion, concerned that the residual shockwaves might harm their comrades, had repeatedly shifted the combat zone, now nearing the heart of the island. The closer they approached the depths of the battlefield, the more pockmarked the ground became, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. Large swathes of earth had been overturned by the tumult, with some areas revealing glimpses of the ocean below, where a moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall. Boom! The distant, thunderous roars occasionally erupted, deafening and guiding Feis on his path. Closer, even nearer. The journey of dozens of miles seemed to vanish in an instant. Feis crested a hill, its summit sheared away, and at last beheld the three figures engaged in fierce combat upon the plain below. The air crackled with energy, and the light of swords twisted and danced. This was his first close encounter with such a life-and-death struggle, a manifestation of the apex power within the world of pirates. Uncle Whitebeard, Captain Shiki, we must retreat. The Flying Dragon Pirates officers are rapidly approaching. A resounding shout interrupted the fierce clash among the three, drawing their attention toward Feis. Three overwhelming presences suddenly converged upon him, causing Feis to feel his bones creak under the pressure. In the next moment, two of the imposing auras receded, leaving only Roger's Conqueror's haki enveloping the atmosphere. Boom! Feis's own domineering aura surged forth, colliding with Roger's haki in the void, producing a crackling sound akin to purple-black thunder. In an instant, the sky roared with lightning, and the world lost its color. Good lad. Ha! You must be Feis. Roger's hearty laughter rang out as he withdrew his aura, regarding Feis with admiration. Despite his numerous injuries, his spirit remained undaunted. I truly envy Newgate for having a subordinate like you. Kulalalala. Not a subordinate, but family. Whitebeard interjected with a smile in his eyes. Feis is my nephew. Now is not the time for such discussions. Shiki's expression turned grave as he gazed into the distance, sensing countless auras swiftly approaching. The earlier battle had momentarily clouded his judgment, causing him to forget the necessity of retreat. Jiahahaha. Roger, let this battle conclude here. If you wish to spare your crew from a watery grave, you should remain docile. Shiki chuckled ominously, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Currently, this island hovered hundreds of meters high. Should Shiki release his powers, Roger's severely wounded crew would plummet to their doom. Roger seemed taken aback by Shiki's threat to his crew's lives, his anger flaring as he glared furiously. Jiahaha. Newgate, young Feis, let us depart. Shiki waved his hand, and the ground beneath Feis and Whitebeard rose swiftly, while pirate ships in the distance rushed toward them. What a remarkably useful ability. Feis couldn't help but marvel as he stood upon the earth. The enchanting fruit possesses the remarkable ability to strike, run, and even soar through the skies, all while exuding an extraordinary charm, making it an essential companion for both domestic life and adventurous escapades. As the world rapidly regresses, the silhouette of a colossal pirate ship emerges before the trio. It is indeed Feis and his companions who have returned. Rivi on the ship, upon witnessing their safe arrival, cannot help but exclaim loudly in joy. Even Jafana displays a rare smile. Just as Feis and his companions successfully board the ship, a gigantic wind god pterodactyl leads a sudden assault, closing in within mere hundreds of meters of the pirate vessel, poised to strike. Shiki, come down and face me. Agusk's sharp beak articulates human speech, his singular eye glinting with a fierce red light, seemingly intent on a deadly confrontation with the golden lion. Damn it! How dare this fiend provoke me? The golden lion grinds his steel teeth, akin to an enraged lion. He contemplates turning to teach Agusk a severe lesson, but upon noticing the squadron of pterodactyls behind him, he reconsiders, silently steering the pirate ship to hasten its escape. Should he act recklessly? It is likely that his crew would meet their demise here today. The pirate ship sails forward while Agusk pursues relentlessly. You flee. I chase. You may have wings, yet you cannot escape. Agusk muses, already envisioning the scene of the Golden Lion's ship in ruins amidst despair. Winged Leaf Storm. Seeing that the Golden Lion disregards him, he unleashes a flurry of powerful wing beats, sending thousands of crystalline wind blades cascading like a tempest towards the pirate vessel. Feis and Whitebeard have already positioned themselves at the ship's stern, ready to strike at any moment. Uncle Whitebeard, do not rush, he whispers, interrupting Whitebeard, who was about to retaliate with his tremor fruit. The massive ship maneuvers deftly, evading the onslaught of wind blades, swiftly exiting the aerial confines of Disk Island, revealing the boundless ocean beneath. Meanwhile, due to the wind blades launch, Agusk finds himself briefly distanced from the pirate ship. Yet the ship does not maintain a straight course, as Agusk's pterodactyl squadron quickly closes the gap. Now is the moment. Uncle Golden Lion, Uncle Whitebeard. Almost as soon as he speaks, a fierce red gleam ignites in Feis' eyes. An overwhelming aura of terror surges from him, enveloping the entire pterodactyl squadron. Accompanying this force are two even more potent displays of Conqueror's haki. The three waves of intimidation crash down, causing the majority of the pterodactyls to plummet into the sea like dumplings. A small fraction, still resisting the mental assault, struggles to stay aloft. Yet awaiting them is an endless sea of flames and shards of space shattering like glass. Chapter 56. Target Sonya. The squad, originally known as the Pterosaur Legion, comprises hundreds of pterosaurs, meticulously tamed and nurtured through the adept abilities of Aegis. Due to their nimble movements and remarkable agility, they can effectively coordinate with the flight capabilities of most members of the Shanghai pirate crew, executing swift strikes over short to medium distances. This unique aerial combat mode, reminiscent of divine intervention, has been employed for the first time in the world of pirates. In this realm, there exists a notable absence of effective anti-aircraft weaponry. Slashing artillery and similar armaments are easily evaded by the swift movements of the pterodactyls. Moreover, with Aegis's ability to manipulate the winds, engaging in maritime battles becomes an insurmountable challenge. As a result, most pirate crews find themselves helpless when confronted by this legion of pterodactyls, left with no choice but to await their fate, either to surrender or to meet their demise in the depths of the ocean. This also marks the origin of the formidable reputation of the Flying Dragon pirate crew. The inability to either defeat or escape from an opponent is undeniably the most excruciating experience. However, due to the relatively limited endurance of the pterodactyls, they are incapable of carrying passengers for extended flights. Hence, they have always been utilized in conjunction with pirate ships. Until one fateful occasion. During a fierce contest for an island in the New World, the Dragon King Agusk encountered the Golden Lion Shiki. Both possessed equivalent aerial capabilities and extraordinary strength. In a clash reminiscent of arch-nemeses, the two unleashed a cataclysmic battle, culminating in Agusk's narrow defeat by a single move. This encounter marked the sole defeat of the Pterodactyl Legion, inflicting an unprecedented blow upon them. The once invincible Pterodactyl Legion suffered devastating losses, with over 90% of their forces buried by the Golden Lion. In this battle, August not only lost an eye, but also witnessed the obliteration of decades of hard work. Subsequently, he was compelled to rebuild, and it is only now that he has achieved a certain level of success. However, the former glory of the Pterosaur Legion has been irretrievably lost, and he was forced to rename it the Pterosaur Squad. This conflict garnered considerable attention from numerous factions, with various newspapers reporting on it, their headlines declaring lions and dragons. The archives of the Beehive Library contain records of this event, prominently displayed, as if to deliberately flaunt the achievements of the Rocks pirates. Thus, Feis naturally became aware of this, and he felt no surprise at August's current state. After all, when enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. Having seen a lifetime of effort laid to waste, August must harbor a profound desire to feast upon the flesh of the Golden Lion. Suddenly, August's wings flared, dispelling the vast sea of flames. Shiki, what is hiding like a coward to a great pirate? If you have the courage, come down and face me in battle. The amber eye of the wind god Pterosaur was tinged with crimson as he led the remaining officers in relentless pursuit. Those pterosaurs who had fallen into the water were naturally rescued by the crew of the pirate ship behind them, requiring no concern from August and his cadre. The singular objective of this group of individuals is the pirate ship soaring in the sky before them. What awaits them next is the ominous creaking sound of space fracturing. The assailant, of course, is Whitebeard, whose 2 days and nights of battle have not rendered him in the slightest bit weakened. Rather, he appears increasingly vibrant and spirited. However, utilizing his tremor abilities from a distance poses a considerable challenge. The expansive range risks damaging the pirate ship, while a more confined scope renders the effect rather negligible, making it exceedingly difficult to strike the intended target. Moreover, Ace, along with his cadre, exhibits remarkable agility, managing to narrowly evade each assault, only to swiftly pursue once again. This left Whitebeard with an overwhelming sense of frustration, causing him considerable discomfort. The Thunderwing Dragon continued its relentless assault, the tempest it conjured colliding with the azure disc cast by Feis. The tremendous impact caused the pirate ship to pitch violently, and Ace's figure faltered, creating an even greater distance between them. Shiki, you coward! Have you lost the courage to face me in battle? With the pirate ship soaring further away, Ace flailed his wings in a furious pursuit, incessantly taunting the Golden Lion. At the bow of the ship, the Golden Lion's eyes blazed crimson. He had never endured such provocation. Sakura 10, the withered tree draws its sword. He turned and strode towards the stern, eager to engage Ace in a fierce duel. Captain Golden Lion is concerned for the safety of his comrades. What do you know? You bear dancing through fire rings. Upon hearing Ace's scathing insult, Feis, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. With one hand raised, fingers splayed, a ring of fire slowly coalesced in his palm, which he then hurled towards the massive Thunderwing Dragon looming behind him. The fiery ring expanded increasingly, in the blink of an eye surpassing a diameter of several meters, as if imbued with a spirit, encircling the neck of Icegug. Shrink! Fist commanded, his outstretched hand abruptly clenching into a fist, the fire circle constricted, firmly ensnaring the slender neck of the pterosaur. The ring, resembling a collar, hung upon the creature's neck, the searing flames beginning to scorch its skin, releasing tendrils of acrid smoke. The intense burning sensation emanating from his neck compelled Icegug to hastily extend his claws from his dragon wings to tear the fiery ring away. Ah, you little demon! I shall see you dead. His crimson singular eye fixed intently upon Feis at the stern of the ship, feeling not just the pain but a profound sense of humiliation. Icegug, a figure of immense stature, one of the 3 titans commanding respect in the New World, found himself today the subject of mockery by a mere child, akin to an animal performing in a circus. Eliminate that wretch. Only his blood can cleanse my disgrace. Yet, Feis remained unfazed, conjuring a fire gatling, unleashing a barrage that occasionally brought down several pterosaurs. Ha 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 ha. This boy Feis is indeed amusing. To toy with Icegug in such a manner. The entire scene was observed by the Golden Lion, who could not help but burst into hearty laughter. However, when his gaze fell upon Kashu on the deck, pale-faced and gasping, a wave of unease washed over him. Though wars inevitably bring casualties, those who cannot relinquish anything will ultimately gain nothing. Yet, with only a handful of his comrades remaining, those who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, The thought of losing lives due to a moment of recklessness weighed heavily on his conscience. With this in mind, the Golden Lion sheathed his twin blades, deftly maneuvering the ship while turning to the young crew members behind him, inquiring, "Hey, youngsters, where is the nearest island?" When the battle plan was devised, it was aimed at intercepting the Roger pirates, and he knew that the last island they had passed was Ark Island. However, returning now would be a futile endeavor. They could only press onward. "Ah, Lord Golden Lion, I do not know." Levi shuddered at the unexpected inquiry from such a formidable figure, momentarily at a loss for words. "Lord Golden Lion, the islands in this vicinity are all deserted. We deliberately chose this location as a battleground to avoid detection. The next inhabited island is—" Jafana interjected, sensing Levi's hesitation. After a brief pause, he continued, "It is Sanya Island." "Sanya Island, you say?" The Golden Lion pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the wounded, seemingly resolute in his decision. "Then let us head to Sanya Island." Chapter 57, Movements from All Sides. New World, G1 Fortress. Nestled against the backdrop of the Red Earth continent, this location serves as a naval outpost in the New World, recognized as the most stable stronghold under the Navy's control. Today, the G1 Fortress is ablaze with lights, and the esteemed Commander QB makes a rare appearance, leading a cadre of officers as they patiently await by the bubble pod. This bubble pod, a unique creation of the sacred land of Mary Geos, is directly connected to the G1 Fortress. It is secured by 4 steel cables, resembling a kettle, with its base forming a colossal soap bubble. On all 4 sides of the pod, there are immense fans that control its ascent and descent, rather than merely describing it as a pod. One might liken it to a colossal vessel, measuring an impressive 50 meters in length and 30 meters in width, with the capacity to accommodate thousands of individuals. "Are the ships you prepared ready?" Major General QB inquired, turning to his aide with a hint of excitement in his voice. "They are fully prepared. 5 of the largest warships, along with an unmarked vessel, are all docked at the port," came the reply. "As long as they are ready, that suffices. Time is of the essence. And you have done exceedingly well." With a sense of nostalgia, Major General QB reflected. This urgent order, could it be that some significant figures are set to arrive at the G1 Fortress? Indeed, remarkable individuals, and not just one, he affirmed, still incredulous that the naval headquarters would deploy such formidable entities all at once. Could it be enough? "They are here." The enormous bubble pod descended slowly, and figures began to emerge. "No way. This cannot be real. That is Admiral Sengoku, and their Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Crane, and Vice Admiral Zephyr. The headquarters seems intent on capturing all the pirates of the New World at once. And not just them. Look at the dozen or so Vice Admirals following behind. Is this an official declaration of war against the Rocks pirates, or an attempt to apprehend the 3 notorious pirate leaders? Those unruly pirates are in for a spectacle this time." The naval officers at G1 Fortress were brimming with excitement, for such a formidable lineup seemed poised to annihilate the pirates of the New World in one fell swoop. As more and more Navy personnel emerged from the bubble pod, the count eventually reached over 1,000. "Major General QB, is everything in order?" Sengoku, leading the way, was the first to speak. They had come here, of course, to engage in battle with the Rocks pirates and their 3 leaders, seeking an opportunity to eradicate both sides' forces in one decisive strike. To traverse from the first half of the Grand Line into the New World, there are only 2 paths. One must either cross the Red Line via Mariawa or navigate through Fishman Island beneath the sea. They had naturally chosen the fastest, safest, and most convenient route over the Red Line, passing through Mariawa to arrive here. Due to the overland journey, ships could not pass, necessitating a change of vessels at G1 Fortress. This is also the reason why pirates are unable to traverse the Holy Land to reach the New World. Report to Admiral Sengoku. 5 warships are fully prepared and ready to set sail at any moment. Colonel Chubi's demeanor was grave as he displayed utmost respect towards the individuals before him. In this world, whether it be pirates or the Navy, the strong are revered. Otherwise, the admirals of the Navy headquarters could not possibly embody the symbol of strength. Furthermore, according to reports from frontline intelligence personnel, at noon today, the Rocks pirates descended upon Sanya Island, with Captain Rocks and Vice Captain Albert leading a cadre of over 10 senior officers in a fierce battle against the demon god pirates, which, it is said, have already suffered heavy casualties and are on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates, the other faction in this alliance discussion, were embroiled in a fierce confrontation against the 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Rocks Pirates on Circular Island in the New World, only to be pursued by the arriving Flying Dragon Pirates, whose apparent target is also Sanya Island. This intelligence has already been communicated to the world government. Our objective this time is also Sanya Island, so please take us aboard your ship. Upon hearing Colonel Chubi's report, Sengoku, accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel, boarded the pristine warships at the port. As the 5 colossal warships gradually departed the harbor, Colonel Chubi let out a sigh of relief and gestured for his subordinates to disperse. Half an hour later, a massive bubble pod ascended back to Mariewa, and moments later, it descended once more. A group of men in suits swiftly emerged from the pod, adorned with various peculiar masks. They moved silently like phantoms, directly boarding a seemingly ordinary vessel docked at the port. This time, the world government has officially commenced its actions against Rocks and the 3 great powers. Sanya Island, situated in a remote area of the New World, derives its name from the towering trees known as Sanya, which are abundant on the island. Although this timber does not rival the famed Adam wood, it serves as an excellent material for shipbuilding and is plentiful on Sanya Island. The island boasts a diameter of several thousand kilometers, rendering it remarkably vast. A significant portion of its territory is perpetually shrouded in mist, an environment that the native Sanya wood thrives in. Situated in a remote area, Sanya Island was once an unfrequented land, home only to a few scattered settlements built by indigenous people. The timber trade on the island was monopolized by a local pirate crew, aptly named the Sanya, whose strength barely allowed them to maintain a foothold in the New World, with the captain's bounty reaching a staggering 300 million berries. Eventually, the captain of the demon god pirates, Zagamo, set his sights on this island, claiming it as his territory and incorporating the Sanya pirate crew into his ranks. Zagamo established a shipyard on the island, and as trade flourished, he gradually became the largest supplier of vessels in the New World. With an influx of wealth, his ambitions began to swell. He grew dissatisfied with merely being a merchant. Thus, he declared himself king of Sanya Island and founded a grand city, naming it the capital, Roya. The demon god pirates began to recruit mercenaries, lured by the promise of abundant treasures, attracting many formidable pirates to their cause. And they gradually evolved into one of the 3 major pirate powers in the New World. While the strength of these 3 pirate titans may not be the most formidable in the New World, each wields control over a critical industry within it. This immense influence enabled them to forge a colossal pirate alliance comprising dozens of crews, even drawing the attention of the Roger pirates. This sensation is somewhat reminiscent of the later Doflamingo, with the sole distinction being that the 3 formidable emperors possess unparalleled strength. However, at this moment, the skies above the capital, Roya, are shrouded in smoke, and violent explosions reverberate continuously, causing residents to flee in panic. Captain Rocks has not caught sight of any members of the ghostly god pirates. Wang Ji forcefully kicks a pirate lackey aside and strides forth from the royal palace. Chapter 58. Arrival at Sanya Island. Could it be that Zogamer, that scoundrel, has fled upon seeing our approach? This is the lair of the ghostly god pirates. There is no way he would abandon it. I suspect he is waiting for the arrival of the Flying Dragon Pirates and the Flame Demon Pirates, intending to confront us in a decisive battle once the 3 emperors are assembled. What utter nonsense about the 3 pirate emperors. It's laughable. How can one be considered a pirate when he is capable of abandoning his own territory? The captains of several divisions within the Rocks Pirates engage in loud discussions, mockingly deriding the ghostly god pirates. Captain Rocks, Zogamer is an individual who has consumed the mist fruit, becoming a mist person. In a place like Sanya Island, it is exceedingly easy for him to conceal himself. If he chooses to remain hidden, there is little we can do. Silver Axe, standing beside Rocks, interjects. Clad in his silver armor, he is wrapped tightly, making it difficult to discern that he has a broken leg. I wonder how the situation is with Golden Lion. I hope he has dealt with that detestable Roger Pirates crew. Rocks muses, slightly nodding as he turns to Albert beside him. According to intelligence from Ark Island, the Roger Pirates had replenished their supplies there a few days prior, subsequently heading to Disk Island. The 2 factions must have already clashed. Yet there has been no word from Golden Lion and his crew. They may have encountered the subsequently arriving Flying Dragon Pirates. Rock's intelligence network is remarkably sophisticated, meticulously prepared to counter the world government. However, the surrounding thousands of kilometers of uninhabited islands around Disk Island render the establishment of an intelligence system futile. Moreover, Brand's Flame Demon pirates have also reached Ark Island and are hastily making their way here. Golden Lion and the Flying Dragon pirates are seasoned rivals. He knows how to handle Augustus and is likely making his way here now. Rox waves his hand, interrupting Albert's conjecture. He has his own considerations, rather than returning empty-handed. It is wiser to lie in wait here. As long as the Rox pirates remain, the hidden ghostly god pirates will inevitably be unable to contain themselves. The three pirate factions must maintain constant communication. Once the Flying Dragon pirates and the Flame Demon pirates arrive at Sanya Island, Zogomer will surely reveal himself. No pirate can tolerate the wanton trampling of their territory, especially when this place represents Zogomer's years of hard work. It is the very foundation upon which the ghostly god pirates have established themselves in the New World. You all focus on clearing out the riffraff of the ghostly god pirates, and we shall await their arrival here. Yes, Captain Rox. The members of the Rox pirates disperse, sweeping through the capital, Roya, to eliminate the forces affiliated with the ghostly god pirates. The recent raid was executed in haste. Rox brought along merely a handful of division captains and officers, accompanied by several captains of large fleets, amounting to no more than a sparse few dozen individuals. This causes inconvenience to the concluding tasks. However, Rox remains unfazed, striding directly into the royal palace. As the Rox pirates wreak havoc in the capital of Roya, a colossal pirate ship descends upon the largest port of Sanya Island, Neaport. Aboard are members of the 1st and 2nd Divisions. Augustus, accompanied by the pirate crew's officers, pursued them for 2 days and nights, ultimately compelled to turn back due to the exhaustion of some officers. He could not chase alone, as that might jeopardize his own safety. Every ability user expends stamina when activating their fruit powers. Although Zoan-type users possess greater physical resilience, the toll is still immense. Sustaining flight while simultaneously evading sudden assaults not only depletes physical energy but also strains the mind under prolonged tension. At this juncture, the pirate ship is merely a day's journey from Sanya Island, and Golden Lion and his companions resolve to adhere to their original plan, perhaps harboring grievances regarding Rox arrangements. No one mentions reporting the situation. After all, had it not been for Fifth's timely discovery and the group's preparedness, few would have survived this voyage. Only Golden Lion and Whitebeard might have managed to escape. The fates of the others remain uncertain. Prior to heading to the battlefield, Fifth had gathered a general understanding of Sanya Island. The interior of Sanya Island is dominated by a vast capital city, due to the necessity for ship trading. The majority of the prosperous large cities on Sanya Island are constructed around the ports. Ultimately, they opted for Nia Port, the nearest and largest harbor. Before even disembarking, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The port was a cacophony of clamor and cries, with throngs of people surging towards it, while large vessels laden with passengers hastily departed from the port. Among these vessels, there were ordinary merchant ships, as well as pirate ships flying the Jolly Roger. However, upon witnessing the pirate ship descending from the heavens, the onlookers collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads and weeping inconsolably. It was over. The Rox pirates had arrived. This time, we were doomed. Wasn't that fearsome crew supposed to be in the capital of Roya? How did they make their way to Nia Port? No one would escape this time. Cursed be the ghosts and gods pirates, who, in times of prosperity, acted high and mighty, yet fled at the sight of an adversary. What was the point of forming alliances? Now, the Rox pirates were at our door. Oh, esteemed members of the Rox pirates, spare us. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, be it gold or ships. The flag of the Rox pirates bore an enchantment, silencing even the most distressed infants, with some individuals kneeling and begging for mercy. The notion of the Rox pirates fleeing from the ghosts and gods pirates in the capital of Roya? Feis pondered these words, connecting the dots, and quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that Rox and his crew had not pursued the Flying Dragon pirates or the Flame Demon pirates, but had instead headed directly to the capital of Roya to dismantle the lair of the ghosts and gods pirates. Realizing this, he couldn't help but admire Rox's clever strategy. They had effectively used themselves as bait, not only to deplete the strength of the Roger pirates, but, if fortune favored them, to capture the ghosts and gods pirates in one fell swoop. Regrettably, the outcome was evidently not in their favor. It remained to be seen how Rox would quell the wrath of the 1st and 2nd Divisions. The palpable aura of slaughter emanating from the Golden Lion and Whitebeard indicated their understanding of the circumstances. Yet, the immediate priority was to tend to the wounded aboard the ship. With this thought in mind, Feis shouted loudly, "Is there a doctor among you? Step forward." Chapter 59. Though thousands oppose, I shall advance. Due to the covert nature of this operation, the pirate ship was not equipped with medical personnel. In fact, it lacked even the most basic medical supplies. Therefore, the injured needed to be transferred to a clinic at Nia port for treatment. The number of casualties was overwhelming, and 1 or 2 doctors would certainly be insufficient. Fortunately, upon Feis's call, dozens of doctors stepped forward, and even the ship's physicians from surrounding pirate crews rushed to assist. Their motivation stemmed not only from the fact that the vessel belonged to the Rocks pirates, but also from the recognition of the legendary figures Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, whose renown in the New World was terrifyingly formidable, marking them as mythical pirates of the sea. Such a monstrous being would be a formidable challenge even for the captain of the Ghost God pirates, let alone for these subordinate pirate crew members. With sheer numbers, the injured aboard the ship were swiftly transferred to the nearest large clinic. Under various influences, the doctors exerted all their efforts to rescue the wounded. Should anything happen to these individuals, it was likely that their heads would be severed by the Golden Lion. The medical process unfolded smoothly, as the conditions of the injured gradually stabilized. Their robust physiques played a crucial role. Had they been ordinary individuals, they might have succumbed long ago. In a secluded room within the clinic, Feis, along with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and others, convened to discuss pressing matters. Following the clash with the Roger pirates, Feis had garnered the respect of both men, who no longer viewed him as a mere child, but rather as a reliable companion. After all, few from the Rocks pirates could claim to have engaged in a direct battle with Jabba for an entire day and night, with only a handful of captains and the first and second mates able to boast such an experience. Now, what should we do, captains? Kafana spoke first, having recovered somewhat from his injuries, and joined the discussion. The Flying Dragon pirates will likely arrive here by tomorrow at the latest, and there is a strong possibility that members of the Roger pirates will accompany them. However, our injured crew lacks combat capability. Recklessly engaging in battle would only lead to further casualties. That despicable scoundrel, Rocks, to dare plot against us in such a manner. Golden Lion ground his steel teeth in frustration, clearly enraged. As a formidable pirate of the New World, he had never found himself in such a dire predicament. The casualties sustained by the 1st and 2nd divisions were severe, and the Roger pirates were not faring much better, likely suffering significant losses as well. Feis contemplated for a moment. He felt no sense of belonging to the Rocks pirates, and even harbored some disdain. Yet, he held a bond, albeit slight, with the injured comrades who had fought alongside him. Why don't we seek a secluded location to recuperate? We can devise our plans after Captain Rocks and the 3 great powers have engaged in their battle. Since Rocks has plotted against us, we might as well return the favor by having the 3 great powers confront him directly. Without the formidable Whitebeard and Golden Lion, Rocks and his crew would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Even if they were to emerge victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. I find Feis's suggestion plausible. I have no desire to lead my crew to their deaths, Whitebeard remarked, his eyes reflecting his anger towards Rocks. Given that both Uncle Whitebeard and Captain Golden Lion were unwilling to engage in battle, the problem seemed to resolve itself. Feis stroked his chin, seemingly understanding why the Rocks pirates crumbled during the Battle of God Valley. Rocks possessed ambition and cunning, yet he failed to account for one crucial factor: human hearts. He constrained his powerful subordinates through force, gathering them under the pretext of a lucrative opportunity, all heading towards a common goal. However, each of his monstrous subordinates harbored their own ambitions and desires. When that opportunity for wealth materialized, it marked the demise of the Rocks pirates. What shall we do? Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others turned to Feis, awaiting his proposed plan. Let us return to the hive. The meeting lasted over an hour, culminating in the conclusion that they would indeed press forward. On one hand, the relentless pursuit had been exceedingly vexing, and they were eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations upon the Flying Dragon pirates. On the other hand, none wished to miss out on what promised to be a premier battle in the New World. However, the injured aboard the ship required immediate transport back to the hive. The following morning, over 20 wounded were gradually loaded onto the pirate ship stationed in front of the clinic, accompanied by a wealth of medical supplies and several doctors willing to join the Rocks pirates. After a day of treatment, the majority of those who had fainted from excessive blood loss had regained consciousness, including the 1st Division's vice captain, a bearded man named Kashu. Captain, I am truly sorry. I fear I can no longer fight alongside you. He wept as he looked at Golden Lion, who was visibly moved. Having lost fingers and a thigh, he could no longer wield his long knife in battle. Even with prosthetics, his combat capability would be drastically diminished. Do not worry. I will certainly find a way for you to regain your strength. Golden Lion reassured him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Before gesturing to lift Kasha's stretcher into the air and onto the pirate ship, this subordinate fought with remarkable valor, proving himself to be a dependable talent. Once a confidant and a right-hand man. Yet, fate can be capricious. No one anticipated that, 2 decades later, he would be beset by the very same dilemma. By that time, he still had not discovered a means to regrow severed limbs. Observing that all personnel were in position, G. Fana approached alongside Li Wei. Captain Whitebeard, Captain Golden Lion, and young Feis, I urge you to exercise utmost caution. The mission to transport the injured back to the hive ultimately fell upon the shoulders of Jafana. Feis, make sure you return alive. Levi emerged from behind Jafana, his face etched with concern as he gazed at Feis. A similar expression of worry adorned Mia's features. Haha, worry not, for I am quite formidable, Feis replied, scratching his head, feeling somewhat uneasy in this scene of parting. It was undeniably melancholic. Moments later, the pirate ship gradually ascended, maintaining an altitude of several thousand meters, quietly awaiting its course. The Golden Lion utilized a certain ability of the float fruit, allowing the ship to proceed in a specified direction. Should a change in direction be required, one merely needed to adjust the sails on board. When it was time to land, retracting the sails would enable the ship to descend gently. After completing these tasks, Feis and the Golden Lion made their way to the port, which had long been deserted, devoid of any ships. The three stood side by side, gazing out towards the distant sea. There, a pirate ship adorned with a dragon-shaped flag slowly approached, followed by dozens of various pirate vessels. Ha ha ha. Let me unleash my fury. Whitebeard's fist struck the air before him with tremendous force. The space shattered, and colossal waves surged forth, crashing towards the distant flying dragon pirate ship. Dozens of pterodactyls soared into the sky, racing towards the port, with the lead wind god pterodactyl uttering human words. Shiki, let us engage in battle. With a sweeping motion, Shiki directed the airborne pirate ships to advance into the distance. Now I have no worries. I intend to tear apart that beak of Aegis. Indeed, I too wish to experience it. In an instant, Feis entered his second gear, his arms enveloped in a pitch-black coating of haki, flickering with indomitable blue flames. Chapter 60. A Tale of a Tiger and a Snake. Once a bustling coastal port city, it now lay desolate and abandoned. Upon the news of the arrival of the Rock's pirates spreading, numerous wealthy merchants fled overnight. Even some subordinate pirate ships stationed by the ghostly pirates hastily took their leave. After all, Sogama had hidden himself. Did he expect his subordinates to risk their lives for him? At this moment, the Nia port was charged with tension. 3 towering figures stood there, gazing into the distance at the rapidly approaching flying dragon pirate crew. Ha ha ha. Newgate, do not attempt to steal Roger from me this time. My previous bout with Rayleigh left me unsatisfied. The Golden Lion scratched his ear, evidently displeased with the battle at Round Plate Island, primarily because Whitebeard had attacked Roger first, leaving him to contend with Rayleigh. In his view, only Roger, the captain, was worthy of being his opponent. Ha ha ha. I fear you shall be disappointed. The flock of pterodactyls rapidly approached, mere kilometers from the port. Whitebeard pointed towards the figures seated atop the pterodactyls, his advanced observation haki, having already discerned the situation clearly. Roger was not with the flying dragon pirate crew. After sustaining severe damage in the battle at Round Plate Island, over half of Roger's crew had perished. Even those high-ranking members like Rayleigh and Jabba, who had miraculously survived, were rendered combat ineffective for the time being. Given Roger's nature, it was inconceivable for him to abandon his comrades. Thus, it was highly likely that the Roger pirates were still recuperating at Round Plate Island. Indeed, it seems that fellow Roger has not arrived. Such a pity. The Golden Lion sighed heavily, his golden brows furrowing in lament, seemingly regretting the lost opportunity to engage in a grand battle with Roger. As top-tier powers of the sea, it was simply unacceptable not to engage in a titanic clash for 3 days and nights. This is the manner in which greetings are exchanged in the world of pirates. In truth, Captain Shiki need not resort to such measures. Opportunities for combat abound. Shiki swiftly turned his gaze towards Feis, while his mind was engaged in contemplation. As long as Captain Rox and his crew do not retreat from Sanya Island, there will be ample chances to confront the Roger pirates. The Roger pirates, alongside 2 other formidable pirate crews, have come to Sanya Island with the intention of forging an alliance. Should this alliance falter, It would not only diminish the standing of the three great pirate factions, but would also render the Roger pirates a mere jest in the New World. After all, these individuals aim to overthrow the Rocks pirates. With their stronghold effectively besieged, if they fail to emerge for a confrontation, the credibility of the three great pirate factions would be irreparably tarnished, and future pirate crews would be disinclined to join forces against Rocks. Thus, the negotiations for the alliance must, and undoubtedly will continue. Ha ha ha. You truly grasped the situation. Upon hearing Feis's explanation, the furrowed brow of Shiki relaxed into a smile. He is indeed aware of these matters, yet at times he finds it difficult to shift his perspective. Feis and Sky. Now is not the moment for idle chatter. Above the sea in front of Nia Port, the wings of Aegis surged, unleashing an unending tempest in an instant. The tempest bore forth towering waves reaching heights of 100 meters, akin to a fearsome sea monster, vowing to entomb the three individuals before it deep beneath the ocean's surface. The colossal surge swept in, arriving in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard gazed upon the turbulent winds and raging waters, his expression growing grave. With both hands grasping his naginata, his coat billowed without a breeze, as his robust muscles caused the blue shirt to stretch taut. The blade gleamed ominously, an aura of terrifying vibrational power swirling around it. With a creaking sound, as Whitebeard gathered his strength and swung down his weapon, the air before him shattered like a fragile web, instantly expanding to encompass a radius of several dozen meters. In the silence, one could almost hear the thunderous roar echoing. In that fleeting moment, the very fabric of the world began to tilt. A series of colossal booms resonated in the ears as the entire harbor, nay, the entire sea, fragmented like a shattered jade plate, being instantaneously cleaved into numerous pieces. With a resounding crash, vast chasms formed amidst the debris as boundless ocean waters began to surge in. The terrifying waves, towering 100 meters high, had yet to crash upon the shore before they were devoured by these abyssal voids. The feats of human strength could indeed reach such extraordinary heights. The apocalyptic scene, reminiscent of a cataclysm, profoundly shook the souls of everyone present. Wait, is this for real? Are we truly going to engage such a creature in battle? We can't possibly be serious about confronting that monster. We will surely perish. Is that the legendary Earthquake Man, Edward Newgate? This is absurd. How could we ever stand a chance against such a beast? Mother, I don't want to die. I want to go home. When an individual's strength is comparable to yours, people may harbor jealousy, envy, or even disdain, striving to surpass them. However, when there exists an insurmountable chasm between one's strength and that of an ordinary person, they can only gaze in awe, marveling at their might. Feeling utterly incapable of opposition, Whitebeard's tremor-inducing power demoralized the majority of the Flying Dragon pirates, stripping them of their courage and confidence to continue the fight. The disparity was simply too vast. This must be a trick. How could the Rocks pirates possess such a monster? The wind god pterodactyl hovered in the air, hesitating to advance, its large yellow eyes filled with disbelief. It could not comprehend how the usually low-key Whitebeard of the Rocks pirates could unleash such terrifying power. This strength could likely only be matched by Brand, that fiery aberration. It is no wonder that Aegis was so astonished. The outside world had never clearly defined Whitebeard's power, only acknowledging it as monstrous and formidable. This ambiguity stemmed from the rarity of opponents capable of showcasing their strength and Whitebeard's reluctance to fully unleash his might within the Rocks crew. It was likely that even his joining the Rocks was a form of compromise for some reason. After all, this man had never sought immense wealth, but rather the companionship of his family. Ha! Aegis, you feathered fool, weren't you eager for a duel with me? Here I am. What are you waiting for? The Golden Lion, with a defiant expression, could not resist taunting Aegis, who was still hovering in the air. Are you perhaps afraid? Upon uttering those words, the Golden Lion swiftly drew his sword, executing a sharp flying slash aimed at the distant pterodactyl squad. Aegis' colossal pterodactyl claws turned pitch black and, in an instant, sliced through the void, unleashing 3 razor-sharp wind blades. Boom! The wind blades collided with the slash, generating immense waves across the sea. In Aegis' enormous dragon eyes, a flicker of uncertainty danced, as if contemplating whether to continue the assault. Moments later, it redirected its massive form towards the pirate ship. Let us go. No more fighting. Chapter 61. Setting sail again. The brief skirmish that transpired at Nia Harbor ultimately concluded in a rather anticlimactic manner. Captain Egusk of the Flying Dragon pirate ship gracefully descended onto the expansive deck of the main vessel, his expression a tempest of emotions. Following him, dozens of pterosaurs landed in succession, with several officers transforming from their animal forms into their human counterparts beside Egusk. Will Captain Egusk truly let the Golden Lion and his crew go unchallenged? A voice echoed from within the cabin, and soon a refined young man clad in a blue leather coat emerged. His dazzling gemstone earrings sparkled brilliantly, and his long legs added to his genteel presence, reminiscent of a noble among pirates. Due to certain exceptional circumstances, he had refrained from participating in the conflict. It was quite humiliating that the Golden Lion, who had finally stepped forward to confront them, had now retreated in disgrace. Egusk's countenance darkened as he chose to remain silent, striding purposefully towards the captain's quarters. A glimmer of ominous intent flickered in his solitary eye, suggesting he was formulating a plan. At that moment, a pterosaur, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, spiraled down from the sky, carrying a robust figure clad in a black and red leather coat, a long blade cradled in his arms. Vasily, are you questioning the captain's judgment? The figure leaped from the pterosaur's back, confronting the young man in blue with a tone of unwavering assertiveness. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long sword, implying that he was ready to engage in a fierce battle at any moment. The atmosphere on the deck became palpably tense, as an impending clash loomed. It seems there will be a spectacle, whispered the crew, for it appeared that the first mate was about to clash with Roar. Such altercations between the two were not unusual. They happened several times a month. Rumor had it that Roar's former lover had run off with the first mate Vasily, which was why he sought out trouble with him. Is that true? Do tell. The flames of gossip spread among the crowd of pirates, eager for the unfolding drama. It was common knowledge within the Flying Dragon pirate crew that the two harbored a convoluted history, often clashing over a certain woman. Upon hearing the taunts of his fellow pirates, Roar's face flushed crimson, veins bulging as he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Nonsense. I merely wish to test Vasily's strength, to see if he is worthy of being the first mate. Roar, you ought to recognize your own status. You are merely a lowly squad leader." Vasily's face darkened, clearly irked by Roar's behavior. As the first mate of the Flying Dragon pirate crew, second only to Captain Egusk in strength, it was intolerable for him to be repeatedly provoked by such a petty insect. This fellow, despite lacking significant prowess, relishes in actions that lead to his own humiliation. Today, I shall impart upon you an indelible lesson. Vasily's gaze was sharp, poised to strike. Let me see if you, a mere birdman, possess the merit to serve as first mate. Roland continued to provoke Vasily's nerves. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a blur before his eyes, as a colossal shadow collided with him, sending him hurtling backwards. The sound of splintering would echoed around. Upon closer inspection, Roland found himself firmly pinned to the deck. He gasped, feeling as though he had been crushed beneath a massive vessel, his bones seemingly splintered, unable to suppress a low groan as he lay on the ground. Yet, the surrounding pirates offered no assistance, and it was only after a considerable time that Roland gradually regained his composure. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. Each encounter leaves me unsatisfied. Before Roland stood a terrifying, monstrous bird towering over 10 meters, its black eyes gleaming with mockery. The monstrous bird possesses legs that are both robust and sturdy, its muscles remarkably powerful, while its entire form is entwined in hues of red and black. The yellow, pointed beak glimmers ominously with a fearsome light. Behold, the fruit ability of the first mate has manifested. This is an ancient variety, identical to the captain's, evoking sheer terror, such a suffocating sensation. Indeed, this is the bird fruit, an ancient species, in the form of the long-legged terror crane. It is said that those fearsome, colossal legs can crush large sea kings with a single kick. A group of pirates murmurs in hushed tones, their eyes reflecting reverence for the powerful. Vasily, do not be overly arrogant. Roar struggles to rise, his eyes bloodshot, determined to confront the giant bird that Vasily has transformed into. The long sword is drawn from its sheath, enveloped in an aura of armed color. The previous strike did not extinguish Roar's fighting spirit. He leaps into the air, swinging the long sword towards the slender, elongated neck of the giant bird. In an instant, before the sword can descend, Vasily's terrifying beak flashes with a dark light. Lunging directly at Roar's blade, the clash produces a shower of sparks and a howling wind. At the moment of impact, an immense force travels up the sword and into Roar. Before he can comprehend the situation, he is violently slammed against the deck by the giant beak. the sheer force puncturing the floor and sending him crashing into the lower chamber. Coughing, as blood threatens to spill from his mouth, a colossal claw seizes his head, yanking him back to the deck from the depths below. Roar, have you yet to realize the chasm between us? Vasily taunts, you can never defeat me. Haha. Observing the bloodied, dazed figure before him, Vasily emits a shrill laugh reminiscent of a bird's cry, his enormous eyes filled with derision. This man is so feeble, yet he dares to challenge him repeatedly. I will not spare you. Roar's eyes blaze with vengeful fury, as if he wishes to carve the giant bird into 1,000 pieces. What a terrifying threat. You should be grateful to the captain. Had he not commanded that comrades should not be harmed, you would have long been cast into the sea to feed the sea kings. With that, Vasily tosses Roar back onto the deck, his immense head leaning down to whisper in Roar's ear. That woman named Sheeny is quite passionate. It was her initiative, and I accidentally killed her. Haha. With those words, Vasily gradually reverts to human form, turning to depart for the ship's cabin. The pirates, witnessing the departure of the story's protagonist, find the spectacle dull and begin to disperse. Only Roar remains, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a desire for vengeance. One day, I will kill you, avenging Sheeny. Fury surges within him, a fierce blaze, though his weakness renders him powerless to seek retribution. Beneath the blazing sun, the heat is oppressive. The thick fog that has long enveloped the harbor begins to dissipate. Feis transports a plethora of supplies onto a new vessel before retracting the anchor. This vessel was discovered at a nearby shipyard, where an abundance of new ships abounds. Yet the owner of the yard has long since fled. Moments later, the great ship slowly ascended, soaring towards the distant horizon, which lies in the direction of the capital. Roya. Chapter 62. The news spreads. The capital, Roya, the royal palace. This is a magnificent hall, measuring over 100 meters in length and width, adorned with 32 colossal white pillars that soar to the ceiling. Each pillar is as thick as 3 or 4 men can embrace and stretches over 30 meters in height, radiating brilliance and exuding grandeur. It must be said that the Zojakmo truly knows how to indulge in luxury. At this moment, a handful of individuals, approximately 10 in number, have gathered in the hall, all esteemed members of the Rox Pirates. Captain Rox sits regally upon his throne, awaiting reports from his subordinates. Captain Rox, according to the frontline report, has been informed that the Flying Dragon pirates have arrived at Nia Port, and the reporting squad leader speaks with a tremor, fearful of inciting the ire of the legendary Captain Rox. Moreover, what? Speak plainly if there is something to convey. The captain of the 4th Division, John Gulu, took a swig of strong liquor and could not help but urge his men. Meanwhile, traces of the 1st and 2nd Divisions were discovered at the port, where a fierce battle had erupted, ultimately culminating in the retreat of the Flying Dragon pirate crew. The trembling captain of the 4th Division reported the situation, his expression tinged with fear as he struggled to comprehend the information laid before him. After swallowing hard and pausing to reflect, he finally added, "It is said that amidst the series of fierce confrontations, a newcomer from the 2nd Division named Feis exhibited extraordinary vigor, even engaging in a day-long battle with Jabba of the Roger pirate crew. With the arrival of the Flying Dragon pirate crew at Nia Port, tales of the fierce clashes between the Roger pirate crew and the 1st and 2nd Divisions began to circulate, particularly drawing attention to the rookie from the 2nd Division, Feis. The performance of this newcomer was particularly remarkable. He not only effortlessly vanquished Archie, a combatant from the Roger pirates, but also engaged in a relentless battle against Jabba that lasted a full day and night, leaving indelible scars on Jabba himself. Although their confrontation ultimately ended inconclusively, the mere fact of this achievement has shattered many preconceived notions. Jabba, after all, is the 3rd in command of the Roger pirates, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. It is truly astonishing that such a fledgling could possess such formidable strength. How is this possible? This young lad has only been part of the pirate crew for a little over half a year. When did he grow to such an extent? It is indeed hard to believe that a mere native could accomplish such feats. This is Archie we are talking about, alongside the legendary monster Jabba. To think he could contend with such figures. That fellow Newgate is incredibly fortunate to have found such a subordinate. It is said that this newcomer has even defeated Kaido, the strongest recruit of the 3rd Division. There is certainly a spectacle to behold here. The name Feis is not unfamiliar to this group. However, the last time it was mentioned was under the strict prohibition of Rox. Many memories linger from 6 months ago on Skypiea, when a young lad faced 2 adversaries, inflicting severe damage on Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Although his later victory over Kaido left many in awe, the higher-ups regarded it merely as trivial skirmishes among newcomers. Kaido's prowess is indeed formidable, surpassing that of many present. Feis. Is he the newcomer brought back from Skypiea? It seems he possesses the rare conqueror's haki. Rox, seated upon his throne, displayed a pensive expression. For someone of his stature, remembering a newcomer is no small feat. However, this particular newcomer is exceptional. Having not only shattered Silver Axe's leg but also triumphed over Kaido, a prospect he had high hopes for. It is worth noting that both Kaido and Silver Axe are pillars of the Rocks Pirates, one representing the future, the other the present. Who could have anticipated that this young lad would be so capable? Ha! It seems our pirate crew is set to gain another senior officer. Rox laughed heartily, his words brimming with arrogance and dominance. Naturally, he welcomed anything that could enhance the strength of his crew. Although Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe displayed discontent, such personal grievances held little significance for Rox. As long as it contributes to his aspiration of becoming the king of the world, that is all that matters. However, following that battle, Captain Shiki and Captain Whitebeard returned the wounded, only for another clash to erupt at Nika Port against the Flying Dragon Pirates and their 32 formidable fleets. What? 3 individuals against an entire Flying Dragon Pirates crew? The subordinate blinked, ensuring he had not misread the situation, and continued. Are Shiki and the others courting death? And that newcomer, having just made a name for himself, is doomed to perish. It is truly a pity. After all, the Flying Dragon Pirates boast over 10,000 pirates across their 32 fleets. Any division that encounters them would likely find it impossible to escape. It is unfortunate that Captain Shiki and Captain Whitebeard, 2 of the most powerful pirates, would meet their end this way. The high-ranking officials were uncertain whether to mourn or celebrate, each displaying expressions of anguish, with a few shedding crocodile tears. Only Silver Axe and Wang Ji exchanged glances, their excitement unmistakable. Good riddance. With them gone, no one will trouble us anymore, they thought, unable to suppress the faint smiles curling at the corners of their mouths. Though concealed by their armor, have they truly perished? I had intended to drain that little brat's life force entirely and then incinerate him to ashes with Zeus. The towering and domineering Charlotte Linlin could not contain herself, seemingly infuriated by her inability to personally eliminate Feis. How dare he injure Kaido? I shall slice his soul into pieces. The captains and vice-captains surrounding her instinctively took a few steps back, as if to distance themselves from this madwoman. Captain Rox, and esteemed captains, it seems the intelligence is not yet concluded. The squad leader perused the frontline reports, noticing a line of small text he had previously overlooked, and continued to read. In this battle, Captain Whitebeard displayed overwhelming destructive power, compelling the Flying Dragon Pirates to flee without a fight. This time, the crowd remained silent, seemingly numbed by the countless slaps to their faces. They eagerly awaited the next words from the squad leader, even Rox gazing at him with keen interest. The 3 of them were aboard a vessel, making their way toward the capital, Roya. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire palace, as if everyone were striving to digest the astonishing news. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the palace. Rox. Jibek, come out. Chapter 63. The brink of conflict. The deafening voice reverberated throughout the palace, causing the dome above to tremble and debris to rain down from the ceiling. It was the voice of the Golden Lion captain. That man had finally arrived. He boldly called out Rox's name. Was he intending to rebel against the Rocks Pirates? The sheer force of his presence was utterly terrifying. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. It seemed Captain Rox was poised to demonstrate his formidable prowess once more. The various vice-captains and squad leaders could not help but engage in hushed discussions, for it was the first time anyone had dared to challenge the captain's authority since joining the Rocks Pirates. Only Rox wore a dark expression, his aura surging as he strode toward the palace exit. A grand battle was imminent. The Golden Lion was in for a world of trouble, yet one couldn't help but wonder whether to admire or pity such audacity. As Rox made his way outside, Silver Axe couldn't suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. He harbored no fondness for the Golden Lion, primarily due to a past altercation between them. In that battle, he had suffered a devastating defeat, ultimately requiring Wang Ji's intervention to escape calamity. Though he had preserved his life, the humiliation he endured remained a stain upon his soul. Oh, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Wang Ji laughed heartily, his gaze icy. As he moved toward the exit, He called out to Silver Axe. That little brat has arrived as well. Don't your legs ache with unbearable pain? Upon hearing this, Silver Axe's eyes glowed crimson beneath his armor, and he silently advanced toward the palace exit. Hatred had clouded his heart. This time, I shall shatter every bone in that wretched creature's body, then torment him until his pleas for mercy reverberate throughout the entirety of Sanya Island. Following that, I shall methodically eliminate every single individual atop the empty island before his very eyes. Truly, it is a rare and exquisite delight. As this thought crossed his mind, Silver Axe could not help but emit a sinister cackle, his armored shoulders involuntarily quivering with excitement. The bystanders instinctively distanced themselves from him, astonished to witness this previously taciturn figure reveal such a facet of his character. Boom! A cloud of smoke billowed forth, accompanied by a terrifying roar that echoed before the palace. The vessel carrying Feis and his companions finally descended upon the enormous square in front of the capital, Roya. As the smoke dissipated, 3 silhouettes gradually emerged, revealing Feis and his entourage. Ha ha ha! Little brat, are you afraid? Gold Lion waved his hand casually, and instantly, a massive, earthen-colored golden lion ascended into the air above the square, towering several dozen meters high, its form exquisitely lifelike and emanating an astonishing aura. We are about to engage in battle with that scoundrel, Rox. Afraid? Ha ha ha. Of course, I am fearful. However, Feis could not contain his laughter, fully aware that the 3 of them had embarked on this journey with no path of retreat. Yet, standing here at this moment spoke volumes. There exist many things in this world that transcend death, be it friendship or familial bonds. All are worth fighting for with unwavering resolve. His gaze was resolute. This alliance with Gold Lion to confront Rox was destined to end poorly. Nevertheless, some actions, once taken, would lead to a lifetime of regret, such as merely clinging to life. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed from within the palace, and shortly thereafter, the figure of Rox materialized before them. Ahahaha. Shiki, and you too. Whitebeard, welcome back. Rox bellowed with a savage laugh, his expression brimming with arrogance, as if he held dominion over the world itself. Yet, in the next moment, his aura turned frigid, reminiscent of a bitter winter, his tone laced with a chilling menace as he inquired, "What do you intend to do? Seek death?" Noticing the silence from the 3 before him, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Rox's eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth from his being, enveloping Feis and his companions entirely. Boom! The marble floor of the square began to crack under the immense pressure, unable to withstand such force. As the once clear skies were suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, it seemed as though even the heavens were succumbing to Rox's influence. Hiss! Feis inhaled sharply, feeling as though he were but a fragile boat adrift upon a vast ocean, tossed about by the relentless waves, on the brink of being capsized at any moment. The momentum surged with an overwhelming force, akin to towering tidal waves, far more terrifying than the once dominant presence of Roger. No, I cannot succumb here. Sensing a momentary lapse in clarity, Feis mentally lamented his predicament, and his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, exuding an equally domineering aura. The atmosphere crackled as tumultuous winds swirled, and the heavens churned. The silent clash of Conqueror's haki erupted upon the square, staining the clouds above with a deep, ominous hue. Thunder rumbled in the void, reverberating incessantly. The ferocious Conqueror's haki of Rox reigned supreme, suppressing Feis's youthful haki, rendering it incapable of raising its head. The formidable aura of Rox surged forth, relentlessly encroaching upon all in its vicinity, compressing Feis's own might to a mere 3 paces before him in an instant. All right, little brat, it is not your turn yet. At that moment, the voice of the Golden Lion resonated, accompanied by a Conqueror's haki that was nearly indistinguishable from Rox's own. Feis felt an overwhelming sense of release wash over him, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward a few steps. Is this the clash of the world's supreme Conqueror's haki? Feis gazed at the enormous rift that split the sky, unable to suppress his fervent longing. In this level of confrontation, I still have much to learn. Shurji, do you wish to challenge me? Lox bared his teeth, his eyes, starkly contrasting in black and white, gleaming with an unquenchable light. Seemingly astonished that the Golden Lion dared to provoke him so. In the past, regardless of the dissatisfaction his subordinates harbored, none would ever dare to display even the slightest hint of it before him. For I am Lox. With that, Lox soared into the air, a massive pit forming beneath him, hundreds of meters wide. The sound of his descent resonated only after he had already lunged at the golden lion, seizing his arm and propelling them toward the distant mountains. At that moment, the booming echoes of their fierce battle began to reverberate across the land, indicating that Lox had indeed engaged the golden lion. Whitebeard, will you not assist Captain Golden Lion? Feis, enveloped in steam, had evidently shifted into a higher gear, his observation hockey firmly fixed on the gates of the palace. There, two familiar presences were swiftly approaching. Kulahula, that was the Golden Lion's battle. How could a man's dignity in such a fight permit interference from others? Whitebeard laughed heartily, responding, I have my own matters to attend to. As his words fell, a group of several dozen emerged, led by the first mate, Albert. Behind him, Charlotte, Lingling, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John followed, stepping forth with a cadre of senior officers. Chapter 64. Hidden intentions before the palace, an atmosphere of grim hostility prevailed. You dare to show your face before me? Wang Ji's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, as if he wished to shatter Feis into 1,000 pieces. Beside him, Silver Axe slithered like a venomous serpent, fixating on Feis's vital points, poised to strike with lethal precision. Enemies meeting each other sparked an intense enmity. Huh, what a truly fearsome threat, Feis retorted, a mocking smile revealing his gleaming white teeth, though his eyes remained icy. I have come today to send you on your way. He would never forget that day when these two had ruthlessly slaughtered the guardians of Sky Island before his very eyes, forcing him into a near-death situation. Had it not been for the fortuitous intervention of Whitebeard, the entirety of Sky Island would likely have been decimated by their hands. For over half a year, every time he recalls that scene, Feis is consumed by an insatiable desire to rend flesh and drink blood. A deep, ebony hue of hockey envelopes his tightly clenched fists. Just as Feis is unable to restrain himself any longer, he is halted by Whitebeard. Hold on, Feis. It is not your turn yet, he declares, his towering figure shielding Feis, his expression darkening as he gestures towards the tall silhouette emerging from the crowd. Who could stand idly by while their nephew is oppressed? Feis' heart quakes. He never anticipated Whitebeard would defend him so fiercely, even to the point of confronting these legendary pirates. He takes a step back, following the direction of Whitebeard's finger. Before him stands a statuesque woman, her long pink hair cascading down her shoulders, her imposing stature surpassing even that of Whitebeard. She directly pushes aside Silver Axe and Wang Ji, provoking their ire, yet they dare not voice their displeasure. So, you are the one who injured Kaido? How dare you harm my brother? Big Mom is not yet the deranged woman obsessed with bearing children. Her eyes, once clear, now blaze with unfathomable wrath, as if she intends to rend Feis, sheltered behind Whitebeard, asunder. Today, I shall drain your life. Kuareare, you wish to harm my nephew? The crimson glow surges in Whitebeard's eyes as he thrusts his naginata, the Tatsu no O, into the stone slab beside him, his hands clawing at the air before him. I wish to see if you possess the capability. Before his words could fade, the muscles in Whitebeard's arms bulge, and he forcefully pulls downwards. The entire space trembles as if a curtain is being torn down, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spreading across the square. In an instant, the world seems to invert, the ground beneath the square shattering alongside the sky, a resounding roar echoing through the heavens. The onlookers, feeling the upheaval, hurriedly steady themselves to avoid embarrassment. Yet, it is Big Mom at the epicenter of the assault who feels it most acutely. A violent force of distortion envelopes her, threatening to rend her massive form apart. Danger. Having traversed countless battlefields, Big Mom recognizes the peril of this move. The orange Prometheus coils around her left arm. Heavenly fire. With a mighty punch, she unleashes an explosive torrent of flames, akin to a volcanic eruption, colliding fiercely with the distortion of power conjured by Whitebeard. The violent explosion reverberates, as crimson flames and the white shockwave clash in midair. A fierce wind sweeps across the square, sending dust and debris swirling as if the apocalypse had descended. The entire palace crumbles as though it has experienced a cataclysmic earthquake, disintegrating into ruins in the blink of an eye. Before the chaos can subside, Whitebeard grips his naginata tightly and rises, the Tatsu no O emanating a terrifying shockwave as he brings it down upon Big Mom. With a single strike, he wielded the might of creation itself, possessing an unfathomable power that could rival the gods. It was evident that Whitebeard had summoned all his strength. A sense of impending doom washed over Big Mom as she felt the overwhelming force enveloping her. In a swift motion, she drew her pink-horned sword, Napoleon, raising it high above her head. Instantly, a deep black hue of hockey enveloped the blade, meeting Whitebeard's colossal sword with a resounding clash. The air was filled with a cacophony of sound, shrouded in smoke and swirling dust. In an instant, the entire plaza was fragmented into countless pieces, with innumerable stones hurtling in all directions. This maneuver vividly showcased the prowess of both individuals. Amidst the chaos of jagged rocks, Whitebeard wielded the Tremor Fruit to its utmost potential, forcing Big Mom into a series of retreats. The battle escalated continuously, expanding its reach to several thousand meters in radius. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted within the haze, as waves of slashes and tremors radiated outward, intermingled with flames and piercing thunderclaps, compelling the onlookers to instinctively step back. It was evident to the discerning that Big Mom was no match for Whitebeard. At that moment, Whitebeard was on the cusp of peak power, while Big Mom was merely in her mid-20s, highlighting the vast disparity in their strengths. Edward Newgate was indeed a terrifying presence, akin to a monstrous being, as he firmly suppressed Charlotte Linlin. That lad named Feis was exceedingly fortunate to receive the protection of such a formidable warrior. Just observe the expressions of Captain Wang Ji and Captain Silveraxe. One could sense the simmering fury even through their armor. Were I in their position, I would also feel immensely uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. The cadre engaged in unabashed discussions, showing no regard for Wang Ji and Silveraxe's presence. After all, the Rock's pirates were a band of lawless marauders. The sarcastic remarks echoed in the air, casting a shadow over Wang Ji and his companion, leaving their expressions somber. Yet they refrained from expressing their displeasure. Among this group, there are indeed several formidable individuals whose strength rivals that of the others. Lord Albert, shall we simply allow Edward Newgate to act recklessly? Wang Ji whispered into Albert's ear, attempting to persuade him to take action against Whitebeard. Given the current situation on the battlefield, the two of them were undoubtedly no match for that man, placing their hopes solely on this legendary vice-captain. Whitebeard had made it abundantly clear that he intended to protect Feis. With him present, not only would revenge be impossible, but their very lives might also be at stake. What do you imply? Albert turned to face Wang Ji and Silveraxe, his gaze laden with significance. Edward's actions are a blatant provocation against the dignity of the pirate crew, reminiscent of that golden lion. Even Captain Rox has taken matters into his own hands. Wang Ji pointed towards the distance, where Rox was engaged in battle with the golden lion, and continued to coax softly. Such behavior is unequivocally a betrayal of the pirate crew, and according to the rules of the Rox pirates, it warrants a death sentence. Each pirate crew has its own set of rules. Within the Rox pirates, mutual slaughter is not prohibited, but to dare betray the crew is to seal one's own fate. This is also the crux of Rox stance. Your words carry some weight, yet they fall short. If you wish for me to take action against Whitebeard, I shall comply. Albert cast a glance at Feis in the distance, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, and spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. However, I require your fealty alongside Silveraxe. Chapter 65. Who is engaging in a transaction? Fealty? Wang Ji appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp Albert's meaning. Albert was exceedingly enigmatic. He and Silveraxe had not interacted extensively, leaving Wang Ji unfamiliar with his temperament. What does Lord Albert mean by this? Have we not always been loyal to the Rox pirates? Uncertain of the implications, Wang Ji chose to feign ignorance. You must understand that Captain Rox would never truly kill Shiki. He requires Shiki's power to ascend to the throne of the world. Observing Wang Ji's pretense of ignorance, Albert whispered, after this battle, with the protection of Shiki and Newgate, do you truly believe you can eliminate that young man? Yet Captain Rox does not prohibit our skirmishes. As long as we strike down Feis this time, it suffices. Silveraxe, standing behind Wang Ji, interjected. He and Wang Ji were not only close friends, but were also bound by a shared fate. The only viable strategy is to strike first. With this thought, Silveraxe unsheathed his massive axe, instantly enveloping it in the aura of hockey. To him, all problems would be effortlessly resolved beneath the blade. You are exceedingly naive. Silveraxe, Albert scoffed, gesturing towards the distant golden lion and Whitebeard, proceeding to analyze the pros and cons, setting aside whether you can actually kill Feis. Even if you succeed, can you withstand the wrath of Newgate and Shiki? That monster dared to challenge Captain Rock's. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wang Ji and Silver Axe darkened, their brows furrowing beneath their armor as they contemplated the ramifications of the situation. Damn it! Must we endure humiliation at the hands of that young man who repeatedly provokes us? Silver Axe's tone brimmed with discontent. The pain of his severed leg clouded his judgment with hatred, fueling his desire to see Feis torn to shreds. Endure? Charlotte Linland is clearly no match for Newgate. Once he emerges victorious, do you believe that you and Wang Ji will have any chance of survival? Do not forget, that young man could battle Jabba for an entire day and night. How old is he? 15? 16? Albert's eyes sparkled with amusement, his demeanor that of an elegant gentleman, though his inner thoughts remained inscrutable. Can you kill him today? If not, once he matures, it will be you two who meet your demise. Thus, today is your sole opportunity, as long as you pledge your loyalty to me. Having reached this point, further words seemed futile. So, Lord Albert, if we pledge our loyalty to you, you will confront Whitebeard, correct? Upon hearing this, Wang Ji finally grasped Albert's intent. In essence, their loyalty would be exchanged for his protection. Astute, and as long as you follow me. Albert cast a meaningful glance at the distant rocks, his tone imbued with a sense of ease. Even if the rocks pirates were to fall, I could still intervene to safeguard you. With this declaration, Albert dusted off his shoulders and gently blew on his hands, the implication starkly clear. Preserving the two was but a trifling matter for him. Wang Ji and Silver Axe exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock they found mirrored in the other's eyes. The audacity of this individual is remarkable. Setting aside the formidable strength of the Rocks pirates, the likelihood of their downfall is negligible. Even if such a scenario were to unfold, it is likely that the first to perish would be Rocks and Albert, unless we do not require any impractical notions. As long as Lord Albert is able to withstand Whitebeard, allowing Silver Axe and me to eliminate that brat, we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you. Wang Ji has finally reached a decision. In the face of life and death, few can face their demise with composure. They have resolved to act here. Yet upon witnessing Feis's calm demeanor, they inexplicably lost their confidence. They are aware of the brat's ferocity, and considering his enhanced strength now, caution is paramount in their approach. However, if Feis is not dealt with today, they may find themselves in peril in the future. As for the verbal allegiance to Albert, how much practical significance does it truly hold? Pirates are synonymous with cunning and treachery. To exchange an ethereal promise for the protection of a powerful monster is a tempting proposition. In light of this, Albert chuckled dismissively, seemingly grasping the thoughts of the two. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he joined the fray involving Whitebeard and Big Mom. Newgate, allow me to test the power of the Tremor Fruit. Before the words faded, Albert's form swelled tremendously, instantly transforming into a beastly humanoid with a wolf's head. Towering over 15 meters, the three heads atop his neck swayed. The white wolf head suddenly opened its maw wide, unleashing a frigid gust aimed directly at Whitebeard's feet. The bone-chilling air froze everything in its path, turning the surrounding kilometer into a glacial realm, even encasing Whitebeard in a lifelike ice sculpture. So cold, a chill swept through, causing Feis, who was observing the battle, to shiver. He harbored no concerns for Whitebeard's safety. Even in his twilight years, he could easily break free from Akiji's freezing abilities, let alone in his prime. Yet, Albert's sudden involvement instilled a sense of urgency within Feis. Something seemed to have shifted unfavorably. As he lifted his gaze towards the distance, his breath caught. Two figures were rushing towards him, Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Faced with their murderous intent, Feis felt a sense of resignation. There was no way to continue his studies. It was not that he did not wish for revenge, but rather that Whitebeard had quietly instructed him at the onset of battle. Feis, pay attention. This is how Conqueror's Haki is wielded. He then turned to initiate his attack. The meaning of this passage is quite evident. It invites Feis to closely observe the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki, particularly its enveloping form, in hopes of gaining insight. After all, Feis possesses an extraordinary talent for learning, and he might indeed conjure a miracle. Mastering such a demanding technique as the Conqueror's Haki encirclement would undoubtedly elevate his strength to a new echelon. Individuals endowed with the potential of a king are exceedingly rare, and those who can comprehend the intricacies of the Haki's enveloping form are even scarcer. In the original work, only the most formidable warriors of the seas are capable of executing this technique. Hence, Feis diligently observes, yearning to grasp even the slightest fragment of its application. Unfortunately, fate does not favor him. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall gladly facilitate your departure. Gazing at the two kings before him, the dissipating steam around Feis reemerges, his hand shrouded in an inky darkness, fingers entwined with a ghostly blue flame. In the next moment, he vanishes from sight. Chapter 66. 1 against 2 in a brief span. The battles unfold in rapid succession, overwhelming the senses. Captain Rox and First Mate Albert personally engage in a fierce duel against Squad Captain Golden Lion and Second Squad Captain Whitebeard. A monumental event, unprecedented since the establishment of the Rox Pirates, has unfolded before the royal palace in the capital of Roya. While the senior officials remain in shock at Albert's engagement in battle, another confrontation quietly ignites. The protagonists of this skirmish are Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Feis. With the swiftness of a jagged bolt of black lightning, Feis deftly maneuvers around Wang Ji's charging form, positioning himself in the air behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, a devastating blow, charged with vengeance, descends upon Wang Ji's neck. In an instant, debris is sent flying, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust and chaos. A gaping pit, over 100 meters wide, is forged in the ground, the already damaged stone surface sinking several meters deep. Damn, such incredible speed, Silver Axe exclaims, his pupils dilating as he realizes that he scarcely perceived Feis's movement, despite the mere few meters separating them. How could this little imp become so remarkably powerful in such a brief span of time? Before Axe could recover from his astonishment, a searing blue flame surged towards him. The 6th level of Hellfire, Tannin Fire. As Feis remained suspended in midair, he unleashed a blazing curtain of fire that enveloped Axe entirely. The azure flames instantaneously expanded, enveloping an area of several hundred meters. A fiery realm rapidly took shape. The stones beneath sizzled, unable to withstand the searing heat exceeding 2,000 degrees, gradually melting into magma. How scorching! How could these flames be so terrifying? I recall when we were on the Sky Island, that Imp's flames were merely yellow. How have they transformed into blue now? Hey, is this really the moment to focus on the flames? That individual is single-handedly challenging 2 squad captains. Indeed, but considering he has already defeated that monstrous Kaido, it seems entirely reasonable for him to possess such strength. A chorus of voices erupted among the cadre, including members from the 5th and 6th squads. The 6th squad had been entirely decimated, from the vice-captain to the members, by Feis, and subsequently, a new batch was recruited from Hive Island. This is Rock's charter, after all. It is impossible to allow Wang Ji to act alone as a solitary commander. For this group, the outcome of victory or defeat holds little significance. On the Rock's pirate ship, concepts such as loyalty, friendship, and companionship shine too brightly. To rashly involve oneself would inevitably invite retaliation from the opposing side. It is better to remain a passive observer and relish the spectacle. Thud. Feis descended gracefully, vigilantly surveying the inferno. His observation haki was honed to perfection, allowing him to discern that the two were not gravely injured. At that moment, a low growl resonated from within the flames. Axe Rampage. A sharp beam of axe light cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Feis's head. Behind him, Wang Ji's massive silhouette soared, his hands gripping a colossal sword as he struck down from above. With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, the two had completely sealed Feis's escape route. However, Feis had no intention of fleeing. He crossed his arms defiantly before him, then spread his fingers outward. Flame Forest. Fire Rejection. A ring of flames swirled at his feet, rapidly expanding, infused with dark armament haki, transforming into a massive shockwave that surged toward Wang Ji and the axe light. Boom. Wang Ji felt a crushing pressure in his chest, as if he had been violently rammed by a frenzied bull, sending him hurtling backward. The axe light met the fiery shockwave, dissipating into nothingness as if it had never existed. Feis was not finished with the two. With a single gesture, flames morphed into gigantic vines, ensnaring the unconscious Wang Ji tightly. In front of him, the silver axe flickered, its wielder swinging the massive weapon down toward Feis's shoulder. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Impossible. Disbelief clouded the silver axe's eyes as the once mighty black axe was held at bay by Feis's left hand, gripping the blade. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not make an inch of progress. So weak, Silver Axe. Though you wield an axe, you are vastly inferior to Jabba. Though he thought this, Feis's gaze was chillingly cold. His left hand darkened, fingers curling into claws, blue flames entwining around them. Little brat, do not overestimate yourself. The silver axe attempted to taunt Feis further, but a sudden, intense pain in his chest forced him to gasp, his throat involuntarily emitting sounds. Gradually, he lowered his head, only to witness Feis's right hand piercing through his armor, plunging directly into his flesh. Finger gun, 100-finger smoke. In an instant, hundreds of strikes erupted. Wisps of blue smoke billowed from within the silver axe's armor, revealing numerous dark holes across his chest, resembling a black wasp's nest. By the way, I was just about to ask. Observing the silver axe's lifeless gaze, Feis enshrouded his limbs in flames and spoke. Is this armor newly crafted? It seems to be immune to certain flames. From the moment he unleashed the sea of fire, it had been peculiar. The two had walked through the inferno as if untouched. How could his upgraded flames fail to melt the armor? It was utterly incomprehensible. Little brat, I will make you pay. The silver axe finally regained his composure, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled against the fiery bindings. You said so, did you not? Observing the grotesque visage of the silver axe before him, Feis's blue flames flared, targeting his heart, poised to strike. If you choose silence, then you shall perish. I will speak. Please, do not kill me. The silver axe imploded, tears and snot streaming down his face. In the face of death, all dignity was rendered meaningless. This armor was purchased from Brant, crafted with special ores to withstand most flame attacks. Brant. Feis mulled over the name, recalling intel regarding the notorious pirate. I see. You can now die. Weren't you supposed to spare me? Please. Feis, I can be your subordinate. I will do anything you ask. Just do not kill me. The tumultuous ebb and flow of life was stark. Having just exhaled in relief, the silver axe began to thrash violently once more. When did I ever say I would spare you? Before the silver axe could utter more, Feis's armament hockey surged to its peak, preparing for a decisive blow. Just then, a voice resonated from afar. Little brat, do not kill him. It was a commanding tone, unmistakably belonging to Rox. Disregarding the command, Feis channeled his hockey through his fist, ready to shatter the silver axe's heart. Chapter 67 Lunaria. Just as Feis's fist was about to meet the silver axe's chest, a sudden halt in his heartbeat sent a wave of terror through him. Danger! Feis abandoned his attack, stepping back abruptly, swiftly repositioning 5 meters away. As if in a flash, a pitch-black beam shot in from a great distance, whizzing past Feis and crashing into the ground where he had just stood. Uft! Between Feis and the silver axe, a 2-meter diameter black void abruptly materialized, its walls glimmering with a metallic sheen. A noxious haze wafted through the air, and the once stone-strewn ground vanished, as if obliterated. Feis felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have fared no better than the ground beneath him. Is this the devil fruit? Its astonishing destructive power seems to utterly disintegrate objects. Why does such a terrifying force exist in this world? Little ghost, did I not instruct you to cease? The figure of Rox swiftly approached from the distance, arriving before the sea of flames in an instant. How could he be so fast? Feis's pupils narrowed to pinpoints, realizing he was utterly incapable of perceiving Rox's speed. Moreover, he never anticipated that Rox would so quickly defeat the Golden Lion. While Feis was momentarily stunned, Rox slowly stepped into the inferno. He was enveloped in a dark, water-like substance, his long, ebony hair cascading freely behind him, seemingly defying the absence of wind, emanating an aura both divine and demonic. How nostalgic this presence is! Rox exclaimed with a click of his tongue, surveying the surrounding flames before waving his hand, causing the inky substance enveloping him to disperse. The inky darkness drifted through the sky, swiftly enveloping an expanse of several hundred meters. The flames, which had been roaring fiercely, were instantly extinguished, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. What on earth is this? Witnessing the unfolding events before him, Feis could hardly believe his eyes. The occurrences of today have utterly shattered Feis's worldview. First, there was that annihilating force, followed by this ink-colored assault that extinguished his flame in an instant. At that moment, the silver axe, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, could not contain his excitement and cried out for help. Captain Rox, save me. This little brat wants to kill me. The moment the flames dissipated, he was freed from his restraints and collapsed to the ground, crawling towards Rox. He had been thoroughly frightened by Feis. Had it not been for Rox's intervention, his life would have surely been forfeit. Who truly fears death? Those who face it with composure are but a rare few. The majority of pirates venture forth driven by desire, and the more powerful they become, the more they value their lives. Blackbeard from the original tale is a prime example. When his life was at stake, he immediately called for his father. Ha! How utterly pathetic. Silver Axe, reduced to this state by a newcomer. Rox burst into a boisterous laugh, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. In his view, Silver Axe had lost all dignity of a formidable warrior. Such individuals lead lives devoid of meaning. If Silver Axe were to turn and attack Feis after being rescued, he would indeed earn newfound respect. Yet, Silver Axe cowers behind rocks, not daring to utter a sound. You are Feis, young one. Quite remarkable, Rox expresses. His admiration for Feis unmistakable, showing no concern for Feis's intent to kill Silver Axe. In this pirate crew, mutual slaughter is commonplace. Only the strong are entitled to survive. In the following moment, Rox's figure flickers and vanishes. Even Feis, utilizing his advanced observation haki, fails to catch a glimpse of him. A solid hand suddenly lands upon Feis's shoulder, rendering him paralyzed as if struck by lightning. Rox's hand feels like a colossal mountain. Haha. No need to be anxious, young one. I admire the strong. It is only through your strength that I can ascend to the throne of the world's king. Sensing Feis's thoughts, Rox offers a comforting remark, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, but I do not favor insubordinate subordinates, understand? After uttering this, Rox gently pats Feis's shoulder, akin to a leader reassuring his follower. Yet the warning is palpable. His profound gaze fixates on Feis, an invisible aura rising around him, the dark substance of his flowing hair moving as if in liquid form, undisturbed by the wind. Naturally, Captain Rox. Feis responds with a smile, though his eyes betray a chilling coldness. Before an absolute powerhouse, any futile struggle holds no significance. In this predicament, should Feis dare to utter a word of dissent, leaving here unscathed today would be impossible. Ha 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 ha. Young one, you are quite impressive. Truly worthy of the Lunaria clan. Rox scrutinizes Feis's visage, and after a moment, a hint of confusion seeps into his tone. Wait, you are not Lunaria. Then from whence does this flame originate? Upon hearing this, Feis's mind races as he contemplates his response. He possesses some knowledge of the Lunaria. As Granny Hella recounted how his sister, Benny, was saved by a man with black wings. Later, while perusing documents at the Hive Library, he uncovered traces of this clan. As for the flames, Feis had always believed them to be an inherent ability of the Nika Fruit. Now, confronted by Rox's inquiry, he struggles to formulate a suitable explanation and ultimately asserts, Captain Rox, this is the ability of my devil fruit. I am a burned human, having consumed the human fruit of the burn type, enabling me to unleash flames. The burn fruit? Ha 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 ha. You think I am unaware of the capabilities of devil fruits? Rox seems to find something amusing, unable to suppress his laughter. He then glances at the distant battle involving Whitebeard and his crew before continuing. Very well. Everyone harbors their secrets. Just ensure you serve me well. With that, Rox swiftly enters the fray of the three combatants, intent on ending this farce. Subsequently, an overwhelming conqueror's haki surges across the battlefield. Watching Rox intervene in the conflict, Feis exhales a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura exuded by the man was overwhelmingly immense, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What could that peculiar, inky black energy possibly be? As Feis pondered this, the deep voice of Lox echoed in his ears. Wangji and Silver Axe are still of use to me. We shall discuss everything once I have unified the new world. Chapter 68. The curtain falls. Feis clenched his fingers tightly, the joints cracking audibly. A sense of unwillingness gnawing at him. How infuriating. His gaze fixated on Silver Axe. A surge of murderous intent rising within him as he weighed the decision of whether to eliminate these two individuals outright. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence. After a brief moment, Feis made his move. The sound of his footsteps echoed on the cooled, darkened ground as he advanced step by step towards Silver Axe. To kill or not to kill? The threat embedded in Lox's words was unmistakable. He required obedient subordinates, and should he choose to kill, he would likely not leave this square alive today. Yet, to spare them was equally vexing, for the resentment in his heart remained unresolved. No, you cannot kill me. It is Captain Lox's command. Silver Axe exclaimed, retreating further as Feis drew nearer. This little demon is exceedingly terrifying. Within a mere 6 months, his strength has multiplied several times, easily overpowering me. Now, emboldened beyond measure, he dares to defy Captain Rox's orders. It is well known that within the Rox pirates, no one can contravene Rox's will. While the monsters each harbor their own ambitions, none would dare challenge the captain's boundaries. for that man possesses the capability to eliminate them with ease. Who said I intend to kill you? Let me first collect some interest. A smile graced Feis' face as he swiftly approached Silver Axe, his left hand transforming into a claw that clutched firmly around his throat. The swiftness of the moment was overwhelming, leaving one utterly unprepared to react. Silver Axe's pupils constricted as a sudden difficulty in breathing enveloped him. Nevertheless, a seasoned warrior, he wielded his colossal axe with resolve, aiming it towards Feis' skull. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by a glimmering chill. The axe struck with great ferocity and cunning, poised to launch an assault on Feis. Yet, with a mere 3 feet separating them, the blade found itself ensnared by Feis' formidable grasp. In that fleeting moment of hesitation from the Silver Axe, Feis delivered a decisive blow to its wrist. The axe clattered to the ground, emitting a low, resonant clang. Instantly, the Silver Axe felt its right hand firmly captured by Feis. What do you intend to do? The grip tightening around its throat rendered breathing increasingly arduous, as if its windpipe might snap at any moment. It struggled desperately, but even with all its might, it could not break free from the binding hold. Is this how you dispatch the royal guard? Feis' right hand remained steadfast on the Silver Axe's wrist, and with all his strength, he yanked fiercely. In the next instant, crimson blood gushed forth. A piercing scream erupted from the Silver Axe's lips, as it lost all sensation in that hand. The agonizing pain made it painfully aware of the grim reality. Its hand was severed. I want you dead. I want you dead. The Silver Axe fought desperately against Feis' grip, but the pressure around its throat only intensified. Gradually, due to oxygen deprivation and excessive blood loss, it succumbed to unconsciousness. With a flourish, Feis' right hand ignited with blue flames, instantly incinerating the severed limb, leaving only the silver armor in its wake. Without a second thought, he discarded the Silver Axe as one might a dead dog. Just as he turned to approach Wang Ji, several figures suddenly appeared before him. They were high-ranking members of the Rocks Pirates, led by the captain of the 4th Division, John. Behind him stood several vice-captains and captains of the Grand Fleet. Kid, don't take another step forward. He raised a wine bottle with one hand and took a hefty swig, using his other hand to block Feis' path. Why? Feis questioned, perplexed as to why this group sought to impede his advance. It's quite simple. The Silver Axe is already rendered useless, of little value, but Wang Ji is different. John cast a disdainful glance at the limp Silver Axe, his eyes reflecting derision. A significant portion of the Rocks Pirates' gold was amassed by Wang Ji. He is still of use to Captain Rocks, and cannot be allowed to be incapacitated here. And what if I insist on proceeding? Feis' gaze turned icy. These individuals had merely observed from the sidelines before Rocks' arrival, and now sought to ingratiate themselves. Such machinations were transparent. Do you wish to challenge me? No. I am not your match. John waved his hand dismissively, conceding without hesitation. Having witnessed Feis' prowess, the high-ranking officials acknowledged that none could stand against him. This was a person capable of single-handedly vanquishing 2 division captains. But have you considered this? If you engage now, can you withstand Captain Rocks' wrath? Upon hearing this, Feis paused contemplatively, momentarily lost in thought. He was no longer merely an individual. He was a member of the 2nd Division, with the Sky Island as his homeland. The stakes were indeed monumental. While Feis pondered, the battle in the square was nearing its conclusion. In this battle, Rocks once again showcased his unparalleled prowess. Upon joining the fray, he single-handedly withstood the might of Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit abilities, further augmented by Big Mom's heavenly flames summoned through Prometheus. Ultimately, with a resounding roar, he shattered the ethereal energy expelled by Albert. The fierce display left the 3 witnesses with a renewed understanding of the monster before them, highlighting the profound disparity between themselves and Rocks. The battle concluded abruptly, prompting the attendees to disperse. Rocks refrained from commenting on Feis' destruction of Silver Axe's arm. Both Silver Axe and Wang Ji were escorted away by Albert, casting a meaningful smile at Feis as they departed. The old lady, filled with resentment, glared fiercely at Whitebeard and Feis before turning away in frustration. In an instant, only Whitebeard and Feis remained. Ha. Feis, you did remarkably well. Whitebeard approached with admiration gleaming in his eyes, evidently pleased with Feis' performance. To single-handedly engage in combat against the captains Wang Ji and Silver Axe, even cornering Silver Axe into a perilous situation, was no small feat. Remarkably, Feis was merely a boy on the cusp of 16. Uncle Whitebeard, please refrain from praising me. Feis replied with a bashful smile, scratching his head, though a shadow lingered in his gaze. He still could not avenge his enemies. He could have chosen to eliminate Wang Ji and Silver Axe directly, but such actions would undoubtedly endanger both Whitebeard and Shiki, perhaps even jeopardizing Sky Island. Fortunately, following this battle, he realized that his strength had surpassed that of the two, and retribution was simply a matter of time. Feis, don't just stand there. Come help me with my injuries. Came a weak voice from a distance. It was Shiki. At that moment, Shiki appeared quite wretched, his body marred by countless scars. Feis hurried over, employing his observation haki to assess the situation, discovering that Shiki had merely suffered multiple broken bones, with no significant damage to his internal organs. He promptly activated his healing flames to commence treatment. Chapter 69. The Flame Hypothesis. 3 days later, the central palace lay in ruins from the battle, compelling the Rocks pirates to seek a new base of operations. In recent days, the remnants of the Rocks pirates have gradually arrived at Sanyo Island, conducting a thorough search for the whereabouts of the Ghost God pirates. The entire capital city of Roya has been turned upside down in the quest for answers. However, the original inhabitants of Sanya Island seem to have vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. This raises suspicions that the Ghost God pirates have long since escaped the capital, now reveling in unknown locations. The most perplexing aspect is the sudden disappearance of the Dragon pirates, who were earlier stationed at Nia Port. The situation grows ever more enigmatic. Outside the capital of Roya, under the scorching sun, a breathtaking battle unfolds across the vast plains. Fiery blue flames shoot skyward, while a powerful white shockwave shatters the surrounding space. The combatants are Feis and Whitebeard. Seizing the opportunity during this period of relative calm, Whitebeard seizes the moment to gauge Feis's true strength. Feis, like a deity of fire, basks in the radiant glow of flames. With a resounding boom, a colossal fist of flame, infused with a deep black hue of haki, crashes violently against Whitebeard's Naginata. In an instant, the entire space is engulfed in flames, enveloping a radius of several dozen meters. Whitebeard raises his weapon, the tidal cutter, high above, its blade glinting with a sharp gleam as he cleaves downward from the sky. With a swift motion, the flaming realm is severed in two. Truly formidable. Feis cannot help but marvel, having already entered his conqueror mode, his once bright yellow armor transformed to a brilliant blue. In a mere moment, he has mastered the art of compressing the Tamlin fire. Yet, facing Whitebeard, he feels an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Only when confronted with this man does one truly understand the meaning of comprehensive domination, the mastery of haki, physical prowess, the development of his devil fruit, and a plethora of combat techniques leave one in awe. Little brat, dawdling in battle is not a good habit. Just as Feis reflects, Whitebeard's voice thunders. His figure soars, lightning fast, closing the distance to Feis in mere moments. A colossal black fist, enveloped in advanced haki and conqueror's haki, crackles with purple-black lightning, expanding ominously. The haki flows like liquid, while the conqueror's haki is utterly captivating. This is bad. As Feis watches Whitebeard's enormous fist approach, he hastily crosses his arms in front of his chest. The sound of breaking bones echoes ominously. Feis is struck as if by a train, hurtling backward for several thousand meters, deeply embedding himself into the earth. With a single strike, Feis was rendered unconscious. Whitebeard did not move from his position, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. After a quarter of an hour, the earth slowly parted, and a figure soared into the sky. It was Feis. At this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his garments torn and tattered, and his conqueror's haki had long since dissipated. Hiss! Uncle Whitebeard, that technique is indeed formidable, Feis exclaimed, gazing at his irregularly twisted hands and the sunken state of his chest. He could not help but marvel at the realities of the pirate world. Physical prowess is foundational, while haki reigns supreme. Upon sensing the scars adorning his body, Feis commenced his self-repair. With a crack, he clamped his neck between his wrists and forcefully aligned the fractured bones. Taking a deep breath, his chest expanded, pushing the broken ribs back into place. However, as Feis employed his rubber abilities, Whitebeard's pupils constricted sharply. Aware of the secrets his body held, Feis felt no need for concealment. Once the armament haki had breached Feis's defenses, it unleashed a tempest of destruction akin to Conqueror's haki, inflicting varying degrees of damage not only to bones and muscles, but also to internal organs. Yet, he was undeterred. With a mere thought, a translucent flame enveloped him. As the flames coursed over his body, the myriad wounds gradually healed, and even the broken bones began to mend seamlessly, growing back together. Such a remarkably useful ability. Young Feis, Whitebeard could not help but marvel at the wonder of the translucent flames each time he witnessed them. Had it not been for this power, he would not have dared to unleash his full strength. Haha, Uncle Whitebeard, my ability is quite impressive, I assent it. The emergence of the flame of resurrection was a delightful surprise. This fiery ability not only healed himself, but could also assist others in their recovery. It bore a striking resemblance to the flames of Little Marco. Ability? This is not merely an ability. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Not an ability? Feis replied, puzzled, as he had always believed that the flames were a result of the Nika Fruit he had consumed. Isn't this flame a part of my fruit's power? Listen well, young Feis, Whitebeard began. Some say that the existence of devil fruits is due to the presence of a certain demon within them, and that activating a devil fruit unleashes the demon's power. However, I have come to realize it is not quite so. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard elucidated. Since acquiring the Tremor fruit, I have become acutely sensitive to vibrations. In my view, when a user activates their ability, a distinct ripple emerges within them. As Whitebeard spoke, secrets concerning the nature of devil fruit users gradually unfolded before Feis. It became clear that, in Whitebeard's perception, each user emanated a unique ripple. Such ripples possess the capacity to alter human forms, the shapes of objects, and even transmute individuals into various animals, transform them into phenomena of the natural world, or endow them with the power to modify the essence of materials. This is the power of the Zoan, Logia, and Paramecia types within the devil fruits. The armament hockey, a unique ability inherent to humans, is particularly extraordinary. It can suppress the generation of these waves and can also meld with them. Similarly, the sea prism stone can inhibit the creation of such waves. At this juncture, Whitebeard cast a profound glance at Feis. When you unleashed that flame, I did not perceive the emergence of those waves at all. However, I could sense a certain substance within your blood, quivering violently. Thus, this flame may not stem from your devil fruit ability. Your power has always been that of changing your body's shape, akin to rubber. Upon hearing Whitebeard mention rubber, Feis's gaze faltered, and he could not help but inquire. Uncle Whitebeard, do you know the origin of this flame? Captain Rox mistakenly believed I was of the Lunaria tribe, only to later refute it. Lunaria, you say? Whitebeard's expression turned contemplative, as if he were recalling something. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, as if a memory had resurfaced. If we are indeed speaking of the Lunaria tribe, I do possess some knowledge. Chapter 70, The Legend of the Moon. What is it? Feis's countenance was alight with excitement. Not only wishing to uncover the truth of his lineage, but also deeply yearning for his sister, Benny. It had been nearly 4 years since Grandma Hella's passing, and his sister had been missing for the same duration. The only remaining clue was that she had been rescued by a man with black wings. In a world as vast as that of pirates, searching for a single individual felt akin to fishing for a needle in the ocean. Thus, Feis had scoured many records in the Hive library, yet information regarding Lunaria seemed deliberately obscured, making it exceedingly difficult to unearth any substantial details. It appeared to be a race shrouded in the depths of history. I had indeed heard of it before, and it seems there are connections between this tribe and the Sky Island. Whitebeard's expression turned thoughtful as he began to recount an experience from his youth. In his 20s, before joining the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard was not the renowned figure he is today, but rather an obscure individual. Driven by the desire to seek out his family, he joined his first pirate crew, the Barkamole Pirates. The captain of this pirate crew hails from the North Sea, and the vessel bears the name of his native island. According to the captain, there exists an inexplicable sense of home aboard the ship. This island is also the birthplace of Vegapunk. After a night of revelry at one of their feasts, the captain regaled them with some secrets about his homeland. In his hometown of Balquamoya, a legend has long persisted. The ancestors of the island's inhabitants were not the indigenous people of the Grand Line, but rather celestial beings who descended from the moon 8 centuries ago, each adorned with white wings akin to angels. At this juncture, someone inquired of the captain why he bore no wings. The captain took another swig of his drink and continued to recount this extraordinary tale. It was revealed that upon their arrival in the frigid Balquamoya of the North Sea, their ancestors, in order to survive the harshness of the island, were compelled to forsake their wings and don heavy garments. This lineage, having inherited the mechanical technologies of the moon, has crafted self-aware robots to assist humanity in overcoming harsh environments. In summary, the lunar inhabitants of Bakamoya have undergone centuries of continuous evolution, rendering them scarcely distinguishable from ordinary humans. Alongside their ancestors who arrived on Earth, several other clans made the journey. One such clan ascended to an aerial island situated 10,000 meters above, where a portion of the lunar people began to thrive and propagate. This group of individuals gradually acclimated to the rarefied atmosphere and the peculiar conditions of the floating islands. Subsequently, they harnessed the technological prowess derived from the moon to transform and utilize various clouds, thereby gradually establishing a civilization upon the aerial islands. However, they preserved the adornment of white wings, as genuine soil was a remarkably precious commodity in the realm of the floating islands, where even the slightest fragment of earth held immense value. This also serves as the root of the Sky Islanders' claim over the land of Sandia. After the lunar tribes departed from the Sky Island, they continued their journey, ultimately reaching the Great Sea, where they dispersed across various islands and established their own civilizations. Among them, the most significant branch is the ancestors of the Sandia people, who, through their exceptional metallurgical skills, forged the illustrious golden city of Zandora through trade in gold. However, following the destruction of Zandora, advanced technologies were lost, and the surviving descendants of the Sandia tribe ultimately devolved into a primitive tribal civilization, retaining only the memory of safeguarding the historical texts found within the ruins of Zandora. This clan was subsequently cast upon the Sky Islands by colossal ocean currents 4 centuries ago, where two factions reunited, yet none could recognize the other. Thus, a nearly 400-year war ensued around Shandora. Ultimately, the last group of moon people neither lingered on the Sky Islands nor truly reached the Grand Line. Instead, they arrived at the vast expanse of the Red Earth continent, the largest landmass in this world. To survive on this harsh terrain, their bodies underwent remarkable transformations. Their hair turned into a striking blend of black and white, their skin adopted a brown hue, and their once white wings morphed into black. Harnessing technology far superior to that of the pirate world, they established a prosperous realm, the Kingdom of the Gods, 8 centuries ago. This tribe possesses extraordinary powers. They are inherently capable of manipulating flames for offense, can absorb damage with these mystical flames, and even utilize them to enhance their speed. What? Flames? Upon hearing this, Feis felt an overwhelming shock that was beyond expression, and he could not help but exclaim. This flame ability is remarkably akin to his own. Could it truly not be a trait inherent to the Nika Fruit? Indeed, Captain Rox had encountered members of that tribe and witnessed the same flames, leading him to mistakenly believe you were of Lunaria descent. At this juncture, White Tiger cast a penetrating glance at Feis before continuing. However, your physical characteristics do not align with those of the Lunarians, which ultimately led Rox to dismiss the notion. Is the information you mentioned from the old man, Whitebeard, merely those legends? A tinge of disappointment washed over Feis, as those secrets of the lunar people seemed to only pique the interest of Enel from the original tale, given his ambition for infinite land. Now that he had gleaned this information, it appeared to hold little substantial value. It's not that simple, young Feis. Allow me to elaborate. Observing Feis' despondent demeanor, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. Perhaps it is due to fear of such terrifying power that the Kingdom of Gods perished into the annals of history, with the remaining Lunarians relentlessly hunted by the world government. This, too, seemed vaguely familiar to Feis. He had heard that reporting information about the Lunarians to the world government could yield a reward of 100 million berries. Feis furrowed his brow, concern for his sister's predicament gnawing at him. After all, under the relentless pursuit of the world government, who could say whether the Lunarians could survive? Driven by this thought, he could not help but urgently inquire, Old Man Whitebeard, have there been any reports regarding the Lunarians in recent years? Perhaps of their capture? In recent years? It seems there have been none, Whitebeard mused, contemplating relevant information. Upon hearing this, Feis exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. As long as there were no reports of the Lunarians being apprehended, his sister should still be alive. At this point, he could only cling to optimism. However, just as Feis had begun to relax, anxiety surged once more, prompting him to implore, "But what is it? Old Man Whitebeard, please finish your thought." It appears that 16 years ago, a significant event transpired. What? A remnant of the Lunarian tribe assaulted the world government's largest laboratory. Chapter 71. Power positioning regarding the major incident instigated by the Lunarians, Whitebeard possessed scant knowledge. All information seemed to have been tightly sealed, yielding little useful insight. By the end, Feis remained utterly perplexed. "You seem quite invested in these matters," Whitebeard remarked, noticing Feis's unusual demeanor. The boy, typically composed in the face of any circumstance, was now entirely out of character. "Yes, because 3 years ago, my sister was rescued by a Lunarian," Feis recounted briefly, enlightening Whitebeard on the intricacies of the situation. Previously, there had been no trace to follow. Seeking one person felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Now armed with useful information, his spirits soared. Whitebeard felt a mix of sympathy and admiration for Feis. To maintain one's original intentions amidst such tragic circumstances is indeed commendable. The sea is rife with individuals who, after enduring hardships in their youth and gaining power, become blinded by violence. Few, like Feis, prioritize familial bonds above all else. If you seek to uncover the secrets behind this, perhaps you could consult Rox, as he was also a participant in that significant event. What? Captain Rox? He was involved in the laboratory assault? Feis was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the enigmatic man had ties to the Lunarians. It was indeed a little-known chapter of history. But if I were to approach him unceremoniously, he likely would not divulge anything to me. Indeed, that man aspires to be the king of the world. Only by becoming powerful enough to capture his attention will you obtain what you desire. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. He did not wholly endorse Rox as a captain. Family was the true pursuit of his life. Yet, such is the nature of the world, there is no room for mutual willingness. For various reasons, Whitebeard had no choice but to join the Rox pirates. "Do you need me to inquire on your behalf?" "No, thank you, old man Whitebeard." Feis lowered his blue sun hat, his chest heaving with excitement. This was a quest for a man. How could he delegate it to another? With the knowledge that his sister might be safe, Feis resolved to search for her. Yet, not at this moment. He felt minuscule, trapped within the hellish confines of the Rox pirates, surrounded by formidable foes, aware that he could meet his end at any moment. Recklessly seeking out his sister would only place her in jeopardy. One day, I will personally confront Captain Rox to inquire. With this thought, Feis's desire to grow stronger swelled within him, his gaze hardening. "Old man Whitebeard, please assist me in becoming stronger." "Ha ha ha. Naturally. I had promised you that long ago." With that, Whitebeard brandished his naginata, eyeing Feis's intact form, and continued. "Then let us see where your limits lie." In the next moment, the clouds parted as the blade cleaved through the sky, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its gentle rays illuminated the vast expanse of the field, casting elongated shadows of 2 figures, one large, one small. In the center of the field, countless pockmarks scarred the ground, with various crevices crisscrossing in chaotic patterns. The fierce battle raged on for several hours before reaching its conclusion, resulting in a crushing defeat for Feis. His body bore no intact portion, and he was uncertain how many bones had been fractured. As his stamina reached its limit, he found himself unable to wield either the armament hockey or the Damlin fire. He was utterly spent. Just as Feis was on the brink of exhaustion, a miraculous scene unfolded. The colorless and transparent flame of revival began to rise slowly around him, rejuvenating his parched body with newfound strength. "Whitebeard, what level of power do I possess now?" Feis gasped, his chest heaving violently, having pondered this question for quite some time. Against ordinary pirates, he felt he could hold his own, yet when faced with top-tier pirates, he suffered a dismal defeat. He was neither among the strongest nor the weakest, merely average in comparison. Whether it was Jabba or Whitebeard, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to his downfall. In the pirate world, there is no definitive classification of strength. If one were to compare it to the Navy system, Whitebeard stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Before offering his assessment, you should possess the strength to contend with a rear admiral, perhaps even be considered formidable among them. Rear admiral? Feis winced as he scratched his head, instantly aggravating his myriad wounds and drawing in a sharp breath. The flame of revival did not heal him directly this time. Instead, it flowed like a spring, continuously nourishing his weary body. Observing Feis's bewilderment, Whitebeard began to elucidate. "Your prowess is remarkably balanced, in terms of fruit development, hockey, and physicality. You have reached the pinnacle of an ordinary person. However, this very balance presents a dilemma, as it results in a lack of breakthrough points in your strength. Your hockey can be projected outward, yet it has not reached a fluid state, preventing internal damage. Your flames reach extraordinarily high temperatures. Yet they fail to inflict lethal harm on top-tier warriors. While your physique is indeed robust, making you stand out among your peers, your stamina in prolonged combat is lacking. After only a few hours of intense battle, you are already fatigued. Your attack techniques are overly chaotic, incorporating the 6 forms, some moves I have taught you, and shadows of the Golden Lion's swordsmanship. Your Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki are also present. While you lack significant weaknesses, one could argue that you are riddled with them. Achieving such a level at your age is commendable, yet your age also serves as a barrier to your continued growth. Every word from Whitebeard struck home, and with each statement, Feis expressed an understanding that deepened. So, what should I do, Uncle Whitebeard? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard pondered silently for a moment before offering his counsel. At your current pace, within a decade, you could surpass your present limits in every aspect. By then, you should possess the strength to contend with the Navy's admirals. In Whitebeard's view, a 24 or 25-year-old admiral's strength was exceedingly rare. Even prodigious beings like Charlotte Linlin could not currently rival an admiral directly. In the pirate world, the peak of strength lasts merely a few decades. Some individuals reach their zenith earlier, while others take a bit longer. However, the facts are evident, given Feis's current training progress. He could reach his peak physique and make breakthroughs in all 3 types of hockey within a decade. At that time, he would not be at a disadvantage against the Navy's admirals. Is there a way to expedite my growth? Whitebeard contemplated for a moment, gazing at the slowly burning flame of revival and then at the gradually revitalizing Feis, before slowly uttering, "Indeed." Chapter 72. The path to strength. 2 days swiftly passed. Due to the Ghost God pirates' prolonged absence, the Rocks pirates had firmly established themselves in the city of Roya. The residents, witnessing the pirates refraining from slaughtering civilians, resumed their normal lives. For them, it made little difference whether the Ghost God pirates or the Rocks pirates ruled their city. This is a Western-style villa located in the heart of the capital, covering an area of approximately 1,000 square meters. Although its exterior appears rather unremarkable, the interior design exudes a remarkable elegance. The first rays of morning sunlight stream in, casting a golden glow over the courtyard. Feis, adorned in an unfamiliar metallic weight suit, is engaged in his daily exercises within the yard. The weighted suit appears remarkably supple, yet possesses a substantial texture, clearly indicating it is not light in weight. Before one's eyes, he executed a handstand, his feet supporting a barbell resembling a small mountain, straining to bend his knees, veins bulging from his forehead, with sweat cascading down his body in torrents. The effort is evidently immense. After all, the barbell weighs an impressive 300,000 kilograms, while the weighted suit itself bears a staggering 100,000 pounds. These apparatuses were procured from a sporting goods store in the capital, Roya, by Feis. Each piece is stamped with a uniform BD pattern, the manufacturer being the renowned Inferno pirate crew of the New World. The initials BD are an abbreviation for the name of their captain, Brand. As one of the 3 major pirate overlords, Brand naturally engages in close trade relations with Zogomer. Brand is the largest miner in the New World, commanding expertise in the extraction of various rare metals. His metal industry is formidable, producing millions of tons of diverse metals annually, coupled with an exclusive metal processing technique that not only boasts high production capacity, but also meticulous craftsmanship. This series of actions has effectively eclipsed the majority of competitors in the New World. Consequently, the Flame Demon Pirate crew now commands over half of the metal trade in this realm, with the manufacturing of training equipment being merely one facet of their extensive enterprise. The foremost pillar of the Flame Demon Pirate crew's industry, however, lies in the sale of weaponry and equipment. The 3 colossal pirate factions maintain dominion over the remaining islands of the New World, and it can be said that the contributions of the Flame Demon Pirate crew are indispensable. Not only do they supply the Pirate Alliance with top-tier gear, but they also offer an array of the most advanced weaponry available. These were the words of the proprietor that Feis heard while purchasing equipment. As the owner incessantly boasted about the greatness of Brand, proclaiming the inevitable triumph of the 3 great pirate overlords, he was practically a fervent admirer of Brand. In the end, Feis revealed his identity as a member of the Rocks Pirates. 9,281. 9,214. 1,000. As the first 1,000 echoed, Feis propelled himself forward, forcefully slamming the massive barbell to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupted, shattering the cobblestone floor beneath him. Cough, cough. Young Feis, What on earth are you causing such a ruckus for so early in the morning? The Golden Lion, stepping out of his room in wooden clogs, was immediately enveloped by the oncoming haze, unable to suppress a fit of coughing. After several days of recuperation, this man had regained his vigor, the scars on his body having long since vanished. One cannot help but admire the formidable physique of the strong in the pirate world. At times, their resilience is truly overwhelming. Captain Golden Lion. After recently clashing with Uncle Whitebeard, I realized the inadequacies of my own strength, prompting me to train with renewed fervor. Feis brushed off the dust from his hands and picked up a towel from the nearby table to wipe himself down, his chest heaving heavily, clearly fatigued. Just as his strength waned, the flame of revival gradually enveloped his form, nourishing every corner of his body like a gentle stream. Moments later, Feis felt a resurgence of power, resuming his training in hockey. Following the fierce battle 3 days prior, Feis discovered another purpose of the flame of revival: the regeneration of physical limits. In essence, whenever Feis reached his threshold, the flame of revival would instinctively emerge, revitalizing his body and facilitating a further transformation of his physical abilities, ultimately allowing him to ascend to a new pinnacle. It bore a resemblance to the effect of rebirth through flames. Although this growth is gradual, it is undeniably palpable. In light of this, Whitebeard offered 2 pieces of advice to Feis. The first suggestion is to engage in high-intensity training daily, utilizing the regenerative capabilities of the flame of recovery to completely exhaust physical strength until one breaks through their limits. Once new power emerges, he should then focus on honing his Busashoka haki, depleting his energy once more. Through this relentless practice, both physical prowess and Busashoka haki can achieve breakthroughs, allowing him to reach the level of top-tier warriors. At that juncture, even if he encounters an admiral from the Navy headquarters, he would possess the strength to contend. Even if he cannot prevail, he can make a timely escape. As for the second suggestion, it cannot be implemented at this moment. Have there been any recent advancements in the way of the sword? If you have any questions, come seek my counsel. It has been far too long since I have seen your presence. The Golden Lion shot a fierce glare at Feis, expressing his dissatisfaction over the latter's lack of diligence in sword training. He then pulled out a cigar, placing it between his lips, and gestured toward Feis, exclaiming, "Hey kid, light this for me." All right. Feis said, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head, unable to allocate extra energy to study the sword. He flicked his fingers, sending a bright yellow spark that accurately floated to the cigar's tip, igniting it in an instant. Indeed, focusing on enhancing your physique and hockey is essential. I, too, fell to rocks due to the overwhelming power of hockey. The Golden Lion inhaled deeply from the cigar, a look of satisfaction crossing his face before he continued. That fellow. My attacks had little effect on him. It seems I am recalling the battle from a few days prior, he said, his expression turning wary. The normally fearless man now bore a rare look of trepidation in his eyes. Captain Rock's physicality is indeed terrifying. It was my first time witnessing such might. Feis wholeheartedly agreed. The day he witnessed Rock's single-handedly thwart Whitebeard and his 2 allies left him profoundly shaken. It is noteworthy that Whitebeard and Big Mom are destined to become future emperors of the seas, with Whitebeard hailed as the strongest man in the world. Coupled with Albert, who possesses a top-tier mythical Zoan ability, the formidable assault from the 3 was effortlessly dismantled by Rocks. The sheer force of his earth-shattering roar, capable of neutralizing hellish energies, was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. You 2 have sensed it, haven't you? That fellow's formidable physique. The Golden Lion took a puff from his cigar, his expression reminiscent as he resumed speaking. In that battle, I exerted all my strength, yet I could not penetrate his defenses. However, his attacks could effortlessly breach my Busashoka haki and strike directly at my body. Is it due to that peculiar energy emanating from Captain Rocks? Feis inquired, voicing his inner curiosity. What is it? Is it some sort of devil fruit ability? That energy was astonishingly capable of extinguishing his flames. Indeed, an enigma. Indeed. It is not a devil fruit ability, the Golden Lion said, exhaling deeply before solemnly uttering, "It is Busashoka haki." Chapter 73. Brothers turn against each other at a secluded port on Sanyo Island. The Flying Dragon pirates were docked. This is a clandestine base of the Phantom Pirate crew. In the captain's quarters, Auguste rests languidly in a leather chair, his legs casually draped over the desk, indulging in a moment of repose. Before him, several transponder snails are arrayed upon the table, each one representing a figure of significance from the New World. Among them, 3 stand out distinctly. One is yellow, adorned with a pair of whimsical mustaches. Another is red, exuding a fiery essence. The last one is grayish-white, shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering it somewhat indistinct. These telephone insects are exclusively customized, each corresponding to a different individual. Suddenly, the grayish-white telephone insect emitted a sharp ring. It was the timid Zogomer. Agusk opened his eyes and murmured at the telephone insect, which was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. He casually picked up the device, and a murky male voice came through. Agusk, it's time to take action. Upon hearing this, Agusk's eyes brightened, and he excitedly inquired, is Brand ready? Rest assured. How dare they act recklessly on my turf? This time, I shall ensure that scoundrel Loxus returns empty-handed. But after all these years, shouldn't you two have reconciled by now? The telephone insect conveyed a raucous laugh, causing Agusk to frown in response. This fellow, despite being timid as a mouse, had the audacity to hide upon hearing the news of Rox's arrival, and now he exhibits such arrogance. I find myself at a loss for words. Reflecting on the Rox pirates, Agusk could not help but interject. My affairs are none of your concern. The captains on Rox's side are formidable adversaries, particularly Shiki and that individual known as Edward Newgate. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the hoarse and grating voice of Zagamo. Agusk, you cowardly bird, when did you become so spineless? The raucous and piercing laughter resounded once more, causing Agusk to grit his teeth in frustration. Were it not for the absence of his opponent, he would have dearly liked to claw him to death. Anyone could label him a coward, but Zagamo, that scoundrel, was an exception. Get lost. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you. Agusk growled before abruptly severing the call. He harbored concerns over whether this plan would succeed. Among the 3 great powers, only Zagamo was timid as a mouse, and in critical moments, he displayed an unpredictable nature. Despite being a considerable force in the New World, his demeanor remained childlike. I cannot fathom how such a person ascended to a position of pirate supremacy, truly a man favored by the sea. With this thought in mind, Agusk picked up the fiery red transponder snail and began to contact someone. Is this Agusk? What brings you to seek me? A booming and spirited voice resonated from the transponder snail, tinged with curiosity, as if surprised by the call. Brando, how are things on your end? Agusk pondered for a considerable time, seemingly at a loss for words, before finally speaking. This individual, who is undeniably 3 years my junior, insists on referring to himself as Old Man. It appears he has been reminded of some unpleasant memories, as a somber expression crosses his face. Everything is prepared. I have located that coveted fruit. The Inferno pirate crew is expected to arrive at Suinya Island in a day's time, at which point we can launch a coordinated assault. That is indeed reassuring. After August's pronouncement, a heavy silence enveloped the 2 parties. After a considerable pause, Brand's voice emerged from the phone, slowly articulating, Brother August. What did you call me? August suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. The title had not graced his ears for over 20 years. Brother Agus. Brand's voice echoed once more, tinged with emotion, as he offered an apology. I was wrong to you back then. After a prolonged silence, Agus's voice emerged again. It's all in the past. Do visit Higgin Island when you have the chance. Upon uttering these words, he felt utterly drained, collapsing into his chair and promptly ending the call. Memories flooded back, leaving him in a daze. Agus and Brand were childhood friends, both hailing from the small island of Higgin in the West Sea, a place with a population of less than 1,000, where the locals led simple content lives through fishing. Both were orphans, inseparable companions, dreaming of becoming world-renowned pirates. Agus cherished Brand as a younger brother, and thus they lived as if they were bound by blood, each other's steadfast support. At the age of 18, Agus ventured into the sea first. 3 years later, after enduring countless battles, he had gained a modest reputation as a pirate and joined a formidable pirate crew. By chance, he discovered a devil fruit. However, the captain of his crew, driven by greed, turned against Agus and attempted to hunt him down. Left with no choice, Agus dived into the depths of the ocean, clutching the devil fruit, and after tremendous hardship, he escaped his pursuers and returned to Higgin Island. That night, the long-separated brothers drank to their reunion. Agus recounted his adventures and showcased the devil fruit. By the next morning, he awoke to find Brand had vanished, along with the devil fruit. In the following years, the infamous Brand, known as the Flame Demon, made a name for himself as a prominent pirate in the New World. The fruit he had taken was known as the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, which transformed him into a flame giant. During a later expedition, Aegus fortuitously acquired the wind god pterodactyl fruit and began assembling his own crew, the Flying Dragon Pirates. Yet, the two brothers, once so close, never crossed paths again, one burdened with guilt, the other with resentment. Later, the Rocks Pirates emerged, sweeping through half of the New World in mere years, starting from Hive Island. By this time, Aegus and Bran had already ascended to the ranks of the New World's pirate elite. As Rocks tightened his grip, the remaining pirates had no choice but to rise in rebellion. Through the mediation of Zogomer, the three great pirate leaders united to form the Pirate Alliance. However, due to lingering animosities, Aegus never forgave Bran. Even during meetings of the Alliance, he sent his first mate, Vasily, in his stead. Reflecting on this, Aegus let out a deep sigh. Did he hate him? Perhaps, but Bran had once been like a brother to him. Some matters are destined to linger in one's heart. Under a starlit sky with a gentle breeze, in a small courtyard in the capital of Roya, 5th, Whitebeard and Gold Lion were engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed, accompanied by a pirate's shout. Lord Gold Lion, Lord Whitebeard, Lord 5th. Captain Rocks has ordered an assembly. The demon god pirates have appeared. Chapter 74. The Sanya Canyon. The tales of 5th's decisive victory over Wang Ji and Silver Axe had begun to circulate, and many newly arrived members of the Rocks crew were aware of this. They were not unfamiliar with the moniker of this monstrous newcomer, but the shock of his recent triumph over two captains was profound. After all, he had faced two foes simultaneously and emerged victorious. Thus, the lower-tier pirates conferred upon him a respectful title. In the pirate realm, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong commanded respect. Ha ha ha. Has that fellow Zogomer finally made his appearance? Gold Lion exclaimed, rising with keen interest, addressing the pirate messenger outside. Yes, my lords. Captain Rocks is quite invested in this matter. Please hurry to the assembly, the messenger replied, trembling yet eager for Gold Lion's acknowledgement. Any news on the Roger pirates? Gold Lion inquired, his interest piqued more by them than Zogomer. Report, my lord, not yet. Is it only the demon god pirates? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment crept into Gold Lion's tone. The absence of a clash with Roger left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. After the battle at Round Table Island, the Roger pirates had seemingly vanished, as if cowed by their defeat. Yet, those familiar with Roger knew he would not concede so easily. No, my lord, the messenger corrected. 2 days ago, our informants along the coast reported that they discovered the Flying Dragon Pirates' whereabouts, and they have already joined forces with the Flame Demon Pirates. They should be arriving in the capital of Roya shortly. The messenger appeared anxious, unsure of how to proceed and nervously wiping the sweat from his brow with his yellow headscarf. Ha ha ha. It seems everyone is gathering. Aegus has actually met with Bran. This time, it looks like we're in for a challenge, Gold Lion remarked, surprised at the prospect of Aegus and Bran joining forces again. Aware of their history, he had not anticipated their reunion. Clara, when did you become so timid? Whitebeard bellowed, downing his drink and striding toward the room to retrieve his weapon, the Tsonian cutter. Newgate, who's being timid? Gold Lion retorted, intrigued by Whitebeard's demeanor. In the world of piracy, every man possessed a fiery spirit and ambition. While Gold Lion preferred to prepare thoroughly, he considered it wisdom rather than cowardice. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, let us depart. We mustn't keep our messenger waiting too long, he urged. Upon noticing that the elder with a white beard was ready, Feis slowly rose and began to make his way towards the door. There was no need to trouble such a minor figure. By the way, where has the demon god pirate crew appeared? Ah, Lord Feis. The demon god pirate crew has been sighted in the Sanya Gorge outside the city, and Lord Rocks has already taken his men there. The rotund pirate lackey cast a grateful glance, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. This legendary creature, the newcomer, appears to be rather amiable. The Sanya Canyon, situated in the southern suburbs of the capital, Loya, stretches for several hundred kilometers in length, spans dozens of kilometers in width, and plunges into unfathomable depths. This canyon originates from a distant place, meandering southward and nearly bisecting the entirety of Sanya Island. The Golden Lion elevates a section of ground, soaring like a flying disc, propelling Feis and his companions swiftly out of the capital, Roya. Once beyond the city, a thick fog begins to envelop the sky, gradually shrouding the distant world. Yet, Amidst such unusual natural conditions, the Sanya trees flourish in vibrant greenery. The leaves of this peculiar plant rhythmically open and close, seemingly inhaling and exhaling the dense mist, while its trunk soars straight into the heavens, robust and sturdy, truly an excellent material for shipbuilding. As Feis gazed down from the sky at the sprawling Sanya forest, he couldn't help but marvel at the existence of flora that thrives without the necessity of sunlight. Approaching the suburban rift, the fog thickened considerably, ultimately rendering visibility to a mere 5 meters. However, the Golden Lion, a master of the observation hockey, regarded the dense fog as a trivial challenge. After flying for a while longer, the Golden Lion gradually descended with the group, arriving at a vast canyon bustling with a throng of people. The moment they touched down, Feis felt a sudden clarity unfold before him. The mist here has thinned considerably, allowing for a faint glimpse of the distant horizon. In front of the crowd, Rox stands with a cadre of senior officials at the mouth of the canyon, seemingly observing something of great interest. Among them are Albert, the elderly matron, John, and the likes of Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Look, Captain Shiki is arriving. And there's Captain Whitebeard, not to mention the most formidable newcomer, Feis. The atmosphere is palpable. Even a mere glance sends shivers down my spine. Truly, these are the bold warriors who dare to challenge Captain Rox. With Captain Shiki here, the ghostly demon pirates are doomed. Indeed, that fellow has taken refuge deep within the canyon. I've never seen such cowardice in a pirate. Upon the arrival of Shiki and Whitebeard, the pirate lackeys hurriedly part ways. Clearly intimidated, they remember well the fierce battle of yore, where these two stood bravely against their captain. It's Shiki and Newgate. Come, take a look. Rox, hearing the commotion, turns to signal Shiki and Whitebeard forward, his tone laced with ire. Across the canyon, a massive ship looms, exhaling dense fog as it floats above the abyss. Its mast is adorned with a pirate flag, depicting a skull shrouded in mist. Indeed, it is the ghostly demon pirates. Chapter 75, Bondywald. That fellow dares to hide within the canyon. No wonder it took so long to locate them. Gazing at the distant pirate crew, Shiki cannot help but express his astonishment. No one anticipated the ghostly demon pirates would possess such ingenuity, having developed a fog-driven vessel. Zogamer, master of the ship's core technology, he muses. Indeed, had it not been for the daytime patrols that ventured here and noticed the dissipating smoke, who knows how long it would have taken to discover their presence. John, holding a bottle of wine, echoes this sentiment, acknowledging that it was one of his subordinate captains who initially uncovered this location. The abyssal gorge lay shrouded in perpetual mist, concealing the ghostly pirate crew within its depths, a fact that would astound any onlooker. Yet today, the fog had inexplicably lifted, revealing the pirate vessel to the world. There was no time for deliberation. Having identified their target, it was imperative to strike without delay, for they had lingered here long enough. Beside Rox, Big Mom could hardly contain her impatience. After casting a glance at Feis amidst the crowd, a palpable aura of malevolence surged within her. Once the chaos of battle erupted, she might seize the opportunity to eliminate that wretched boy. With this thought, a sinister smile curled upon Big Mom's lips. A chill pervaded the air, and Feis, sensing the impending danger, raised his gaze to meet Big Mom's piercing stare. Their eyes locked, and an overwhelming sense of hostility surged between them. The temperature plummeted, prompting a few bewildered pirates to instinctively draw back. The atmosphere grew tense and foreboding. Both Wang Ji and Silver Axe had also noticed Feis's arrival, but their usual arrogance had dissipated. They found themselves instinctively retreating beside Albert, striving to diminish their presence. Enough. Any matters can wait until after this battle. Anyone who dares to act now will find themselves opposing me, Rox. The deep, boisterous voice of Rox resonated, leaving no room for dissent. The prolonged concealment of Zagamoto had drained his patience, and he was singularly focused on vanquishing the ghostly pirate crew. You know what comes next, he added with a scoff. Big Mom, upon hearing this, let out a cold huff, her murderous intent momentarily restrained. The ferocity of Rox had been vividly demonstrated during the palace battle, and no one wished to provoke his wrath at such a critical juncture. Upon Rox's declaration, Silver Axe, still bandaged, exhaled a sigh of relief. He was genuinely fearful of facing Feis again. The hatred he once harbored had been overtaken by terror. Twice he had fought and lost a leg and an arm. The next encounter might very well cost him his life. Meanwhile, a flicker of cold light flashed in Wang Ji's eyes, accompanied by a fleeting, sinister smile that went unnoticed by all. Could it be a ruse, Captain Rox? One of the high-ranking members murmured cautiously. No matter. Shiki, launch the attack, Rox commanded, gesturing toward the distant ghostly pirate crew, signaling the Golden Lion to commence the offensive. The arrow was knocked. There was no turning back. This vast distance renders many methods ineffective. Should we rashly provoke the ghostly god pirate crew, the timid Zogamer would likely flee with his men once more. However, if the Golden Lion approaches with his pirate crew, we could directly initiate a boarding battle. At that moment, we could utterly annihilate the ghostly god pirate crew. Very well. Let us proceed to eliminate that band of ruffians. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion bent down, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, and as he made contact, the power of the float fruit was unleashed. In an instant, the earth beneath began to tremble violently, causing the unprepared pirates to stagger and sway. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? How terrifying. I do not wish to perish. There are still countless treasures I have yet to discover. This is disastrous. The canyon is about to collapse. Do not act as if you have never witnessed a grand spectacle. This is the ability of Captain Golden Lion. Although the prowess of the Golden Lion is widely known among the Rox pirate crew, not everyone has had the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Fear spread through the crowd like wildfire. Under the influence of the float fruit, the cliff beneath them detached from the canyon's edge, transforming into a colossal island spanning thousands of meters. The solitary island gradually ascended, inching towards the colossal pirate ship nestled deep within the canyon. At the chasm, immense clods of earth continuously peeled away, plummeting into the unfathomable abyss below. How terrifying. This spectacle was indeed somewhat chilling, rendering some inexperienced pirates weak in the knees. Listen up, lads. When we engage the ghostly pirate crew, ensure that every last one of them is annihilated, not a single soul spared. Lox commanded with a sweeping gesture, issuing his orders as captain. However, that scoundrel Zagamo is to be left for me. I will personally snap his neck. The pent-up murderous intent coursed through his veins, his eyes a vivid crimson, as he yearned to extinguish his fury with blood. To him, Zagamo, the coward who skulked in the shadows, was hardly a worthy adversary, merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. This sentiment resonates among the multitude of formidable individuals within the pirate crew. Should the three great pirate overlords unite in an offensive, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for resistance. However, ultimate victory is destined to belong to Rox. In the captain's chamber of the demon god pirate crew, a mature woman with flowing blue hair stood beside the desk, reporting on the encroaching presence of the Rox pirate crew amidst the swirling fog. Clad in a tailored black suit that accentuated her curves and sporting gold-rimmed half-frame glasses, she exuded an air of sharp competence. Rissia, how many times must I reiterate? This is not fleeing. It is a tactical retreat. Do you comprehend the difference? A murky male voice resonated from within the mist, a gray explosion of hair barely visible. But you have maintained your elemental form solely to facilitate an escape. Rissia couldn't suppress her retort. I am providing power for the pirate ship. Zogama countered loudly, lamenting his secretary's propensity to speak her mind. Connect me to Brand. Certainly, boss. Rissia grasped the vibrant red transponder snail on the desk, and moments later, the connection was established. Brand, have you resolved the situation on your end? If you delay any longer, prepare for me to collect your remains. Fear not, I have arrived at the gorge. Come out and witness a spectacular fireworks display. Brand's confident voice came through the line, accompanied by the sound of rumbling stones. Upon hearing this, Zogama dashed from the captain's chamber, hastening alongside his secretary Rissia towards the deck. Just a few kilometers away, a colossal island, manipulated by the Golden Lion, loomed ever closer. At the canyon's edge, a towering fire giant, hundreds of meters high, materialized, radiating a dense, dark red flame that warped the very space around it. Beneath its feet lay massive boulders, each over 10 meters in diameter. The fire giant casually lifted one of the stones, allowing a nearby man to touch it before enveloping it in a fierce blaze. With a powerful heave, he raised it above his shoulder, his arm muscles rippling. Target the island. Fire. The stone, now aflame, arced through the air, expanding 100-fold, ultimately transforming into a gigantic fireball over a kilometer in diameter, trailing a comet-like tail as it hurtled towards the island. That freak Brand. He claims to have found the expansion fruit, yet he has summoned that lunatic Bondi Walt. Zogama gasped in astonishment. Chapter 76. The Final Showdown. The colossal flaming stone ball, trailing a blazing tail, streaked through the sky like a comet, hurtling towards the island where the Rock's pirate crew resided. Whoosh! The air crackled with intense friction, heralding its terrifying approach. Hey, hey, hey! Help! What is that? A meteor? We're doomed. That's the fire demon Brand. He has finally made his appearance. Why is Bondewald, the world destroyer, here? The three overlords have allied with that monster? Now is not the time for such discussions. That behemoth is approaching. What is there to fear? Captain Rox is here, and there are so many formidable individuals present. The pirates turned abruptly, witnessing the massive fireball racing towards them, clutching their heads in terror, tears streaming down their faces. Yet, some maintained their composure, placing their faith in the strength of their crew. At that moment, someone stepped forward. Ha ha ha. Is this merely an appetizer from that fellow Brand? He truly underestimates me. The Golden Lion laughed, unperturbed, as he drew the gnarled wood hanging at his waist. With a gentle caress, a layer of dark, chilling brilliance enveloped his long blade. Lion's thousand cuts. In the blink of an eye, a series of slicing strikes erupted from the tip of the sword. The strikes surged forth from the solitary island, swift as lightning and fierce as thunder, cleaving directly into the flaming stone sphere that loomed 1,000 meters ahead. The blow sliced through the stone with the same ease as a knife gliding through tofu. The colossal, blazing sphere, which had obscured the heavens, shattered instantaneously into dozens of fragments of varying sizes, plummeting into the abyss below. Magnificently executed, Golden Lion. The fire giant on the shore gaped wide, its dark red flames flickering in response, emanating a savage aura from its immense form. Beside it stood a middle-aged man adorned with a horned hat and sporting a blue mustache, none other than the legendary pirate known as Bondewald, the world destroyer. However, I am eager to see how you will respond to this next move. I appreciate your assistance, Walt. The fire giant lifted a massive boulder from the ground, turning to present it to Bondewald beside him. The enormous stone sphere, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, appeared no larger than a mere marble in the presence of the colossal giants towering hundreds of meters tall. What trouble you speak of, Brand? I have no intention of assisting you. I merely wish to witness the might of the Rock's pirates. Any formidable pirate harbors a sense of apprehension towards this crew, which aspires to dominate the new world. A band of lawless individuals would undoubtedly resent the sudden emergence of a sovereign throne above them. Upon uttering these words, Bondewald reached out to touch the massive stone, instantly bestowing upon it the powers of the Momo Fruit. The ability of the Momo Fruit allows its wielder to instantly amplify the properties of any weapon they touch, regardless of size, weight, or speed, to an astonishing 100-fold. Even a mere handgun, when discharged by Bondewald, possesses the potential to obliterate a massive ship in an instant. Apart from the limitation of not being applicable to living beings, this fruit's power is overwhelmingly formidable, even granting the user a 100-fold acceleration. Over the years, Bondewald has mastered the fruit's capabilities to an extraordinary degree, even achieving the ability to delay its activation. At this moment, the fire giant Brand tightly grips both ends of a stone sphere, and with a slight exertion, he effortlessly shatters the entire mass into hundreds of fragments with a resounding crack. Behold the fireworks display I have prepared for you. Upon uttering these words, Brand imbues the shattered stones with searing flames, then steps back with one leg, raising his arm high in a throwing motion. In the split second the fiery fragments are released from his grasp, the power of the Momo Fruit is set into motion. These seemingly insignificant stones, merely a few dozen centimeters in diameter, instantaneously expand in the air to 100-fold, transforming into colossal meteors measuring several dozen meters across. The meteor shower soared through the skies, shattering the sound barrier and resonating with thunderous roars as it hurtled towards the distant island. From afar, it appeared as a magnificent display of fireworks. Yet, despite the beauty of this spectacle, it harbored a lethal threat. Damn, what is this? The freshly liberated band of pirates had yet to rejoice when an even more formidable assault descended upon them. The colossal meteorites blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over every corner of the solitary isle. Trouble loomed. The higher-ups of the pirate crew were momentarily taken aback. Even Rox wore an expression of grave concern. While they could easily fend off such attacks, it was undoubtedly a nightmare for the ordinary members of the crew. Boom, boom, boom. As the first flaming boulder struck the ground, a cascade of subsequent assaults followed, erupting like a series of thunderclaps. The tremendous impact slammed into the earth, forming enormous craters, each spanning hundreds of meters in diameter. In some areas, the massive stones pierced through, revealing unfathomable abysses beneath. A few pirates, caught off guard, plummeted into the depths. The flames enveloping the rocks clung to the island like a relentless parasite, transforming it into an endless sea of fire. The anguished cries of pirates intertwined with the thunderous impacts of falling stones and the roaring flames, creating a symphony of despair reminiscent of a hell on earth. The impact of this scene was truly overwhelming, leaving Feis momentarily dazed. His figure resembled a drifting leaf, executing the razor-sharp techniques to perfection as he gracefully maneuvered between the vast craters, narrowly evading several fiery boulders hurtling through the air. A multitude of formidable pirates either sought refuge or retaliated directly, employing various tactics to counter this onslaught. Just as the first wave of assault was yet to conclude, a second barrage of meteors descended from afar, enveloping the battered solitary island. The recent flurry of attacks has been excessively relentless, leaving the Rocks pirates with no opportunity to react. Brand and his comrades have timed their assault perfectly. The Rocks pirates find themselves in a precarious position, forced to endure the onslaught. They can no longer afford to wait, for if they do, these ordinary crew members will perish here today. John cleaved a fireball soaring through the air in two with a single stroke, loudly alerting Rocks. On this ship, he has always played the role of a strategist. Now, they must split their forces. Shiki will lead the pursuit of the Phantom Pirate crew, while you, Captain, and Charlotte Linlin will confront Brand and his companion. However, it remains uncertain whether they have laid any ambushes behind them. The only ones aboard with the ability to fly, aside from the Golden Lion, are Big Mom's homies. An ambush? It merely amounts to eliminating a few more foes. Rocks shattered a massive boulder with a single punch, a haughty expression adorning his face as he erupted into a boisterous laugh, proclaiming, "The throne of the New World as Overlord has remained vacant for far too long. They wish to thwart my ascent, but I yearn to claim their heads as embellishments beneath my seat of power." He gestured toward the horizon, fingers curled in anticipation, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. "Let us go, Charlotte Linlin. After this battle, the Rocks pirates shall stand at the pinnacle of this era. At your command, Captain." Big Mom shot a fierce glare at Feis in the distance before joining Rocks aboard Prometheus, setting sail directly. The climactic battle that will determine the future trajectory of the New World slowly unfolds above the Sanya Canyon. Chapter 77, Total War. The magnitude of the influence wielded by the three great pirate overlords has long been a subject of heated debate. Some claim that the formidable Zagamo reigns supreme, as he controls the majority of maritime trade in the New World. In the realm of piracy, the ocean symbolizes both freedom and dreams. Every man yearns to conquer the seas, and ships are indispensable vessels for such endeavors. Indeed, they are often viewed as comrades. Others argue that the true power lies with the flame demon, Brand, who dominates the mining industry, supplying weaponry that reaches the far corners of the Grand Line, including various war-torn nations and armed factions in the first half of the sea. Yet, the name Agusk rarely surfaces, as the operations of the Flying Dragon Pirates are rather unique. They are the foremost intelligence providers in the New World. Before the establishment of the intelligence agency of the Rocks Pirates, the Flying Dragon Pirates held the title of the largest intelligence organization in the New World. Agusk adeptly employs various animals for reconnaissance, effortlessly acquiring a wealth of first-hand information. He has trained many subordinates capable of understanding the language of animals, a group known as the Bird Whisperers. Through this organization, they translate animal communications, organize the gathered intelligence, and distill the useful elements, which are then sold to pirates in need, yielding substantial profits. Thus, no one can definitively ascertain the relative strengths of the three great overlords. However, when it comes to identifying the most powerful among them, pirates will assert without hesitation that it is the flame demon, Brand. At this moment, Rocks and Big Mom soar through the air, swiftly arriving above the canyon. Brand and Bondywald, along with Rocks and Big Mom, stand in opposition. The atmosphere thick with murderous intent, a clash of momentum palpable. It is a standoff akin to the sharp points of needles, with hockey surging forth from the four figures. In an instant, the winds rage and stones scatter, as purple lightning flickers, and the very air crackles with energy. The fog that had enveloped the heavens gradually dissipates, revealing the sun above the Sanya Canyon, a sight rarely witnessed in a century. Brand, are you prepared to face death? Rox proclaims, his murderous aura boiling, dark energy enveloping him. Although he appears diminutive next to the colossal flame demon, his presence firmly eclipses Brand's. Dare to provoke the Rox pirates, and you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. With the battle now commenced, there is no possibility of retreat. Only the one who survives will claim victory. I wager my life that today, you shall remain on Sanyo Island. With a thunderous roar, the flame demon slowly speaks, then lets out a deafening cry, reminiscent of a signal. As the roar subsides, two figures emerge from the mist beside the canyon, Roger and Rayleigh. The four stand in a formation that encircles Rox and Big Mom. Ha! Roger, I shall dispose of you today, so you won't flit about like a bothersome fly. Rox dismisses Roger, perceiving him merely as an emerging rookie pirate. Though Roger occasionally causes him annoyance, he poses no real threat. Is there anyone else? Come forth and face me. Where's that birdman, Gusk? Rox surveys his surroundings, employing observation hockey to its utmost, yet detects no further ambush. While the assembly of Brand, Bondywald, Roger, and Rayleigh is undoubtedly formidable, Rox believes that the more strong foes there are, the better. If he can eliminate this entire cohort of powerhouses today, all obstacles to his supremacy in the new world will be eradicated. Gusk has other matters to attend to. Today, we shall settle this, Brand declares. As his words fade, a chorus of roars from wyverns fills the sky. Looking up, massive wind god wyverns soar above, carrying a contingent of strong warriors toward a distant solitary island. Behind them, swarms of smaller wyverns, each bearing one or two powerful riders, follow suit, exuding formidable energy. Rox, your ambition has grown too vast. It obstructs the dreams of others. Roger steps forward, gripping the hilt of Ace's blade, drawing forth his longsword, pointed directly at Rox. Dreams? Ha! Let me enlighten you today. Whether dreams come to fruition hinges on the strength of your fist. Rox, brimming with arrogance, grins widely, his inky hair dancing unnaturally, tinged with a hint of crimson. Weaklings are unworthy of discussing dreams. Before Roger can respond, he witnesses Rox vanish into thin air, only to suddenly find the imposing figure of Rox before him. Rox's colossal fist, charged with overwhelming force, strikes Roger squarely in the face. With a whoosh and a bang, a searing pain radiates across Roger's face, propelling him like an arrow shot from a bow, hurtling thousands of meters before crashing into the ground. A massive crater forms instantly, smoke billowing into the sky. Rox's assault is so terrifying that it leaves no room for reaction. Roger, Rayleigh cries out, unable to suppress his concern as he rushes to check on his friend. Where do you think you're going, Rayleigh? Your opponent is me. Just as Rayleigh turns, a towering figure blocks his path. The glinting Napoleon, slicing through the air, aims for his head. The two engage in fierce combat. Therefore, wager your life and honor, and come forth to battle me. Rox bellows with manic laughter, charging toward Brand and Bondywald. The chaos of war has commenced. On the solitary island, devastation reigns. The ground is pockmarked with craters, and countless severed limbs litter the area. As the battle rages beside the canyon, another confrontation is poised to erupt. Just as the Golden Lion maneuvers the island forward, advancing toward the demon god pirates, the pirate ship emitting jets of smoke unexpectedly alters its course, turning to face them. Whitebeard, given this stance, they are preparing for a fight. Fist squints, revealing his eagerness for combat. Armed and ready, his killing intent surges from within. After all, this is a brutal war. It's either you or me. Now that the demon god pirates are cornered, showing mercy to the enemy would be a grave irresponsibility. Kururara, all are nearly assembled. This is total war. Whitebeard turns to witness dozens of wyverns hastening toward them. Among their riders are not only elite members of the Flying Dragon Pirates, but also formidable warriors from the Flame Demon Pirates and Roger Pirates, with Jabba prominently featured. Captain Golden Lion, maneuver the island to the shore. There's not enough space here for combat, Fist suggests, knowing that if anyone were to fall off the cliff during the fray, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Understood. Just as the Golden Lion prepares to steer the island, Zagamo's gruff voice resonates from ahead. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, come forth and face me in battle. The cacophony reverberated throughout the entire canyon, stirring echoes in its wake. Zogamer stood at the bow of the ship, brimming with pride as he awaited a response, only to find an island hurtling directly towards the pirate vessel. At this sight, Every hair on his body stood on end. Lygia, run quickly. The golden lion has gone mad. Chapter 78. Clearing the field, the wind god pterosaur, with wings spanning hundreds of meters, sliced through the skies, heading straight for the desolate island. In front lay the ghostly demon pirate crew, while behind them loomed the three great powers alongside Roger's coalition. This battle marked the most perilous encounter for Feis since joining the Rocks Pirates. However, the formidable Golden Lion was no ordinary adversary. In this moment of crisis, his mind conjured several potential solutions, each of which he promptly dismissed. Ultimately, he opted for a rather unconventional approach. Much like a child engaged in a brawl, he resolved to grapple with one opponent while relentlessly pummeling the other, believing there would be no repercussions. With the conviction that he had Zogomer firmly in his grasp, he was certain that Aegis would be unable to escape. Fueled by such thoughts, a fierce glint ignited in the Golden Lion's eyes. He commanded the floating island with finesse, fully unleashing the capabilities of the float fruit, as he charged directly towards the ship of the phantom demon pirates. A dramatic scene unfolded above the Sonya Gorge. A pirate ship, shrouded in mist, fled desperately ahead, pursued relentlessly by a massive island spanning thousands of meters. Behind the island, a swarm of wyverns raced at breakneck speed. The air was filled with the desperate cries of Zogomer, echoing like a pig's squeal. Upon hearing this, Feis could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The legendary figure, one of the three great pirate overlords, appeared somewhat comical. We, having undergone rigorous training, generally refrain from laughter unless utterly unable to contain ourselves. This peculiar situation persisted for several minutes until the colossal pterosaur of the wind unleashed its wind blades, gradually bringing the scene to a close. By this time, the immense floating island had reached the opposite side of the canyon. In this verdant grove of mulberry trees, the island gently descends, landing squarely in the heart of the forest. Golden Lion, come forth and engage me in battle. Today, it shall be either your demise or my survival. Zogomer, witnessing the island's descent, could not restrain himself from shouting at the bow of the ship, his voice echoing through the woods. The ghostly demon pirate crew's vessel hovered hundreds of meters above, thick plumes of smoke billowing from its sides, maintaining the ship's equilibrium. The Golden Lion paid no heed to this raucous individual, instead turning his gaze towards the colossal wind god pterosaur above. Aegis, let us settle this once and for all. His expression was grave, and in an instant, his twin blades were drawn and crossed before him. At this juncture, only a fight to the death would suffice, just as I desire. The one-eyed pterosaur's gaze turned crimson. On this day, his deep-seated vengeance was about to be avenged. It was this golden-haired man before him who had brought about the downfall of his prestige in the New World. Aegis still vividly recalled that fateful day when the Golden Lion had ruthlessly slaughtered the Pterosaur Legion. I shall not rest until this grudge is settled. Lion's thousand cuts. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the Golden Lion launched his assault with blinding speed. This is a battlefield, where no one would utter words decrying a surprise attack as unfair. His twin blades radiated a fierce brilliance, and in an instant, he unleashed dozens of sharp, golden slashes. The glimmering, lethal strikes darted forth, aimed directly at the massive head of the wind god wyvern. Alarmed, Aegis raised his vigilance, frantically flapping his wings to conjure a cataclysmic tempest that surged toward the incoming assault. The thunderous collision resonated through the air, reverberating like a clap of thunder that compelled all to cover their ears. It was terrifying. Is this the confrontation between top-tier warriors? Truly, one of the three great pirate overlords is holding his ground against Captain Golden Lion. Nonsense about holding his ground. Have you forgotten how Aegis lost his sight? This is dire. The ghostly demon pirates are also advancing. Just as Golden Lion engaged the wind god wyvern, Zogomer seized the opportunity to catch his breath, deftly maneuvering the pirate ship to descend slowly, allowing the formidable crew to pour forth. Meanwhile, the warriors mounted on the wind god wyvern leaped down from the heights. Even those warriors riding the smaller wyverns descended in droves, akin to dumplings being dropped into a pot. In an instant, hundreds of powerful figures encircled the Rocks pirates tightly. The situation was somewhat precarious. An astonishing number indeed. Witnessing pirate after pirate disembark from the ghostly demon ship, Feis couldn't help but silently click his tongue in disbelief. The number has already surpassed 1,000. However, relying solely on this group of insignificant minions proves utterly ineffective. The strategy of overwhelming numbers is but a jest in the face of the formidable powers within the pirate world. Uncle Whitebeard, Captain Shiki, allow me to clear the field. Kurilalala. Go, Feis. Whitebeard readily agreed, and Shiki nodded in assent. Feis's eyes shimmered with a crimson light, and an overwhelming aura rose around him, instantly enveloping an area of several thousand meters. Under Whitebeard's guidance, his conqueror's haki had made remarkable progress. A colossal mental shock roared through the minds of the surrounding pirate minions like thunder. In the blink of an eye, thousands of pirates from the ghostly demon pirate crew fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back. The sound of bodies hitting the deck echoed continuously, with some pirates collapsing before they even had a chance to react. Conqueror's haki is indeed an effective tool for clearing out the weak. Hey. How is it possible that this young lad possesses such talent? Moreover, he has become this formidable. This must be Conqueror's haki, a quality of kings that even Captain Zagamore did not possess. Do we truly stand a chance against a monster like him? Hiss. Why does the newcomer on the Rock's pirate ship possess such power? The remaining strong individuals, wide-eyed in disbelief, could hardly comprehend that this obscure youth from the Rock's pirate ship wielded Conqueror's haki with such mastery. It was simply incredible. Young man, do not be too arrogant. The colossal wind god wyvern slowly unfurled its wings, and a powerful Conqueror's haki surged forth, clashing violently with Feis's aura. In an instant, the air crackled with electricity as the two forces collided fiercely. Dust and debris flew as the world around them dimmed. Yet, the minions of the Rock's pirate ship were in dire straits. Having narrowly escaped the meteor attack, they now faced the onslaught of Conqueror's haki. In a brief moment, many collapsed. Thus, only the formidable individuals from both sides remained standing. Kurilalala. Agusk, you scoundrel, bullying the young. Did you consult me, your uncle? Just as Feis and Agusk's haki clashed passionately, Whitebeard stepped forth, his aura radiating like a prison, sweeping towards the colossal wind god wyvern. Boom. Whitebeard's conqueror's haki far surpassed Agusk's, crashing down upon every opponent present like a monstrous wave. In an instant, the powerful figures found themselves struggling to maintain their footing. Indeed, what skill is there in preying upon the young? Lion's might, earthquake. Captain Shiki, a man of few words, conjured a towering, earth-colored lion that charged directly at Agusk. Kill them. An explosive cry ignited the nerves of every member of the Rock's pirate crew. Since the earlier meteor assault, a torrent of rage had built within them. At this moment, that fury was fully unleashed. Countless attacks surged forth from the throng, recklessly aimed at their adversaries. The great battle commenced. Chapter 79, the second battle with Jabba. The clash of titans was imminent, with neither side holding back as they plunged into a chaotic melee. The pirates engaged in a frenzied bloodlust, intent on tearing each other apart. In such circumstances, showing mercy to the enemy is but cruelty to oneself. Every strike was delivered with full force, every blow aimed at the enemy's vital points, with the intent to shred the foe before them. Devastating moves were unleashed with all their might. In the dance of life and death, any hesitation, concealment, or oversight was a fatal weakness. It was a matter of survival. Either you perish, or I do. The battlefield echoed with thunderous clashes, as fierce explosions erupted, shaking the surroundings. Feis surged through the battlefield like a tempest, swiftly snapping the neck of one pirate. 10th. He counted silently, then turned to seize the sword of another pirate lunging at him, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the opponent's chest. Blood sprayed forth. 11th. Feis incinerated his next target with a burst of flame before selecting another adversary. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted rapidly, with individuals who were alive one moment, boasting of their intentions to slice their foes to pieces, finding themselves with their skulls shattered the next. Others, despite grievous injuries, fought on, determined to take their enemies down with them. War has always been this brutal. While Feis was not a bloodthirsty individual, he yearned for the thrill of battle against the strong. In each clash, he felt his observation haki evolving at an astonishing pace. Indeed, combat is the finest teacher. This also serves as Whitebeard's second piece of advice to him: to embrace death in order to attain rebirth. In the midst of battle, he bathes in blood to acquire growth and transformation, until every combat technique and imposing aura is ingrained as muscle memory, evolving into instinctual prowess. At that moment, he shall become a true powerhouse. The more fights Feis engages in, the more adept he becomes, his fists leaving behind trails of afterimages. Knees, elbows, fists, and feet, his entire being transforms into lethal instruments, reaping the lives of pirates as if harvesting wheat. With each clash, Feis discovers the authenticity of the visceral impact of each strike. He is evolving, progressing, integrating, forging his own path, until the moment arrives when he emerges from his chrysalis as a butterfly. As Feis decapitates one adversary after another, Jabba too fights with ferocity. Each swing of his dual axes cleaves pirates in twain. Whether severing heads or disemboweling foes, the spectacle is utterly horrifying. Blood splatters into the void, and lifeless bodies cover the ground. In no time, a clear vacuum is established between the two. These men are demons. They kill without a flicker of remorse. How gruesome is this scene? That young lad, wasn't he a newcomer from the Rocks Pirates? How can he possess such formidable power? This is untenable. Such a monster is beyond our capacity to confront. Run. The hellish, blood-soaked landscape compels the surrounding pirates to retreat step by step, yearning to distance themselves from these two harbingers of death. Feis remained indifferent to these matters, his gaze fixed intently on the formidable Jabba before him. As their eyes met, a palpable tension filled the air. Without the need for excessive words, it is often the adversary who understands you best. The spirit of battle surged to its zenith, and his blood began to blaze with fervor. This is a clash with a worthy opponent. With a fierce roar, Jabba brandished his imposing black axe, which gleamed ominously. He swiftly maneuvered his body and charged towards Feis, intent on extinguishing the young adversary in his infancy. Undaunted, Feis's eyes glimmered with a blood-red intensity. In the next instant, he bit down hard on his wrist with his right hand, channeling high-pressure air into his body. His robust cardiac muscles compressed the searing blood, and in a heartbeat, scalding steam began to escape from his skin. This is far from over. Sapphire-like flames surged upwards from beneath Feis's feet, transforming into armor that enveloped his lithe and muscular form, while tendrils of dark, formidable energy ascended above the armor. In this moment, he is transcended into a state of dominance. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, he dares not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. He launches forth with unwavering determination. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a mere rabbit, let alone when faced with another powerful lion. In an instant, Feis propelled himself, seemingly vanishing from the spot, as he executed hundreds of steps in the air beneath him. The fruits of his rigorous training over the past days are now manifest, elevating his speed to an even greater echelon. The razor-sharp, chaotic shadows. Just as Jabba was about to close in, he found the figure before him had transformed into countless phantoms, scattering in all directions. The figures gradually dissipated into the air, revealing that none were corporeal. How could this happen so swiftly? The battle-hardened Jabba understood that this was no mere illusion, but rather phantoms created by astonishing speed. In the next instant, a blue figure materialized before him. It was Feis. A fist cloaked in ominous flame struck fiercely against Jabba's abdomen. Whoosh! The blue figure soared away like an arrow released from a bow. Razor. Shadow follows. Feis lightly tapped his feet, propelling himself into the air with rapid successions, transforming into a blue phantom that pursued closely behind. Before Jabba could touch the ground, Feis had already reached him, delivering a powerful kick. Jabba was sent soaring into the sky like a bouncing ball. To seize the moment and pursue relentlessly is the true path. When faced with such a formidable foe, one must afford them not a moment's respite. Feis, well versed in this wisdom, rotated his palms, conjuring forth the searing blue flames that danced upon his hands. Sixfold Great Inferno. Sandalwood Jade Pearl. He aimed his alternating palms skyward at Jabba, as the scorching blue flames erupted from within, enveloping the heavens in an instant over 100-meter radius. Amidst the flames, translucent azure orbs intermingled, representing a simplified version of the blue jade plate, filled to the brim with compressed, terrifying fire. As the cerulean flames enveloped Jabba, these spheres shattered instantaneously, releasing an inexhaustible brilliance and warmth. A resounding roar echoed like thunder across the battlefield, capturing the attention of all in attendance. Why has such a fearsome phenomenon emerged? Isn't that fellow a novice? Run. I'm about to be charred. Help. Why won't this fire extinguish? It hurts. I'm doomed. This thing has wedged itself into my trousers. The forceful explosions generated immense thrust, sending tendrils of flames cascading from the sky, splattering like meteors, igniting the bodies of numerous pirates in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield within a kilometer radius transformed into a purgatory of blue flames. How terrifying. That individual. Many pirates, realizing the peril, hastily evacuated the area, casting wary glances at the flame-wreathed figure that loomed like a deity. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pirates were reduced to mere ashes. This is nothing, truly a formidable adversary, said Feis, furrowing his brow as he gazed upwards. A dark silhouette gradually descended. It was Jabba. The fire-esque glow illuminated Feis's youthful visage, his expression composed, eyes resolute, shimmering with an eerie glint. A fierce wind swept towards him, ruffling the boy's inky hair, and he suddenly broke into a grin. Thus, I shall fight with all my might. Chapter 80. The fray. From the very moment combat commenced, it became a battle to the death. Both factions were driven by their own convictions, aspirations, and ambitions. The only path forward lay in treading upon the corpses of their foes, advancing step by step. In the world of pirates, the victor reigned supreme. All of this, Feis was naturally aware. Ahead, Jabba resembled a wounded beast, his gaze dark and brooding, baring his sharp teeth as if to consume Feis entirely. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere seemingly thickening with tension. It's not entirely without merit, Mr. Jabba, Feis remarked with a light chuckle. The recent strike had not been in vain. The man before him bore severe burns, emanating a charred scent that even from several dozen meters away, Feis could detect. Indeed. Young one, in a few years, your prowess will be formidable. Jabba's expression grew grave. In a mere span of time, the young man had made significant strides. If left to develop unchecked, he could potentially emerge as a figure of dominance in the future. Such a person must undoubtedly be the formidable adversary of the Roger pirates. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent coursed through Jabba, a chilling aura emanating from his very being. Ah, Mr. Jabba, are you not praising me? Feis said with a smile, scratching his head, yet his gaze burned with a fierce determination. Ever since Levi and the others returned to the hive, he had cast aside all reservations, wholly intent on becoming stronger. With the impending battle at hand, it was only natural to engage in a fierce struggle. Jabba, without a doubt, was the ideal opponent. The man before him possessed an exceptional physique, commanding presence, and unparalleled combat skills, having once pushed him to the brink of death. With this realization, Feis steadied his mind, a composed expression settling on his face as he prepared to strike. If only you were not a member of the Rocks Pirates. Jabba remarked suddenly, observing the young man's stance with a sense of admiration. Despite his youth, Feis exhibited remarkable strength and rapid progress. His steadfast gaze starkly contrasting with the avaricious looks of other pirates he had encountered. He had witnessed far too many pirates with greedy eyes and could easily discern the difference. Had they not been on opposing sides, perhaps they could have shared a drink and become fast friends. Yet, alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Isn't that so, Mr. Jabba? Fate is capricious. Joining the Rocks Pirates was a reluctant decision. Feis replied with a smile, unwilling to delve further into the topic, as sentimentality was not in his nature. Perhaps that day may yet come. He murmured softly, and in an instant, he surged forward like a tempest, launching his assault. With the flames proving ineffective, he resorted to close combat. Boy, the same move will not work a second time. Jabba's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fully locked onto Feis's advancing figure with his observation hotkey, swinging his mighty axe toward the target. The clash of metal rang through the air, sparks flying in an instant. Feis raised his left hand, enveloped in a fiery armor, effortlessly blocking the descending axe blade. Following this, he thrust his palm forward, aiming directly for Jabba's chest. The placement of this strike was neither askew nor misaligned. It directly targeted the very spot where Jabba had once sustained a grievous wound. A second injury. Jabba's eyes widened in fury, silently lamenting that this young man had the audacity to deceive and launch a surprise attack. His chest, firmly enveloped in hardened hockey, braced for the impact of the blow. With a resounding thud, Jabba staggered backward by half a step, only to witness another axe glinting with a menacing dark sheen, hurtling towards the crown of Feis's head. The peril was palpable. It was undeniably fraught with danger. This axe, propelled by a fierce wind, was destined to cleave Feis in two. Sensing the impending peril, Feis narrowly evaded the strike by sidestepping. However, as the axe grazed past him, Jabba unexpectedly altered his maneuver, forcefully redirecting the axe's descent from a downward chop to a horizontal slash. The blade carved an L-shaped arc through the air, directly targeting Feis's waist. Iron block. This sudden maneuver caught Feis off guard, compelling him to resort to his iron defense and armed color for a direct confrontation. The sharp edge of the axe effortlessly sliced through the flames of his armor, revealing the clear contours of his muscles beneath. In the next instant, a distinct streak of blood appeared on Feis's abdomen. Despite employing the same armed color to withstand the blow, the disparity between the two became glaringly apparent. Undeterred by the pain, Feis's eyes glinted with ferocity as he extended his palm, targeting Jabba's face, unleashing a torrent of blue flames. Alarmed, Jabba's gaze faltered. There was no time to evade, and he could only instantaneously envelop himself in armed color. Boom. The flames, adorned with crystalline blue orbs, erupted in succession upon Jabba's forehead. As the intense blaze surged once more, this is far from over. Feis retreated several dozen meters, his palms spread wide as a blue fireball rapidly took shape, unleashing a torrent of fiery spears. The first of the funeral spears detonated, followed by a relentless downpour of spears. His principle was simple: strike when capable, and unleash a barrage when overwhelmed. The thunderous explosions echoed across the battlefield, the shockwaves from the detonation sweeping through the air, uprooting the surrounding Sanya trees. Within mere seconds, a sea of flames engulfed an area of 100 meters. Oh no, that guy again! The surrounding pirates, upon hearing the sound, turned to look, their hearts racing with terror as they fled in panic, abandoning any thoughts of battle. They had witnessed this inferno consume their comrades, reducing them to mere ashes. Feis, that little rascal, certainly knows how to make a commotion. Even the battling Golden Lion could not help but glance back, where three figures stood before him. Leading them was the hovering Agusk, with the sturdy swordsman Roar and the first mate Vasily, transformed into a colossal terror crane, standing beneath him. This is a siege. August was acutely aware that he was no match for the Golden Lion, resorting to this desperate tactic. Golden Lion, look this way. The wind-god pterodactyl spoke with human words, its wings stirring a tempestuous wind blade that surged toward the silhouette ahead. The Golden Lion slowly turned its head, facing the violent wind blades without a trace of fear. Viper. With a mere thought, a towering earthen wall rose from the ground, directly obstructing the path of the wind blades. Clang. No matter how the wind blades collided, they could never breach that thick earthen barrier, ultimately fading away. Damn it. August could not suppress a curse. After numerous battles with the Golden Lion, he had never gained any advantage. Ha ha ha. Truly useless, you birdman. The lion's might unleashed. The Golden Lion cruelly mocked, transforming the earthen wall into 6 colossal yellow lions that charged toward the trio before it. The fierce battle resumed. Chapter 81. The Brutality of War. The conflict raged for 2 days and 2 nights, showing no signs of abating. The very terrain of the Great Canyon was on the verge of transformation, the ground having descended several meters. Many cliff faces had collapsed, creating vast gaping chasms. On the opposite side of the canyon, a terrifying battle unfolded in succession. The entire ground blazed crimson, extending for thousands of meters, resembling molten lava. The searing heat pierced through the mist in the air, revealing the faint glow of the moonlight. Although night had fallen, it remained as bright as day. The battlefield here is divided into 2 segments, one of which is occupied by the fierce clash between Rayleigh and Big Mom. There, the light of swords rages unchecked. Thunder roars, and at times, brilliant flames shoot skyward. It is evident that both sides are fighting with genuine fervor, their conquerors' hockey colliding violently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Roger and his 2 companions form a pincer formation, encircling Rox in the center. The advantage of this assault strategy lies in the fact that once Rox targets one individual, the remaining 2 are poised to render support at any moment. Brand, transformed into the Inferno Giant, gasped for breath, the dark crimson flames enveloping him significantly diminished. Maintaining this transformation for 2 consecutive days had exacted a tremendous toll on him. Likewise, Roger and Bondywald were not faring any better. Their bodies were marred with numerous wounds, each bruise glaringly evident. Yet for them, this battle allowed no room for defeat. Failure would spell catastrophic doom for their pirate crew awaiting behind them. The 3 exchanged glances in the air, and in the next instant, they launched their assault. Divine Avoidance. Roger struck first, wielding Ace, which crackled with a purplish-black lightning, slashing towards Rox with the force of creation itself. This strike rendered the heavens and the earth dim, stirring even the deities and specters. At the moment Roger launched his attack, Bondywald, unwilling to concede, fired a barrage of bullets from his pistol. In the instant they left the chamber, the power of the Momo fruit was unleashed, transforming into colossal shells that hurtled towards Rox. With a thunderous roar, fist met blade, causing the ground to collapse beneath them. Rox shattered Roger's assault with a single punch, while the inky mist enveloping him seemed to possess sentience, extinguishing the countless bullets fired by Bondywald. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? Ha 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 ha. How utterly disappointing. He grinned widely, his eyes brimming with ferocity. The individuals before him represented the most formidable obstacles to his ascension to the throne of supremacy. After this battle, he aims to stand atop the New World, plotting to conquer the entirety of it. If that is the case, none of you shall leave here alive today. The resolute words caused a heaviness to settle in the hearts of the 3, their gazes flickering with uncertainty. Rox, I did not come here with the intention of returning alive. Garp, Sengoku, and his faction of the Navy are nearing Sanya Island, and the wretched rats from CP0 are also approaching. The colossal fire giant began to speak slowly, seemingly reminding Rox, yet also cautioning Roger and his companions. The three Titans shared intelligence, and Aegis had long been aware of the Navy's mobilization. However, before that, we will undoubtedly deal with you, as long as you perish here. The Rox pirates will crumble. The objective of the three formidable pirate leaders is unequivocal, by utilizing the ghostly god pirates as bait. They aim to lure the Rox pirates into the Sanya Gorge. The battlefield will then be divided, enabling them to encircle and besiege Rox. As the undeniable nucleus of his crew, Rox's demise would spell the disintegration of the Rox pirates. However, the situation has taken a turn for the worse, as Brand has realized that these three individuals alone may not suffice to handle Rox. I became aware of the whereabouts of that naval fleet upon entering the New World. Yet, if we can eliminate you, what does a modicum of risk matter? Rox declares. His gaze resolute, fist clenched, exuding an air of confidence. Regardless of the number of formidable foes that may approach, he possesses the assurance to extricate himself with ease. Let us see whether you shall shatter my throne of supremacy or if I will claim your heads. In light of this, Brand is left with no choice but to acquiesce to Rox's challenge. With a colossal fiery hand, he strikes, intertwining Haki with Conqueror's Haki, unleashing an inferno that surges toward Rox's crown. Meanwhile, Roger and Bondywald are equally unwilling to yield, unleashing their lethal techniques, engaging Rox in a chaotic melee. The pinnacle of conflict among the world's greatest once again unfolds. On the opposite side of the gorge, the battleground expands over several dozen kilometers, resonating with continuous thunderous roars. The once isolated island shrouded in the Sanya woods lies in ruins, the vessels of the ghostly god pirates reduced to mere wreckage. The scene resembles a hellscape. Strewn with severed limbs, dark red blood saturating the earth, with numerous areas already congealed. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a mountain of corpses. The acrid scent of blood permeates the air, assailing the senses, yet no one pays heed to such trivialities. Both factions suffer casualties. The dead and wounded leave only a mere 100 survivors, each a renowned warrior in their own right. Some pirates have become numb, instinctively swinging their blades at adversaries, only to be swiftly dispatched by stealthy foes from behind. Scattered remnants of battle persist, where the strong continue to engage in epic confrontations. In one corner, Whitebeard faces off against Zogamer, the captain of the ghostly god pirates. Zogamer is enshrined in a thick fog that envelopes a vast radius, previously serving as bait. He has inhaled the very mist of the gorge, now releasing it in one tremendous burst. However, this alone is insufficient to contend with Whitebeard. The misfortune lies in Zogamer's advanced observation Haki, granting him the ability to foresee the future, coupled with the power of flight. Every strike from Whitebeard is preemptively anticipated by Zogamer, allowing him to seamlessly merge into the thick fog. As Whitebeard attempts to turn and retreat, Zogamer reemerges to harass him, an incessant source of annoyance. The standoff persists, mirrored by the skirmish involving the Golden Lion. Opposing him are the three strongest members of the Dragon Pirates, two of whom are Zoan users, exhibiting both resilience and ferocity. The battle rages, a fierce exchange with no clear victor in sight. First Mate Albert engages with the officers of the Roger Pirates, while other formidable members of the Rox Pirates, such as John, contend with a powerful swordsman from the ghostly god pirates, whose fighting style is a mirror of his captain's, exuding a rather unsavory aura. The exchanges are relentless, with neither side gaining significant ground. Wang Ji and Silver Axe find themselves besieged by numerous officers of the ghostly god pirates, their plight rather dire. A myriad of elite combatants from the Grand Fleet becomes entwined in fierce clashes with the assembled pirates of the three great pirate leaders. In a corner of the battlefield, blue flames engulf the land, intermittently releasing arcs of axe light. The outcome of this great battle remains shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 82, The Breakthrough of Dominance. Amidst the Azure Inferno, Feis is engaged in a final life-and-death struggle with Jabba. The clash has persisted for 3 days and nights. The translucent flames of revival gradually rise from Feis, restoring his strength little by little. This marks the second occasion he has exhausted his physical strength. Yet each time he has managed to replenish it. Jabba gasped for breath, his body charred and his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. The wounds upon him were not severe, but the scorching heat surrounding him distorted the air, rendering each breath a formidable challenge, as if his lungs were on the verge of bursting. Prolonged exposure to this sweltering inferno not only drained his stamina but seemingly diminished his strength by a third. He had contemplated fleeing this fiery abyss, yet each attempt was thwarted by the flames that ensnared him, ultimately forcing him back under Feis's relentless assault. It was evident that this was a tactic employed by his adversary. Particularly, just as he was on the cusp of vanquishing Feis, that ethereal, translucent flame would surge around his opponent, capable of not only mending his wounds but also rejuvenating his energy. It was utterly infuriating. Feis, that translucent flame of yours must be the very thing that saved your life before, isn't it? Jabba couldn't help but voice. He recalled the battle at Disc Island, where this lad had teetered on the brink of death only to reappear, sprightly and vibrant, before him. Feis panted, his body riddled with numerous wounds. Yet he remained unconcerned by them. His opponent was among the world's most formidable warriors, and merely enduring until now was a considerable feat. What did a few minor injuries signify? However, the prolonged combat, with nerves perpetually taut and observation hockey fully engaged, had taken a significant toll on his mental fortitude. This indeed poses a formidable challenge to one's mental fortitude. As Feis sensed the revival of strength within him, a fervent fighting spirit surged anew, compelling him to continue the battle despite his overwhelming fatigue. For defeat equates to death. Indeed, it is thanks to you, Mr. Jabba, that I have been able to master the flame of revival. Without your guidance, I would still be at a loss. Every time he reflects on this, Feis cannot help but regard Jabba as his benefactor. Not only has Jabba devoted himself wholeheartedly to being his sparring partner, facilitating his rapid growth, but he has also awakened within him such extraordinary power. With this thought, Feis cast a grateful glance towards Jabba. What is that look in your eyes? I feel quite affronted, Jabba exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead as he discerned Feis's thoughts with a mere glance. However, today he intended to impart a crucial lesson. All external forces are but illusions. Only sheer willpower and physical prowess constitute the true essence of strength. With that said, Jabba's gaze transformed into a fierce glare, his aura shifting dramatically, suffused with palpable murderous intent. The overwhelming force that enveloped him began to circulate, swiftly converging towards his axe, leaving only a thin layer on the surface to counteract the searing flames. Clearly, Jabba was preparing a lethal move. At this juncture in battle, any further probing was futile. Only a fight to the death remained. Although Feis had witnessed this numerous times, he could not help but marvel at the technique that allowed the aura to flow so fluidly whenever he beheld Liu Ying. It was truly remarkable. His aura had reached the limits of an ordinary person, and to advance further, he needed to master this technique. Though Whitebeard had imparted the skills completely, understanding the principles and learning to apply them were two vastly different endeavors. Thus, he would have to grasp it through combat. With this in mind, Feis's fighting spirit soared, and an overwhelming aura stirred the flames around him into a crackling dance. In the next instant, he had re-entered the Overlord mode. This tale, though lengthy in narration, unfolds in but a fleeting moment. Jabba's form shifted with astonishing rapidity, akin to a descending tiger, as he lunged directly towards Feis. With a single axe stroke, he struck the ground. One could behold him, his hand raised high, wielding the formidable axe entwined with layers of flowing cherry blossom aura, emanating a chilling and captivating brilliance. With a remarkable force, the axe descended directly towards the boy's head. A razor's edge, a feint. Feis felt a momentary pause. Acutely aware of the peril inherent in this move, he transformed into a shadowy figure, tracing a Z pattern in the air, and swiftly positioned himself behind Jabba. Waiting idly was not in his nature. Instead, he executed a mid-air somersault, raising one leg high, striking down towards Jabba like a battle axe. In this maneuver, some techniques of the Gale Step were employed, as his feet sliced through the air, directly landing upon Jabba's vulnerable back. A powerful gust swept through, flames surged, and the crystalline ground shattered into fragments. Jabba was entirely subdued beneath Feis, creating a massive crater several meters deep upon impact. Yet, ultimately lacking in strength, Jabba braced himself with one hand on the ground and soared into the air like a rising dragon. The sudden surge of power beneath him caught Feis off guard, causing him to topple backward. Seizing the opportunity, observing Feis lose his balance, a glint of brilliance flashed in Jabba's eyes as he unified his dual axes, enveloped in the flowery aura of dominance. Dual axes, heaven split. Jabba summoned all his strength and plummeted from the sky. The strike, imbued with the force of the heavens, came crashing down, intent on cleaving Feis's head in twain. As the enormous dual axes loomed ever closer, Feis, devoid of any newfound strength, could only raise his arms in a feeble attempt to shield himself. The colossal axe struck against the fiery armor that enveloped his hands, absorbing a fraction of its power. However, the armor could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before succumbing to the sharp edge enhanced by the fierce aura of Liu Ying. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Feis's forearms bent at an anguished angle, the dark aura dissipating slowly. In this clash of might, he was vanquished. the overwhelming force fracturing his bones and pinning him firmly into the ground. Witnessing the failure of his initial attack, Jabba's eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared to press his advantage. With axes raised high, he aimed once more for the boy's head, ready to execute a decisive severance. If this axe were to fall, Feis's life would be in grave peril. In the throes of life and death, countless images flashed through Feis's mind, and a surge of enlightenment washed over him. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his arm, he resolved to save himself. With a mere thought, the surrounding blue flames transformed into dozens of whirling vines, ensnaring Jabba's form. Yet, this was merely a temporary measure, as Jabba was on the verge of breaking free. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Feis. Tamlin fire. Roaring flames. The terrifying blue fire erupted forth, morphing into a formidable pillar of flame that surged ahead, sending the unsuspecting Jabba flying. Seizing the opportunity, Feis bent his knees and forcefully propelled himself off the ground, a series of cracking sounds resonating as his bones rejoined. Gradually, he descended from the flames, the restorative fire mending his fractured bones. Mr. Jabba, shall we commence the next round? Allow me to demonstrate what I have just comprehended. The dark hue of his armed color flowed steadily over Feis as he gazed at the incredulous Jabba, a smile gracing his lips. Advanced Armed Color Hockey. Chapter 83. The Navy's assault in the face of life and death. There exists profound terror. Just moments ago, on the brink of death, Feis grasped the essence of Advanced Armed Color Hockey. Young Feis, you truly astonish me. In such a short span of time, you have mastered Advanced Armed Color Hockey. Jabba exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, utterly perplexed by Feis's remarkable ability to break through in every battle. How old is this youth? At most, he can only be around 15 or 16. To possess such strength at this tender age is nothing short of fantastical. Is that so? Feis smiled enigmatically. For who could fathom the myriad tribulations he had endured to attain his current prowess, all thanks to Mr. Jabba's exceptional tutelage. Ha ha ha. You truly possess a sense of humor. Jabba chuckled lightly, unperturbed by the remark, and continued with an air of astonishment. I have suddenly realized something. I seem to have missed the opportune moment to eliminate you. At this juncture, he harbored no intentions of extinguishing the young man before him. It was not a matter of desire, but rather the daunting challenge it presented. The extraordinary transparent flames evoked a sense of helplessness within him. Not only could they restore vitality, but they could also mend shattered bones in mere seconds. Quite the rogue. Presently, Feis had even compensated for the shortcomings of his domineering aura. Any further confrontation would be futile. But how can one know without a try? Mr. Jabba, it is not wise to relinquish hope so easily. Feis smiled gently. He indeed yearned for a fierce battle. Thus he continued, you are renowned as a formidable pirate in the New World. Should the news of your defeat by a newcomer circulate, it would be rather embarrassing. Wouldn't it? Ha 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 ha. You little rascal, spare me your lectures. What does reputation matter? If they mock me, they shall regret it when they face you. Observing Feis' eagerness for a challenge, the usually composed Jabba could not help but utter a curse. He silently marveled at the tenacity of this young prodigy, having never encountered such an indomitable newcomer. However, at this point, I finally comprehend that an extraordinary talent like you will not be content to remain within the Rocks Pirates. The ambitions of those monsters under rocks are glaringly evident. Any rational individual can perceive the inherent contradictions. Never has a pirate captain dared, like Rocks, to constrain a pack of ferocious beasts with sheer will alone. This approach, while capable of swiftly rallying formidable forces, is destined to eventually backfire. Although Feis did not perceive that blazing ambition within Jabba, he understood that the youth must harbor his own aspirations. Yet, what significance does it hold? Whether it be the Rocks Pirates or any other faction, this vast ocean offers countless opportunities for one to claim dominion. Feis reminisced about Sky Island. In the absence of Granny Hela and Sister Benny, it had become a semblance of home. After all, many awaited his return. Perhaps one day, he might even ascend to the ranks of the Roger Pirates. With this thought, Feis's gaze sharpened, and the hockey of armament began to surge through his fists, while Jabba's aura grew increasingly formidable. Ultimately, this was a life-and-death struggle, one that could not be resolved merely through a few exchanged words. The combat between men is no trivial matter. However, in the next moment, Feis's keen observation hockey detected an anomaly. On the opposite bank of the canyon, a multitude of unfamiliar presences suddenly emerged. Simultaneously, Jabba's pupils constricted sharply, and he addressed the furrowed brow of Feis. Kid, you feel it too? I fear we may not continue this fight. It appears troublesome figures are approaching. It must be the Navy. With that, Feis waved his hand, and a torrent of flames swept back, directly infusing into his being. The abilities of this little devil truly border on the extraordinary. As Jabba gazed at the gradually revealing fiery passage, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The sudden incursion of the Navy did not surprise Feis. With the three Titans joining forces against Roger's crew in a monumental battle against the Rocks pirates, how could the Navy possibly remain passive? Long before the conflict erupted, the Rocks pirates had received news of the Navy's impending assault on Sanya Island. Aware of this, Rocks had no intention of fleeing. The three Titans, emboldened to ignite a war, certainly had no thoughts of retreating. Moments later, Feis slowly emerged from the world of flames. Before he could steady himself, the acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses. As he surveyed his surroundings, a hellish scene of carnage unfolded before his eyes, with severed limbs and wreckage strewn across the ground. At this juncture, only a handful of individuals remained locked in a desperate struggle. On one side stood Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Albert, and other high-ranking members of the Rocks crew, while on the opposite side were Zogamir and Aegisk, leaders of the Allied forces. Both factions found themselves momentarily frozen, gazing towards the direction of the canyon where the battle raged on. There, the fight was far from over. Rocks, drenched in blood, bore the scars of battle. His once impenetrable aura now dissipated, revealing a multitude of wounds. A deep gash extended from his chest to his abdomen, oozing blood, indicating his defenses had been breached. Before him lay Roger and Bondywald, collapsed in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, Brand and Rayleigh flanked him, forming a tight encirclement. The youthful Big Mom ultimately proved no match for Rayleigh, succumbing after 3 days of relentless combat. Yet Rayleigh too bore the marks of a Pyrrhic victory. His body charred as if freshly out of the oven, with his left arm twisted unnaturally, a testament to the price of overcoming Big Mom. It is those detestable Navy scoundrels. Cough cough, a trickle of blood escaped from Rox's lips, a clear indication that his triumph over Roger and Bondywald came at a significant cost. To his observation hockey, he sensed thousands of figures gradually converging upon this spot, several of which bore familiar auras. Indeed, he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. The colossal fire giant spoke slowly, his gaze filled with resignation. His chest bore the marks of numerous impacts, and faintly, broken bones could be discerned beneath the surface. The recent operation against the Rocks pirates can only be deemed a complete failure. No one could have imagined that Rocks, in a 1-against-3 scenario, would emerge victorious against 2 of his adversaries. He is truly a monster among monsters. The ominous black hue of his armament hockey has become a nightmare for many. Had it not been for Rayleigh's timely arrival, Bran would have likely succumbed by now. With the Navy's presence, you might as well await your demise. Ha ha. Rox laughed maniacally, as a thin veil of dark hockey enveloped him once more. In a series of swift movements, he located the unconscious Big Mom, lifting her immense form effortlessly and propelling himself like a shooting star towards the opposite canyon. With a leap spanning several thousand meters, just as Rox was about to plummet, a surge of inky power erupted beneath his feet, propelling him into the distance with remarkable force. After several flickers, Rox was nearing the opposite shore. At that moment, a colossal pterosaur soared overhead. Chapter 84. The realm of the flame demon. A sharp whoosh echoed through the air as someone approached at great speed from afar. The leader was none other than Admiral Sengoku, adorned with a seagull hat, accompanied by the robust Carp and the slender, elegant strategist, Crane. Behind them, 10 renowned vice admirals lined up in formation, creating an expansive fan-shaped net that enveloped the entire canyon's edge. This was a prearranged strategy devised prior to the arrival of the Navy, aimed at preventing any pirates from evading capture. The group of individuals bore resolute expressions and cold gazes, emanating an aura that instilled dread. They parted the mist and gradually approached the canyon's edge. Following closely behind were thousands of fully armed Navy personnel. The faces of the sailors reflected a mix of trepidation, fear, and fervent combat spirit. Yet as the scene behind the fog emerged, their eyes filled with disbelief. There lay the canyon, ravaged and scorched, with flames surging violently within. At the canyon's brink stood a colossal flame giant, over 200 meters tall, resembling a statue, intently fixated on the direction of the Navy. What had transpired here? Was it a grand battle? What sort of conflict could devastate the canyon in such a manner? Could that be the legendary captain of the Flame Demon Pirates, Brand? A notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 3 billion. The imposing aura he radiated made one feel as insignificant as an ant in his presence. This was indeed the might of a top-tier pirate. The mere thought sent shivers down one's spine. Silence, with Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp present. What is there to fear? Murmured voices of astonishment echoed among the crowd, though they had prepared themselves. The sight of such a legendary pirate still left some trembling with apprehension. Quiet. Sengoku's countenance was grave as he waved his hand, halting the discussions among the Navy and advancing with Garp and Zifa. As the three delved deeper, they finally beheld the entirety of the scene, which evidently bore the scars of a fierce battle. At the edge of the canyon, the flamed giant Brand stood shoulder to shoulder with Rayleigh, patiently awaiting the Navy's arrival. Brand, Roger, Rayleigh, and Bondywald, indeed a cadre of ruthless pirates, though it seemed they had all fallen to rocks. Observing Roger slung over Brand's left shoulder and Wald over his right, Sengoku's mind raced, swiftly piecing together the situation. This time, there would be no escape for them. His expression was grave, his gaze resolute, seemingly unfazed by Rock's evasion. This time, the joint operation between the Navy and CP0 is meticulously planned, aiming to capture the notorious pirate in one fell swoop. As for the Rock's pirates, there are, of course, alternative arrangements in place. Sengoku, having navigated the New World for so many years, relies not merely on swiftness. Brandish, a man of few words, speaks little before taking action. A fierce glint flashes in his eyes as he bends low, and with a colossal fiery hand, he strikes the ground, unleashing an endless surge of flames that erupt towards the depths below. Infernal Demon Realm. The thunderous roar, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, reverberates through the underground, causing the very earth to tremble. In an instant, the ground within a radius of several thousand meters begins to crack, engulfing a substantial portion of the Navy. What follows is a tumultuous eruption of dark red flames. The flames soared to heights that reached several dozen meters, bursting forth and scattering like shooting stars, enveloping the entire ground beneath. The entire world was transformed into an ocean of fire. The chilling cries of despair rose and fell among the crowd. As countless sailors were ignited by the splattering flames, the searing heat swiftly consuming the weaker souls. Most terrifying of all was the realization that the flames were exceedingly viscous, clinging to the skin like a relentless parasite, impervious to removal. Some soldiers, witnessing the futility of extinguishing the flames, resolutely took matters into their own hands, severing the burning parts with their blades. However, the more timid soldiers hesitated, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to quench the fire, ultimately succumbing to the flames and being reduced to mere ashes. With this strike, the naval officers suffered grievous casualties, with at least half of them perishing in the fray. Quite an impressive outcome. The flame demon giant panted heavily, a look of fatigue flickering in his eyes, although this blow drained his already dwindling stamina. The damage inflicted left him immensely satisfied. Standing beside him, Rayleigh wore a bewildered expression, astonished by the audacity of his comrades' maneuvers. This is akin to unleashing a powerful attack in a game to swiftly eliminate minions. It is utterly incomprehensible. The naval forces had never anticipated that Brand would employ such thunderous tactics, targeting these lowly soldiers. Those cursed pirates! Sengoku's eyes widened with fury, radiating a brilliant golden light as he transformed into a colossal golden Buddha towering several meters high, charging directly at Brand. As he drew near, he raised his hand and unleashed a shockwave. Boom! A white circle of light enveloped both Rayleigh and the Inferno Giant, the violent impact causing the already gravely injured duo to spew blood uncontrollably. With a single strike, the fiery demon giant was forced back into human form, transforming into a robust man standing 5 meters tall, his long red hair billowing in the aftermath. Brand's gaze had grown somewhat vacant. The relentless battles and severe injuries he had endured over the past days had pushed his body to its very limits. Now, after such a heavy blow, he lacked the stamina to maintain his fruit-enhanced state. The notorious pirate Brand had been vanquished. Witnessing this scene, the remaining Navy personnel erupted into cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. At that moment, a colossal wind god pterosaur soared above the canyon, its wings stirring up a tempest that enveloped Sengoku. Just as the situation grew dire, Agusk swiftly arrived to turn the tide. The howling winds and swirling flames intensified. Sengoku, caught off guard, found his massive golden Buddha form tumbling backward like a rolling gourd. The pterosaur reached the skies above Brand and his companions in an instant, its body marred with visible wounds. The left wing bore numerous sword scars, each cutting deep to the bone. It was evident that it had sustained grave injuries and was struggling to fly. On the back of the pterosaur sat several figures, Jabba in one corner, accompanied by Zogomer, his secretary, and a burly swordsman from the Flying Dragon pirate crew. Though Vasilis was noticeably absent, Zogomer's expression was sorrowful, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. Brand, Rayleigh, they're leaving. Agusk's claws descended like an eagle seizing its prey, one grasping Rayleigh and the others, while the other seized Brand. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a whirlwind and ascended into the sky. It was Agusk, the captain of the Wind God pirate crew. What a terrifying figure. These legendary pirates were indeed monstrous beings. It was over. Brand and the others were about to be whisked away. The situation had taken a sharp turn, leaving the Navy in stunned silence as they watched several severely injured pirates escape before their very eyes. Just as Aegis was about to flee, two figures shot upward, executing a moonwalk towards the wind god pterosaur. It was Vice Admiral Carp and Vice Admiral Zephyr. They wouldn't escape now. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the Navy as they pointed towards the figures above. The ascending duo was none other than Carp and Zephyr. After Sengoku was attacked, the two had stepped forward, determined to apprehend the pirates. Every Navy officer understood that missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would make capturing this crew next to impossible. Carp and Zephyr raced through the air, their moonwalk technique so refined it seemed as effortless as walking on solid ground. Meanwhile, the wind god pterosaur, despite enduring excruciating pain, desperately flapped its wings, attempting to shake off the relentless pursuit of the two vice admirals. Blood rained down from the heights, glistening like jewels. Damn it, if this continues, we'll be caught. Aegis' eyes were filled with reluctance. However, the continuous battles had drained too much of his energy, compounded by the severe injuries he had sustained, rendering rapid flight impossible. He could only strive desperately to ascend, trying to create distance, leaving a trail of white clouds behind him as he soared to several thousand meters high. Yet Carp and Zephyr were no ordinary foes. They closely followed, accelerating their speed to an astonishing degree, their distance to the pterosaur dwindling rapidly. The intense aerial race is on the verge of revealing its victor. In mere moments, Carp and Zephyr find themselves beneath the wind god pterodactyl, a mere 100 meters apart. With a powerful stride, Carp leaps upwards, soaring over 100 meters to directly intercept Aegis. Aegis and Brand, there is no escape for you. His colossal iron fist, enveloped in layers of armament hockey, flickers as he charges towards Aegis's head. Is this where it ends? Aegis's solitary eye reflects a growing panic as the rapidly enlarging figure looms closer, leaving him with no means of evasion. The inevitable punch threatens to seal their fate. In a moment of despair, Brand, ensnared within the claws of the wind god pterodactyl, realizes the gravity of the situation. He understands Aegis, gravely injured, cannot withstand Carp's assault. With time slipping away, Brand's mind races, yet determination crystallizes in his gaze. It is now or never. His pallid complexion flushes with vitality, and his muscles swell as he forcefully pries open the pterodactyl's talons, his body propelled upward by inertia. As Carp's iron fist descends, Brand transforms midair into a fiery giant, his immense flaming palms pushing the wind god pterodactyl backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Brand, what are you doing? The pterodactyl struggles to stabilize, its golden eyes wide with disbelief. Brand, on the brink of exhaustion, is clearly risking his life with this transformation. Yet, as he plummets, he cannot afford to respond to Aegis. Instead, he unleashes flames from his back, allowing his gargantuan form to hover momentarily. Now is the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Brand grasps Carp firmly, adjusts his massive frame, and kicks the approaching Zephyr downwards, casting Carp from nearly 10,000 meters into the abyss below. Having accomplished this, Brand's fiery form hurtles downward rapidly. Aegis, run. The voice of the fiery giant reverberates through the skies, filled with resolve. Brand. The pterodactyl's solitary eye widens, pivoting to dive in an attempt to rescue Brand. Having grown up together, Aegis has always regarded Brand as a younger brother. Despite their previous fallout due to the devil fruit, that is now a distant memory. After reconciling, Aegis has fully embraced his brother once more. Go. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain. Your actions will only doom us all. Brand's thunderous shout pierces through the air as he urges Aegis to flee. The weight of those words strikes Aegis deeply, his heart torn between anguish and choice. Faced with such a dire scenario, even Rayleigh and the others can only sigh softly, unable to provide further counsel. The majestic wind god pterodactyl flaps its wings, circling in the air, tears glistening in its eyes before soaring away. This is for the best. Brand smiles, a look of contentment gracing his features. In a matter of seconds, his body plummets from nearly 10,000 meters, the ground mere hundreds of meters below. There, countless naval forces stand ready, prepared to capture this legendary pirate, while some powerful individuals ascend with moonwalks, pursuing the wind god pterodactyl. You shall not succeed. Observing the naval movements, Brand bears a sinister grin. To prevent Aegis from being pursued by the Navy once more, he must expend his final strength to buy Aegis precious time. At this moment, memories unfolded in Brand's mind like a series of vivid slides. He recalled the playful days of his childhood, when he trailed behind Augustus like a devoted shadow. He reminisced about his youthful ambitions. The grand vows exchanged with Augustus to become legendary pirates renowned across the world. He remembered the exhilaration he felt upon seeing Augustus return on that fateful day, and the thrill that coursed through him as he listened to Augustus recount his adventures. There was also that night, when an inexplicable impulse led him to steal the devil fruit, filled with a mix of trepidation and excitement. For many years, guilt has enveloped Brand, preventing him from daring to seek out August in person. It was not until that fateful day when August's call arrived that the two were finally able to dissolve their long-standing grievances. In an instant, everything flashed back like a fleeting glimpse, yet it felt as though a century had passed. Brother Augustus, let this moment serve as my atonement for the transgressions of my youth. With this thought, Brand closed his eyes slowly, emanating boundless light and heat from his colossal form. The dark red flames erupted like missiles. Run! Seeing this, the warring states shouted urgently, warning the navy to flee. However, it was already too late. A deafening roar reverberated across the heavens and the earth, rendering many sailors instantly deaf. Following this, an endless torrent of dark red flames surged forth, enveloping a radius of 10,000 meters. The flames swept and soared, engulfing the majority of the navy, with the searing heat vaporizing those of lesser strength. Those formidable individuals who danced like shadows were unable to evade in time, swallowed whole by the onrushing waves of heat. Above, the figure of the wind god Pterosaur had vanished. Chapter 86. Facing death with valor. An hour earlier, Feis emerged slowly from the ocean of flames. His eyes met with the stark contrast of two factions. One side was led by Augustus, standing alongside Zogomer. Behind them were Vasily and the swordsman Roll, while the other was flanked by Secretary Lista and the first mate swordsman. Opposite them stood Albert, leading the Rocks Pirates, his back guarded by the captains of several divisions, including the renowned Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Wang Ji. War is indeed a brutal affair. This unprecedented battle resembled a meat grinder, staining the entire gorge in crimson. By now, both sides have suffered grievous losses, with only a handful of high-ranking officers managing to survive, each bearing their own share of wounds. A rough estimate suggests that at least several thousand pirates perished in this conflict, including numerous grand fleets from both factions. Presently, the balance of victory has begun to tip in favor of the Rocks Pirates, as the Pirate Alliance is left with but a few stragglers. What no one anticipated was the arrival of the Navy at such a critical juncture. Albert, is there still a necessity to continue this fight? August looked on in astonishment, noting that despite the chaos, Albert's black suit remained pristine. It was nothing short of incredible. Cease? That would be simple enough, if the three great pirate lords could concede, relinquish their territories in the New World, and scurry off to a corner like mice. I could represent the Rocks Pirates and let you go. Albert's deep, magnetic voice resonated as he loosened his black tie, a smile gracing his handsome visage, exuding confidence. Cough, cough. Albert, that is impossible. Our pirate alliance has not been defeated. However, prolonging this will only benefit that pack of navy dogs. If you wish for us to perish together, then so be it. August erupted into a violent fit of coughs, evidently gravely injured, with deep sword wounds on his left arm bleeding profusely. At this stage, he no longer wished to entangle himself with the Rocks Pirates. He was acutely aware of the Navy's strength. Had the Pirate Alliance been at its zenith, they could have fought back. Yet now, after the fierce battle with the Rocks Pirates, countless pirates lay dead or wounded, leaving only a few clinging to life. Once the Navy arrived, the Pirate Alliance would be ensnared entirely. The Navy? Should we cower before the lapdogs of the world government? Our Captain Rocks aims to become the king of the world. Albert's tone dripped with disdain, as though he regarded the Navy with utter contempt. Just as August prepared to retort, he was halted by his companion, Zogomer. With a comically shorn tuft atop his explosive hair and a mouth missing several teeth, he urged, August, stop wasting breath on that guy. If we don't rescue Brand and the others, the Navy will haul them back to impel down. Indeed. We cannot linger any longer. Brand is waiting for my rescue. At the mere mention of Brand, concern flickered in August's eyes. He was deeply worried for his brother's safety. Resolute, August underwent a transformation, becoming a wind god dragon several hundred meters long. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon stirred up a tempest, enveloping Albert and his companions. The storm bore crystalline wind blades that darted through the throng, threatening to rend them asunder. Suddenly beset by such an attack, Albert's fury ignited, and he transformed into a colossal canine form, his white-furred head gaping wide as he unleashed a blast of frigid air. The clash of the icy breath and wind blades erupted into a deafening roar, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling tempest that blanketed the area in a blizzard. The biting cold, mingled with the storm, left the pirates shivering in its grasp. Albert's might was truly formidable, capable of altering the very weather itself. Despite having witnessed such spectacles numerous times, the senior members of the Rock's crew could not help but marvel at the awe-inspiring scene. However, as the chill and storm began to subside, the members of the Pirate Alliance had already leapt onto the back of the wind god dragon, with Jabba having mysteriously taken a seat in a corner. "Let us go, Augusk. Albert and the Golden Lion can both fly," Zogamur urged loudly. Although he too possessed the ability to fly, thanks to the mist fruit, his speed was akin to that of a tortoise, only serving to hinder their escape. This is also the reason behind his development of a smoke-powered pirate ship. "Silence!" Aegis shouted vehemently. He yearned to soar, yet the injuries to his wings were too severe, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky upon transformation. Each flap of his wings now elicited a piercing pain. "Kenshiro, pursue with me." Seeing the enemy attempting to flee, Albert propelled himself towards the wind god wyvern, his feet gliding upon the icy clouds. Kenshiro's eyes were filled with confusion. Why was Albert relentlessly chasing Aegis? The Navy was soon to arrive, and it would be prudent to retreat. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns, launching himself into the air to follow the wind god wyvern. "We're doomed. We're doomed." As the two closed in, Zagamo frantically grasped his wild hair, muttering incessantly. In this moment of peril, Vasily exchanged a glance with the swordsman of the Flying Dragon pirate crew before abruptly rising. "Higgs, what are you planning?" Zagamo felt an ominous premonition at the sight of the robust swordsman standing before him. "Captain Zagamo, thank you for your care over the years. Though at times you act like a fool, ha ha ha." The sturdy swordsman chuckled, then swiftly drew his long blade. With an agile leap from the back of the wyvern, he held the sword reverse grip, its blade cloaked in a dark hue of armament, and aimed it downward at Kenshiro. "Higgs." Zagamo's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to leap from the wyvern's back, only to be firmly restrained by his secretary. Vasily said nothing further, advancing to the edge of the wyvern's back, before suddenly turning to the robust swordsman. "Roll." "I never laid a hand on that woman. She declared her allegiance to the strong in my presence, claiming you were too weak, and then I snapped her throat." With those words, the swordsman's eyes widened in shock as Vasily transformed before him. In an instant, he morphed into a towering crane of over 10 meters, propelling himself straight down towards Albert. He then embraced Albert's canine form tightly, crashing down towards the ground. Aegis remained silent, furiously flapping his wings as he soared towards the distant canyon. At this moment, he narrowly brushed past the arriving rocks. Chapter 87, Betrayal. Rocks, panting heavily, descended with the imposing figure of Big Mom, akin to a small mountain. Captain Rocks and Captain Charlotte. Upon witnessing the dismal state of the two, the high-ranking officials could not suppress their gasps of astonishment, unable to fathom that the formidable Rocks could be in such a pitiable condition. This is an unprecedented occurrence since the establishment of the pirate crew. Rocks wore a grim expression as he cast a glance at those present, utterly disheartened by the fact that Aegis and Zogamur had managed to escape. This chilling statement rendered the high-ranking officials momentarily speechless. The formidable presence of Rocks was increasingly palpable. Even in his current wounded state, few dared to challenge his authority. Feis had long positioned himself behind Whitebeard, remaining silent at this juncture. The atmosphere grew tense, punctuated only by the occasional clash of steel, as the Golden Lion engaged in combat with Higgs. At that moment, a colossal three-headed canine emerged from a pile of ice, behind which lay Vasily, frozen solid. Albert gradually transformed into human form, adjusting his suit while inquiring, "Captain Rocks, the Navy has arrived. Should we not consider a retreat?" His eyes darted, surveying the myriad wounds adorning Rock's body and the faint, inky aura of Haki, as if contemplating something. The objective of this battle had been tenuously achieved. Perhaps it was time to depart. Rock's voice was somewhat feeble. Facing 3 opponents was no trivial task, as evidenced by the multitude of injuries he bore. Moreover, both Roger and Bondi Wald had fought valiantly before their demise, inflicting significant damage upon Rocks. Nonetheless, the spoils were indeed remarkable. Having nearly annihilated the 3 major pirate crews along with the formidable members of the Roger crew. Although losses were considerable, the gains far outweighed them. After this battle, the dominion of the Rocks pirates will remain unshakable. "As you command, Captain Rocks." Albert doffed his top hat and performed a gentlemanly bow, then transformed into a colossal 3-headed hound towering over 100 meters. The giant waves were entwined with gray hellish mist, resembling a demon emerging from myth, exuding an overwhelming aura. His 6 canine eyes gleamed with a ghostly light as he scanned the upper echelon of the Rocks crew. The White Wolf had spoke first. "Come forth, everyone. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji and Silver Axe stepped onto the hound's back, followed closely by the rest of the high-ranking members. Only Whitebeard and Feis remained motionless, watching from their place. "What is it, Newgate?" the black dog had inquired, gazing curiously at the two men before him. "No need to trouble Lord Albert. We'll manage just fine with Shiki," Whitebeard replied dismissively. He had never held a favorable view of Albert, and after their earlier conflict concerning Feis, he was reluctant to ally with him. Moreover, with Wang Ji and Silver Axe already on the wolf's back, any potential conflict could prove troublesome. "Indeed, as long as I am here," the Golden Lion declared, effortlessly plunging his blade through an opponent's heart before making his way toward them. Seeing this, Rock's expression darkened further. "Enough. That's enough. Shiki, you may return to the hive on your own," he commanded, lifting Big Mom and leaping toward Albert's back. "Now's the moment." Albert's wolf eye sparkled with cunning as he observed the approaching Rocks. He extended his massive claw, pinning Rocks firmly to the ground. Simultaneously, both the white and gray heads opened their mouths, unleashing beams of light, one white and one gray. Boom! The white icy energy intertwined with the gray hellish mist, emanating a chilling aura of death, instantly encasing Rocks and Big Mom in a frozen sculpture. Surrounding the icy figures was a dense shroud of gray hellish mist. "What are you doing, Albert?" The senior members of the Rocks pirates exclaimed in fury, utterly taken aback by Albert's audacity to strike against Rocks. Albert's canine gaze was filled with derision as he scoffed at their indignation. He then howled towards the heavens, as if issuing a command. "You scoundrel! How dare you betray the Rocks pirates?" John shouted, realizing at this moment that Albert had indeed turned traitor. He swiftly drew his twin blades, preparing to strike down the colossal wolf. "Betrayal? How utterly laughable!" The gray dog head retorted mockingly, channeling the swirling hellish mist into a cage that ensnared the crowd. "I never claimed to belong to the Rocks pirates." Before he could finish, a dozen men clad in various masks shot forth from the depths of the forest. The leader, donned in a blue tiger mask, approached the giant wolf and spoke in a grave tone. "Captain Albert, Vice Admiral Bolit sends his regards." Albert's black canine had shifted slightly, his eyes scanning the masked figures, instantly recognizing several familiar presences. Vice Admiral Bolit is indeed bold, dispatching 6 captains all at once. Indeed, Vice Admiral Bolit is poised to ascend to the position of CP0 Chief. With such a significant achievement, the Vice Admiral position should rightfully belong to you, Captain Albert. The tiger-masked man glanced at the frozen Rocks, then at the formidable beings on Albert's back, his eyes brimming with admiration. Though both were of the same rank as CP0 captains, Albert's credentials far surpassed his own, especially after successfully capturing Rocks. CP0? Vice Captain Albert? Bah. That scoundrel is actually an undercover agent for CP0. The senior members of the Rocks crew were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Albert was a pawn of the world government. At that moment, cracks began to form in the ice surrounding Rocks, who emerged with a murderous glare. "You wretch! How dare you deceive me?" Before he could finish, Rocks ascended into the sky, his fist enveloped in dark hockey, striking down upon Albert's gray head. Albert, struck as if by a thunderbolt, was sent hurtling away like a meteor, the hellish mist cage dissipating, allowing the members of the Rocks pirates to escape. After accomplishing this feat, Rocks landed heavily, panting, only to find himself encircled by 6 powerful figures. Sensing their formidable presence, comparable to Brand, Rocks realized he might be facing his end here. With this thought, he looked skyward and roared, "Flee! Save yourselves while you can!" Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar echoed from afar, and a scorching wave of heat rushed from the opposite shore, capturing everyone's attention. Amidst the flames, a black mass surged forth from the canyon's edge, atop which sat Feis, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. The comprehensive war that determined the course of the New World ultimately concluded due to the intervention of the world government. However, this is merely the beginning, as the profound repercussions are just beginning to surface. 3 days later, the world government released the latest edition of the newspaper, titled The Fall of Evil. This newspaper refers to the conflict between the Rocks pirates and the 3 formidable pirate overlords as a struggle for supremacy. It subsequently chronicles the entire sequence of events in detail, from the alliance the 3 pirate overlords sought to forge with the Roger pirates, to the interception led by Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, culminating in a fierce battle on Round Island. Following this, Rocks launched a surprise attack on Sonya Island, where the ominous ghostly pirate crew had taken refuge, ultimately resulting in the occupation of the capital, Roya, by the Rocks pirates. The Flying Dragon pirates then arrived at Round Island, engaging in a dramatic pursuit of the Golden Lion, which erupted into a violent confrontation at Nia Harbor, ending inconclusively. Later, tensions escalated between Rox and the Golden Lion. Ultimately, the alliance of the three pirate overlords, alongside the Roger pirates and the world destroyer Bondi Wald, faced off against the Rox pirates in a final showdown at the Sonya Gorge. It was only when the Navy arrived, at a considerable cost, that they managed to subdue both pirate factions, leaving only a handful of pirates to escape. The intricate details of this monumental event are thoroughly presented. At the conclusion of the article, a significant revelation is disclosed. This operation not only apprehended one of the three formidable titans, Flame Demon Brand, but also successfully captured the captain of the Rox pirates, Rox himself. At the conclusion of the newspaper article, a list of the escaped pirates was appended, along with an update on the final bounties. Among them, the name of Feis stood out prominently. Beside Feis's photograph, a few lines were noted. Kamala Feis, born in the Sky Island, age 15. She joined the Rox pirates 6 months ago as an apprentice in the 2nd Division, a user of the Paramecia type Burn Fruit. She possesses formidable strength. A bounty of 500 million berries is placed upon her, with no regard for life or death. Apart from concealing the existence of CP0 and omitting the details of Albert's betrayal, the narrative of the entire conflict was articulated with remarkable clarity. The publication of this newspaper has reverberated throughout the world like a cataclysmic earthquake. In a bar within the chaotic region of Hive Island, a group of pirates clutched the newspaper, their eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? That monster, Rox, has actually been captured. I journeyed from afar to participate in the Hive Festival, exclaimed one. Unbelievable. Not only Rox, the captain of the 3rd Division, Charlotte Linlin, and the captain of the 4th Division, John, along with a multitude of high-ranking members of the Rox pirates, have almost all been apprehended. And that fiery demon, Brand, reputed to be the mightiest among the three pirate titans, has also been captured. Is the Navy truly that formidable? If such prominent figures cannot withstand the Navy, what hope do we have as pirates? I might as well return home to tend to my pigs. Have you noticed that fellow named Feis? He has received a bounty of 500 million for the first time. He's already a great pirate. The news was so shocking that it was nearly impossible for them to accept. Similar scenes unfolded in every pirate gathering place along the Grand Line, as many ambitious youths, eager to set sail, began to waver. If even the legendary pirate sovereign, Rox, could be successfully apprehended by the Navy, what was the point of pursuing a life of piracy? It seemed more prudent to seek refuge in the embrace of the Navy. Consequently, numerous Navy branches experienced a surge in enlistment, with recruitment offices bustling with activity. However, there were also many youths who, upon seeing Feis's youthful visage, found their resolve to venture out to sea only strengthened. At just 15 years of age, he had already become a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Why should they not aspire to the same? Some even collected Feis's bounty notice, hanging it on their walls as a source of motivation. Perspectives varied among individuals. Of course, these sentiments were primarily those of lesser pirates. The truly formidable pirates, conversely, felt as though fortune had smiled upon them. The once overbearing Rox pirates had already weighed heavily upon them, and now the alliance of the three titans loomed. The options available to this group of pirates were stark: either join one of the alliances or struggle to survive in the crevices. In such circumstances, the prospect of a brighter future seemed utterly bleak. Yet, at this moment, a delightful surprise emerged. Rox was apprehended, leaving only a handful of formidable forces among the three great pirate overlords. The once overcast skies of the New World suddenly cleared. In an instant, dormant ambitions began to stir, as monstrous figures stirred to life, initiating chaos in the New World. Arson, slaughter, and plunder ensued, with bloody incidents occurring daily in the relentless struggle for territory. The vast ocean has entered its most tumultuous era, unbeknownst to the trio of Feis. On the day they fled from the Sonya Canyon, the Golden Lion soared towards the port of Nia. The harbor was densely populated with an array of pirate ships, as these marauders journeyed great distances to witness the impending battle that would determine the future trajectory of the New World. Regrettably, the overwhelming presence of the Navy deterred them from venturing to Sonya Canyon, leaving them to await the outcome of the conflict. Upon spotting Feis and his companions, they were filled with a mixture of joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from the appearance of the captain of the Rox pirates, suggesting that the battle's victor might soon be revealed. Their fear, however, was rooted in the notorious reputation of the Golden Lion, a ruthless pirate known for his mercilessness. Fortunately for the gathered pirates, they soon realized that the Golden Lion harbored no intentions of bloodshed. After commandeering a bystander-esque pirate vessel, he accelerated towards the direction of the Hive. His urgency was entirely motivated by Feis's conjectures. Rox and his high-ranking officers were nearing their limits, and it was highly likely they would meet their demise at the hands of the world government. Even a formidable figure like Rox could not withstand the onslaught of so many CP0 operatives. Thus, their fate awaited them, either capture or immediate execution. Feis speculated on the latter. For if Rox were to perish, the legendary battle at God Valley would never transpire. It was also conceivable that his mere existence as a butterfly flapping its wings might alter the course of history itself. These are merely postscript remarks. The immediate priority is to hasten back to Hive Island. The audacious pirates within the Hive, upon receiving news of Rox's capture or demise, are bound to descend into madness. Moreover, the formidable pirates who were once vanquished by the Rox pirates will undoubtedly return, launching an assault on Hive Island, for there still remain numerous members of the Rox crew. A pirate is a pirate. Seizing the opportunity, they will stop at nothing to exact vengeance. Especially given that the treasured spoils amassed over the years by the Rox crew lie within. Everyone is driven by profit, hence the urgency of the trio. Fearing for the safety of Rivy and the other wounded, should misfortune befall them on Hive Island. Chapter 89. Visitors to the Hive on a subsequent morning. Feis rose early aboard the pirate ship. After a brief resupply at Neaport, the Golden Lion commanded the ship to race towards the Hive. However, the remoteness of Sonya Island posed a significant challenge, with the journey to the Hive spanning at least 10 days. Thus, Feis had no choice but to continue his training aboard the vessel. Due to his recent breakthrough in hockey, his training methods had undergone some transformation. He sought to master this new form of attack swiftly, to avoid any clumsiness during combat. Grasping a steel block measuring approximately a foot in length and width, Feis unleashed a torrent of hockey from his other hand, obliterating the interior of the steel without allowing it to touch the surface. This marks the final phase of armed color hockey, internal destruction. It is also a characteristic of advanced armed color hockey, akin to the legendary martial arts technique of striking an enemy from afar. Just as Feis was preparing to practice once more, a seagull clutching a newspaper soared over the ship, subsequently dropping the latest edition. Pinchot Island lay in utter disarray. Since the news of Rox's capture spread, the area had been engulfed in flames that reached the heavens. Countless pirate ships docked at the harbor, and soon throngs of pirates surged towards the skeleton castle. The remaining formidable members of the Rox pirates had split into two factions, establishing a defensive line in the square before the castle. One faction was led by Jafana. Clad in a black leather coat, his demeanor cold and calculating. The glint of his sunglasses reflected a chilling light as he fixed his gaze on the unruly pirates before him. Behind him stood the closely cropped Rivy. In the face of such chaos, Rivy seemed transformed. He exhibited none of his usual panic. Though fear still flickered in his eyes, it was overshadowed by unwavering resolve. The purple toxin emanating from him swirled ominously, ready for battle. Behind the duo stood over 100 individuals. Some were comrades from Round Plate Island, while others were remaining members of the 1st and 2nd Divisions. The other faction was surprisingly led by Kaido, who bore the 8 precepts with an aura of ferocity that warned intruders to stay away. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as they focused on the approaching pirates. Behind him stood the Rhinoceros Man, Shaman. Together, they led the remaining personnel of the 3rd Division into confrontation. However, the 3rd Division was clearly diminished, as many had chosen to flee upon hearing of Big Mom's capture. Jafana, with both Rox and Big Mom captured by the Navy, what purpose does your resistance serve? Taunted a pirate wearing a red sweatband, his matted black dreadlocks framing a face filled with greed. If you let us pass, we can share the treasures of the Rox pirates later. What say you? Jafana's notorious reputation was known far and wide. No pirate would dare underestimate the vice-captain of the 2nd Division, especially with the formidable Kaido at his side. Most pirates sought only treasure, and to engage in battle risking their lives would be a grave miscalculation. Jafana remained silent, dismissing the group entirely, yet a profound sense of impending danger surged within him. This group of pirates merely seeks to seize a share amid the chaos. They hardly pose any real threat. The true troublemakers have yet to arrive. As news of Rox's capture spreads, an increasing number of formidable individuals will converge upon Hive Island. The terrifyingly powerful adversaries who were vanquished by Rox will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to dismantle the Rox pirates' influence and reclaim the territories they occupy. Only then will the real battle commence. One cannot help but wonder when Captain Whitebeard will return. Jafana sighed deeply. He had contemplated fleeing. Yet a man must sometimes uphold certain principles. As long as the Rox pirates remain unbroken, he will safeguard the pirate flag that hangs over Skull Castle. He could not abandon the honor of his crew and escape like a frightened dog. Such an act would render him unable to hold his head high for the rest of his days. Hey, you there. Lord Castellan is speaking to you. The dreadlocked man interjected, his demeanor now radiating an audacious bravado as he waved his hand flamboyantly. He harbored his own concerns if this continued. His subordinates might believe he feared Jafana. With this thought in mind, he threatened directly, since he refused to share the spoils with me. I shall have to eliminate you first. With that declaration, the dreadlocked man tossed his head, displaying what he believed to be an impressively fierce expression. Wow, Lord Castellan is truly courageous. He dares to challenge a high-ranking member of the Rock's crew. Of course, Lord Castellan has a bounty exceeding 200 million. He ranks among the most notorious in the New World. However, following the latest bounty announcement, it seems Jafana's reward has surged to 450 million. What use is a high bounty when Lord Castellan possesses the courage fruit? He is exceedingly brave. Hearing his subordinate's flattery, a surge of inexplicable confidence welled up within Castellan, prompting him to puff out his chest. With rocks fallen, Castellan would rise. He aspired to become the second ruler of the New World after rocks. Before him, Jafana stood as the first obstacle to clear on his path to dominance. With this thought, excitement flickered in Castellan's eyes as he charged at Jafana. His fingers enveloped in a dark, armament-colored aura. I will slay you. Before he could finish, Castellan suddenly halted, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. He reached toward his throat, but his hand fell limply. His neck had been pierced by a purple bat-handled umbrella. Thud. The cold body collapsed to the ground. Lifeless and unblinking. How could Lord Castellan be dead? Who did this? Why didn't I see it coming? That bat-like umbrella belongs to the legendary. A chorus of gasps erupted, and the identity of Castellan's killer became apparent. In an instant, a tall figure materialized before Jafana. The man had white hair braided into two plaits cascading over his shoulders, donned a crimson shirt and blood-red trousers, wore black shoes with gold trim, and draped a wide blood-red cloak adorned with a checkered pattern. A blue rose rested at his neck. Jafana stared incredulously at the slender figure before him, unable to comprehend. Who are you? Before he could finish, the man broke into a knowing smile, seemingly able to read Jafana's thoughts. Indeed, I am Berolric Rathfield, here to borrow from the library at Hive. In return, I bring you good news. That fellow Rox has escaped. Chapter 90, The Levi Plan. Days later. At the harbor before Hive Island, a pirate ship descended from the sky. Three figures emerged. It was Feis and his companions. As they gazed upon the once thriving Hive, now in ruins, they beheld remnants of walls and charred earth, the lively atmosphere long extinguished. Many pirates, once rampant, had fled upon hearing of Rox's escape. Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains is preyed upon by dogs. Seeing the devastated Hive Island, Feis was filled with profound emotions. Days prior, Whitebeard had contacted Jafana. Upon learning that the crisis had passed, they felt a sense of relief as they traversed the chaotic remnants, occasionally spotting some pirates who had not yet fled. Is that the Golden Lion and Whitebeard returning? So soon? I'm glad I didn't participate in the assault on Skull Castle, otherwise we could not have handled either Rox, the Golden Lion, or Whitebeard. Indeed, who knows what those fools were thinking, daring to provoke the Rox pirates. They are likely doomed. Is that young man Feis, the recent sensation? The terrifying newcomer whose first bounty exceeds 500 million? Whispers circulated among the scattered pirates, providing Feis with a clearer understanding of the situation. Not every pirate was foolishly eager to seize the Rox pirates' treasures. Most were rational, recognizing that not all of the Rox crew had been captured. One must live to spend their riches. In the balance of treasure and life, the vast majority would choose the latter. An hour later, the trio traversed the chaotic area before Hive and arrived at the vast square in front of Skull Castle. As Feis beheld the familiar structure and square, he felt a wave of nostalgia. It was here that they, the newcomers, had been taken by Albert before heading to the battlefield. Now, many had perished or been injured, and even Vice Captain Albert had betrayed them. To call it betrayal was perhaps inaccurate, for he had always been a member of the world government, merely returning to his organization. Blood still stained the square, exuding an air of solemnity, as some lower-ranking members of the Rox crew began to clean the area. It is the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, and Lord Feis. Upon seeing the newcomers, the pirates' previously dim eyes brightened, as if they had found a pillar of support. The Golden Lion scanned the crowd, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his gaze before he inquired, "Has Rox not returned?" Reporting to the Golden Lion, Lord Rox has yet to return. A lean pirate stepped forward, a member of the First Division left behind. The Golden Lion nodded, saying nothing further, as the three made their way toward the towering Skull Castle. Is that Feis, the super newcomer with a bounty of 500 million at such a young age? This has never happened before. He is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. Watching the silhouettes of the three figures depart, The assembled pirates murmured among themselves. For these low-ranking members, the greater the number of formidable individuals within the pirate crew, the better. Should a top-tier powerhouse take residence in the hive, the pirates would not dare to act so recklessly. Before the Skull Castle, the trio parted ways. Feis made his way directly to the 2nd Division's quarters. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Golden Lion had numerous matters to attend to. Although Feis could have remained as an observer, such a course of action did not align with his character. He strode through the Skull Castle and arrived at the vast training ground, which, once bustling with activity, now lay desolate, with only a handful of pirates engaged in sparring. Following the recent battle, the Rocks pirates had suffered tremendous losses, with 80% of their core strength diminished, though they ultimately triumphed over the Pirate Alliance. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Yet, for the Rocks pirates, this was merely the darkness before dawn. When Rocks returns to the hive, as the inaugural sovereign of the New World, countless powerful pirates will flock to him, eager to join the Rocks pirates. At that time, the influence and might of the Rocks pirates will ascend to unprecedented heights. These events were entirely foreseeable, yet held no significance for Feis. He meandered left and right, swiftly returning to his dormitory. The familiar 6-story building came into view, evoking a peculiar sense of disorientation within him. Though merely a month or two had elapsed since his last outing, he had experienced more in that brief span than in the entirety of his previous life. Feis. Haha. You're finally back. A familiar voice echoed from above, and without needing to look, Feis recognized it as Levi S. Levi leapt from the 3rd floor and rushed towards Feis, eager to envelop him in a bear hug. Feis, however, swiftly planted a foot firmly against Levi's face, halting his advance. Despite this, Levi remained exuberant, determined to embrace his friend. The scene escalated into a standoff. Get away. I'm not fond of men. With no other recourse, Feis forcefully kicked Levi, sending him crashing into the wall before him. With merely a layer of strength, Feis executed the kick. Otherwise, given his current prowess, such a blow would have surely left Levi either dead or gravely injured. Moments later, Levi transformed into a wisp of purple poison, wafting out from within the wall. Alas, how ruthless you are, Feis. This time, Levi did not leap forward again, merely retreating to a corner with a face full of melancholy, his gaze sending shivers down Feis's spine. It was time to consider having Levi neutered. A sudden thought surged in Feis's mind as he cast a glance at Levi, seemingly contemplating how to put this plan into action. Hey, Feis. What is with that look in your eyes? Why do I sense an overwhelming malice? At this point, Levi fixed a wary stare upon Feis, inexplicably feeling a chill beneath him. He continued, Don't think that just because you become a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, you can do as you please with me. What on earth occupies your mind all day? Feis's expression darkened instantly. Everything that escaped this fellow's lips seemed to twist in meaning. But don't you have a bounty as well? The infamous pirate Levi, ha ha ha. The memory of the latest bounty issued by the world government brought an involuntary chuckle from Feis. He distinctly recalled its description, coward. Levi. User of the natural poison gas fruit. Character, timid, fearful of battle, once fled during a confrontation with Jabba. Bounty, 500 berries. Levi's temples throbbed, though he dared not voice his anger. Thus, Feis returned to Hive Island. Life continued in unremarkable fashion, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, upon hearing of Feis's return, Tina arrived with several survivors from the nearby islands. After a round of pleasantries, Feis resumed his daily routine. On that morning, after finishing his breakfast, Feis prepared to engage in his daily training when he noticed Jafana hurriedly approaching, calling out loudly as she ran. Feis. Captain Rocks has returned. A high-level meeting is to be convened, and your presence is absolutely required. Chapter 91. The variability of human physiques within the confines of the skeleton castle. On the 5th floor, Feis followed Jafana through the corridor, casting curious glances at his surroundings. The 1st to 3rd floors of the skeleton castle were accessible to all members of the pirate crew. However, the library on the 3rd floor was seldom frequented, as few pirates expressed an interest in its offerings. From the 4th floor onward, the space was designated for the high-ranking members of the Rocks crew, a domain from which Feis, given his former status, was previously barred. The 4th floor served as the administrative level for various divisions, while the 5th floor housed but a single conference room. The decor here starkly contrasts with the 3 lower levels, entirely filled with an enigmatic black stone that exudes a palpable sense of texture. The height exceeds several meters, imparting an air of solemnity. At the end of this corridor lies the conference room on the upper floor. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase behind. Familiar figures indeed. As Feis turned, he beheld the silhouettes of Kaido and Shaman, Kaido strode ahead, bearing the ominous Hashasuk, with Shaman closely following. Jafana also noticed their approach. Positioning himself in front of Feis and quietly cautioning him not to act impulsively, Kaido had recently grown significantly stronger. During the upheaval on Hive Island, Kaido had intervened multiple times, displaying a ferocity that left Jafana feeling utterly outmatched. Although he knew Feis was no weakling, he still feared that Feis might not prevail against Kaido. After all, how could a human contend with a monster? Everything is fine. Feis took a step forward, observing Kaido and Shaman with keen interest. In an instant, their gazes locked. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. Upon seeing Feis, Kaido's eyes filled with bloodlust, ready to obliterate Feis' skull. He stomped on the hard floor, transforming into a shadow that charged directly at Feis. "Boss, no?" Shaman exclaimed in alarm from behind. He was aware of the young man's prowess, and Kaido's reckless advance could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Kaido was undeterred, blinded by rage. The pain from the broken horn on his forehead still lingering. Although Shaman had mentioned that Feis had grown stronger of late, Kaido was convinced that, following his grueling training after his previous defeat, he had surpassed Feis. This time, he intended to crush him beneath his feet. "Brat, I want you dead." He bellowed with a low growl, his form darting forward, closing in on Feis. With a whoosh, Kaido swung the dark Hashasuk, summoning a gust of wind as it descended towards Feis' head. "Too slow," Feis murmured, watching the massive spiked club approach. He swiftly sidestepped and glided toward Kaido, evading the ferocious strike, and leaped until he reached Kaido's head. Before Kaido could react, Feis' knee, imbued with armament haki, crashed against his chin. Boom! Smoke billowed as the sound of the rooftop tiles shattering echoed. Kaido became lodged halfway in the stone, rendered unconscious. "Even if I give you time to catch up after falling to me, you shall only watch my retreat in despair." Feis descended gracefully, brushing off the dust from his casual attire, and addressed the astonished Jafana, "Vice Captain, let us depart." He regarded his former adversary with indifference. Currently, aside from Jabba and Whitebeard, none were aware that Feis possessed the flowing cherry haki. This is indeed his greatest trump card. After a considerable pause, Jafana finally regained her composure. Gazing at the young man before her with a hint of trepidation, "That lad has unexpectedly grown stronger. Just now, even he was caught off guard by that strike. Could it be that another formidable opponent has emerged, one capable of matching me?" And that remark just now was truly impressive. With this thought, Jafana shook his head and hurried after the figure ahead. The creaking of a door echoed in the distance. At the end of the corridor, a tall figure swiftly emerged from the conference room. It was Big Mom. She approached Feis with a murderous glint in her eyes. "Deputy Captain, has this fellow also managed to escape?" Feis inquired of Jafana, still unaware of the full situation, believing only Captain Rox had successfully fled. Indeed, not only Captain Rox and Captain Charlotte, but Captain John has also managed to break free, Jafana explained, adding, "However, the other higher-ups have not been so fortunate. I hear they are already imprisoned in the Great Prison, including that fellow Brand." Just as Feis listened intently, Big Mom took a step forward, her immense form charging toward them. "You dare to lay hands on Kaido again, you brat. Prometheus!" she shouted, flames like the sun enveloping her fist as she launched an attack at Feis. The blaze illuminated the youthful face of the boy, casting it in a fiery glow. "What a lunatic!" Feis muttered, his palm suffused with haki and blue flames, ready to retaliate. In this critical moment, Whitebeard, wielding his Naginata, arrived like a mountain, standing protectively in front of Feis. His fist, imbued with tremendous shockwave power, met Big Mom's fiery assault head-on. A thunderous crash resonated throughout the skeleton castle, as searing flames swept through the hallway, the walls cracking ominously, on the verge of collapse. With a single strike, the entire castle trembled precariously. Just then, dark energy surged from the conference room, enveloping the flames and shockwaves, dissipating both forces into nothingness. Humph! Rock's cold snort echoed throughout the 5th level. Big Mom cast a sinister glance at Whitebeard and Feis before turning to re-enter the conference room. That maniac! Whitebeard's anger flared. Had it not been for Rox intervening today, he would have shown Big Mom a thing or two. "Come, Feis and Jafana," he declared, striding directly into the conference room, with Feis and Jafana following in his wake. The conference room was modest in size, enveloped in darkness, with dozens of redwood tables and chairs meticulously arranged. Rox sat on the platform, his demeanor unchanged. Below, seated were the Golden Lion, an elderly woman, and several captains of the foreign fleet, including John. As Feis entered, Their gazes shifted, revealing a blend of kindness, curiosity, and malice. Feis greeted them with composure, casually selecting a seat and patiently awaiting the commencement of the meeting. After a brief moment, the battered Kaido and Shamoon entered. Kaido fixed his glare upon Feis, yet restrained himself due to Rock's formidable presence. With everyone present, Rox began to speak, revealing first that Wang Ji and Silver Axe had betrayed them. Chapter 92, Promotion and Salary Increase. They had allied with Albert and joined the world government. Rox conveyed this news with a calm demeanor, though it was evident to all that beneath this tranquility lay a tempest of fury. The palpable aura of menace caused the weaker Shamoon to struggle for breath. Upon hearing this revelation, disbelief spread across the faces of those present. Silver Axe and Wang Ji truly are worthless. The Golden Lion chuckled softly. He had never been on good terms with Wang Ji and Silver Axe, and this news brought him a sense of joy. It meant he could now openly pursue their demise. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Feis, his golden brows twitching slightly, seemingly signaling something. However, Feis was too preoccupied to notice, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. His initial reaction was one of alarm. Previously, under Rock's pressure, Silver Axe and Wang Ji had refrained from acting recklessly. Now, having severed their ties with Rock's pirate crew, the Sky Island was in jeopardy. Given Wang Ji's obsession with gold, it was inevitable that he would covet the treasures of the Sky Island, especially with the vengeful Silver Axe at his side. If things went awry, the Sky Island could face catastrophe. Feis furrowed his brow, contemplating potential solutions. Henceforth, Albert, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe would become the primary targets for annihilation by Rock's pirate crew. Rox asserted decisively that he would show no mercy to traitors. This time, Albert's rebellion nearly led to the instantaneous downfall of the Rock's pirates. Had it not been for his formidable strength and his successful escape from the escort ship alongside Big Mom and others, they would now find themselves imprisoned within the confines of Impelled Down. Furthermore, there are several matters to address in this high-level meeting. Due to the ramifications of this recent conflict, the Rock's pirates have suffered significant losses. Not only is there a severe shortage of high-ranking combatants, but the core strength has also been gravely diminished. Thus, it is imperative to appoint several new senior officers. In the recent Battle of Sanya Valley, although the Rock's pirates successfully vanquished the Pirate Alliance, they suffered immeasurable losses in their combat strength. Coupled with Albert's ultimate betrayal, the already dwindling high-ranking members were further dispatched to Impelled Down. The treachery of Wang Ji and Silver Axe has left the Rock's pirates in a precarious position, severely impacting the operational capacity of the crew. While several top-tier fighters remain, a dominant pirate crew should resemble a pyramid, with a seamless progression of strength without gaps. Contemplating this, Rock slowly shifted his gaze towards those present, ultimately fixing his eyes on Feis. Feis, what is it, Captain Rox? Confronted by Rock's intensely aggressive stare, Feis gradually lifted his head to meet his gaze, devoid of any fear. From this day forth, you shall be the new captain of the 5th Division. At this proclamation, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Feis appeared somewhat astonished, although he anticipated a potential appointment upon his arrival. He believed that his role as a vice-captain was the pinnacle of his current standing, having joined the Rock's pirates less than 6 months ago. To his surprise, he was directly appointed as a division captain. However, this position would facilitate the execution of many plans. Without acknowledging the astonished expressions of those around him, Rox continued to address Kaido. Kaido, henceforth, you shall be the captain of the 6th Division. The captain of the 6th Division, Rox, intended to assign the position to Jafana, as his merits and combat prowess surpassed those of Kaido. However, when he inquired, Jafana expressed a desire to remain under the Whitebeard's banner. Consequently, the responsibility fell to Kaido. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Captain Rox. Upon hearing this, Kaido broke into a boisterous grin and willingly accepted the role. He did not place much significance on the title of division captain. Rather, he felt a sense of rivalry since Feis had already ascended to the position of 5th Division captain, and he was unwilling to lag behind. With this thought, Kaido cast a challenging glance at Feis, only to find himself in an awkward position. Now, regarding the appointment of the division captain, does anyone have any objections? Rox asked symbolically, his gaze sweeping across those present. This high-level meeting, at its core, is merely a platform for his unilateral decisions, where typically no one would dare to voice dissent. I have an opinion. A woman's voice resonated, drawing the attention of the assembly towards the imposing figure of Big Mom. She abruptly rose, her slender arm pointing at Feis, exclaiming, Captain Rocks, I believe this boy lacks the capacity to serve as captain. Allow me to test him. With this declaration, Big Mom's gaze bore down on Feis, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Captain Charlotte, your doubts are unfounded. Feis responded with unwavering composure. His gaze fixed upon the towering Big Mom, who stood over 8 meters tall. Intrigued, he continued, if I am insufficient in strength, then surely Kaido would be even more challenged. With this remark, the pressure shifted towards Kaido. Ha ha ha. Since Captain Charlotte wishes to assess Feis' strength, shall I not also evaluate Kaido? Whitebeard rose with a grin, his eyes locked on Big Mom. Indeed, in that case, after Newgate's assessment concludes, I too shall test the prowess of this young Kaido. The Golden Lion also stood, joining Whitebeard in focusing intently on Big Mom. Should she dare to strike? His formidable abilities were not to be underestimated. Let us proceed with individual trials, set for the evening 3 days hence, at the training grounds. Rocks observed this spectacle with keen interest, seemingly unperturbed, and adding, regardless of the outcome, both Feis and Kaido will be recognized as the new captains. His resolute words conveyed the authority befitting a captain. Each new appointment at the upper echelons inevitably incited skepticism and challenges among the pirates below. As the Rocks pirates never forbade members from engaging in combat, Rocks had his own considerations, with the crew in a state of rejuvenation. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase the formidable strength of the Rocks pirates to the outside world, thereby intimidating any would-be adversaries. Having settled this matter, Rocks briefly introduced several vice-captain appointments, including Shaman, who was designated as the vice-captain of the 6th Division. There was one last matter to address. As the year drew to a close, the annual Hive Festival was to be held in January. Traditionally, that event had been overseen by the likes of Albert. After a moment of contemplation, Rocks scanned the crowd and declared, let Feis preside over next year's Hive Festival. The recruitment numbers will increase from 10 to 100. If there are no further matters, the meeting is adjourned. With that, Rocks clasped his hands behind his back, preparing to depart. Captain Rocks, I have something to say. Feis and Big Mom's voices rang out simultaneously. Chapter 93. The test approaches. Rocks turned, intrigued by the synchronous voices of the two. Charlotte Linlin, you may go first. Captain Rocks, that boy Feis and Kaido are both newly appointed captains. Why should he alone preside over the Hive Festival? Big Mom understood that controlling the Hive Festival would grant her the first opportunity to select talent, an opportunity that must be seized for Kaido. With the news of Silver Axe and Wang Ji's betrayal spreading, the original 5th and 6th divisions would inevitably undergo a cleansing, leaving only a cadre of lower-tier personnel. Now that a recruitment opportunity was at hand, if Kaido failed to seize it, he would find himself overshadowed by Feis' burgeoning influence once it solidified. Realizing this, Big Mom continued, Kaido should also co-host the Hive Festival. True, Rocks acknowledged with a nod, seemingly in agreement, and added, then let Kaido assist Feis in conducting the Hive Festival. But Big Mom attempted to interject, only to be sharply interrupted by Rocks. His piercing gaze silenced her, rendering her speechless, as the atmosphere shifted palpably in favor of Feis. Many present were perplexed as to why the typically domineering Rocks would show favoritism towards a newcomer. Very well, Feis, what is it you wish to say? Rocks' attention shifted to Feis, inquiring further. Captain Rocks, I can pursue Wang Ji and Silver Axe, Feis stated, his eyes fixed on Rocks, keen to gauge his reaction. Speak freely, what are your requests? Perceiving Feis' intent, Rocks' tone held a hint of curiosity. The audacity of this young imp to present terms is remarkable. However, possessing such formidable strength at such a tender age is not without its merits. In the world of pirates, sheer force is the undeniable truth. The vastness of this grand line renders a haphazard search for the two of them unfeasible. Thus, I seek to utilize the intelligence network of the pirate crew. Feis spoke slowly, finally articulating his intent. The might of the Rocks crew's intelligence system is unquestionable, as demonstrated vividly during the battle at Round Island. Yet, this system has always been under the control of Rocks himself, with even Albert unable to gain the necessary clearance. If I could acquire some degree of authority, I could monitor the vicinity of Gaia Island at will, and should the likes of Wang Ji appear, I could strike with immediacy. Is that so? The expression on Rock's face remained inscrutable, devoid of joy or sorrow, leaving no hint of emotion. Yet, those familiar with him understood that this fearsome individual was indeed provoked. I implore Captain Rocks to grant my request. Feis was aware that the other party was likely cognizant of his thoughts, So he chose to speak plainly. You are not capable. You are the captain of the combat team. In a few days, arrange for a trustworthy individual to come, and I shall bestow upon him partial authority. Rox fixed his gaze intently upon Feis, and for reasons unknown, ultimately acquiesced. There is one more matter. When your strength surpasses that of Whitebeard, then you may approach me regarding the events of years past. Otherwise, your current self is merely courting death. With that, Rox transformed into a shadow, gradually dissipating into the air. Does this fellow truly possess the ability to read minds? Feis' mind was engulfed in turmoil. This was the final question lingering in his thoughts, yet before he could voice it, Rox had already provided the answer. This individual is indeed a terrifying creature. Not only does his armament hockey surpass advanced levels, but his observation hockey is likely not far behind. How did such a fellow meet his demise in the Valley of the Gods? Did he perish from exhaustion in a grueling battle? A myriad of questions swirled in Feis' mind. After this year, it would be the year 1482 of the Sea Circle calendar, leaving merely 2 years until the great conflict in the Valley of the Gods. Contemplating this, Feis' resolve to grow stronger intensified. Even that scoundrel Rox had fallen in the valley, and if he were not careful, he too could meet a similar fate. As for Rox's mention of appointing someone, Feis already had a candidate in mind. Feis, my boy. The voice of Whitebeard interrupted his thoughts. What is it, Uncle Whitebeard? He glanced around and noticed that most people had departed, leaving only himself and Whitebeard. Do you have confidence in confronting Charlotte Linlin? Whitebeard's expression turned grave, as he held a particular concern for his only nephew. That madwoman's soul fruit is not to be trifled with. Any hint of fear, and she could siphon away your lifespan. It should not pose too much of a problem, as long as that woman does not employ Conqueror's hockey. Feis scratched his head, speaking uncertainly. During the previous clash between Whitebeard and Big Mom, she had not utilized her Conqueror's hockey. Yet, Feis remained oblivious to any hidden trump cards she might possess. Relying solely on Prometheus and Zeus could lead to an unpredictable outcome, as fire and lightning were mere fodder for him. Realizing this, Feis acknowledged that he was indeed capable of contending with Big Mom. However, she was formidable in hand-to-hand combat, reputed as the Iron Balloon, and her giant clan's combat techniques were notably fierce. It's a 50-50 chance, Feis concluded. Ultimately, only through combat would the truth reveal itself. The outcome was not of paramount importance. Victories alone could be deemed valorous, while resilience amidst adversity spoke of true courage. Feis had never feared defeat. Whitebeard gazed solemnly at the young man before him, and finally sighed softly. You shall train with me for the next few days, and strive earnestly to master Conqueror's hockey. As time flew by, 3 days swiftly passed. Upon learning of Rox's return, Hive Island gradually regained its former splendor. All pirates were aware that this sea had welcomed its inaugural sovereign. Countless powerful pirates flocked to join the Rox pirate crew, eager to ride this colossal ship of the era to fame and fortune. The number of pirates on the island swelled as they awaited the recruitment in January of the following year. Many even began to self-nominate, sparing no effort to seize any opportunity to join Rox's crew. However, none of this pertained to Feis, as he immersed himself in an arduous training regimen. Countless pirates sought to curry favor with the youngest captain of the Rox crew, only to discover that they could barely catch a glimpse of him. On that early morning, Feis, with a dazed expression, slowly emerged from the clandestine training grounds of the 2nd Division and, upon reaching his dormitory, promptly succumbed to a deep slumber. In recent days, the grueling training has utterly drained his spirit. Currently, the 5th Division is left with only Feis, a solitary commander, who holds no regard for any of Silver Axe's former subordinates. Thus, he has taken residence within the 2nd Division, facilitating his training alongside Whitebeard. As dusk falls, after indulging in a lavish feast, Feis makes his way to the training grounds behind the skeleton castle. There, a cacophony of voices fills the air, heralding an imminent epic confrontation. Chapter 94. Kaido's reluctance. How could there be so many people? Feis scratches his head in astonishment at the tightly packed training grounds, surrounded by layers of spectators. Unbeknownst to him, the announcement of the new captains has stirred a tremendous response. There is simply no denying it. These 2 new captains are remarkably youthful, one merely 16 years old and the other a mere 15. Since the establishment of the Rox Pirates, such an event has never transpired, capturing the attention of countless pirates. Amidst the escalating fervor surrounding this topic, another significant announcement emerged. In 3 days, A strength test for the newly appointed captain will take place at the training grounds. The combatants will be none other than Kaido and Whitebeard, alongside Feis and Charlotte Limlin. Initially, a third match was anticipated, pitting the Golden Lion against Kaido. However, Rocks deemed it prudent to forego this confrontation, considering that if Kaido and Whitebeard emerged from their clash with half their lives intact, it would be a fortunate outcome. Thus, only 2 battles were ultimately arranged. The clash between the old and new captains has provided a long-awaited outlet for the pirates, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment. They flocked to the training ground, eager to witness the prowess of the newly appointed captain. Naturally, some among them harbored ulterior motives, seeking to gauge the strength of these 2 figures in hopes of potentially usurping their positions. Additionally, numerous pirates aspiring to join the Rocks crew gathered to catch a glimpse of the captains in action. For a multitude of reasons, the training ground became a bustling arena, teeming with over 10,000 spectators, culminating in a fervent atmosphere. However, Feis was not particularly fond of such grand spectacles. He lowered the blue sun hat atop his head, his bright eyes reflecting a sense of resignation, before gradually making his way through the crowd. Approaching the brink of 16, Feis towered over 2.5 meters, his black coat accentuating his tall and slender frame, his well-toned muscles, a testament to years of training, causing his gray shirt to stretch slightly. Amidst the throng of pirates, he stood out like a crane among chickens. "Excuse me." After gently pushing aside 2 pirates, Feis finally reached the front row. The training ground is vast, surrounded by pirates. Yet it boasts an expansive central area, marked by a circle approximately 10 miles in diameter. Everyone understands a fundamental truth: they are mere spectators, and any misfire could prove disastrous. At the center of this circle, Whitebeard and Kaido stand facing each other, poised for battle. 2 contests are scheduled. These 2 warriors are set to engage in the first, while the second will feature Feis and Big Mom. The atmosphere is electric, with fervent cheers for Whitebeard and Kaido echoing throughout, as supporters rally for both sides. Even the high-ranking members of Rocks observe from a corner, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. This is, after all, a contest infused with a performative essence, where the outcome has long been predetermined, allowing everyone to revel in the experience. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated from behind Feis. "Excuse me, could you please step aside? You're too tall, and I can't see the competition ahead." He turned his head to discover a young woman with raven hair and dark eyes, clad in a top adorned with a spider motif. The woman stood over 6 feet tall, exuding a slender and statuesque elegance. A cigarette dangled from her lips, imparting an air of wisdom. "Ah, splendid." As Feis gazed at her familiar attire, memories began to surface, prompting him to take a half-step aside, allowing the raven-haired woman to join the front row. "Haha, what a kind-hearted gentleman. Are you here to witness the battle of the white-bearded one as well? My name is Xiachi. It's a pleasure to meet you." The dark-haired woman laughed heartily before revealing her identity. "Xiachi, greetings, I am Feis." He repeated her name softly a few times, finally recalling where he had encountered it before. Isn't she the proprietor of the bar run by Shaki in the original work? Moreover, she is the enigmatic woman whom Rayleigh speaks of in ambiguous terms. As for her current position, she is likely the chief financial officer of the Rocks Pirates. Feis, the newly appointed captain of the squad. Feis, truly an impressive figure. Shaki feigned astonishment, yet her gaze remained tranquil. For one of her experience, a squad captain is hardly remarkable. It is merely a title of little significance. Feis spoke in a tone as calm as still water, seemingly indifferent to the attitudes of others, before directing his attention towards the 2 combatants poised to engage, stating, "The match is about to commence." In the heart of the battlefield, Whitebeard and Kaido stood mere meters apart, an invisible tension surging between them. Kaido's eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion. Before him stood Whitebeard, a figure who could be considered a half-guide. Yet, their dreams were fundamentally at odds. To Kaido, overthrowing the celestial dragons was his lifelong ambition, while Whitebeard ventured forth solely in search of true family. The stark divergence in their ideologies ultimately led to their discord. In this moment of reflection, Kaido found himself unexpectedly envious of Feis. This scoundrel, not only possessing power surpassing his own, but also receiving the endorsement of the formidable Whitebeard before him, has monopolized all the good fortune. Why, despite his relentless efforts, must he remain beneath others? Why, apart from Big Mom, does everyone align themselves with Feis? Why do figures like Rocks, the Golden Lion, and the present Whitebeard all endorse that wretch? With this thought, a fierce light ignited in Kaido's eyes, and a singular notion consumed his mind. He must prove to the world that he is not inferior to Feis. Captain Newgate, I shall make the entire world comprehend what true dreams ought to resemble. Kaido bellowed, his voice a tempest of fury, bloodshot eyes ablaze. As the black brilliance of his Hachisai Ketsu emanated a captivating aura. With a surge of acceleration, he charged ferociously towards Whitebeard. Observing Kaido's advancing figure, Whitebeard's expression morphed into a complex tableau, his thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, he swung that Sonyun cut, delivering a cleaving blow toward the approaching Kaido. The clash of Hachisai Ketsu against Sonyun cut resonated through the air, unleashing an invisible shockwave that swept in all directions, causing the ground to plummet several meters in an instant. The tempestuous winds surged through, rendering the surrounding pirates unable to open their eyes. How formidable! Is this the prowess of our captain? Captain Kaido, merely 16 years of age, possesses such extraordinary strength. I have made my decision. I shall join the 6th Division. A chorus of astonished exclamations arose among the pirates, as Kaido's formidable display of power drew many eager souls wishing to enlist in the 6th Division. Yet, the discerning observers were well aware that Whitebeard had not revealed much of his true strength. Among the crowd, Feis pressed his hat down to prevent it from being whisked away by the gale, reflecting inwardly. This is no mere concession. It is akin to unleashing the ocean. Whitebeard's relentless efforts over the past few days loomed in his mind like a deep-seated shadow. In stark contrast to the strength exhibited now, it was worlds apart. Half an hour later, the battle concluded, as expected, with Kaido's defeat, after which Whitebeard carried the unconscious Kaido off the stage. Chapter 95. The sole incantation. The gathering of pirates did not disperse. In fact, their numbers seemed to swell. They awaited the arrival of the next battle. Following the fierce clash, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Although the outcome of the earlier battle, the inevitable victory of Whitebeard, had been anticipated, the fierce struggle between such titans sent shivers of exhilaration through the ranks of the pirate minions. They understood that the confrontation between Kaido and Whitebeard was merely an appetizer. The true battle lay ahead. At that moment, Big Mom strode purposefully from the side of rocks onto the battlefield. A bloodthirsty glint danced in her eyes as she bellowed towards Feis. You brat, come and meet your demise. At her words, the surrounding pirates erupted in a frenzy of excitement. A secret circulated within the Rocks pirates. The discord between the 3rd Division captain and the newly appointed 5th Division captain had escalated to the point of near violence. Big Mom's chilling declaration only confirmed this. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold. Who do you think will triumph in this contest, Feis or Charlotte Linlin? Rocks inquired. Reclining in his mahogany chair, a cup of red tea in hand, addressing a few of his captains with keen interest, John stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, I believe it should be Charlotte Linlin. Her strength is indisputable, and while Captain Feis has risen swiftly, he is still quite young. Upon hearing John's words, Rocks remained non-committal before turning to Whitebeard, asking, What do you think, Newgate? Ha ha ha. What uncle would not believe in his nephew? Whitebeard laughed heartily, pride gleaming in his eyes, before adding, That lad Feis is a master of miracles. A hush fell over the crowd as they gazed towards the training ground. In the center, Big Mom's expression was fierce, her gaze fixed on Feis as if she intended to devour him whole. The pirate's eyes followed her line of sight, ultimately resting on Feis. Was that the legendary 5th Division captain, the boy in the sun hat? It was said he had once defeated the pirate Archie with a single punch and had battled Jabba of the Roger Pirates for 3 days and nights, even triumphing against both Wang Ji and Silver Axe simultaneously. Indeed, I initially wished to join the 5th Division, but Captain Feis's whereabouts were too mysterious, and I ultimately enlisted in the 6th Division. You actually joined the 6th Division? Captain Kaido was defeated by Captain Feis. But regardless, Captain Feis cannot possibly rival Captain Charlotte. After all, Captain Charlotte set sail to form her own pirate crew at a young age. Yes, I heard she was able to defeat the giants of Elbaf at the age of 5, later forming a pirate crew with the Longbread chef, ultimately laying the foundation for a nation. Low murmurs of discussion arose. Pirates were invariably intrigued by the exploits of the strong. Yet, this group generally looked down on Feis. Though he rose like a comet, many believed there remained a substantial gap in strength between him and the seasoned captains. In response to these doubts, Feis remained unfazed, knowing that the outcome of any battle could only be determined through combat. He removed his sun hat, draping it over his back, revealing his handsome, sun-kissed visage, and strode confidently towards the center of the arena. "Go, brother Feis. You must win." Suddenly, Shaki's voice rang out from behind him. At her words, Feis paused momentarily, then waved his hand, leaving only the silhouette of his retreating figure. Just then, Levi's booming voice erupted from a corner of the training ground. "Go, Feis. Victory is yours." He waved a large flag proclaiming Feis's inevitable victory, rallying alongside Tina. Beside Levi stood several newcomers who had survived the trials of Round Island. Among them the white-haired girl Mia. Having endured life-and-death battles together, they had all come to cheer for Feis. "What is this guy's deal?" The pirates beside Levi exchanged disdainful glances, instinctively stepping back to distance themselves from the peculiar youth. Feis turned in confusion, locking eyes with Levi, their silent communication unmistakably conveying one message: be quiet. Levi, perceiving Feis's strange gaze as criticism of his volume, seemed motivated to prove him wrong. Drawing a deep breath, he let out a thunderous shout. "Go, Feis. Defeat that madwoman." Perhaps this was what it meant to be a social terror. Feis smacked his forehead, unable to suppress his thoughts. As long as Levi was not embarrassed, it would be he who felt the awkwardness. Yet, amidst such reflections, Feis felt a surge of gratitude. The impulse to take Levi under his wing surged within him. Meanwhile, the unexpected unfolded. Upon hearing herself referred to as a madwoman, Big Mom's crimson gaze fixed on Levi, her overwhelming presence radiating forth, directed towards him. It was imperative to teach these audacious youngsters a lesson. This reflects the inner thoughts of Big Mom, clearly indicating her discontent with the actions of Rivy and the others. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of conquerors' haki swept across the land, threatening to engulf Rivy and his companions. "Madwoman, your opponent is me." As Rivy and his companions braced for the impending impact of haki, Feis stepped forward. His figure moved like a ghostly apparition, swiftly appearing before Big Mom, as he unleashed a whip-like kick enveloped in pitch-black haki. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air resonated. Big Mom's slender form shot through the air like a meteor, ultimately embedding itself into the earth several kilometers away. With this strike, he exerted 50% of his strength. "You little rascal, I shall drain your life essence." Without waiting for Feis to pursue, the old woman rose from the earth, her form twisting and shifting as she directly appeared before Feis. Her eyes widened, bloodshot and fierce, before her pupils transformed into 3 yellow rings, while she chanted, "Life or wedding cake." As the incantation of the soul was uttered, it sought to terrify the spirit of Feis and strip away his lifespan. It has manifested. It is the soul incantation of Captain Charlotte. This incantation serves as a complete judgment upon life. Any hint of fear would result in the forfeiture of one's lifespan. What should I do? I feel my soul trembling, as if it is on the verge of detaching from my body. I am so frightened. What if my life is drawn away? Fear spread through the crowd. Faced with something that could threaten their very existence, no one could maintain their composure. "Feis, be cautious." Rivy and others gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with concern. Yet, Feis in the arena felt nothing extraordinary. He gazed at the elderly woman, her eyes wide like those of a startled deer, the swirling yellow halos around her even evoking a sense of hypnosis within him. "How long do you intend to glare? If you don't strike, I shall take action." With that declaration, Feis propelled himself skyward, his iron fist darkening to an obsidian hue, and he unleashed a powerful blow upon the elderly woman's left eye. Chapter 96. What malicious intent could I possibly harbor? Boom. Smoke billowed and dust swirled. A vast crater, several hundred meters in diameter, formed instantly, with the ground fracturing like a spider's web. The force of Feis's punch was tremendous, sending the elderly woman deep into the earth. With a tremendous exertion of strength, he unleashed 80% of his power. This cannot be true. Why is Captain Feis so unperturbed by the soul incantation? This newly appointed captain seems extraordinarily formidable. His prowess is utterly incomparable to that of Captain Kaido. Indeed, Captain Kaido could not withstand even half an hour under Captain Whitebeard. Yet I believe Captain Feis's battle will be truly spectacular. Haha, this time, it was worth every moment. So powerful. Truly, overwhelmingly powerful. I have made up my mind. I shall join the 5th Division next year. A chorus of astonishment erupted, as the pirates could hardly fathom the dramatic turn of events. The soul incantations, which Big Mom took pride in, had proven utterly ineffective against Feis. However, Feis was too engrossed in his task to heed the praises of the onlookers. His observation hockey reaching its zenith as he firmly locked onto Big Mom's aura from the pit. He sensed that his strike had not inflicted any substantial damage. Sure enough, moments later, Big Mom sprang from the abyss, sporting a panda eye, and charged at Feis with ferocity. It appears that it wasn't entirely without effect. Observing the darkened left eye of Big Mom, Feis discerned the extent of her physical fortitude. Today, I shall shatter this steel balloon. With that thought, Feis immediately entered a higher gear, steam billowing from his body, as both speed and strength surged to new heights. Little brat, do not underestimate me. Big Mom's countenance darkened ominously as she maneuvered, her ebony fist descending upon Feis's head with deadly intent. As the massive fist drew near, Feis remained undaunted, retaliating with a swift iron punch. Boom! The clash of the two fists, one grand and one diminutive, resonated through the air, a roar that echoed across the heavens. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, two overwhelming auras surged from both combatants. In an instant, the skies erupted with thunder and lightning, as a tempest unleashed its fury. This is a confrontation belonging to the realm of the mighty. Purple-black currents of energy dance through the air, and the sky is suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. Look, the heavens have torn asunder. My goodness, is this the clash of supreme conquerors? How formidable! So powerful it takes one's breath away. How can a person possess such strength? I can hardly bear it. My head is spinning, and I cannot hold on any longer. A series of thuds reverberate as over 70% of the observing pirates succumb to the overwhelming aura. Fortunately, this conqueror's spirit was directed solely at the opponent, merely emitting a faint trace of pressure. Otherwise, it is likely that only a handful of pirates would still remain standing. At this moment of collision, both sides engage in a fierce melee, exchanging hundreds of blows in an instant. The sound of impact resounds through the void, and the intensity of the encounter leaves the surrounding pirates in a daze. Upon their initial clash, Feis quickly realizes that the formidable woman before him is not invincible. He can distinctly sense that her power is on par with his own, neither having crossed that threshold. This exhilarated Feis to his very core. A worthy adversary was indeed a rare find, causing him to tremble with excitement. I shall beat you to death. With this thought, Feis transformed into a relentless embodiment of flesh and fury, employing fists, palms, legs, feet, knees, elbows, and head, rendering every part of his body a lethal instrument. Charging fiercely towards the formidable matron, with each strike, she responded with vigor. Each blow was fraught with peril. With every encounter, Feis sensed a gradual enhancement of his combat prowess. Whenever the matron attempted to draw her dual-horned hat Napoleon, Feis would swiftly intervene, compelling her to engage in close combat. The longer the skirmish persisted, the more his gaze radiated with brilliance. This incessant feeling of becoming stronger was simply exquisite. He slightly bowed to evade the matron's powerful punch, then swiftly pivoted to deliver a kick to her calf. The impact of this strike was profoundly evident, causing the large matron to stagger, her body inclining towards Feis. A splendid opportunity. Feis seized the moment, firmly grasping the matron's considerable head, then raised his long leg high like a battle axe. Enveloped in the majestic aura of flowing cherry blossoms, before delivering a decisive kick aimed at the matron's skull. Boom! The resounding roar echoed throughout the training ground, a cloud of dust enveloping the scene, obscuring the view for the pirates. How intense! Such a level of combat. What has transpired? Has a victor emerged? I tremble with anticipation. How formidable! Truly formidable. If only I could possess such power someday. Though you may be unattractive, your aspirations are indeed lofty. This exhilarating and intense melee battle resonates deeply, as a multitude of pirates yearn to embody the combatants, to engage in the fray and clash. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Prometheus, incinerate this little brat. The sharp voice of Big Mom pierced through the dust, her elevated tone revealing her inner fury. As you command, mother. Prometheus transformed directly into a blazing sun, the searing flames sweeping across the sky, as if intent on reducing the entire world to ashes. In an instant, a tremendous force descended, with flames engulfing a radius of 1,000 meters centered around Feis, aiming to turn the boy into mere cinders. Ah! Mother is truly formidable. Big Mom gazed at the roaring sea of flames, an odd smile creeping upon her lips, seemingly pleased with Prometheus's assault. She then dusted off her fitted suit, as if preparing to conclude the battle. What terrifying flames! I feel as though I might dissolve. The intense heat left the pirates drenched in sweat, sensing the moisture within them evaporating, a painful burning sensation prickling their faces, compelling them to retreat repeatedly. Yet, before the flames could persist for 3 seconds, they gradually thinned, seemingly on the verge of vanishing entirely. At this moment, the pirates finally beheld the unfolding scene on the battlefield. A miraculous spectacle was taking place. Feis, with his mouth agape, was voraciously consuming the sea, as the remnants of flames flowed into his being like a swift current. Once the last flicker of fire vanished, Feis could not help but emit a satisfied belch. What was this? As he fully absorbed the fiery energy, his gaze froze. He felt a gradual transformation occurring within his own flames. Meanwhile, Prometheus, held in the hands of Big Mom, flickered dimly, appearing listless and wilted, much like a frostbitten eggplant. Prometheus, you little brat, what have you done to it? Big Mom exclaimed, her face contorted with astonishment and fury at the sight of the seemingly drained Prometheus. Prometheus was her prized possession, the most formidable of the homies. And she had never encountered a situation quite like this before. I haven't done anything. Don't be alarmed. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Feis's gaze remained fixed on Prometheus, his eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Perhaps by consuming this entity, his own flames would undergo evolution. A smile crept upon Feis's lips at this thought. Chapter 97. Perseverance. As the battle progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Mama, faced with Feis's aggressively penetrating gaze, the weakened Prometheus cowered, unable to resist hiding behind Big Mom. You seek death, little brat. Although Prometheus was not crafted by Big Mom herself, it undeniably bore fragments of her very soul. Feis's desire to utilize it was, without a doubt, a profound insult. If flames are ineffective against you, then Big Mom's eyes glinted with determination, and she bellowed, Zeus. At your command, Mama. The floating storm cloud, Zeus, immediately responded to her call. Its once pristine form transformed into a menacing dark mass, and its previously gentle demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. Within the tempest, lightning crackled and thunder resonated, filling the air with explosive sounds. In an instant, the clear sky was shattered by a torrential downpour of thunder and lightning, converging upon the young boy with the intent to obliterate him. The ferocious storm loomed like divine wrath, its force as deep as a chasm, aiming to reduce Feis to mere fragments. The lightning enveloped an area of 100 meters for a full 3 minutes before it finally began to subside. The ground was shrouded in darkness, emanating a peculiar scent of charred remnants. Is he dead, Captain Feis? The crew of pirates murmured quietly among themselves, convinced that Feis could not possibly survive such a tempest of thunder. Just as anticipation hung in the air, a shadow surged forth from the blinding light, launching itself directly at Prometheus in the sky. It was none other than Feis, whose body possessed the properties of rubber, rendering him completely immune to electricity. The reason he had lingered amidst the storm for so long was to lie in wait, poised to strike and seize Prometheus. Mother, save me, Prometheus exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he called out for Big Mom's assistance. She, too, keenly sensed Feis's movements and reacted instantaneously. In a swift motion, she drew forth her dual-horned hat Napoleon and aimed a lethal strike at the approaching figure of Feis. The serrated blade glimmered with a sharp brilliance, intent on cleaving the individual before her in two. Unfazed by the peril, Feis transformed his hand into a claw, firmly grasping the descending blade, and then executed a backward flip to create distance. You little brat, why are you unaffected by the lightning? Big Mom questioned, her mind racing with uncertainty as her curiosity finally spilled forth. While she could comprehend that her fire abilities had no effect on Feis, being a master of the burn fruit, the fact that Zeus's lightning could not harm him left her utterly perplexed. Because I possess tenacity, Feis replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his thoughts consumed with how to procure Prometheus. You insolent brat, how dare you mock me? Big Mom's fury ignited in an instant, clearly unsatisfied with Feis's response. This little imp, who not only drained Prometheus but also dares to toy with himself, is utterly unforgivable. With this thought, Big Mom gripped Napoleon tightly, her invisible aura surging with tremendous force, before her blade cleaved through the void. Receive this blow. Elbaf spear Wigu. A massive pink crescent slash, spanning dozens of meters, surged forth from the ground. Imbued with a terrifying essence of slaughter, hurtling directly towards Feis. Behold, this is the legendary Elbaf spear, a fearsome martial technique of the giant race. Should this strike land, Captain Feis would likely not emerge unscathed. In the training grounds, upon witnessing the imminent demise of his captain, what could one possibly do when aspiring to join the 5th Division? The formidable reputation of the giant's martial arts is renowned across the seas, and in this moment, executed by Big Mom, it appeared even more ferocious. Indeed, it is terrifying. Feis could not help but exclaim, and at this critical juncture, he launched a counterattack. Storm Foot, Flame Chaos. His powerful leg muscles contracted and expanded rapidly, creating a vacuum beneath him, before summoning a menacing blue flame that coalesced into a sharp wave of slashing energy, colliding with Wu in the void. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the immense energy contained within the strikes was released instantaneously, obliterating each other in an instant. The blue flames, akin to glistening crystals, drifted through the air, igniting all they touched, transforming the surroundings into an ocean of blue fire. Little imp, as a pirate, you dare to employ the techniques of the Navy? Truly disgraceful. Big Mom could not resist licking her plump lips. For some reason, this flame burned exceptionally hot, the temperature far exceeding that of Prometheus's flames, leaving her drenched in sweat. At this point in the battle, she recognized the strength of her opponent, no longer exuding the ferocity she had before. Any pirate would acknowledge a formidable adversary. Yet, this acknowledgement pertains solely to strength, not the individual itself. For Big Mom, Feis remained a target she sought to eliminate. With a surge of battle fervor, Feis raised an eyebrow at her remark and countered, "So, are you implying that you are of the giant race?" The insinuation was clear. Big Mom merely borrowed the powerful techniques of the giants, thus questioning her right to criticize him. For Feis, as long as he could grow stronger, he would employ any technique at his disposal. Whether it be a pirate's or a navy's technique, if it enhances his combat prowess, it is a worthy skill. In fact, witnessing Big Mom unleash Wu only ignited within him a desire to master this giant's martial art. Big Mom's expression momentarily faltered, rendered speechless. Though she had lived among the giants in her youth, she was not one of them, and having slain the giant hero, Yururu Takahoko, she had been ultimately exiled from Elbaf. Now, having struck a nerve with Feis, Big Mom could not suppress her embarrassment and fury, preparing to unleash her deadly move once more. Feis, naturally eager for the confrontation, felt invigorated, as if the very blood coursing through him was ablaze. The sensation he experienced was entirely distinct from his encounters with Jabba. The dual axes wielded by Jabba demanded a cautious approach akin to battling a swordsman. In contrast, Big Mom's combat techniques were far more diverse, encompassing a multitude of skills such as overwhelming strength, physical prowess, and the intricate use of devil fruits, all of which provided Feis with ample opportunities to learn. Particularly, her application of devil fruits ignited a wealth of inspiration within him. Consequently, the battles became more exhilarating and enjoyable. With this thought in mind, Feis's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes firmly on Big Mom. Tension hung palpably in the air, both combatants standing resolutely against one another, an ocean of murderous intent swirling around them, rendering the atmosphere of the training ground almost palpable. What followed was a genuine fight to the death. Feis withheld nothing. Flames began to swirl around him as he bit into his arm, channeling high-pressure energy, instantly transitioning into his conqueror's mode. As the fiery armor enveloped him, dark, flowing haki coalesced upon its surface. He appeared as if he had emerged from the annals of myth, a deity of flame. "Let me show you the fruits of my recent training." In anticipation of the upcoming release, he expressed his gratitude to his loyal readers. "Dear brothers, the launch will occur tomorrow at noon. I sincerely appreciate the steadfast support from all of you. Many have painstakingly assisted in proofreading and offering suggestions, while others have supported quietly, frequently casting votes of recommendation for this book. I extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you." He continued to discuss updates, stating, "Tomorrow at noon, there will be a wave of new content, and I will continue writing throughout the evening, producing no less than 10,000 words. As a novice author signing my first contract, reaching 200,000 words feels surreal. However, having committed to this endeavor, I will see this book through to its conclusion, whether to fulfill my obligations or to cultivate goodwill, as a response to your unwavering support. Most importantly, he implored for subscriptions. I shall refrain from further elaboration tonight. I will write through the night. Finally, he wished everyone an early happy Children's Day. The brilliance in Feis's eyes sparkled as he reflected on his relentless dedication to training, all for the opportunity to shine in such life-and-death battles. The recent grueling training has elevated his mastery of the flowing cherry to an extraordinary level, allowing him to wield it with the finesse of a mere extension of his own body. Now is the moment to showcase the fruits of his labor. With this thought, Feis unleashes a primal roar, pouring forth the tumult of his spirit. As the haze on the training ground gradually dissipates, a startling revelation unfolds. Am I seeing this correctly? Captain Feis has decisively vanquished Captain Charlotte with a single blow. Did you witness that ominous black lightning? What on earth could it be? It's utterly terrifying. Indeed, that punch was nothing short of devastating. I can only imagine that had it struck me, I would have been reduced to mere fragments. Time has swiftly passed. It has been a year since the fierce clash between Feis and the formidable Big Mom. The year has quietly progressed to the end of 1482. Throughout this year, numerous events have transpired. The first and foremost is the emergence of a new dominion in the world. At the end of 1481, the Rocks pirates made their audacious move. They commenced with a rapid expansion, swiftly seizing the vast majority of territories in the New World. After a year of relentless training, Feis experienced a significant enhancement in his physique. Although he has yet to surpass that pivotal threshold, he is not far from it. His height has also been steadily increasing, soon approaching the remarkable height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters. Nevertheless, in a world teeming with pirates, where giants abound, this is hardly exceptional. At this moment, Feis gazes down at Rivy with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, seated atop the highest level of the Skull Castle. He reclines slowly upon the sofa, awaiting the reactions of the two before him. It seems plausible. John pondered for a moment before finally inquiring with a hint of concern on his face. However, this premise assumes that there are no formidable adversaries alongside Wang Ji and his crew, yet the CP0 agents will certainly not allow us to exploit any vulnerabilities. Moreover, if Captain Shiki does not make an appearance, that night, a heavy snowfall blanketed Hive Island. Hive Island experiences distinct seasons, and winters are particularly frigid. Yet such a substantial snowfall is unprecedented. As the snow continued to fall, it gradually adorned the earth in a shimmering cloak of white. The 5th Division barracks were brightly illuminated at this time. After the establishment in Feis, the area underwent a complete renovation. Each exquisite building stands in a harmonious line. 10 days later, the port behind Hive Island was bustling with activity. Due to the rapid expansion of the pirate crew, the original port had become somewhat inadequate. Thus, 6 months prior, the Rocks pirates undertook a transformation of the port behind Hive Island, consolidating the original 7 major ports into one, creating the unparalleled megaport of Jibek in the New World. The Red Earth continent, vast and winding, intersects with the Grand Line, dividing the entire pirate world into 4 major seas. Between them lie 2 intersecting points. The first is Reverse Mountain, and the second is the Holy Land Mariewa. Here lies the headquarters of the world government. After obtaining the consent of the world government, all merchant vessels and naval ships can traverse Mariewa to return to paradise. A beam of golden flame, akin to a laser, erupted from Feis's fingertips, instantly piercing the body of the black-clad bodyguard before him. The flame seared through his chest, reducing his heart to mere ashes. A charred aroma wafted through the air. The black-clad bodyguard's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched the gaping, inky hole in his chest, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. The man could scarcely believe it until his dying breath as the merchant vessel gradually set sail, merging with the multitude of ships. These vessels are all transiting from Mary Geos, subsequently making their way to various nations in the first half of the Grand Line. While the route to Fishman Island through the deep sea incurs no tolls, one may encounter a myriad of pirates and may even fall prey to the attacks of formidable sea kings. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. In stark contrast, the recent catastrophic event in which a celestial dragon was slain at Mary Geos has been prominently featured in the latest edition of the world government's newspaper. The incident has been dubbed the Fall of the Deity, signifying the demise of a god. At the conclusion of the article, a detailed description of the perpetrator is provided. The criminal, Borisolino, hailing from Bitcherberg, is noted for his proficiency in laser-based skills and is suspected of being a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. To the vast majority of celestial dragons, figures such as Rocks or the Navy are mere mortals. The celestial dragons are the sole sovereigns of this world. regarded as divine and supremely exalted beings. The audacity of someone daring to slay a god is utterly unforgivable. As the situation escalates, fueled by the machinations of the Charlos family, such sentiments are progressively becoming mainstream within the celestial dragon community. Under the clear azure sky, a gentle breeze wafts through. At an altitude of 7,000 meters above sea level lies an unknown sky island. This airborne island spans 50 miles in length and width, presenting a square shape. Situated merely 100 kilometers from the world government's stronghold at Mana Island, enormous pirate ships hover above the island, casting a shadow that obscures the sky, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Within the conference room of the 5th Division's ship, a slender strait lies between Zuna Island and 6 nearby islets, known as the Mana Strait, approximately several dozen miles wide. The vessel carrying Wang Ji and Silver Axe navigates through this strait, circling around Zuna Island. At this moment, the ship approaches the front of Zuna Island's harbor. The descending airborne island has effectively quelled the threat of a tsunami with Albert's freezing aura. However, it has simultaneously caused the colossal waves at the coastline to freeze entirely, resulting in a towering ice wall with a negative angle of several hundred meters, enveloping many naval forces beneath its icy grasp. The towering ice wall stands majestically, dividing the sea from the shore, creating two distinct realms. While this act has saved numerous naval lives, it has also ensnared them outside the battlefield. In a fleeting moment, two dark flashes streaked across the sky, their fists, enveloped in both armed and conqueror's haki, collided with tremendous force. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as a powerful gale swept past, capturing the attention of all present. Following their brief confrontation, both parties plummeted toward the ground, locking eyes in a tense standoff. A terrifying aura enveloped the scene. Is that a legendary dragon? Is this the true extent of that individual's power? What manner of creature is this? Before such a colossal dragon, I feel like a mere ant. The sound of countless gulps reverberated across the battlefield as the Navy stared, wide-eyed, at the fearsome black dragon looming in the sky, their expressions filled with awe. As Steelbone Kong and Carp joined the fray, the tide of battle took a drastic turn. Despite Rock's formidable prowess, he could only manage to hold his ground against the onslaught of justice, struggling to break free from their grasp. The battle became fiercely contested, with neither side willing to yield. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion found himself ensnared by Albert, with several powerful vice admirals providing relentless support, leaving him increasingly vexed. Shuzboka, agile and swift, executed several moonwalks, arriving beside the thundercloud Zeus. Before the upper echelons of Rock's crew could react, his robust form transformed instantly into solid diamond, shimmering brilliantly under the sun. What is this light? It is blinding. Big Mom and her companions shielded their eyes from the dazzling figure of Shuzboka. Diamond impact. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Wang Ji and Silver Axe, countless massive beams of light surged from the edges of the battlefield, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. The apex of these pillars began to converge toward the center, ultimately forming an immense luminous cage. Each of these luminous pillars boasts a girth of several meters, with gaps of less than 10 centimeters between them. They ascend from the bow of the vessel, spanning dozens of kilometers in both length and width, enveloping all combatants within their embrace. Feis is entirely shrouded in golden flames, transforming into a vast, three-legged golden crow, soaring to heights of over 100 meters. Its speed akin to the swift winds and thundering storms, leaving behind a radiant trail reminiscent of a comet's glow. The golden phoenix, resplendent in its entirety, radiated a shimmering brilliance from each of its wings, exuding a quality akin to crystal. Simultaneously, it emitted an intense heat, resembling a colossal sun from a distance. Indeed, it is this very essence. It was you who assaulted Mariewa that fateful day. Amtrala trembled with excitement as he pointed at Feis. Upon hearing these words, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. This silence was fleeting, soon replaced by a chorus of astonished gasps. Could it be? The one who vanquished the celestial dragons was not Borisolino. The golden radiance flickered, coalescing into boundless power. Amtrala raised a beam of light before him, startled by Feis's audacity to act without hesitation. In the past, no matter how nefarious the criminals, upon learning of their CP0 identity, they would meekly surrender. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "How dare you? I am a servant of the gods. What do you intend to do, you wretch? As the final memories faded, this legendary pirate finally closed his eyes. His expression bore neither pain nor malice. Instead, it appeared almost as a release. Thus, the two ruthless killers responsible for the slaughter of the Sky Island's guardians met their demise. Feis waved his hand silently, and the searing flames rose, reducing Wang Ji's remains to ashes. A sense of relief washed over him as the three-legged golden phoenix soared into view, capturing the attention of all on the battlefield. Whether naval forces or pirates, they gazed upward, transfixed by the golden bird radiating intense heat above. Moments later, Feis leaped from the three-legged phoenix, shouting, "Victory belongs to rocks. Hooray, we have triumphed. Ha ha ha, Lord Feis has vanquished them." In a mere instant, numerous Navy personnel succumbed, enveloped by the 5 waves of Conqueror's haki, collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, the Golden Lion glanced toward Rox, who nodded slightly, evidently in agreement with Feis's decision. "Ha ha, then I leave it to you, little brat." The Golden Lion laughed heartily as he turned to organize the pirate retreat. He was confident in Feis's judgment. As Albert charged forward, Feis's fighting spirit surged, and he launched a fierce attack. His long legs, enshrouded in a pitch-black hue, rose high, flickering with countless black-red lightning bolts, while golden flames blazed fiercely, providing inexhaustible explosive power before crashing directly onto Albert's dark canine visage. The footfall unleashed a tempestuous force, akin to a sweeping gale, a thunderous eruption, or a colossal mountain toppling, exuding an unparalleled might. A violent explosion generated immense wind pressure, sweeping through the entire canyon and conjuring towering waves. Subsequently, torrents of seawater surged into the crevice, echoing with resounding roars amidst the steam. Fire and water intertwined, the clouds swirling in a breathtaking spectacle, imbued with an enchanting beauty. Hundreds of spacecraft soared into the sky, propelled by the hurricane, racing towards the horizon. Locks danced upon the air, and moments later, a striking woman clad in a white coat entered the scene. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, she possessed flowing golden hair, elegantly tied in a single ponytail cascading over one shoulder. Perched upon her high nose were delicate golden-rimmed glasses, her pale blue eyes exuding both coolness and brilliance. Beneath her white coat, she wore a vibrant yellow knitted top that accentuated her perfect curves. Upon hearing Feis's words, the old man with a white beard exhibited a faint look of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a refusal from his counterpart. However, considering his nephew's character, he soon found solace in the unexpected turn of events. This young man has always adhered to his own principles of conduct, which indeed leads to such actions. Kularalala. Feis, I shall venture forth to conquer a grand territory. At that time, I will be your support. The lengthy aerial journey proved to be exceedingly tedious. Today, Feis arose early, a habit cultivated over many years, ensuring he never indulges in slothful slumber. After partaking in breakfast and completing his daily training, he set a reclining chair upon the deck and lazily reclined to bask in the sun. The gentle March breeze caressed his face, harmonizing beautifully with the warm morning sun, inducing a delightful drowsiness. Just as Feis's vision began to blur, he heard his wife exclaim, "My dear, what is that? A flock of birds?" On a bustling street of Water 7 Island, a middle-aged man cradling a child blinked in astonishment, pointing towards the distant sky and inquiring of his wife, who was selecting garments nearby. "What is it, darling? Do not play any tricks." "Humph, I've finally managed to accompany you on this outing. You must carry my bags without attempting to sneak away." Earlier that day, the crew disembarked and rushed toward the vibrant street ahead. After enduring days aboard the pirate ship, they were on the brink of madness and seized the opportunity to unwind. Mia and Bessa were no exceptions. For young women, few joys rival the delight of shopping while indulging in delectable treats. The two rented a small vehicle and began to traverse the street with exuberance. With a thunderous crash, the corpse of Shum fell, raising a cloud of dust. Mia stood transfixed, her gaze fixed upon the figures soaring above, adorned with wings of flame, resembling a divine being. It wasn't until Feis descended rapidly, landing before her, that she regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Suddenly recalling something, Mia hastily called out, "Captain Feis, look." Upon seeing that face, Karen's body bristled with alarm. Fiery calamity. He fixed his gaze on Feis, instantly rising to a vigilant stance, his form oscillating as if caught between transparency and semi-transparency. Impossible. I have been invisible. How could you have discovered me so swiftly? The pirate crew continued their journey for another fortnight until the iconic skeletal castle of Hive emerged on the horizon. The Rocks pirates have returned. I've heard they defeated the world government and navy this time. It's terrifying. Who would have believed a pirate could triumph over the navy? I have made my decision. I shall join the Rocks. The experiment 20408? Confusion filled Feis's eyes. He had assumed that despite not being a descendant of the moon people from Sky Island, he was merely an ordinary human who had fortuitously been rescued by that elder and brought to the Sky Island. Yet the reality starkly contrasted his expectations. His body was, in fact, a subject of the world government's experiments, rescued from a laboratory by Rocks and his companions. And Pamela? A flicker of recognition crossed Feis's mind. The name was familiar, as he had briefly encountered this woman during a recent conflict. Thus, the leader of the CP organization was once a comrade of Rocks. A sovereign of the pirate realm and the head of a CP organization, both were titans in their respective domains. Hearing Rox's words, Feis felt a twinge of confusion. A sword is merely a sword. Could it possess some extraordinary function? However, the length of this blade was indeed remarkable, exceeding 1.5 meters. Entirely black in hue, with a hilt and scabbard crafted from an unknown metal that felt warmly to the touch. It was undeniably extraordinary. Yet, as Rox suggested exploration, Feis chose not to inquire further, merely uttering a farewell. As night enveloped the world, the captain's quarters glowed brightly. Due to some crew members having already retired, Feis did not disturb many, summoning only Mia and a few others who were still awake to assist. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Feis placed a freshly grilled fish upon the dining table, uncorking a bottle of wine for both Gold Lion and Whitebeard, while also pouring himself a glass before taking a seat. Is this truly necessary? Feis questioned, puzzled. What do you understand? A sword embodies the soul of a swordsman. It is their second life. Gold Lion shot an irritated glance at Feis, who was then met with a hearty laugh from Dajia. Finally, you have arrived. Gold Lion grinned widely, swiftly drawing Sakura 10 and swinging it toward Feis. The razor-sharp blade gleamed ominously as it descended from above, aimed directly at Feis' shoulder. Remaining composed under pressure, Feis deftly sidestepped the attack, his form spinning as he dashed toward the center of the training ground. With a resounding clash, the black long sword was drawn, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that engulfed the training ground, sending gusts of warm air swirling in all directions. This marks the first occasion on which Dongshi fully unveils itself before the public eye. The blade, adorned in a striking red and black hue, emanates an aura of mysterious beauty. With a straight edge embellished by flame-like patterns, the spine of the blade is notably thick, and the edge glimmers with a chilling light. Crafted from an unknown metal that is neither pure steel nor iron, Dongshi faces off against the withered wood and Sakura 10 once more, as a terrifying pressure of wind sweeps across the surroundings. At this juncture of battle, Feis finds immense satisfaction. In a state of clarity, he not only anticipates the next move of the Golden Lion, but also continuously practices and learns, honing his swordsmanship. As Feis grows quicker, he adapts to the enhancements of the transparent world and the application of Dongshi, gradually shifting from a defensive stance to a counterattack. The 5th Division has not established any positions such as vice captain or division leader among the dozen or so members, aside from the Mia siblings. The remaining crew primarily consists of those who joined the Rocks Pirates within the past year. All are apprentice sailors, rendering the notion of seniority moot. Apprentice sailors must endure a year of initiation before becoming official members. However, Feis believes that keeping the crew stationed at Honeycomb Island without engaging in battle does not serve any purpose. The position of vice captain has remained vacant for an extended period, yet someone has finally assumed the role once again. If Captain Feis were to become vice captain, I would wholeheartedly support that. Indeed, given his youth and the remarkable prowess he has already attained, it is undeniable that he will only grow stronger. Thus, the role of vice captain is well within his reach. Meanwhile, a small vessel glided through the hazy night, departing from Bijike Port. An hour later, it arrived off the coast of Honeycomb Island, where, shrouded in mist ahead, a colossal merchant ship loomed into view. The merchant vessel is a standardized 3-masted ship from Sanya Island, featuring a horizontal sail on the foremast and vertical sails on the main and rear masts. Its length exceeds 200 meters, and its width surpasses 20 meters, enabling it to carry a substantial cargo load. The draft is notably deep. Suddenly, a conflagration erupted, rapidly spreading and engulfing the entire city of Pangu. The temperature of the flames was utterly terrifying, incinerating everything in its path, trees, houses, and various landmarks, with mere contact with the golden flames reducing them to nothingness. The once solemn outdoor venue has now been largely consumed by the blaze, while Borsalino and the MC dash frantically to evade the inferno. Diving into a pit, a pungent stench of decay assaults the nostrils, mingled with a metallic tang of blood. Below lies a narrow, straight corridor, flanked by cramped, narrow cells arranged like a hive, filthy and reeking. Within each cell resides a slave of the celestial dragon, including human children as young as 4 or 5 years old, some appearing. The corridor was not long, and soon Feis arrived at its end. Here, 2 cells stood opposite each other. One contained 2 young slaves, a boy and a girl, both with golden hair and amber eyes. The other cell housed a solitary figure, a young man with a buzz cut and a scruffy beard, huddled in the corner, his eyes void of life. Feis gazed towards the city of Pangu, where flames engulfed the landscape, turning half the sky into a golden hue. Even from a distance of over 10 kilometers, he felt parched and dry. Countless guards and members of the CP organization were mobilizing to combat the fire and rescue those in peril. As one of the elite within the CP organization, part of their ranks attended to the blaze, while others pursued Borsalino and the host. Behind Feis, the 5 elders, clad in white kimonos and wearing wooden sandals, approached slowly, wielding a long knife. Their expressions were grave, devoid of mirth. Occupying a position of power, their accumulated authority exuded an intangible pressure that bore down upon Feis and the others. The 5 elders? The host gasped, his expression freezing in place as tremors coursed through his body. Regardless of who stood before them, the atmosphere was laden with an undeniable weight. This form seemed somewhat familiar. As Feis gazed upon the enormous monster that suddenly appeared before him, his mind scoured through his memories and quickly discerned its identity. The human fruit, mythical Zoan type. Great Tengu form. Life was treating him well, akin to a formidable demon from national mythology. Reflecting on this, Feis couldn't help but marvel at the profound depth of the world government, established over 8 centuries. The blade of the knife clashed with a black long sword, sparking a shower of flames. Eros, gradually losing blood, appeared pallid as he struggled to open his eyes. Before him stood a tall, imposing figure, his leader. Now he understood the importance of heeding advice. Without a glance back, Feis flicked his fingers, sending a stream of transparent flames that adhered to Eros's wound. At this point, the temperature of the golden flames had surpassed 5,000 degrees, nearing the surface temperature of the sun, yet it continued to rise, seemingly without end. Under such terrifying high temperatures, anyone caught off guard would instantly be reduced to ashes. The bald 5 elders were no exception. He let out a heart-wrenching wail amidst the flames, desperately slapping at his body in an effort to extinguish the fire. The host accompanied Borsalino and the 2 siblings down from the foam pod, casually selecting an unattended vessel and setting sail towards the Shambody archipelago. Once aboard, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Borsalino leaned against the rail, his expression fluctuating between despondence and ferocity, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the siblings sat in a corner of the deck, feeling the weight of numerous powerful presences locking onto them in an instant, heightening their heartbeat and raising the hairs on their bodies, a sensation that affected the host as well. He forced himself to remain calm and glanced up at the sign of the establishment, which indeed read Shucky's Bar. This is indeed true. It is the hotel once owned by my elder sister. However, why is that fellow, known as Luo, the legendary flame calamity Feis? It is rumored that over a year ago, he engaged in a fierce battle with Mr. Jabba that lasted for days and nights without a clear victor. Indeed, it seems that over this past year, he has grown even more formidable, now recognized as a super pirate with a bounty of 3 billion. Furthermore, he is merely 17 years old and has already risen to the position of second in command of the Rocks Pirates. In an instant, all the gazes in the room shifted toward Feis. Except for those privy to certain insider knowledge, such as Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh, the remaining pirates wore expressions of disbelief. Could you refrain from staring at me like that? I am not interested in a group of old men, Feis remarked, scratching his head. He then turned to the attentive Shaki and inquired, Miss Shaki, where is the wine? At this moment, Area 13 of the Shambard Islands has been completely surrounded by the Navy, with thousands of soldiers methodically disembarking from warships to the port. Each one stands tall and resolute. Armed to the teeth, their expressions unwavering. Dozens of naval vessels have their cannons trained on this location, and at the command of Sengoku, hundreds of cannons would fire simultaneously, capable of reducing the entire Area 13 to rubble in mere moments. Feis, accompanied by several companions, soared into the distance aboard the immense three-legged Golden Crow. To Roger's astonishment, Yanhua had fled. He stood in disbelief, having anticipated a day of camaraderie and battle, only to witness the adversary's abrupt retreat. Just moments prior, he had considered this individual rather commendable, even contemplating enticing him to join their pirate crew. As he pondered this, Roger's crew observed the three-legged Golden Crow ascending higher, crossing once more over the sacred land of Mariehua. Peering down, Feis noted that much of Panga City lay in ruins, marred by the scars of fire, a stark contrast to its former splendor. Continuing their flight, they beheld colossal warships neatly docked in the harbor. Feis nodded, recognizing that these individuals had been meticulously arranged by Mr. Jabba, awaiting their arrival to escort the duo to Gaia Island. After all, the journey from Mariehua to Gaia Island spanned over 2 months. Relying solely on Feis's flight would be an insurmountable task, given the extensive maritime expanse requiring numerous resupplies along the way. Gaia Island, a verdant paradise, was enveloped in warmth, with lush jungles and towering trees cloaking the entire isle. Few knew of Gaia Island's past. However, in the present, devoid of civilian life and naval presence, it had transformed into a haven for pirates seeking merriment. The merchant vessel carrying Feis's group arrived at the eastern shore of Gaia Island, confirming the prowess of its captain. The moment Feis laid eyes upon the proprietor, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from within. This is a profound interaction between the strong, characterized by an intricate and mysterious connection. Ultimately, it reflects the instinct of living beings to avert potential dangers. This instinct will gradually flourish in the heat of battle. Once one has reached a certain level of strength, they can effortlessly discern who poses a threat. Upon witnessing the slow healing of the wound on his shoulder, the corpulent boss displayed a look of astonishment. Coupled with Azcro's earlier words, he instantly comprehended that the individual before him was none other than the legendary pirate, the vice-captain of the Rock's pirates, Feis. The implications of the other's words were clear. He sought to recruit him. However, the rapid development of events left him momentarily dazed, unsure of how to respond. Shortly thereafter, the Golden Crow soared into the sky, carrying 3 individuals and a fish aloft, while Bloodhand cowered in the corner, his hands and feet shackled with seastone cuffs, firmly linked to the Golden Crow, leaving no possibility for escape. Yet even if granted 800 lives, he would not dare to leap from such a height. For beyond the risk of being crushed by the waves, as a user of a devil fruit, plunging into the vast ocean would spell certain doom for him, even as a merman. What? That fellow has returned? What? Chairman Feis has returned. The youth munching on seeds and Gonfuer exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. Gonfuer was filled with elation. It had been 2 years since Feis was rescued by Whitebeard and subsequently joined the Rock's pirates. During this time, they had shared countless moments around the campfire, where laughter illuminated every face. Upon hearing of Feis's return to Sky Island, members of the council and the guard rushed to partake in this grand celebration. Feis encountered familiar faces, including Salmon, Shankue, and the corpulent priest, old friends indeed. He introduced Eros and the corpulent boss to the gathering, and after mutual introductions were made, the next morning, Feis awoke in his room, feeling a slight throbbing in his head. He had lost count of the barrels of alcohol he consumed the previous night, only recalling that after sharing stories, everyone surrounded him with toasts, ultimately leading to his inebriation. In his haze, he seemed to recall being assisted by Moss back to the stone house he had inhabited for over a decade. You are awake. Outside, in response to the planning, Feis surveyed the assembled council members and inquired if there was anything further to discuss. The room fell silent. After a prolonged pause, Gonfuer, with a contemplative look, asked, Chairman Feis, regarding the plan, we believe there are no issues upon understanding it, except for one point that seems open to discussion. Life flowed as smoothly as water. And under the efficient operation of the Sky Island Council, everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Eros and the corpulent boss also became involved, organizing the training of intelligence personnel. Meanwhile, Feis remained in Cloud Hidden Village, training a group of capable guards, with 2 or 3 council members joining daily to receive his personal guidance. In the world of pirates, On a certain route in the first half of the Grand Line, a seemingly ordinary massive merchant ship was sailing steadily. Little did anyone suspect that it was escorting none other than Pamela, the head of the world government's intelligence organization. At that moment, in a secret meeting room aboard the ship, Pamela sat at the head of the conference table, clad in a fitted black leather suit that accentuated her striking figure. Another month passed. One morning, Feis pushed open the door of his stone house and strode out purposefully. His destination lay deep within the distant forest towards a great mountain. The majestic mountain rises towering above, reaching heights of over 1,000 meters, adorned with jagged rocks and interspersed with the growth of pines and cypresses. Meandering paths leading to secluded spots. Feis approached the foot of the mountain, where a colossal block of cloud iron, measuring over 10 meters in height and weighing several thousand tons, lay stacked. After a day and night of amicable exchange, Feis felt a profound sense of growth within himself. In moments of deep connection, Moss employed the ability of the acceleration fruit, adding an element of intrigue to their interaction. However, some matters remained too delicate to share with outsiders. The following dawn, this time, Feis has truly departed. As he gazed upon Moss, who lay on the bed, weary and lost in slumber, a faint smile graced Feis's lips. Feis. Ah, that name sounds so familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. Lucia's bright amber eyes shimmered with confusion as she tilted her head, earnestly pondering where she might have encountered that name recently, yet no matter how hard she tried, it eluded her memory. Do not inquire further, Miss Lucia. Knowing certain things can sometimes be more detrimental than beneficial, Feis replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of alarm passed through the bear's eyes, though his extensive training allowed him to suppress it almost instantly. He regarded Feis with a bewildered expression and asked in confusion, "What is CP0? What are you talking about?" In the world of pirates, it is virtually impossible for ordinary individuals to access the intelligence organization of the world government. Thus his reaction was entirely expected. Silence. An oppressive silence. Upon hearing Feis's words, Moss looked at him in sheer terror, her eyes filled with shock as she murmured, "How do you know? This is a secret of the world government. How could the pirate Inferno possibly be aware of such matters?" Lyria's face was also one of disbelief. After a prolonged silence, her expression twisted in rage, revealing her madness. Carp, donned in a dog-headed hat, stood at the bow of the ship, his exaggerated muscles stretching the naval shirt to its limits. Beside him stood the tall and well-proportioned Admiral Crane, sporting a single ponytail, exuding an air of confidence. Behind them lay Albert, unconscious on the deck, drenched as though he had just been retrieved from the sea. Nearby was the CP0 captain, wearing a fearsome mask. As the sails billowed, the warship cleaved through the waves, drawing ever closer. The vessels occupied by Carp and his companions were the latest model of naval ships, not only boasting remarkable speed, but also exceptional strength, capable of enduring long-distance high-speed travel without a hitch. They were indeed formidable ships. In contrast, the merchant ship carrying Feis and the others paled in comparison, being merely an ordinary civilian vessel. It was accompanied by 5 massive flame phoenixes soaring alongside at an astonishing speed. The violent turbulence and terrifying wind pressure enveloped the merchant ship in a cacophony of cries for help. "Who will save me? Mother, I want to disembark. I'm flying. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. Ah, help." Upon hearing the little girl's pleas, the woman's expression momentarily froze. After a brief pause, she turned to Feis and then addressed the girl, saying, "Yes, but the big brother is a kind person." She understood that had Feis been the ruthless pirate type, the consequences for herself and her daughter would have been unimaginable. The little girl, upon hearing this, revealed a smile of innocence. Countless ships departed from Orange Island, heading towards the deserted isle. As people beheld Feis's earth-shattering strike and the gaping chasm it left behind, they could not help but swallow hard. Wasn't he this too terrifying? Could such a being still be considered human? It would be more fitting to label him a monster. Was the Navy truly to engage in battle against such formidable foes? Feis soared farther away from the horizon, gradually distancing himself from the deserted isle. Turning slightly to glance back, he beheld the island, now fragmented into countless pieces, with hundreds of warships and vessels making their way towards it, eager to witness the impending clash. Alas, all of this had already been cast aside from Feis's mind. What lay ahead was a new voyage. As such thoughts crossed his mind, the fiery wings behind Feis propelled the merchant vessel forward, casting a pall over the entire maritime expanse. Gradually, a delicate mist began to drift above, enveloping the sea in a shroud of shadows, rendering even the sunlight impotent in its attempts to penetrate. From a distance, the scene appeared eerie and foreboding, reminiscent of a haunted abyss. Should a conventional ship navigate these treacherous waters without the guidance of navigational instruments, it would likely become disoriented in an instant, lost forever within this spectral realm. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Lucia blinked in astonishment, taking a moment to grasp the reality of their situation. They were still reeling from Feis's audacious proclamation to overthrow the world government. Upon reflection, a chill ran down her spine, and her expression morphed into one of sheer terror as she gazed at Feis. It is worth noting that very few individuals in this world harbor ambitions to directly oppose the world government. Most merely aspire to carve out a niche within a specific domain. It dawned on her that this was, in fact, a covert testing facility of the world government. Feis traced the warning sign with his fingertips, his gaze fixed upon the desolate expanse ahead, a sense of understanding washing over him. This place appears to have been abandoned for a considerable time, showing no signs of human activity. Even the townsfolk seem to be aware of something, which is why no one dares to approach this area. It is speculated that the world government may have conducted some sort of prohibition here. But what exactly is the legendary dragon? Why has such a terrifying creature manifested in Misty Town? Wait, it seems there is someone on the dragon's back. Along with those individuals who were captured, aren't they the same ruffians who were so brazen in the town just moments ago? I have long asserted that remaining in this wretched place is unwise. It is truly a realm of the bizarre, teeming with all manners of oddities. I must set sail. In this moment, Feis exhibited restraint, fearing that a careless attack might inadvertently harm Brooke and others, which would be disastrous. Thus, his focus remained on the figure atop the dragon's back. Nevertheless, even so, he scorched a considerable portion of the flesh on Pamela's dragon, releasing an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. At the instant of Sicket's demise, the fruit's power dissipated, and the colossal net enveloping Brooke and his companions vanished in an instant. The dual blades descended, their sharpness glinting. Blood splattered, painting the sky crimson. The blade, moving with unparalleled swiftness, sliced through the flesh and sinew of Pamela's neck with the ease of cutting through tofu, poised to behead the dark colossal dragon. Alas, in that critical moment, Pamela sensed a life-threatening peril. In a burst of ingenuity, she swiftly diminished her form atop the fire dragon. What on earth is this? Brooke gasped, his heart reverberating with profound shock that lingered. In the distant sky, 5 golden crows flapped their wings, silently hovering in place, akin to 5 great suns, radiating an infinite warmth and light. Each claw of the 5 golden crows was entwined with countless chains, the other end of which hung suspended. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The merchant ship continued to navigate through the mist, cleaving the waves as it journeyed towards the Shambadi archipelago. Suddenly, the fog ahead dissipated. The setting sun cast its glow upon the glimmering sea, presenting a scene of serene beauty. Wow, we have finally left the Bermuda Triangle, Lucia exclaimed, her hands resting on the ship's railing. On the following day, the vessel pressed onward. Feis sat in contemplation, observing Pamela as she spoke incessantly before him. After enjoying a barbecue the night prior, Pamela had approached him that morning, eager to divulge the secrets of her past. However, there was one condition. These revelations were to remain solely between Feis and herself, with no eavesdropping allowed. Upon hearing this, the crew aboard the ship understood the unspoken implication. "Are you also aware of the Nika Fruit?" Feis inquired, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Pamela. At this point, he felt no need to conceal the true nature of his devil fruit abilities. Having reached this level of strength, the possibility of being discovered by the world government held little consequence for him. Moreover, with the enhancements from various facets, the Nika Fruit could no longer provide any substantial augmentation to his power. Feis furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent for a time. The world government is indeed placing a heavy burden upon its own shoulders. Although I have endured blame countless times and have long seen through the schemes of those individuals, witnessing such a reversal of truth and justice is a first for me. Previously, it was always about their own brutality and the slaughter of the innocent. But now they have resorted to outright defamation. The sky is clear and bright, with not a cloud in sight. A merchant ship sails against the wind upon the vast sea. In the distance, the familiar silhouette of Skull Castle gradually reveals itself, finally coming into view as time passes. The buildings, reminiscent of hornet nests, are densely packed, evenly laid out across the island's face, creating a magnificent sight. Wow, Is this the legendary pirate island, Hive? As Golden Lion touched down, he gazed at Feis with astonishment, unable to contain his admiration. Kid, how have you trained? Your aura feels immensely stronger, surpassing even that of Whitebeard. I have gained some strength from the skirmishes, yet I am still far from matching Uncle Whitebeard. Feis smiled gently and replied softly. Valley of the Gods? Feis paused, unable to suppress a whisper. So soon? He sighed inwardly, realizing why Rox had so hastily bypassed the matter of Pamela. It was because he was waiting for him here. If the Rox pirates were to experience internal strife during this period, it would undoubtedly hinder the quest for the Valley of the Gods, hence their decision to swallow their pride and suppress the issue. What transaction? Feis raised an eyebrow. The cultivation method for top-grade hockey is indeed a hefty price. Yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The very fact that Rox could offer such a thing indicates that the task at hand must be exceedingly perilous, perhaps even life-threatening. It is best to listen first. This matter is not difficult for you. We will resume our maritime travels. Feis had not anticipated that merely a few days after his return, he would be setting sail again. However, witnessing the crew diligently training aboard the ship brought a smile to his face, as he realized he had unknowingly gathered so much talent. Rivi, Porcelino, and Arinia, the four elemental masters commanding the powers of poison gas, light, clouds, and wind, were all present. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. When Tinwaisher finally reacted, she turned her gaze elsewhere, feeling a warmth creep into her cheeks. You blush like a teapot. Feis rolled his eyes, unable to comprehend what this woman was thinking. Yet, out of courtesy, he spoke. Miss, would you like a ride? He knew that Tinwaisher had been captivated by the loyalty of the Red Scabbards and the strength of Kinemon's resolve in his previous life while watching the original work. Ultimately, he felt a tinge of regret upon witnessing Ashura Doji's demise at the hands of the traitor Kenjuro, as it seemed only these two pivotal characters had perished throughout the entire Onigashima War. Moments later, Ramaton shook his shoulders, his prominent trapezius and latissimus dorsi quivering. The crew aboard the ship looked at Ashura Doji with sympathy, perplexed as to why he was so despondent. Even Ramaton was left speechless, secretly admiring the other's courage. Ashura Doji sensed the atmosphere was amiss, but still looked at Feis with hopeful eyes. All right. Feis stood up and addressed Ashura Doji. Let us begin. Huh. The crew gaped in astonishment, unable to process what Feis had just said. A boy. Tinwaisher turned to examine the exquisite faces of the two, adorned in feminine attire. Still finding it hard to believe. Big sister, both I and Kiku are indeed boys. Izong, who had remained silent, cautiously interjected, his voice youthful yet firm. Indeed, what surged towards the ship was none other than Kazuki Oden. Mr. Feis, the newcomer does not seem friendly. Exercise caution, Tinwaisher warned. Her concern evident as she recognized the approaching figure's fearsome visage, shockingly devoid of trousers. It was clear he was no benevolent soul. No worries. Do you not trust my strength? Feis replied nonchalantly. With the arrival of Kazuki Oden, Feis's venture to Wano country was proving to be remarkably fruitful. Not only had Tinwaisher joined the crew, but he had also recruited 7 of the future Red Scabbards, with only the distant Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi remaining. Coupled with Kazuki Oden, whose strength rivaled that of Kaido and Porcelino, destined to possess admiral-level power, the formation was indeed formidable. Feis had no intention of residing at the Shogun's mansion. Instead, he awaited Kinemon to complete his tasks before leading the group back to the ship. Upon seeing Kinemon again, the latter wore a triumphant grin that seemed to stretch to the back of his head. Perhaps this was what one referred to as a bountiful harvest in both career and love. After regrouping, he could not resist the urge to drape an arm over Brooke's shoulder and share a few amusing anecdotes. Time flew by. With the orders from Shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki, the entirety of Wano, save for the Kuri region, sprang into action, commencing the search for the Valley of the Gods. Historical records and various annotations were meticulously combed through, hoping to uncover any leads. Aside from the renowned blacksmiths focused on crafting weapons and their apprentices, the rest of the crew. Haha. Well done. Feis nodded in satisfaction. To earn the loyalty of so many ruffians in Kuri, Ashura Doji indeed possessed a measure of leadership and intellect, as evidenced by his commendable response to Wano's call to arms. A month passed. The first batch of weaponry had been completed, packed neatly, and transported to the ship. The fleet sailed along the periphery of Hive Island, racing towards Begikport. Pirates along the way. Upon catching sight of the familiar Jolly Roger and the striking 5-letter emblem on the sails, could not help but pause, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Is this Hive Island? as described by Captain Feis? Kazuki Odin gazed upon the towering skull castle, his heart swelling with fervor. The fleet glided smoothly over the ocean. Due to its formidable size and sturdiness, not even the fiercest of storms could stir a ripple upon its surface. On this day, Feis reclined in his chair, a nautical chart in hand, engrossed in calculations. If he were to sail forth for a few more days, embarking alone at full speed, he believed he could traverse the Red Earth continent and reach the Misty Isles within 3 days. Ever since Feis acquired this fruit, a sense of vigilance had taken root within him. According to the original narrative, Zoan-type devil fruits possess their own will, and the mythical varieties are particularly fearsome. They had evaded the world government's pursuit for 8 centuries, slipping through countless crises, their inherent willpower seemingly insurmountable. Especially when recalling the original tale where Luffy set sail from the West Blue, thousands of meters above the sea, colossal pirate ships surged towards the Grand Line. Each vessel bore myriad scars, marks of cannon fire, slashes, and fist imprints, indicating they had recently endured a fierce battle. Even the grand flagship had lost its former luster. Marred and battered. On the deck, a thick miasma of blood hung heavy in the air. A quarter of an hour later, Feis casually discarded the pirate and made his way to a tavern. He had a fair inkling of the situation, having anticipated the trajectory of events long before the news broke, so he felt no astonishment. For now, his priority was to strengthen himself swiftly. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Feis dragged Kaido beyond the town towards the quarantined area. Upon entering the laboratory, he was greeted by the sight of over a dozen decaying corpses clad in research attire, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Hands raised towards the door, as if yearning to push open the gateway to life. Alas, they were too late. He paused momentarily before ascending the staircase to the second floor, sensing that the source of the ominous gray mist lingered above. What form of supreme haki would befit me at this juncture? Feis pondered this question that had plagued him for 2 days while seated in his chair. Just yesterday, he had successfully completed the second stage of mastering advanced haki, condensing the immense power within him into a formidable form. He opened his palm, revealing a dark mass teetering between solid and liquid states. The scarred visage concluded its report, and silence enveloped the conference room. Everyone understood the perilous nature of the impending battle. It was a matter of survival. Either they would live, or they would perish, leaving little room for concern over the lofty celestial dragons. Although the 5 elders had once proclaimed indifference towards the fate of those obstinate beings, the nobility of the celestial dragons had long been entrenched in the dust that shrouded the entire platform. Rock's hand blade radiated a lethal sharpness, aiming directly at the heart of Silence. Startled, Silence could hardly fathom Rock's audacity to approach him alone for an assault. He stood frozen, rendered utterly speechless. The assault arrived with such abruptness that the agents of the world government were left utterly unprepared. The Emerald Plains lay in desolation, echoing with the cries of despair. This place has long since transformed into a gruesome grinding stone, with the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air. Numerous patches of earth have been overturned, continuously seeping with fresh blood, for beneath lies the remains of countless soldiers. In a bid to confront the Rocks pirates, the world government mobilized an entire army of 100,000 sailors, bolstered by an additional 100,000 troops. Pamela. Sengoku seethed with indignation. He had remained in hiding, awaiting the opportune moment to obliterate the remaining high-ranking members of the Rock's crew, only to find his plans effortlessly thwarted by this traitor. The previous battle with the fearsome 3-masted ship had also been compromised by this individual, resulting in the Rock's pirates' escape. Time and again, this woman disrupted his meticulously laid plans, leaving him in a state of frustration. Yo. Udin's temperament remains as impatient as ever, Borsalino remarked, smacking his lips as he leaned against the ship's railing, a rather unsavory expression adorning his face. After nearly 2 years of rigorous training, his physique had markedly improved, muscles slightly bulging, no longer resembling the gaunt figure he once was. Yet, that air of lewdness and languor persisted, rendering him a distinctive sight aboard the vessel. Kazuki Odin's eyes sparkled with determination as he raced across the battlefield, the chaos of combat flashing swiftly by on either side. The cacophony of clashing steel and the visceral sounds of flesh being sliced echoed relentlessly. War is merciless, and the tides of battle shift in an instant. Every minute, hundreds of soldiers and pirates lose their vibrant lives, succumbing to this battlefield with unyielding resentment and hatred. He paid no mind to that fellow. Is Enel finally joining the fray? He feigned calmness, speaking with an air of fearless bravado. Not quite. Mia replied, shaking her head. Such matters required no concealment, nor could they be hidden. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers visibly relaxed, and even Sengoku, who had been intently monitoring the situation, let out a sigh of relief. If Feis were to join the battle now, the setting sun would cast a blood-red hue over Emerald Island. The war has raged on for a full 10 hours since its inception. The entire land has been stained a deep crimson, and even in the most wretched patches of mud, fresh, uncoagulated blood can be found. Over 150,000 souls have perished upon this battlefield of flesh and blood, and that figure continues to rise, marked by the unsheathing of numerous longswords. Brook, Ligia, Chikana, as well as warriors like Jinwaiman and Ashura Boy stand resolute, their swords drawn, prepared for the imminent conflict. Even the young Ikuzo, Aju, alongside the likes of Cat Viper and Dogstorm, show no signs of retreat, their expressions grave as they ready themselves for battle. The two sides stand 100 meters apart, with the imminent clash poised to erupt. As the sun sets in the west and the moon ascends into the night sky, the heavens have gradually dimmed, with only silvery beams of moonlight cascading down, cloaking the earth in a shimmering frost. The night has deepened, yet this evening countless souls are destined to remain awake. Across the globe, from the New World to Paradise, from the Red Soil continent to the Four Seas, from the slave auctions on the Sabaody archipelago. The comprehensive battle with the Roger pirates culminated in a devastating defeat for the 5th Division. The ground resembled a field that had been plowed, with numerous areas still shrouded in the smoke of cannon fire. Shell craters and sword marks were scattered everywhere, and the members of the team bore numerous wounds. Struggling, yet unable to rise, this group of pirates appeared to have lost their fighting spirit entirely. After receiving treatment from Bessa, the members of the 5th Division, though not invigorated, managed to regain a semblance of self-defense. However, some team members remained in a state of unconsciousness, including Ina and Mia. Meanwhile, the few who had slightly restored their combat ability formed a protective circle around their injured and unconscious comrades, striving to fend off the Allied forces. All the viewers worldwide who were watching this live broadcast fell silent, and the islands of Sabaody were enveloped in an eerie stillness. This group of individuals has steadfastly remained before the grand screen for an entire day, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of this epic battle. At long last, the victor has emerged. They fixate on the figure standing resolutely like a javelin on the screen, struggling to believe their own eyes. A moment passes, and as the words resonate, a profound silence envelopes the arena. All gazes converge upon Roger, eager to discern the thoughts of this formidable pirate. Before him stands Feis, exuding an otherworldly presence akin to that of a deity, accompanied by the legendary Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Roger rarely furrows his brow, yet he does so now, realizing that the demise of Rox has only compounded his troubles. In earlier days, Rox and his crew appeared formidable, but now, Feis sheathes his sword, standing atop the flames, elevated above the heavens. His aura is vast and majestic, reminiscent of a being from myth, transcending the mundane world. With an indifferent expression, he observes the vigilant Sengoku in the distance, alongside Carb, who has emerged from the pit. It is not that he is unwilling to engage, rather, since moments ago, he has sensed several potent presences locking onto him. The shadow that suddenly emerged is none other than one of the 5 elders. From the moment he arrived on the battlefield, Feis realized he was being watched by someone of formidable strength, prompting him to remain vigilant and await the adversary's move. Indeed, as he launched his surprise assault on the Wano country, his opponent struck. Lord Elder. The moment all high-ranking officials of the world government beheld the newcomer. The head of the elder clad in a judge's hat exploded like a watermelon, with his shattered skull, crimson blood, and ghastly gray matter splattering everywhere. However, Feis, who stood closest, remained utterly unblemished. All fragments that approached within 5 centimeters of his armored form were vaporized into nothingness by an overwhelming heat. His armor perpetually radiated temperatures in the thousands of degrees. Commander, the elder with skin as dark as carbon glared in astonishment at the decimated head of his fellow elder. Just as he contemplated intervening, a wave of flames surged toward him. Aware of the flame's terrifying nature, he hastily retreated, but upon noticing the immobile figure of Sora beside him, he swiftly tucked the latter under his arm and fled. The world government has suffered immense losses this time. In a moment of distraction, Feis found himself at the mercy of the warring states, who seized the opportunity to push backward, widening the gap between them. Just a fleeting instant ago, he truly felt as if he were confronting death, a realization that made him acutely aware that should he endure such a blow, Survival would be a mere stroke of fortune, while serious injury was almost certain. The figure before him was utterly terrifying, igniting a flicker of retreat within him. Otherwise, it was plausible that he and his companions might indeed allow these individuals to escape. Feis gazed at the vanishing ripples of space with a tinge of regret. This time, these individuals were not spared. Should the adversary become wary in the future, it would be considerably challenging to achieve such monumental victories again. After all, this is likely to be the final unified operation of the Rocks Pirates. Following today, the God Valley will be etched into the annals of history. Countless pirate ships rose amidst the waves, gradually fading into the misty expanse, leaving the world with an endless realm of imagination. What the Rocks Pirates truly acquired in God Valley remains a mystery to all. Under a starry night, with a gentle breeze and occasional white clouds drifting by, on the deck of the 5th Division, Feis conversed with the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. A fortnight later, the vessel successfully arrived over Hive Island. The island appeared relatively tranquil. Some pirates caused mayhem for a time following Rock's demise, vandalizing several structures. However, with Feis's formidable presence, those pirates retreated into hiding, deterred from any further mischief. Yet, in the absence of Rock's imposing influence, and without anyone to maintain order, a degree of chaos persisted on the island. After half a month of diligent effort, Feis and his crew finally took complete control of Hive Island, with their fleet operating smoothly. However, he did not intend to implement the previous division of the garrison. Instead, he planned to delineate a new area adjacent to the training grounds, consolidating the barracks of the 2nd to 5th Divisions into a colossal encampment, allowing all members of the pirate crews to coexist in unity. Yet, an uproar of furious shouts reverberated throughout Hive Island, stirring unrest among the gathered crowd, their expressions darkening with indignation. How audacious it was for someone to come to their doorstep and provoke them, a blatant disregard for life itself. Recently, rogue pirate crews had been challenging Hive Island daily, much to the crew's annoyance, and now their tempers flared, each one rising to rush outside, navigating the 3-legged golden crow swiftly across the cerulean sea. Feis perched upon its neck. Behind him lay an earthen coffin containing the remains of rocks. Beside the coffin stood a black cage constructed entirely of sea prism stone, within which were imprisoned Big Mom, the 3 admirals of the army, Bolit, and a tall, bald man who was currently unconscious, his expression unreadable. A month had passed, and Feis's 3-legged golden crow soared over the upside-down mountain, arriving in the Western Sea. This vast expanse of sea has nurtured countless formidable warriors. Since ancient times, the Western Sea has been renowned as the mightiest maritime domain, characterized by its fierce populace and rampant gangs. Should any disputes arise, the resolution is often sought through the direct and brutal inquiry of blades and firearms. Although the climate here can sometimes be tempestuous, maintaining this fragile peace amidst the vast majority of islands in the West Sea proves to be a formidable challenge. Due to numerous unforeseen circumstances, the family under Eros' command finds itself embroiled in conflict almost daily. In this chaotic era, there are always those who, in their despair, set sail and transform into ruthless pirates, engaging in acts of oppression against the innocent. There are also those who embark on ambitious quests for greatness. The newspaper's coverage is brief, with the only significant event being the declaration of war against the infamous Bondi Wald and his 9 pirate crews, who have united to confront the remnants of the Rocks Pirates and eliminate its former vice-captain. Among this announcement is Wald's war declaration, which proclaims his intention to obliterate Hive Island and annihilate everything in his path. As cannon fire splits the sky, resembling dark hills, it hurtles towards the ship of the fire god pirates. Witnessing the imminent threat, the crew prepares for combat. "Leave it to me," declares Kazuki Odin, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, a confident smile gracing his lips. He then leaps high, his dual blades cleaving the air in an X-shaped strike, signaling the onset of the fierce conflict. Bondi Wald stands at the ship's bow, his presence akin to a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura despite his modest stature. Perched atop his shoulder is a frail, diminutive figure wearing a matching horned hat, Ben Jack, the vice-captain and strategist of the Wald Pirates. At the feet of Borsellino, a golden shimmer flickers. What is this? A rare flicker of panic appears in Swick's eyes, dispelling the arrogance he had displayed earlier against Tanger. Although he has developed a significant resistance to toxins through years of exposure, he now senses a deadly threat emanating from the encroaching purple gas. Before he can react, the toxic vapor suddenly expands, engulfing the battlefield. With the arrival of Feis, an eerie silence envelopes the scene, soon erupting into a cacophony of fervent exclamations. Hey, isn't that Feis? Didn't we hear he was supposed to be dead? How can he possibly be here now? Panic ensues. Oh no, it seems we've been deceived. Today might be our last. Is it too late to escape? I urgently await your guidance. Laughter echoes as Captain Feis makes his entrance. This marks the inaugural collective expedition of the Fire God pirates since their inception, as the new flagship remains under construction. The crew continues to operate from their initial squad vessel, now adorned with their distinctive pirate flag. The name of the Rock's pirates gradually fades into the annals of history, while the Fire God pirates sail forth, braving the winds and waves towards a novel ambition. After a year of silence, the full mobilization of the Fire God pirates has captured the keen attention of the entire New World. Pirates recall the formidable actions of Feis in previous years, who vanquished over 100 formidable pirate crews in a matter of years, seizing numerous islands across the New World. They wonder what intentions this time might propel them forward. Hive Island, at this moment, has transformed from its former dilapidated state, with its yellow fortifications resembling a beehive. The map of this new world unfurls, revealing the familiar outlines of islands before the crew's eyes. Among them, four islands blaze with brilliant flames, shimmering in the distance. There lies Castle Island. And that glimmering one is indeed Hive Island. The crew, now entirely accustomed to Feis's extraordinary pyromancy, merely pointed at the luminous island in the center, exclaiming in wonder. Could it be that here, in this office, only 3 individuals were present: Admiral Kong, General Sengoku, and Chief of Staff Crane? In truth, Admiral Kong need not be so anxious, for we are currently powerless to intervene in such matters. Crane, seated opposite Kong on the sofa, was the first to respond. With her hands clasped beneath her fair chin, her wise eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, just as the entire pirate world was astounded by the Navy headquarters' large-scale operation. Another astonishing event transpired. The newly established naval stronghold, Z-1, renowned as an impregnable fortress, came under a full-scale assault by the Roger pirates. According to some merchants on Island 66, the battle was cataclysmic, with a colossal golden Buddha ascending into the heavens. Time unwittingly slipped into the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar. After more than 2 years of relentless warfare, the Fire God pirates had successfully expanded their territory several-fold. However, upon passing through the Beehive Sea, Feis commanded the pirate crew to return to Beehive Island for a brief respite. After all, humans are not machines, and during prolonged, intense conflict can lead to exhaustion. A few days later, the Zhurong approached. Why? Feis maintained his composure, seemingly aware of the implications behind the inquiry. Yet he felt a twinge of confusion when the request was explicitly voiced. After all, from his perspective, it seemed rather unwise for Yixiao to join the Fire God pirates at this juncture, given that both the world government and the Navy vastly overshadowed them in terms of power and strength. There is nothing amiss. As Feis flickered in and out of sight, he swiftly returned to the deck, having incapacitated the provocateur Barrett in a mere 5 breaths, and casually brought him back. With a thud, he cast the robust Barrett onto the deck. Captain, do you recognize this fellow? Paulusolino inquired, casting a glance at the dazed Barrett sprawled on the ground. Carp observed Sengoku's unwavering silhouette, a flicker of unbidden concern crossing his features. Nearly a decade had elapsed since the Battle of God Valley, and during these 10 years, although he had perfected his mastery of hockey, he remained uncertain of his ability to defeat that man who had once embodied the essence of both deity and demon. The shadow cast over the Navy by that battle was insurmountably profound. It took them nearly 8 years to regain their composure. The gaze of the entire ocean was now fixated upon Punk Hazard. Since the Battle of God Valley, such grandeur had not graced the seas again. At that time, one of the mightiest pirate crews, the Fire God pirates, had engaged in open warfare with the world government, drawing countless pirates eager to witness this most extravagant of conflicts. Just as the masses flocked toward that maritime domain, the epic confrontation between the Navy and pirates, after a decade of separation, was heralded by the appearance of Feis. Standing atop a high platform, he exhibited a physique that was both robust and upright, his spine straight and his eyes shimmering as if galaxies flowed within them. Undaunted, he faced the multitude of formidable adversaries from the Navy and CP organization. The commanders of the Fire God pirates leaped from the back of the colossal dragon, each hand resting on their blades, signaling that war was imminent. The atmosphere crackled with the overwhelming presence of 3 waves of Conqueror's hockey. leaving only a handful of capable Navy warriors standing, each of whom held ranks no lower than colonel or major, merely numbering in the few hundreds. On the side of CP0, only a dozen or so individuals clad in white suits remained. The aftermath of the battle in God's Valley had been devastating for the CP organization. With Pamela's betrayal and Brolet's capture, the tension hung heavy in the air as Feis, the goat-bearded elder, and the brown-skinned elder exchanged glances, their atmosphere turning palpably awkward. The two elders, gazing at the charcoal-black tiger held by Feis, as well as the recently decapitated judge elder, could not suppress a gulp of apprehension. Due to the temporal delay required for traversing between two worlds, they entered the space several seconds after Feis and the white tiger. Suddenly, a long blade sliced through the air, embedding itself deeply into the throat of the goat-bearded elder, pinning him against the edge of the obsidian void. The supreme haki contained within rendered him unable to elementalize. As the goat-bearded elder suffered the crushing blow, the sphere of oxygen he had extracted violently erupted, producing a thunderous roar akin to a thunderclap on flat ground. A tempestuous gale swept across the entire Punk Hazard Island, plunging it into chaos. Meanwhile, CP0 agents donned in white suits and masks scurried through the research facility, guiding scientists onto the world government vessels docked in the harbor. The entire assembly resembled a writhing, distorted worm, connecting the rescue ship to the research institute. Yet, amidst all this, the island was brimming with scientific instruments. The conflict for Punk Hazard culminated in the withdrawal of the world government. The territory of the Fire God pirates expanded to encompass a third of the New World, along with numerous deserted islands, totaling over 100. This final battle revealed the formidable strength and profound legacy of the Fire God pirates, leading the surrounding pirate crews to retreat one by one. Feis. Moss gasped as a familiar figure appeared before her, momentarily frozen in disbelief. She swiftly leaped over the table and threw herself into Feis's embrace, clinging tightly to her beloved's neck, unwilling to let go. Years of pent-up emotions erupted at this moment. The merchant ships of the Celestial Dragon Trading Company gradually departed from Bartolomeo Island, hastening towards unfamiliar waters. The sky was a vast expanse of azure, with a hint of brine in the sea breeze that caressed their faces. This rare fine weather lifted Feis's spirits, prompting him to engage in conversation with several fishmen. Initially, Foster, the leader, assumed that such a prominent figure would be arrogant, but he soon discovered the opposite to be true. Lugia gazed at Feis in disbelief, having initially only wished to hear tales from the outside world, never expecting him to offer her a chance to leave the island. "What do you say? Would you join me?" Feis inquired again, eager to alter Lugia's tragic fate, though he would not insist if she chose to remain. After all, each individual has the right to choose their own path in life. In the Hive Sea, a three-legged golden crow soared past, trailing high-temperature flames as it skimmed the ocean's surface, sending forth towering white waves. The return to the hive took longer due to Lugia's presence, necessitating daytime travel and nighttime searches for suitable islands to rest. Nevertheless, after more than a month, they successfully arrived. Years later, perhaps the world would have forgotten these monumental battles, yet in this moment, the battleground remained the focal point of the New World and the entire pirate realm. The reason was simple. One side consisted of the legendary pirate Roger, who had once allied with the Navy to defeat Rox, while the opposing side was the infamous pirate Shiki the Golden Lion. The encounter of these two legendary figures promised a thrilling clash. The thunderous sounds of gunfire and cannon fire echoed like thunder across the sea, as the two foremost pirate crews engaged in fierce combat, armed and ready to fight to the death. Even when faced with the onslaught of dozens of pirate ships, Roger and his crew resolutely resisted. Undeterred by the looming threat of death, Shiki's eyes burned with fury, embodying a terrifying aura. In an unfamiliar sea, the Oro Jackson sailed forth, propelled by the winds toward the territory of the Fire God pirates. The dark red hull bore the scars of battle, with signs of smoke and fire evident, and shattered planks from monstrous waves displayed the ship's recent struggles. Roger stood at the helm, deep in thought. Due to the restricted access of Bajik Port behind Hive Island, the Oro Jackson could only dock at the port located in front of Hive Island. The gentle sea breeze filled the sails, guiding the massive vessel into port, and the striking mustachioed pirate flag immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Is that the Roger Pirates? What brings them here? It was rumored that the Roger Pirates had just. For Feis, who was accustomed to navigating the three-legged Golden Crow, this was his first experience traveling aboard the Black Dragon. However, There were only 3 individuals aware of the underwater laboratory's location: Al-Yasaid, Rox, and the current incarnation of the Black Dragon, Pamela, without bringing her along. Searching for the hidden laboratory in Alresvet would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The Black Dragon continued to soar forward, crossing the Devil's Triangle, and soon arrived at Water 7. The scene here bears an uncanny resemblance to what Feis observed years ago in Feis. The entire city resembles a colossal fountain, with a towering jet of water cascading down several channels. The fountain's base comprises several enormous docks, sequentially marked with Arabic numerals. The only distinction lies in the capital of Alresvet, known as Yinhul City, a name imbued with poetic charm, once vibrant and bustling, now irrevocably devastated by the final battle that transpired over a month ago. The city has nearly been reduced to ruins, with charred remnants and deep craters left by artillery shells, narrating the harrowing tale of war's brutality. Even the central palace has barely survived. Following the direction etched in his memory, the Black Dragon soared through the sky, its wings beating gracefully, resembling a magnificent black meteor streaking into the distance. It traversed lofty mountains and valleys, crossed gorges and waterfalls, and bypassed abandoned mines, heading ever northward toward Alresvet. As the sun set, its warm, golden rays enveloped both man and dragon, casting a patchwork of shadows over the forest below. "Are you waiting for me? Who are you?" Feis asked, bewilderment flickering in his eyes. He did not recognize the man before him, yet he claimed to be awaiting Feis's arrival. What could this possibly mean? Having arrived later, Feis missed the significant research conducted decades prior, along with the invaluable data that had emerged from it, leaving him immensely curious about the flawless specimens produced during that experiment. Feis returned to the capital of Alresvet with Bijapunk, only to find the underwater laboratory in utter disarray upon the Navy's arrival. Dozens of the latest warships loomed above the laboratory, led by the current admiral of the naval headquarters, Jean Gua. Soldiers opened the grand metallic doors of a small cylindrical structure, and Jean Gua, accompanied by several vice admirals, ascended via an elevator, soon reaching their destination. The 3-legged golden crow took flight, departing from Yinhul City and swiftly traversing the vast expanse of Alresvet's territory, arriving over the boundless nearshore waters. The sky was a clear azure, bathed in gentle sunlight that instilled a sense of languid comfort. After a brief conversation with Jean, Feis grasped the present circumstances of the Lunaria clan, as well as the living conditions of his sister, Bani, over the years. "Brother Feis." Bani's soft form leaped into his embrace, unable to contain her sobs, clutching at his shirt and whispering, "I miss you so much. I miss you so much." The long-buried feelings of yearning erupted in that moment. She had often contemplated leaving to find Feis, yet her own frailty held her back, fearing she would become a burden. Hearing from the elder chief, Feis stayed in the village for several days, familiarizing himself with the fundamental aspects of the Lunaria clan as the newly appointed leader. He learned that there were currently 827 clan members, comprising 342 males and 485 females, with a notably low number of elders, merely over 20 individuals, most of whom were relatively young. As for the current state of this book, it is well known that readership has dwindled to merely 20 or 30 regular followers, with full attendance no longer a feasible expectation. The author earns a modest sum each day, largely diminished by the prevalence of free content. Many have remarked on the author's frequent absences and updates. The truth is, I have been quite busy. Previously, I refrained from taking breaks due to the necessity of maintaining full attendance, which constituted the primary source of income for this work. Once full attendance was lost in September, I must admit I became somewhat complacent, though the severity of the ongoing pandemic has made continuation challenging. Nevertheless, I have persisted in updating until now. I express my heartfelt gratitude to those friends who have stood by me throughout this journey. Without your support, I may have faltered and left this tale unwritten. The current state of affairs is as such. There remains a wealth of material to explore within this narrative, and crafting over 1,000,000 words is entirely within reach. Simultaneously, I have nearly finalized the concept for a new pirate novel. This book marks the author's debut, and indeed, there are numerous aspects that remain inadequately addressed, resulting in certain shortcomings. Regrettably, the market considerations were not taken into account at the time. Impulsively, the work was released. The next book is anticipated to be significantly improved. I would like to inquire about everyone's opinions. Should I start anew, continue as is, or perhaps expedite a swift conclusion? The ground trembled incessantly, and the stone platform shook vigorously. "Where's Labu?" At this moment, Brooke, disregarding the need to console the despondent red count, dashed to the edge of the platform, gazing hopefully at the water's surface. The sea roiled with waves, and a massive shadow stirred beneath, repeatedly colliding with the crimson land. Labu. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the shimmering sea, painting it a brilliant red. The three-legged golden crow swept through the low sky, sending up 2 splashes behind it. In the distance, Labu's enormous form glided through the water, occasionally surfacing to release powerful jets of water from its nostrils, creating a radiant rainbow. Thus, Feis and the others set forth with Labu, having departed from the Twin Straits for a full day. Feis led his kin away from Aylesworth. Navigating across the boundless ocean, they paused at deserted islands along the way, allowing his people to breathe fresh air and providing Pamela a chance to rest, for she, too, was human and not merely a steed. Encountering inhabited islands would be even better. He would arrange for the group to take a brief respite. Well, is this truly the legendary Honeycomb Island? I never imagined such a vibrant place existed in the world. A new home? Can people like us really have a place to call home? As they beheld the towering fire god city, the members of the Lunaria clan couldn't help but share such sentiments. For many years, they have lived in concealment, heading towards the marine headquarters at Marinvander. To the office of the marshal. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the antique clock placed upon the bookshelf. The bizarre scene has persisted for a full half-hour. Had one not looked closely, one would not have discerned that 3 individuals were seated within the room. The intelligence department has transmitted the latest news from the New World. Yin Shuang, having just returned from socializing and indulging a bit too much in drink, is suffering from a headache and finds himself unable to write. He apologizes, promising to make up for it with 6,000 words over the next couple of days. Upon seeing the gift prepared by Feis, even the seasoned golden lion, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not help but feel a tremor of astonishment. For this is none other than the legendary pure gold, a rare treasure said to grant immortality. It is astonishing that an artifact sought by the world government for centuries has ultimately found its way into the hands of Feis. What other secrets does this young man harbor? As the shock subsides, the grand operation of land reclamation and island construction has been successfully completed. It merely awaits the gradual alignment of several islands over time, upon which the latest research and manufacturing bases can be established. The design and planning are matters for Vegapunk. As Feis knows little of such professional undertakings, his only role is to offer unwavering support. The following day, the Golden Lion, having just returned home after a high-speed shift that stretched from noon to midnight, faces the exhaustion of a lengthy drive. After a brief rest, he begins to write in the afternoon, striving to catch up on updates by nightfall. He expresses his apologies, citing overwhelming fatigue from recent overtime work. He had hoped for a day of respite, only to be summoned back to duty in the afternoon. For nearly a month, he has not had a proper break. And upon returning home, all he desires is to rest. He feels utterly drained and devoid of any inclination to write, his mental state considerably diminished. Moreover, the financial returns have been disappointingly low. The past 2 months have seen him writing for a modest audience of 20 to 30 followers, with last month's earnings amounting to a mere 800 yuan, the same as the month prior. This includes a few generous donations from kind-hearted readers and income from a free website. Otherwise, he would be looking at approximately 300 to 400 yuan monthly. To be candid, writing has been both a spur-of-the-moment endeavor and a means to earn a modest living. The current income is simply unsustainable. After 2 months of writing purely for passion, he finds himself unable to continue, feeling both physically and mentally exhausted. Regrettably, he must step away. He extends his sincerest apologies to his loyal readers and expresses that he likely will not write again. Should they wish to express their frustration, he welcomes their sentiments, even if it be in the form of disdainful remarks. His apologies are heartfelt. Synopsis: in the era of rocks, heroes emerge. It is a dark age, yet one brimming with opportunities. Roger has yet to claim his title, and the 4 emperors have yet to rise. The revelry of pirates is about to commence. Fish traverses the Sky Island, acquires the Nika Fruit, and joins the Rocks Pirates. The grand saga of Feis's life embarks upon its journey. I am the Sun God, destined to create a realm of ultimate freedom.